After breaking off the engagement, I turned around and married my ex-fiancé's uncle. At this moment, I was lying helplessly in the emergency room, while my fiancé Zhou Tian was dating a woman named Jiang Xiaowei. I lay helplessly on the bed, with abdominal pain and vomiting making me miserable. The little girl next to me gently reminded me, "Sister, the medicine is almost finished." I opened my eyes heavily and thanked her with a tired heart. I finally made it to the hospital, but the phone call from my mother Mei-lan was like a bucket of cold water, pouring down mercilessly. "Jin Xiaoli, your sister's birthday is tomorrow, don't forget." Her voice was as tough as ever, without a trace of warmth. I stood at the hospital entrance, snowflakes falling on my body, and sneered, "I'm still sick and can't go." "Sick? Stop pretending." Mother sneered. "Your sister got sick on her birthday? How jealous are you of her?" Anger burned in my heart like a flame. I retorted stubbornly, "When she dies, I will go to her funeral." "Jin Xiaoli, how can you be so vicious?" Mei Lan's roar exploded in my ears, but I only felt sad. No matter how vicious she is, I am her daughter. Why can't she give me a little more love and care? After hanging up the phone, I leaned back in the taxi and closed my eyes, but the past kept coming back to me. Zhou Tian will also come to the birthday party tomorrow. My mother's last warning echoed in my mind. The man who hadn't contacted me for 2 months came to my sister's birthday. This was my fiancé, who I once regarded as my life. But now, everything has changed, and it's time to end it. In the afternoon, a call from my childhood friend Meng Tang interrupted my thoughts. "Honey, I'm on a flight this afternoon. Come pick me up. Back to the old house tonight." I answered briefly. She hesitated for a moment and said worriedly, "Baby, how long are you really going to keep the Cold War with Jotun? He has changed. Don't be obsessed anymore." Her words were like a sharp knife, piercing deep into my heart. I remained silent, because I knew that Zhou Tian had indeed changed, and his heart had long been occupied by that woman named Jiang Xiaowei. And I was still deceiving myself and holding on to that long-broken relationship. Night fell quietly. I had just finished taking a shower when Zhou Tian called me. "It's your sister's birthday. I'm here to pick you up. Reconcile?" I sneered, but my heart was full of bitterness. His tone was still high and mighty. "Do you want to reconcile?" I was silent for a while, but finally walked out of the apartment. A black car was parked quietly on the street. He was leaning against the car door smoking, with a few cigarette butts at his feet. I walked over, wearing high heels, and asked with a casual smile, "Are you tired of waiting?" "No." His tone was calm, but I could sense his boredom. The music in the car was low, and the street scenes passing by were blurry and cold. We drove to the old house of the Jian family in silence, and the air seemed to be frozen. I suddenly turned to look at him. "We can reconcile, as long as you fire Jiang Xiaowei." His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, his indifference chilling my heart. "Stop being unreasonable," he said indifferently. My heart instantly sank to the bottom, my fingers clenched into fists, and the pain spread from my heart to my whole body. I knew that he no longer cared about me. At the birthday party, I was forced to become the supporting role of my sister Jian Wenxi. Looking at my sister's smiling face and the flattery of everyone, I felt helpless. Zhou Tian was surrounded by a group of people toasting, and I knew he couldn't get away for a while, so I quietly slipped upstairs and prepared to go back to my room to rest for a while. Just as I turned into the bathroom, someone rushed into me. I stumbled a few steps, holding onto the wall to steady myself, and felt a dull pain in my shoulder. When I glanced at the ground, I found an emerald earring that had rolled to my feet. I bent down and was about to pick it up, but the earring was snatched away by a hand. I looked up and it was Jiang Xiaowei. "Sister Wenxi invited me here," she said calmly, hurriedly stuffed the scattered things in her bag, and then left quickly. I stood there feeling dazed. Jian Wenxi and Jiang Xiaowei were college alumni, and they had a good relationship, so this explanation was barely reasonable. But I still felt something was wrong. Jiang Xiaowei and I haven't settled the matter yet, but tonight is not the time. I returned to the room and had just played a few games when Aunt Zhang knocked on the door and came in. "The eldest lady's emerald earrings are lost. Madam asked me to ask if you have seen them." My heart sank. The earrings were actually left by my grandmother. Mei-lan told me that before she died, Grandma said that the earrings were for me. But now, they have become Jian Wenxi's birthday gift. After going downstairs, Jian Wenxi was sadly leaning against her mother Mei-lan. As soon as she saw me, she asked, "Where are the earrings?" I pointed at Jiang Xiaowei standing next to me and said coldly. When I bumped into her in the bathroom, there were earrings in her bag. Jiang Xiaowei's face changed immediately, and she shouted excitedly, Miss Jin, what do you mean? Are you saying I stole it? Her voice attracted the attention of the people around, and everyone's eyes turned to us, and the scene fell into a stalemate. Jiang Xiaowei began to search her bag, and sure enough, there were no earrings on the ground. She raised her tearful eyes and said aggrievedly, Do you want to search me? Zhou Tian rushed over at this time, put a suit on her, and said in a cold tone, Jin Xiaoli, don't go too far. Looking at him holding Jiang Xiaowei's hand, I just felt it was dazzling. Too much? I just told the truth. I smiled disdainfully and looked at Jin Wenxi indifferently. But Jin Wenxi smiled gently. Xiaoli, the earrings are a gift from my mother. If you like them, take them. Don't wrongly accuse me. My eyes gradually turned cold, and with a wave of my hand, the champagne glass handed by the waiter was thrown directly in her direction. The atmosphere froze instantly, and the party was no longer a celebration. Jin Wenxi, you dare to plot against me? Well, tonight I won't celebrate this birthday. Seeing Jiang Xiaowei holding Zhou Tian's arm intimately, their intimacy was like a sharp knife piercing my heart. She came as Jin Wenxi's friend, but everyone could see that she was more than just a friend. Mei Lan's face turned pale. Although she always disliked me, I was her daughter after all. She couldn't just watch Jiang Xiaowei take away the position that belonged to me. After all, the identity of the Zhou family's young lady was the marriage capital that the Jin family was unwilling to lose. However, at this moment, I just wanted to let go. Xiaoli is crazy. She dared to cancel the wedding. Mei Lan cursed in a low voice. I sneered, and my heart was cold. Yes, I was crazy, so crazy that I still expected Zhou Tian to linger. After the banquet, I dragged my tired body out of the door of the Jin family. The night wind was freezing cold, and I stood in the darkness, feeling lonely and insignificant. At this moment, a black Bentley stopped in front of me, and the window rolled down. It was Zhou Hao's assistant Pan Yu. I got in the car after some hesitation. Zhou Hao sat quietly in the car, and his cold outline was more three-dimensional under the dim light. He is Zhou Tian's uncle, the man who controls the economy of Jiangyu City. Last year, when I learned that Zhou Tian wanted to break off the engagement, I begged him to keep the engagement. Uncle, I called him respectfully, my voice trembling. Now, I have no choice. He looked at the tablet indifferently and said, The atmosphere in the car was so tense that it was suffocating. I took a deep breath and whispered, Uncle, I want to break up with Zhou Tian. Zhou Hao paused, raised his head, and looked at me coldly. My heart sank suddenly, and I clenched my hands. Did Zhou Tian call you? He said in a cold voice. I was stunned. The pain on my face was exposed, and the forbearance and compromise over the years seemed so ridiculous. It wasn't him. My parents beat him. I shook my head, my voice weak. But this time, I really don't want to continue. The air was terribly quiet. Zhou Hao was silent for a moment, then suddenly approached, his eyes cold and sharp. Jin Xiaoli, do you know what you're asking for? My heart was pounding, and I looked at him. This was the first time I saw him up close, and those cold eyes hid emotions I couldn't understand. I bit my lip and nodded. I know. My voice was firm, but my palms were full of cold sweat. This time, I'm serious. He looked at me for a long time, nodded gently, and his tone became slightly colder and a little relaxed. Okay, I won't interfere anymore. At that moment, I felt relieved, but also afraid. He was silent for a moment and looked at me with deep and complicated eyes, as if he wanted to see through my eyes and into my soul. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the depressing atmosphere. Then he opened the door and got out to smoke, leaving me alone in the car, waiting anxiously. Time passed by minute, and each second seemed as long as a century. 15 minutes later, he finally came back. He smelled faintly of tobacco, and his expression was still stern. Maybe you need to rest now. His voice was calm and indifferent. I was stunned, and my heart was full of anxiety. Uncle, I'm serious. I want to cancel the wedding. I said anxiously, with determination in my eyes. He was silent for a while and asked in a low voice with a hint of oppression, The wedding is in 3 months. Do you know what the consequences will be if you cancel it now? I took a deep breath and answered without flinching. I know that all the rumors will be directed at me, and my reputation may be completely ruined. But Uncle, I really don't care. My patience over the years has reached its limit. The name Zhou Tian can no longer stir up any waves in my heart. He looked at me quietly, and there seemed to be a subtle touch of emotion in his eyes. After a long time, he nodded slightly, his tone still cold. Just don't regret it. I was about to push the door and get out of the car, and he suddenly called me, Jin Xiaoli. I turned around and saw his thoughtful expression. You saved my life, and I promise to fulfill your 3 wishes. You have used 2, and there is 1 left. I was stunned, and the memories of the car accident instantly flooded my mind. After moving out of the old house, I moved into the riverside apartment that my grandmother left for me. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle of the Jian family, which makes me feel extremely peaceful. When I got off the car, the howling north wind blew in my face with a chill, and I couldn't help shivering. At this time, Panyu came over and handed me a bag from the pharmacy, smiling and saying, "This is what Mr. Zhou asked me to buy for you." I was stunned for a moment, opened the bag, and saw a tube of anti-edema ointment inside. Touching my face, which was still aching, my heart trembled. "Thank my uncle for me," I said softly, suppressing the gratitude in my heart. Panyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Ms. Jian, regarding Vice President Jian of Chongqing Group, she has thoughts about our President Zhou that she shouldn't have. Although President Zhou has rejected her, she doesn't seem to give up." Jian Wenxi. I widened my eyes in surprise. Jian Wenxi like Zhou Hao? Although Zhou Hao is indeed the dream lover of all the women in Jiangyu City, doesn't Jian Wenxi like Jian Yui? Seeing my surprise, Panyu smiled and added, "Ms. Jian, perhaps you can help dispel her idea." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhou Hao has helped me so much, of course I should help him this time." Panyu nodded and teased, "I actually thought you would use your life-saving grace to make Mr. Zhou marry you." I was stunned. I didn't expect him to say that. "Panyu, stop kidding. How could Zhou Hao marry me? I almost became the wife of his nephew. Asking him like this would only make him think I'm shameless." After seeing Panyu off, I returned to the empty apartment. I turned on the light, and the deserted room was still deserted. Standing in the huge room, I suddenly felt at a loss. I took off my shoes, walked directly into the study, and took out the thick diary. Every page was filled with the deductions for Sunday. Since the beginning of the Cold War, my anger has accumulated over and over again in this diary until it overflows. Turning to the last page, it was minus 98 points. That was the day he left me to take wedding photos for Jiang Xiaowei. That day, I was abandoned by him in front of everyone, just because Jiang Xiaowei rear-ended me, and he didn't even want to spend 10 minutes with me. When that slap hit my face, my heart died. Now, all the reluctance has been exhausted, and I completely understand that I should let go. I tore off the first page and tore the entire diary into pieces. Starting today, I will erase all traces of Zhou Tian from my world. After cleaning up all his belongings, I looked at the empty house and finally realized that this love had been completely destroyed. When I sent Zhou Tian that message 50, I had already made up my mind. I was giving up. I told myself that I must be proud when I finally leave, and I must not cry. I have advised myself for half a year not to linger, not to be cowardly. Tonight, in the old house of the Jane family, I behaved very well. I didn't shed a single tear, and I was almost successful, until Meng Tang's hug suddenly hit all my defenses. Those emotions that I tried my best to close completely collapsed in her warm embrace. "Jin Xiaoli, why are you so stupid? You have paid so much for that bastard," Meng Tang said distressedly. I hugged Meng Tang and cried until I was hoarse, with a torn voice and violent trembling, as if I was suffering from the torture of cutting flesh and bones. "Meng Tang, I'm in so much pain, my heart hurts so much." Meng Tang patted my back gently and hugged me carefully, fearing that she would break me if she used too much force. "Cry, it will be better after crying." At 2 o'clock in the morning, the crying gradually subsided. Meng Tang asked me if I wanted to drink, and I shook my head. "No, I just came out of the hospital, and my stomach hasn't recovered yet. I can't get drunk without restraint. If I get hurt, I will suffer alone." After a simple wash, we lay on the bed. Meng Tang almost had a heart attack after hearing the whole process of the birthday party. "Is Jian Wenxi still not done? Everything she got is not enough, and she is targeting you like this." I smiled bitterly. Jian Wenxi really killed 3 birds with 1 stone this time. She not only intensified the conflict between me and my family, but also used it to show off her status in the Jian family, and finally forced me to break up with Zhou Tian. She just doesn't want me to marry into the Zhou family. She has been jealous of you since she was a child, and she wants to compete with you for everything. Meng Tang said indignantly, the best family in Jiangyu is the Zhou family. She knows that no one she marries is as good as you, so she can only go to great lengths to break up you and Zhou Tian. I stared at the ceiling, my eyes so sore that I could hardly open them. He just doesn't love me anymore. How can I deceive myself? Meng Tang sighed and hugged me tightly. By the way, Meng Tang seemed to suddenly remember something, sat up abruptly, patted my arm, and said excitedly, Jin Wincy like Zhou Hao? You can take advantage of this. I was stunned and could hardly keep up with her thoughts. Meng Tang continued, don't you have one more chance? Zhou Hao said that saving your life can grant you 3 wishes. You should go find Zhou Hao and tell him to repay his life-saving grace with your body and let him marry you. The light in Meng Tang's eyes made her look extremely excited. What? I couldn't believe her crazy suggestion. Meng. Tang began to analyze nonstop. Look, Zhou Hao has no wife, and he promised you that he would satisfy any request you make. If you marry him, you can not only avenge Jian Wenxi, but also make Zhou Tian regret it. More importantly, Zhou Hao is the strongest backer in Jiangyu City. If you marry him, you will never have to worry about anyone bullying you again. I looked at her helplessly. Although her analysis sounded reasonable, this suggestion was too bold. Meng Tang, this is totally unrealistic. How can I ask him to marry me? I'm not that shameless. Meng Tang didn't give up and continued to insist. What are you afraid of? Zhou Hao said it himself. No matter what he asked for, this is not an opportunity that everyone has. I sighed softly. Although Meng Tang's suggestion was crazy, it was indeed interesting to think about it. I closed my eyes, intending to end this meaningless discussion. Okay, go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams. Meng Tang chuckled and lay down, but before going to sleep she reminded me. Remember, this opportunity is rare, don't let it go. Go find Zhou Hao tomorrow. I closed my eyes helplessly, knowing in my heart that I would never be able to make this request. The next morning, Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiaowei entered the office of Jingxiu Group on time. The atmosphere in the office was cold and depressing. Zhou Hao sat behind his desk, concentrating on looking at the documents without even raising his eyelids. Time seemed to stand still. Jiang Xiaowei's feet began to go numb, and the pain from her high heels spread throughout her body. Zhou Tian also stood there uneasily and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Uncle, I will take care of Jian Xiaoli's matter, and I will not regret marrying her. Bang! The document was slammed heavily on the table. Zhou Hao raised his head and stared at him coldly. Don't you understand? Zhou Tian was stunned, not understanding the meaning of his words. Zhou Hao's voice was so cold that it made people tremble. Jian Xiaoli has decided to cancel the engagement. The shares will still belong to you, so you don't have to worry. But from today on, your relationship with Jian Xiaoli is over. After that, Zhou Hao turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaowei, and his tone was as cold as a verdict. As for the reason for canceling the engagement, you will bear the blame. Jiang Xiaowei turned pale and couldn't believe what she heard. Her heart sank suddenly, and she wanted to refute with trembling lips. Mr. Zhou, did you hear what Jian Xiaoli said? You admit in public that you interfered with their relationship. Zhou Hao's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he interrupted her contemptuously. Next month is Qin Zhuo's birthday. You will apologize in front of everyone at his banquet and admit that it was you who ruined the engagement between Jian Xiaoli and Zhou Tian. Jiang Xiaowei's face turned pale instantly. She didn't expect that the game would end like this, and she didn't expect that she would become the pawn sacrificed in this game. Zhou Tian was also stunned and wanted to argue for her, but was suppressed by Zhou Hao's cold eyes and was speechless for a while. The office was terribly quiet. Chapter 8. Uncle, do you need a wife? When Jiang Xiaowei heard Zhou Hao's proposal, she froze. Apologize to Jian Xiaoli in public? Admit that she was the third party? What's more terrifying is that all this has to happen at Qin Zhuo's birthday party, the most influential social occasion in Jiangyu City. Ruining her future? It's crazy. Zhou Tian. She looked at Zhou Tian in panic, trying to seek his support. Zhou Tian's expression also turned ugly. He tried to control his emotions and whispered, Uncle, you will ruin Xiaowei by doing this. Destroy. Zhou Hao smiled coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Zhou Tian, The engagement has not been canceled. Jin Shaoli is still your fiancé, but you are protecting another woman in front of everyone. Where do you put her dignity? How many people laughed at her? Not only did you hurt her, you also brought shame to the entire Zhou family. Zhou Hao's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty, leaving Zhou Tian speechless. The irritable emotion surged into his heart again, and he suddenly realized that Jin Shaoli really wanted to break off the engagement with him this time. Uncle, you owe Jin Shaoli for saving your life, but I don't owe her anything, Zhou Tian said impatiently. You can cancel the engagement, but I won't let Xiaowei apologize in public. Jin Shaoli brought all of this upon herself. He almost shouted out his words, as if he was venting his resentment in this way. You want me to apologize? Unless you make Xiaowei and I happy. Unless you let us get married. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Zhou Hao looked at him coldly, his eyebrows slightly raised. Want to marry her? Okay, there are two conditions. Zhou Tian was stunned for a moment. Before he could recover from the shock, Zhou Hao continued, first, the wedding house will be discounted, and the two shops under your name will be given to Jian Shaoli. Second, Jiang Xiaowei must apologize to Jian Shaoli in public and admit your mistakes. If you do these two things, I will let you marry her. Jiang Xiaowei's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe her ears. Zhou Tian looked at his uncle in disbelief. Uncle, are you serious? Zhou Hao's eyes were as cold as ice. You want face or marriage? Choose for yourself. This is your last chance. Their choice was unsurprising. Jiang Xiaowei leaned on Zhou Tian's shoulder and whispered, Zhou Tian, I can apologize. As long as I can be with you, I am willing to bear everything. Zhou Tian held her hand tightly, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead gently. Okay, I'll go with you. After the meeting, Zhou Hao simply said, remember, this is your own choice. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I came to Zhou Hao's office. Sitting on the sofa, my palms were slightly sweaty and my thoughts were in a mess. Looking at his cold and calm face, I mustered up the courage to speak. Uncle, do you need a wife? Chapter 9 Cancellation of Engagement. Uncle, do you need a wife? I asked Zhou Hao in his office. As soon as I said this, I relaxed, took a sip of coffee, and waited quietly for his response. He stared at me in silence, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on his knees, his eyes deep, as if he was thinking. He didn't speak for so long that I almost felt that I was humiliating myself. Uncle, I was just joking. You. I tried to ease the atmosphere. Zhou Tian wanted to marry Jiang Xiaowei, and I agreed. He suddenly interrupted me, his eyes flickering slightly. So, you know? I know. He just called me to show off. I nodded calmly. You want to marry me because you are provoked? Do you want to take revenge on him? I couldn't help but laugh, with self-mockery. Revenge? He wishes I could disappear as far away as possible. He doesn't care whether I get married or not. Then why do you want to marry me? He asked directly. I was silent for a few seconds. Then I confessed. Because you said that any request is fine, and I'm extremely unlucky now, and you don't have a wife, so I want to take a gamble. If I marry you, you will be my backer, and no one will dare to bully me anymore. He was silent for a moment, then asked, if you don't marry me, what do you want? Sure enough, he wouldn't agree. I breathed a sigh of relief and said, can Zhou Tian sell the wedding house? I designed the decoration myself, and I don't like Jiang Xiaowei moving in. I've asked him to sell the wedding house. He said in a light tone, but if you really want to marry me, I can agree to it. I was stunned. I never expected that he would agree. But there is a condition. He looked at me, his tone still calm and steady. You know the relationship between Zhou Tian and I. If you marry me, we will sit at the same table to eat during festivals. Can you accept this embarrassment? If you can solve this problem, I will marry you. I was stunned. Was he serious? Chapter 10 Jin Wenxi gets slapped. Outside the old house of the Jin family, I held the car keys and looked up at the familiar high wall gate. Mei Lan and Jin Hongyun's calls have not stopped since last night, and Jin Yohui's call at noon today directly forced me back to this home. Mom was so mad at you that she was admitted to the hospital in the middle of the night and has just been discharged. Jin Shaoli, can you please stop being so willful? Come back quickly, he advised me. Willful? Oh, I didn't go back to give them face. I came back to collect my debt. I walked into the living room in high heels. Mei Lan leaned weakly on the sofa. When she saw me, she couldn't help but scold me. We're already engaged, and you made such a scene. Zhou Tian must be mad at you. How can you not tolerate a woman like Jiang Xiaowei from a small family? I impatiently took off my coat. mentally preparing my response. Mom, back then, your husband had a female college student outside, and her family was poor. Wasn't it also a small family? But you didn't tolerate it. You went to the school, humiliated her, and threw money in her face. And as a result, the girl became depressed and dropped out of school. I sneered. I'm much kinder than you. I just kicked Jiang Xiaowei into the water. Mei Lan was so angry that she fainted instantly. Jin Yui and Jin Wenxi hurriedly helped her to her room. There was a commotion, and I stood aside and watched. The living room finally quieted down, leaving only Jian Hongyun and I. I sat down leisurely, crossed my legs, and looked at him quietly. He ordered bluntly, "You must go with me to Zhou's house to apologize." Apologize? I raised my lips. I have to marry into the Zhou family, right? That's right. You must marry this time, otherwise I will break your legs. Jian Hongyun's voice was cold and impolite. Okay, I smiled and held out my hand. 10 million each. I'll go apologize and marry into the Zhou family. Jian Hongyun was stunned. 10 million. Yeah, I stared at him playfully. For a family like the Zhou family, buying a suitable gift would cost a lot, right? I have to spend money on it. The Jian family really makes me filial. Jian Hongyun thought I really wanted to apologize, so he agreed without saying anything. After I accepted the check, I asked him to go to Jian Yohui's collection room to pick out a gift for Grandpa Zhou. He agreed without thinking. Sitting on the sofa, I ate a few grapes. Jian Wenxi came down from the stairs and said with a fake apology, "If I had known that Jiang Xiaowei would make you so angry, I shouldn't have invited her." I felt disgusted by her smug and hypocritical look. I stood up, walked up to her, raised my hand, and slapped her in the face. Before she could react, I had already grabbed her hair and said in a low voice, "It's fine if you bully me, but you dare to plot against me?" Jian Wenxi gasped in pain, with fear in her eyes. "Have you always wanted to suppress me? Unfortunately, you will never be able to marry better than me in this life. Also, if the shameful things between you and Jian Yui are exposed, you will be finished." I slowly tightened my hand and threatened with a sneer. Her eyes suddenly widened. Her face turned pale instantly. Her breathing became rapid, and she struggled even harder. "Don't mess with me again, or I'll expose your ugly deeds to everyone." I warned her one last time, then let go of her hand and let her fall to the ground in a mess. Jian Yui rushed over upon hearing the noise and wanted to hit me, but was stopped by Jian Wenxi. She knew that my threat was not a joke. I chuckled and kicked Jian Yui. "If you don't save me, I'll take your 2 antiques as compensation." Jian Wenxi lowered her head and dared not look at me again. When I walked out of Jian's house, I felt refreshed, as if a stone that had been pressing on my heart for many years had finally disappeared. Today, it's my turn to take everything back. Chapter 11. Fraud? Jiang Xiaowei rolled down the stairs in front of me, her screams echoing in the narrow corridor. The sound was sharp and piercing. Her body fell heavily at the bottom of the stairs, making a dull sound. I was stunned for a few seconds, and a thought came to my mind. How dare she do this in front of me? Touching a porcelain? What kind of a lousy scheme is this? The footsteps were approaching quickly from a distance. I knew this was her plan, but I had nothing to be afraid of. She rolled down by herself. What did it have to do with me? Just as he was about to push the door open and leave, Meng Tang's words suddenly flashed through his mind. Unless your past with Zhou Tun doesn't exist, unless everyone has lost their memory. Amnesia? This sentence was like a key that instantly unlocked the knot in my heart. Since it is impossible to make everyone lose their memory, why can't I, the person involved, lose my memory? I turned around, walked to the steps, and looked down at Jiang Xiaowei curled up on the ground. Her forehead was bleeding and she was groaning. My eyes were cold, but I had a plan in my mind. Taking a deep breath, I took a step back and looked at the height of the stairs. I had to control myself and not get hurt too badly. Then I raised my foot and deliberately missed the step. I instantly lost my balance and my whole body rolled down the stairs. The moment I fell heavily to the ground, the pain hit me, my head was dizzy, and my vision was blurry. But I knew that this fall was just right, perfect. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor, and then the door was pushed open, and Zhou Tian and several guests rushed in. Seeing us lying on the ground, his face turned pale, and he rushed to Jiang Xiaowei in a few steps. "Xiaowei, how are you?" He helped her up, his face full of anxiety. I just lay aside, watching all this coldly. Someone shouted nearby, "Call an ambulance. Jian Xiaoli is also injured." Zhou Tian then realized my presence and turned to look at me. His expression was complicated, as if he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, I weakly raised my hand and gently touched my head, revealing a confused look. Who are you? Why am I here? Zhou Tian was startled, and the people around him were also stunned. I slowly closed my eyes and continued to faint, laughing in my heart. From this moment on, Jin Xiaoli is no longer Zhou Te's past, but an amnesiac person who restarted her own script. Chapter 12, Memory Confusion? When I woke up, it was already noon the next day. The ward was very noisy, with noisy sounds constantly ringing in my ears. Chengzi, you're finally awake. Meng Tang's voice rang out, revealing anxiety and anger. I opened my eyes and saw a tense atmosphere in the room. Zhang Xiaowei was sitting in a wheelchair, her face pale and her head wrapped in gauze. When she saw me open my eyes, tears started to fall down her cheeks, and she looked very pitiful. Jin Xiaoli, I really blame myself. Zhang Xiaowei choked. I was the one who asked someone to call you out. I just wanted to solve it with you privately, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. She reached out to grab Zhou Te's hand, tears streaming down her face, and she was as weak as a wounded deer. Meng Tang stared at her coldly. Zhang Xiaowei, you'd better pray that Jin Xiaoli is okay. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Zhang Xiaowei cried even harder. Zhou Tian looked gloomy and coldly looked at me and Meng Tang. Jin Xiaoli pushed Xiaowei down the stairs, which is illegal. Don't play dumb. I wasn't fully awake yet, and I just felt a headache listening to these words. Zhou Tian, don't talk nonsense. Meng Tang was angry and lowered her voice. Jin Xiaoli would never intentionally hurt anyone. You know it in your heart. Zhou Tian didn't respond, but just looked at me, his eyes full of scrutiny and suspicion. Zhang Xiaowei sobbed, looking even more innocent and pitiful. Just when the atmosphere was tense, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Qin Zhuo and Zhou Hao walked in. Zhou Tian immediately restrained his emotions and whispered, Uncle. Zhou Hao glanced at him and said calmly, The doctor said Jin Xiaoli needs to rest. You'd better leave. Zhou Tian's expression was uncertain, but he didn't say anything in the end. He pushed Zhang Xiaowei and prepared to leave. At this moment, I moved and whispered, Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao. Everyone was stunned, and all their eyes turned to me. Jin Xiaoli, who are you calling? Meng Tang asked in a low voice. I opened my eyes and locked my sight on Zhou Hao. I suddenly smiled and stretched out my hand to him. Zhou Hao, come and hug me. The room fell into a strange silence for a moment. Meng Tang was stunned. Zhang Xiaowei's face turned pale instantly, and Zhou Tian sneered. Jin Xiaoli, stop acting. That's enough. But I ignored him completely and just looked at Zhou Hao. Hubby, when I fell down the stairs last night, I was really scared to death. I thought I would never see you again. Husband, this sentence was like a bolt of lightning, instantly breaking through everyone's defenses. Meng Tang's hands trembled, and he whispered, Chengzi, did you hurt your brain? Zhou Tian took a step forward angrily, trying to pull my hand away from Zhou Hao. Stop pretending. You did it on purpose. But I shook off his hand and stared back at him without flinching. Who are you? I don't know you. Jin Xiaoli. Zhou Tian was furious. How dare you say you don't know me? I glanced at him coldly and said calmly, Who are you? Why should I know you? Zhou Tian was stunned, and the people around him looked at me in disbelief. At this moment, Zhou Hao lowered his head and asked me calmly, Who am I? Zhou Hao. I answered straightforwardly, with an innocent look on my face. He continued, Are we married? No, I'm engaged. We'll get married after the new year. Who is Zhou Tian? I frowned. Zhou Tian? Who is Zhou Tian? The room was completely silent, and the atmosphere was almost frozen. Qinzhu stood aside and chuckled. She really doesn't remember Zhou Tian? Zhou Tian's face turned pale, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. She's pretending. She must be pretending. The doctor came in a hurry, but the examination results showed that everything was normal with me, and there was only one possibility: memory disorder. Zhou Tian was unwilling to accept this. His face turned pale. She did it on purpose. But I had already made up my mind. Zhou Tian? I had forgotten the past. I hugged Zhou Hao tightly and whispered, Hubby, let's go home. Chapter 13, I Will Marry Her. When I woke up, the ward was dimly lit, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. I opened my eyes in a daze and heard Meng Tang talking to the doctor in a low voice. A moment later, Zhou Hao appeared at the door, tall and calm. My heartbeat accelerated immediately, and everything that happened last night quickly emerged in my mind. Jiang Xiao's farce, and my decision to deliberately fall down the stairs. I pretended to be calm, but I couldn't help but feel nervous. When Ming Tang saw him coming, she smiled meaningfully. After she and the doctor left, only he and I were left in the ward. "Uncle," I asked tentatively, my voice so light that it seemed to float in the air. "Isn't he your husband?" He looked down at me, his tone light, but with a hint of understanding in his eyes. I was startled and secretly complained in my heart. It seems that my amnesia plan was not so easy to hide from him. Last night, in order to get rid of Zhou Tian's entanglement, I deliberately fell down the stairs, created the illusion of amnesia, and even recognized the wrong person in a coma, taking the opportunity to pretend to forget Zhou Tian and call Zhou Hao husband. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao had obviously seen through it. I smiled awkwardly. Well, I might have fallen a little hard. "Oh." He raised his eyebrows. "You forgot Zhou Tian, but remembered me. This amnesia is quite selective." I was silent for a moment in embarrassment, remembering that he had asked me to resolve the awkwardness with Zhou Tian in the future. I said seriously, "Actually, I think this is good. Anyway, I'm not embarrassed and I don't care what they think." Zhou Hao's eyes deepened. "So, do you think amnesia can solve the problem?" "That's right." I nodded confidently. "This way, all the embarrassment will go away." His deep laugh echoed through the room, causing my face to turn even redder. You know, pretending to have amnesia doesn't always work, right? I looked up and met his eyes, which seemed to hide something more. "Maybe," I shrugged, "but at least now I don't have to face Zhou Tian anymore. And didn't you ask me to find a way to resolve the embarrassment?" Zhou Hao looked at me quietly. After a moment, he suddenly stood up, leaned close to my ear, and whispered, "Since you have decided to act this way, I will continue to act with you." I looked at him in astonishment, unsure of the meaning of his words. He stood up straight, looking normal, as if he had not said anything just now. "Have a good rest," he added lightly. "Now that you have amnesia, it's a brand new start from now on." Chapter 14. Get the certificate upon discharge from hospital? At this moment, my forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, as if I had just been fished out of the water. Zhou Hao was like a god descending, taking the tissue box from the cabinet and handing it to me and gently touching my forehead with his fingers. Those hands were as white and flawless as fine jade, with distinct joints as if carefully carved, slender and powerful, as if they could produce the sounds of nature, like the hands of an artist playing the piano, and the neatly trimmed nails exuded a hint of coolness, just like a work of art carved from jade. I stared at the hands, thinking how nice it would be if I could take a few photos, preferably a photo of his entire body. Maybe that would save my exhausted source of inspiration. But it was just a thought. Gods can only be viewed from afar, not desecrated. I took out 2 tissues and gently wiped the sweat from my forehead. My back was also wet, but I didn't dare to wipe it. Zhou Hao put the tissue box back to its original place and began to analyze how he saw through my acting. "When you hugged me, your body was as stiff as a piece of wood, keeping a distance from me, just hugging me in a staggered manner. If you really regarded me as someone you loved deeply, you would never be so restrained." Your body was shaking, clearly fear and resistance. I remained silent. It's not my fault. I mustered up my courage to hug his waist with both hands, but I had already exhausted all my courage. How could I dare to get close to him and take advantage of him? "I'm sorry. I apologize for my cleverness. You once said that as long as Zhou Tian and I don't feel awkward eating at the same table, you would agree to marry me. So I came up with this idea. I thought, as long as I forget him, I won't be embarrassed anymore. I pretended to remember you as the person I like, and took this opportunity to establish a personality of I will not marry anyone but you, so that when we get married in the future, it won't be too embarrassing to the outside world." After saying that, I secretly glanced at Zhou Hao, and saw that his thick eyebrows were tightly knitted, and there was a cold disapproval in his deep eyes, which made people feel an indescribable depression. My heart sank suddenly. Was he angry? "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't pretend anymore." I lowered my head timidly and felt more sweat on my back. Seeing that I was scared, Zhou Hao slightly restrained his serious expression and softened his tone. "I didn't say you can't pretend." I looked at him cautiously. "You are not angry?" Zhou Hao looked at my pale face. "Your method can indeed solve the embarrassment, but you are not allowed to hurt yourself in the future. It is not advisable to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt yourself, by 800. I grabbed the tissue in my hand and explained in a low voice. I accidentally stepped on the air. Zhou Hao mercilessly exposed me. Jiang Xiaowei wanted to scam you, so she jumped down by herself, and you also jumped down to play the amnesia scene. I widened my eyes, my face full of astonishment. Hey, how does this man know everything? Did you see it? I asked tentatively. How could you know that Jiang Xiaowei jumped down by herself if you didn't see it? I didn't say it, Ming Tang wouldn't say it, and Jiang Xiaowei couldn't say it. Zhou Hao shook his head. I didn't see it. He was resting on the third floor when the accident happened. Qin recalled to tell him that I was in trouble, and then he hurried down. Although he didn't see it, someone witnessed the whole process. Chapter 15, Getting a Marriage Certificate. I thought I could start a new life after pretending to have amnesia, but I didn't expect troubles to follow. Although the incident that night was suppressed by Qin Zhua, gossip still spread. Some people said that Jiang Xiaowei was the woman Zhou Tian protected, and I pushed her out of jealousy, but that was not the case. My family's accusations also chilled me. My mother Mei Lan told me to learn from my sister Jian Wenxi. My father Jian Hongyan told me to be patient, and my brother Jian Yui scolded me for being stupid. Zhou Tian was even more obsessed with my brain damage and threatened to marry Jiang Xiaowei. However, I didn't want to dwell on these right and wrongs anymore. I wanted to do great things quietly. The day I was discharged from the hospital was Thursday, and it was drizzling. I couldn't wait to call Zhou Hao that evening to confirm whether he still remembered his promise. He said that as long as I thought it over, it would count. Of course I thought it over, so we agreed to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau the next morning. Friday was an unexpectedly sunny day. At 8:30, Zhou Hao's car was waiting on the roadside, and the driver opened the door for me. I got in the car, greeted him, and sat properly. Zhou Hao asked me if I had eaten. After learning that I hadn't, he suggested that we go eat first. We went to a nearby porridge shop. While waiting for the meal, I mentioned the agreement, but he said that the content of the agreement was unfair to him, and he would not sign it. I wondered what was unfair, so he asked me to look at the last attached clause 10. I opened WeChat and saw the shocking content. It was definitely not written by me. Just as I was wondering, Zhou Hao said leisurely that this was unfair to him, and I felt embarrassed. At this time, the meal was served, and we discussed the agreement while eating. At 10:30, we walked into the registration hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and at 11 o'clock, we walked out with the red book. At this moment, I felt complicated, both regretful and excited. Zhou Hao asked me if I was free, and after learning that I was free, he took me to buy a wedding ring. In the jewelry store, I was attracted by a pair of rings. While I was hesitating, Zhou Hao had already put the women's ring on me. At that moment, I saw myself in his eyes, and my heart started to beat wildly. Chapter 16. Getting married today, happy. Today, after Zhou Hao and I chose our wedding rings, he asked me what kind of wedding I would like, but I decided not to have a wedding yet. After all, Zhou Tian and I had just broken off our engagement, and having a wedding at this time would only lead to ridicule and gossip. Zhou Hao respected my decision and corrected my way of addressing him, asking me to call him by his name. After returning to the apartment, I sent the photo of the marriage certificate to Meng Tang, who was very excited. Zhou Hao was arranging our wedding room at the company. Zhou Hao went to the club at night, and Qin Zhua was very surprised to see him take out good wine. Zhou Hao told Qin Zhua that he got married today, and Qin Zhua was shocked. When he learned that Zhou Hao married me, Qin Zhua sighed at his courage. Zhou Hao had been moved by me, but my heart and eyes were full of Zhou Tian. Now Zhou Hao said that as long as I gave him a wronged look, he would give me everything, even marriage and life. However, at this moment, I didn't know Zhou Hao's deep affection, and I only thought about how to make a shining debut as Zhou Hao's wife after Zhou Tian got married and steal the limelight. Chapter 17. After the new year, I'll chase you. Zhou Tian in high school to see the aurora. When night fell, it seemed as if a gorgeous painting was unfolding in the sky, and the green and purple aurora were like a dream, beautiful and magnificent. At that moment, I felt as if I was in a fairy tale world, but a hint of melancholy welled up in my heart. I was the only one left to fulfill the promise I had made. After returning to China, I made an appointment with Zhou Hao for dinner with mixed feelings. In the restaurant, he was as elegant and dignified as usual. We sat opposite each other, eating and chatting, and the topic gradually turned from my trip to his proposal for a honeymoon. This proposal made me a little flustered. After all, I had shamelessly asked for this marriage, and I had never thought about the idea of a honeymoon. Zhou Hao always felt that I was wronged, but he didn't know that I was the one who should feel wronged. Then, He handed me the money from selling the wedding house and the shop under Zhou Tian's name. I instinctively wanted to refuse, but I couldn't resist his insistence. After that, I mustered up the courage to tell him my plan. I wanted to make a big fuss about the memory confusion before the new year, so that everyone would know that I had a broken brain and mistook him for Zhou Tian. And he only needed to show his impatience in front of everyone. And after Zhou Tian got married, he could use my life-saving grace as an excuse to explain the marriage. However, Zhou Hao decisively proposed that he would pursue me after the Chinese New Year. I refused without hesitation because I didn't want him to be laughed at because of me. But Zhou Hao insisted that I think more about myself, saying that he was not afraid of what others said. While eating dessert, I pretended to be carefree and talked about my past in high school, as if I had let go of the past. But only I knew that my slightly trembling hands betrayed my heart. How could the pain I had experienced be so easily forgotten? Chapter 18, Jian Xiaoli's old injury. An accident in high school almost destroyed my world like a storm. It was the beginning of a nightmare. After a fierce quarrel with my parents, I was kidnapped and escaped with great difficulty after going through countless hardships. I thought I could return to a normal life after seeing the light of day again, but what awaited me was a sea of rumors. The kidnappers stubbornly insisted that I was talking nonsense, and my family's seemingly concerned but suspicious inquiries, especially Zhou's 7-point suspicion, were like sharp knives that pierced deeply into my heart and plunged me into endless despair. In order to prove my innocence, I reluctantly went to the hospital. The certificate I thought could silence the gossips of others turned out to be a heavy hammer that shattered my self-esteem. Since then, although I survived by chance, the pain in my heart has always been with me, and I have never let go of the past. Zhou Hao, who was far away abroad, changed his mind after learning about my experience. He originally planned to stay away from the disputes. He decided to become the head of the Zhou family, just to be my backer. But those old wounds, how can they be healed easily? My heart is still sensitive and fragile, as if it will be shattered at the slightest touch. After the New Year's Day holiday, I was shocked by the fact that I mistook Zhou Hao for Zhou Tian. It was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, and the circle was instantly in an uproar. I turned into a little fangirl and chased Zhou Hao desperately, causing a lot of discussion. During Zhou Hao's business trip, I decided to relax myself. I thought I could enjoy a moment of peace, but I unexpectedly met Zhou Tian in the bar. Zhou Lu earnestly advised me to stay away from Zhou Hao, while Zhou Tian stubbornly accused me of pretending to have amnesia. How could I allow him to slander me? I fought back without hesitation, and my words were so sharp that he was speechless. When he started to pull me, anger overwhelmed my mind, and I picked up my high heels without hesitation and beat him madly. This incident has once again caused a stir, and I am anxiously awaiting the unknown consequences. I don't want to be bound by the shadow of the past anymore. Chapter 20, There's something fun tonight. I once thought that my relationship with Zhou Tian was as solid as a rock, and that we would walk through life hand in hand. The carefully designed wedding room carried countless beautiful dreams, and it was a small world that belonged only to us. However, the appearance of Jiang Xiaowei, like a sudden meteorite, completely broke the tranquility. Jiang Xiaowei tried on a wedding dress in a bridal shop, happily preparing for her wedding with Zhou Tian. She even hid it from Zhou Tian and tried to live in his apartment. That originally belonged to Zhou Tian, and I was completely changed because of her. She teamed up with Jin Wenxi to push me into the abyss of pain, and laughed at me for being stupid and not knowing how to give in. But I just stick to my own opinion of right and wrong and refuse to compromise. When I saw the intimate photos of Jiang Xiaowei and Zhou Tian, my anger erupted like a volcano, and I vented the pain in my heart regardless of the occasion. After Zhou Hao learned that I beat Zhou Tian in the bar, he called Zhou Lu to inquire about the situation and gave Zhou Lu a sports car to make him his own. Tonight, the Zhou family's old house was bustling with activity, and everyone was waiting for Zhou Hao to deal with Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiaowei. Zhou Lu was looking forward to the sports car, but when he saw Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiaowei walk in, his face instantly turned ugly. At this moment, with a slap, Chowing slapped Jiang Xiaowei hard, angrily calling her a bitch. I stood aside, feeling mixed emotions. D21 Dong forced to death by uncle. Jiang Xiaowei knew that a wealthy family like the Zhou family would despise her because she was born in a common family, but she still had hope. She was Zhou Hao's secretary and also Chao Ying's spy next to Zhou Tian. Whenever I contacted Zhou Tian, she would report to Chao Ying. At first, Zhou Tian often stood me up and it was all Chao Ying's fault. Later, Chao Ying saw Jiang Xiaowei's feelings for Zhou Tian. And not only did she not stop her, she often asked her out for shopping and afternoon tea, and even said that she preferred her as a daughter-in-law. But I know that Chao Ying just wants to use Jiang Xiaowei to break up Zhou Tian and me. After the marriage was canceled, Chao Ying wanted Jiang Xiaowei to resign and leave Zhou Tian. Jiang Xiaowei agreed on the surface, but in fact she was waiting for Zhou Hao to fulfill his promise. Tonight, Jiang Xiaowei and Zhou Tian returned to the Zhou family's old house together, and Chao Ying was really furious. "Auntie, please listen to my explanation," Jiang Xiaowei said humbly. "Explain? What do you want to explain? What did you promise me?" Chao Ying shouted sharply. Chao Ying and her husband had a business marriage, and she had a strong desire to control her son. She hated shrews, but she lost control because of Jiang Xiaowei. She hated me because I saved Zhou Hao and cut off Zhou Tian's path to becoming the heir. She just got rid of me, and now Jiang Xiaowei came. She would never allow it. Chao Ying hit Jiang Xiaowei, and Zhou Tian hurried to stop them. "Mom!" He didn't expect his mother to hit him in public. In the chaos, Grandpa Zhou stopped them with his cane. When Zhou Hao and Zhou Baichuan came in, the scene quieted down. Zhou Lu answered quickly. "My cousin brought his lover here, and my second aunt didn't like this daughter-in-law, so she rushed over to beat him. My cousin protected his lover and was accidentally injured," Zhou Tian said coldly. "Zhou Lu, watch your words." Zhou Lu pouted. "I'm not wrong. When you and Jian Xiaoli didn't cancel the wedding, you were having an affair with this Jiang. If she's not your lover, what is she? A bitch." Zhou Hao spoke up for Zhou Lu, which made Chao Ying even angrier. When Zhou Hao told Chao Ying the real reason why she hated me, the living room was in dead silence. Finally, he asked Chao Ying, "Second sister-in-law, where's the boss?" This sentence made the air pressure in the living room drop to the lowest point, and everyone was terrified. Chapter 22, Is it convenient for me to go to your apartment? About the feud between my elder uncle and my younger uncle Zhou Hao. My younger uncle once suffered a very tragic car accident, and I happened to save him in that car accident, but his classmate unfortunately passed away. Later, my younger uncle went through a lot of trouble to find out that the car accident was related to my elder uncle. Since then, the younger uncle seemed to be ignited by the flames of anger and launched a crazy revenge. Under the pressure of the younger uncle, the elder uncle finally chose to end his life in an extreme way. This past is like a sealed taboo, and no one in the Zhou family dares to mention it easily. But who would have thought that today, the uncle would bring up this unbearable past in front of everyone? Chao Ying was frightened by her uncle's behavior, and her face turned pale. She hurriedly asked Zhou Baichuan for help, but to no avail. In desperation, she could only pin her hopes on the old man. The old man was also shocked by the bold move of his uncle and was speechless for a long time. In the end, under the pressure of his uncle, Chao Ying reluctantly agreed to the marriage of Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiaowei. After I left the old house, my uncle sent me a message. When he learned that I was buying barbecue, he actually asked to come to my apartment. After a little hesitation, I agreed and even went out to buy Odin. My uncle came to my house with his own slippers. He naturally prepared the barbecue and opened the Odin for me and said gently, "If you want to eat barbecue in the future, I will grill it for you. My skills are pretty good." Then he talked about the dishes he could cook. In addition to barbecue, I can cook a lot of dishes. We ate and talked, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. My uncle talked about what happened in the old house. I really didn't expect Chao Ying to take action in public. I couldn't help but gloat and said, "If they start to quarrel now, I don't know what will happen after the marriage. There will be free dramas to watch in the future." My uncle looked at me with a worried look on his face and asked softly, "This time, their wedding is confirmed, and the invitations will be changed soon. Are you really okay?" I shook my head and smiled. "I'm not sad." My uncle was silent for a moment and didn't continue the topic. When my uncle was about to leave, he looked at me with deep eyes and said slowly, "I indulged you before because you saved my life. I indulge you now because you are my wife and I have the responsibility to protect you. Do whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter if you make a scene or blow the whistle. Don't let yourself get too wronged. If something goes wrong, I'll back you up." I was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. Did he know that I had other plans? But this is my private matter. I didn't tell anyone. That's right, I want to cheat my own father, grab the family property, and kick Jin Wincy out of Chongqing Group. Now that I have my uncle as a strong backer, I am not afraid of anything. Chapter 23, Jian Xiaoli's high-profile confession. Just after the little new year, the newly printed invitation from the Zhou family was like a bombshell, causing a stir in the circle. Looking at the names of the groom Zhou Tian and the bride Jiang Xiaowei on the invitation, I felt nothing in my heart. Zhou Tian and I had also had an invitation, and at that time, I was looking forward to entering the palace of marriage with joy. But now, everything has changed. But I don't care about Zhou Tian's affairs. My mind is all on my uncle Zhou Hao. I put a lot of thought into pursuing him. I sent him meals, snacks, and flowers. And I also spent money to buy an outdoor LED screen to confess my love. On the display screen of the Science and Technology Park opposite Jingxiu Group, the affectionate confession was particularly eye-catching. Zhou Hao, today is a day I miss you. Zhou Hao, today is the day I love you. For a week in a row, these confession screens shone in the night, attracting many people to drive over to take photos and post to their friends. They were all waiting to see me make a fool of myself, but I didn't care. I knew that although Zhou Hao seemed indifferent to all this, I could feel that he actually saw it all. On New Year's Eve, I returned to the old house to celebrate the festival. This was the first time I spent New Year's Eve at the Jian family after I turned 18. I had been abroad for the past 5 years, and last year I went back home with Meng Tang. Walking into the old house, the whole house was cold and deserted, and the low air pressure made it a little breathless. I changed into my slippers and saw that the table was already full of food, but no one was sitting at the table. When Jian Wenxi saw me, the cup of her favorite coffee in her hand suddenly lost its fragrance. "Hey, the food is all here. Why don't you sit at the table? Wait for me," I said with a smile. Jian Wenxi put down the cup and forced a smile. "Yes, I'm waiting for you." Then, she took Mei Lan's arm and said to me in a serious tone, "Mama's been talking about you recently. I miss you so much. I called you, but you didn't answer. I asked you to come back early, but you didn't reply. Mom is very sad. You should apologize to Mom first." My eyes fell on Jian Wenxi's face, and I said with a smile, "Don't you know why I didn't come back? I didn't come back because of you." Jian Wenxi frowned. "What does it have to do with me?" I said bluntly. "Of course it has something to do with me. I am pursuing Zhou Hao now, and you must feel uncomfortable. You also like Zhou Hao and want to marry him. We are rivals in love." As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became quiet. Jian Wenxi's eyebrows jumped, and she subconsciously looked at Jian Yui, then hurriedly denied it. "Jian Xiaoli, don't talk nonsense." I also glanced at Jian Yui and took in his expression. "Who is talking nonsense?" "I heard it from Pan Yu. Pan Yu said that you always take advantage of work opportunities to secretly seduce his boss, and said that his boss is fed up with you." Jian Yui and Jian Hongyun both looked at Jian Wenxi. Mei Lan took her hand and asked in surprise, "Wenxi, you really like Zhou Hao? Why haven't I heard you say it?" Jian Wenxi didn't know how to start, and I had already answered for her. Of course she didn't dare to say it, because Zhou Hao warned her that if she continued to pester him, he would swallow up Chongqing Group. Jian Hongyun sat up and pointed at Jian Wenxi and said, "Wenxi, stop messing around. This is not a joke. Don't mess with Zhou Hao again." Jian Hongyun was so angry that he yelled at me, "Come in with me first." He went to the study first. I took off my coat, revealing high-waisted jeans and a short white knitted sweater. I brushed my slightly curly black hair, twisted my willow waist, and followed Jian Hongyun. I even deliberately walked past Mei Lan, whispered something in her ear, and then walked upstairs leisurely. Mei Lan's face suddenly changed, and she stood there in a daze. In the study room on the second floor of the Jian family's old house, I followed Jian Hongyun up and took a bag of cookies from the snack cabinet. After eating half a bag of cookies, Jian Hongyun hadn't finished scolding me yet, and his saliva was spitting everywhere. "Jian Xiaoli, what on earth do you want to do?" Jian Hongyun slammed the table. I took a bite of the biscuit, chewed it up, and swallowed it, then faced his roaring and ferocious face and spoke inexplicably. "Old Jian, are you suffering from Alzheimer's? Why are you asking me about what you just said? Didn't you just say that I was bold enough to confess my feelings to Zhou Hao? I am pursuing Zhou Hao now, and I want to marry him. Wouldn't it be nice for him to be your son-in-law?" Jian Hongyun is now basically certain that I was either stimulated again or my brain was really broken. "Don't mess around anymore. It's your ability to win Zhou Tian. You can't get Zhou Hao." He calmed down and helped me analyze the current situation. "Zhou Tian and that Jiang guy, aren't they married yet? Zhou Hao owes you a life-saving favor. No matter if you are really crazy now, listen to your father and go and beg Zhou Hao. There is still room for redemption." I automatically ignored his analysis and suddenly said, Old Jin, how about we make a bet? Jin Xiaoli, am not someone that can be easily influenced. I must let them see that I can defeat Zhou Hao. Chapter 24: Father and Daughter Gambling. On New Year's Eve, I returned to my old house to celebrate. The house was cold and quiet, and the atmosphere was very low. I changed into slippers and walked in. I saw a table full of food, but no one was at the table. When Jin Wenxi saw me, the coffee instantly lost its taste. Zhou Hao with her, and we were rivals in love. This made everyone stunned. I also said that Jin Wenxi used work to seduce Zhou Hao and was warned. Jin Hongyun quickly told Jin Wenxi to stop making trouble. Jin Hongyun called me into the study and scolded me for a long time, but I was leisurely eating cookies. He was so angry that he slammed the table and asked me what I wanted to do. I laughed and said that I wanted to pursue Zhou Hao and marry him. Jin Hongyun said that I couldn't get him and asked me to win back Zhou Tian. I proposed a bet. What bet? Jin Hongyun frowned. I said, if I marry Zhou Hao, you give me 9% of the company's shares as a dowry. Jin Hongyun thought I was crazy. I argued with him, but he thought I was fanciful. I said again, my bet is Changhuai Road. Jin Hongyun was shocked. That was the wealth left by the Jin family's ancestors, and now the inheritance right is mine. Jin Hongyun was hesitant. I urged him. He tried to bargain. I stood up and took the tea and famous paintings from his study to threaten him. He gritted his teeth and agreed. I warned him not to secretly give Jin Wenxi more shares. Jin Hongyun was so angry that he roared, but I smiled and said nothing. In the study, the father and daughter discussed the details of the bet. In the living room, Jin Wenxi was fidgeting. She wanted to go out and explain that she liked Zhou Hao, but was dragged by Mei Lan. She explained for a long time that she didn't like Zhou Hao, but in her heart she resented me. Mei Lan looked at Jin Wenxi with a strange expression because of what I said before going upstairs. Jin Wenxi couldn't help asking, and Mei Lan just said that I was daydreaming about marrying Zhou Hao. Chapter 25: First Hug. Zhou Tian's New Year's Eve was terrible. He and Jiang Xiaowei had already been married, but his mother ignored him. The video of my confession of love to my uncle Zhou Hao was circulated wildly in various groups, so no one came to bless him and Jiang Xiaowei. He was so depressed that he could only drink in the bar and got drunk. Jiang Xiaowei. She is about to marry into a wealthy family and is being flattered by her relatives and enjoying unprecedented attention. She seems to be at the pinnacle of her life, but who knows what the future will be like. Meng Tang returned to her hometown Yangcheng to celebrate the new year. While watching the Spring Festival Gala with her family, she racked her brains to think about how to win over Qin Zhuo in the new year. Qin Zhuo, unable to bear the nagging of his family, simply went abroad for a trip. Jin Yui returned to the company to work overtime, using the excuse that there was a problem with the project. In fact, he was just thinking about his relationship with Jin Wenxi. Jin Wenxi was also troubled by her relationship. When Zhou Lu was dealing with a fight in a bar, he accidentally found his cousin Zhou Tian, who was drunk. He called me to ask me to celebrate the new year together, but I only had my uncle Zhou Hao in my heart. Chengzi, come out to celebrate the new year. I'll accompany you. Zhou Lu said on the other end of the phone. Forget it. I want to celebrate the new year with your uncle. I refused without hesitation. Zhou Lu was anxious. Don't bother. You have no future with my uncle. You made that LED confession. When you wake up one day, you will be socially dead, and I will be unlucky with you. I've said a lot for you in front of my uncle recently. If you make your uncle angry one day, I will be dead. Otherwise, you can find someone else to bother me. I will let you torment me. But I was relentless. What if I take down your uncle? You can kick my head like a ball. Zhou Lu gritted his teeth and said, Okay, say it again, and I will record it. I smiled triumphantly. I spent my time in the old house in a very good mood and gained a lot. The New Year's Eve dinner was also very much to my taste. After seeing Zhou Hao's message, we made an appointment at the central square. The square was crowded, and it took a long time to find a parking space. When the countdown started, I was a few steps away from the agreed location, but I was bumped by someone and almost fell. Just as I was panicking, I fell into a generous embrace. It was Zhou Hao. Fireworks were blooming above my head, and his blessing made my heart skip a beat. Jin Xiaoli, Happy New Year. His voice was deep and magnetic. Happy New Year. I responded in a panic. We took a walk together and talked about the Zhou family's house rules. When we parted, Zhou Hao gave me a New Year's gift and said that after the wedding on Sunday, we would move into the wedding house and live a good life. Time flies, and on Valentine's Day, Zhou Tian and Jiang Shaowei's wedding came. The weather was strange, and it started to rain, and the wedding scene was extremely awkward, and few elders showed up. I went to the show, bought some beautiful clothes, and went to the beauty salon to dress up carefully. Because tonight, Zhou Tian will take Jiang Shaowei back to the old house for dinner, and the climax of my show is coming soon. I must dress up beautifully to show them my style. Chapter 26. Hello, nephew. I was not surprised that Zhou Tian and Jiang Shaowei's return to the old house was postponed to the Lantern Festival due to the old man's request. Zhou Hao asked me if I felt uncomfortable in front of so many people, and I smiled and said, "No, I like the hustle and bustle. After all, today is a good day for me to be proud." Meng Tang was even more excited than me. She took me to SBA early in the morning and brought a whole styling team. But she stuffed the battle suit I bought from Fashion Week back into the closet, took out a set of clothes that made me question my life, and forced me to wear it. I set out for the Zhou family's old house at 5 p.m. Zhou Hao and I didn't meet, but he often cared about my life. But I was worried that I had a lot of problems and he would dislike me in the future. I decided to get my work done first and improve my charm. At 5:40, I arrived at the Zhou family's old house. This quaint and quiet single-family villa carries countless stories. I sent a message to Zhou Hao, and he asked the security guard to let me in. The security guard was shocked and couldn't believe it was me. Butler Zhong was also surprised to receive the message, but still came out to greet me. I changed into high heels and got out of the car to greet Butler Zhong. He looked at my changes and was a little surprised. Jiang Shaowei came to the old house for the second time, but she was still embarrassed. No one introduced her relatives. The questions from the elders embarrassed her. And Zhou Tian was also pulled away by Zhou Lu. At this time, I appeared. Chapter 27. First Kiss. The moment I stepped into the old house, everyone's eyes were all fixed on me, full of astonishment and confusion, as if they were looking at a madman. Zhou Lu was the first to rush over and grab me, frowning and asking suspiciously, "Did you drink fake wine?" I rolled my eyes at him, slapped him on the forehead, and said loudly, "You little bastard, you are so disrespectful. I am your aunt. Please show some respect." Just then, Zhou Tian came over with his arm around Jiang Shaowei. He had a gloomy face and accused me. "Jin Xiaoli, stop making trouble. Don't be crazy all day. I'm married." Then, in front of me, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Shaowei on the lips, as if he was protesting to me. Jiang Shaowei secretly looked at me with a look of both pride and vigilance. I snorted coldly, not buying into his words at all. I raised my hand and slapped Zhou Tian, but not on the face. I slapped him on the forehead like I did to Zhou Lu. "You little brat, I've told you so many times that your uncle is the only one in my mind. I don't even remember who you are. I don't believe a word of what you said about the past. I'm your aunt now, and I got the marriage certificate with your uncle." There was no sadness on my face, only anger after being offended. Everyone looked at each other, as if they were all wondering what was wrong with me. Zhou Lu reacted the fastest. When he heard the words marriage certificate, he shouted in surprise, "Marriage certificate?" I took a step back and slowly took out a red book from my coat pocket. I first showed him the words marriage certificate on the cover, then opened it and let him see the registration photo with a red background. "Is it my face and your uncle's face?" My fingertips moved down to the names of the two people on the lower half of the page. "Is it my name and your uncle's name?" Finally, I pointed my finger upward casually. "We got the certificate on February 10th, the 10th day of the first lunar month." I put the marriage certificate back into my pocket and said in a gentle but majestic tone, "Dear nephew, did you see it clearly? Your uncle and I are husband and wife, legally." Zhou Tian was a little dazed by my slap, and his eyes followed my finger completely. After seeing the photo and name clearly, his face turned very ugly. After a while, he stretched out his hand to me. "Give me the marriage certificate." I decisively refused. "You look murderous. What if you tear it up for me?" Zhou Tian gritted his teeth and said, "I won't tear it up. I just want to see if it's a fake certificate." I said speechlessly, "You are ignorant of the law. Don't you know that it is illegal to make a fake certificate?" Zhou Tian said with a gloomy face. But the red background registration photo of me and my uncle kept appearing in his mind. When he thought about me marrying my uncle, the anger in his heart instantly ignited his chest and veins bulged on his forehead. He stretched out his hand to grab the marriage certificate, but at this moment, a strong hand grabbed his wrist. "If you dare to touch her, try it." Zhou Hao's clear and indifferent voice sounded faintly. Everyone realized that Zhou Hao had come in at some point. Uncle. Zhou Tian's wrist was almost broken. He came back to his senses in pain. The madness in his eyes faded, and his voice became lower, but he still questioned. Then the marriage certificate is fake, right? You won't marry her. How could you marry her? She was my fiancée before. How could you marry her? Zhou Hao also held a red book in his hand and handed it over. It's true, we did get the marriage certificate. This is mine. Do you want to see it? Zhou Tian suddenly fell silent and didn't take the marriage certificate because he knew that his uncle had admitted it himself, so it must be true. Zhou Hao let him go, took back the marriage certificate, glanced at me, and when he saw that I was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and gave me the car keys. The gifts you bought are all in the trunk. Let Zhou Lu go with you to get them. I took the key and turned to leave, but suddenly I thought of something, so I put my arms around Zhou Hao's neck, tiptoed slightly, and kissed him on the lips in his surprised eyes. Zhou Hao's Adam's apple kept rolling, and his mind was blank. At that moment, I felt that everything around me disappeared, and only his breath lingered around me. When I realized what I was doing, I had already left his lips. I blushed from the tip of my ears to the neck, loosened him, and looked back at the gloomy Zhou Tian. The old man coughed, walked to the sofa and sat down, and spoke first. Zhou Hao, tell me what's going on? Zhou Hao sat over, pursed his lips calmly, pressed the taste I left into his mouth, and then explained the matter of getting the certificate according to the script we had discussed before. In the yard, in Zhou Hao's car, I was sitting in the passenger seat, and Zhou Lu was in the back seat. After hearing the explanation, Zhou Lu looked as if he had seen a ghost. So, you are using the grace of saving your life to ask my uncle to marry you. Actually, you are not mentally ill. You just want to avoid embarrassment today. What is the relationship between us? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Don't you trust me? I quickly explained. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. You went out to play. Meng Tang said you were heartbroken and went to heal your wounds, so I didn't bother you. Later, when you came back, I thought that I would tell you together with your uncle when I was open with him. I didn't even know when you fell in love, but you broke up and you didn't tell me. So we are even, and let's put this matter behind us. Zhou Lu was distracted and didn't mention the breakup, but just laughed happily. Okay, we are even. He turned the topic back to my marriage. You were so brave to marry my uncle. I'll call you Jin Daon from now on. Don't you know what the Zhou family is like? You've experienced how powerful the second aunt is. The third aunt, the fourth aunt, and the younger aunt are all very tough. I responded domineeringly. If you can't save fuel, just smash the lamp. Who is afraid of who? At this time, housekeeper Zhong came over here. It should be that Zhou Hao had finished his work and asked the housekeeper to call me. I got out of the car and took off my cashmere coat. Zhou Lu followed me out of the car, raised his eyelids, and looked at me, stammering. Why? Why are you taking off your clothes? Aren't you cold? I threw my coat on the passenger seat, stood up straight, and straightened the battle robe that Meng Tang had chosen for me. You don't understand. When I went in just now, they only thought I was Jian Xiaoli. Now that I'm in, it's the first time I'm meeting them as Zhou Hao's wife, and I have to be more imposing. Zhou Lu looked puzzled. Is there any difference? I walked forward in high heels, and my figure was graceful in the dim light. Of course, the battlefield for Zhou Hao's wife tonight has just begun. Chapter 28, she looks really good in Cheongsam. Today, in the Zhou family's old house, a storm is about to set off. Why did Zhou Hao get married with me? In the script given to the Zhou family, there are 3 reasons. The first is gratitude. I am his lifesaver, and he can't ignore me. The second is benefit. If he doesn't marry me, my future may be doomed, and it will also affect the Jingxiu stock market. But if he marries me, he can get a good reputation. Benefits and reputation can sometimes be equal. Third, he is old and should get married. Zhou Tian retorted, worried that I would be even crazier after I sobered up. Zhou Hao asked him if he would not think about me. Zhou Lu's mother Guanqingru thought I was a good girl, but was mocked by the third daughter-in-law Yiqi. The old man also wanted to persuade Zhou Hao to divorce and send me abroad, but Zhou Hao responded coldly that he married me just because he wanted to, and it had nothing to do with the old man. The atmosphere in the living room was depressing, and no one dared to say anything. I appeared in a burgundy Cheongsam and broke the silence. Everyone praised me for my good looks, and the atmosphere became lively. But Yiqi started to stir up trouble again, saying that Jiang Xiaowei was also wearing a Cheongsam and that we had similar tastes. Humph! I looked at Yiqi. I was worried that I would not have the chance to meet her, but she came to me on her own initiative. Chapter 29, the wedding room, is now available for living. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaowei also wore a Cheongsam, but her Cheongsam pales in comparison to mine. Yi Qi is a weird woman, and I will not tolerate it. Third sister-in-law, are you in menopause? My words made Yi Qi's face change suddenly. She wanted to mock me, but I refused to do so. I argued with her with reason and made her speechless. Chowing wanted to be a peacemaker, but I didn't let her go and dragged her into the water. Yi Qi was scheming again at the dinner table and only praised me. I was not polite at all and took out the necklace Zhou Hao gave me to show off, which made Jiang Xiaowei very angry. When we left the old house, Zhou Hao kissed me and said that I looked good in Cheongsam. He even offered to pick me up to go to the wedding room tomorrow. My heart was pounding. Back at the apartment, I admired myself in the mirror. It turns out that Zhou Hao likes this. Thinking of the origin of this Cheongsam, I was filled with emotion. Just after taking a shower, Meng Tang's video came. I told her about the battle tonight. Meng Tang was worried that Yi Qi would retaliate against me, but I was not afraid. I am Zhou Lu's little aunt now and can protect him. When talking about Zhou Hao asking me to move into the wedding room, Meng Tang asked me a bold question. Zhou Hao is not young anymore. You have been holding it in for so many years. You two are alone in the same room. If he really wants you, will you obey him or not? I answered frankly. Yes, why not? We are real couples, not fake ones. Meng Tang was both relieved and disappointed, and envied my rapid progress. I told her that Zhou Hao was organizing a party tomorrow, and Qinzhu would be there so she could go with him. Meng Tang was very excited. Chapter 31 Zhou Hao 5 minutes? In the morning, I was woken up by a phone call from my biological father Jian Hongyun. I didn't want to go back so early, so I continued to sleep. I woke up at 10 o'clock, and faced with Jian Hongyun's questioning, I generously admitted that I had cheated him just for the 9% of the shares. Jian Hongyun was angry, but he had no choice. He had planned to pack his luggage in the afternoon, but because of Meng Tang's call, he went shopping with her. I discussed with Zhou Hao about taking Meng Tang to his friend's dinner party. Although Zhou Hao had concerns, he still agreed to arrange a meeting between Qinzhu and Meng Tang. Zhou Hao has been wanting me to move into the bridal chamber tonight, which made me think in a weird way that he might want to sleep with me tonight. We arrived at the restaurant, which had an elegant environment. Zhou Hao's friends greeted us warmly. Zhou Hao introduced his college classmates to me, and their families also chatted happily with me. No one mentioned my past. Yuqing looked at me from time to time. They were full of curiosity about me. After all, my union with Zhou Hao was unexpected. I chatted enthusiastically with my new friends, while Zhou Hao took care of me quietly. I was distracted by his 5 minutes and went to the bathroom on the second floor to calm down. I heard Zhou Tian's conversation with his friend in the corridor and saw Jiang Xiaowei's embarrassment, so I made a joke. But then, Qinzhu's roar came. I don't know what will happen next. Chapter 33, They Bullied Me. Jian Xiaoli's words just now, your wife ran away, were intentional. At the beginning, Zhou Tian was determined to break off the engagement. So she chased him to CLU bar, and it was at the stairs that she heard Zhou Tian chatting with his friends. She was the one being criticized at that time. Jian Xiaoli. Even her own father, mother, and brother don't like her. She must be a bad person. Yes, I think so too. Otherwise, why would her family like Jian Wenxi's adopted daughter? It must be her own problem. Actually, it's not wrong for your aunt to blame her. Your father is your grandfather's favorite son. If Jingxiu Group was given to your father, wouldn't it be yours? Now it all belongs to your uncle. Jian Xiaoli has cut off your path. You and Jian Xiaoli are probably incompatible. She is unlucky for you. Besides, didn't Jian Xiaoli have an accident back then? She is no longer worthy of you. At that time, Zhou Tian didn't say anything. He just focused on drinking and didn't stop those people from talking. Maybe he heard those words, or maybe he didn't, but she heard them all in the corner. Jiang Xiaowei also heard it and called her loudly, and then everyone saw her. It was raining heavily outside that day. She took a taxi to the door of the bar without an umbrella. In just such a short distance, she was soaked all over. Her hair stuck to her scalp, and water dripped onto the ground. She looked like a water ghost who had just crawled out of the sea. Those who complained about her were all friends Zhou Tian made later. She had only met them, but was not familiar with them. She couldn't bear to hear those words at that time. Since she was exposed, she pounced on them and wanted to tear their mouths apart. Zhou Tian pushed her down. Then, Zhou Lu came, had a fight with Zhou Tian, and took her away. Why did Jian Xiaoli suddenly shout like that? Because after Jiang Xiaowei called her, she was very considerate and came over to mediate the fight. When she was mediating, Her shrill voice attracted many people. TSK, Jiang Xiaowei coveted her man at the beginning, and he was so considerate of her. She was very touched. Now that she is the elder of both of them, she naturally has to help mediate. She was ready to sing a song about the Qinghai Tibet Plateau at a high volume to attract people nearby to watch the fun. But Qinjua's voice startled her, and she shivered all over. Meng Sugar? Something happened to Tang Tang? Jian Xiaoli subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw Meng Tang crying and running towards the stairs. She raised her leg to chase her, but as soon as she took a step, her arm was grabbed from behind. Jian Xiaoli? Why are you here? Jian Xiaoli was forced to look back, and when she saw it was Zhou Tian, she shook his hand hard and shouted at him in another direction. Nephew, your wife ran over there. Hurry up and chase her. Zhou Tianchao glanced back and saw that Jiang Xiaowei had already run far away. She must have heard what he had just said. He could go home and explain to her. He has something to ask Jian Xiaoli now. What's going on between you and my uncle? Zhou Tian grabbed Jian Xiaoli's arm and didn't let go. He was not thinking clearly last night. He woke up this morning and lay in bed to think things over. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong specifically, but in short, the reasons why his uncle and Jian Xiaoli got their marriage certificate were definitely not just the two reasons his uncle mentioned. Jian Xiaoli couldn't get rid of his hand and was about to step on him with her high heels when a calm, yet cold voice suddenly came from behind her. Zhou Tian, take your hands away. Zhou Tian looked up and his eyes met Zhou Hao's. Uncle, he called out and subconsciously loosened the strength in his palm. Jian Xiaoli noticed it and immediately took the opportunity to shake off his hand, turn around, and quickly walk to Zhou Hao's side. Zhou Hao knew what she wanted to say, so he reached out and touched her head, then spoke in a gentle voice. Go find Meng Tang first. She ran towards the door. Jian Xiaoli ran away directly. After she left, Zhou Hao stopped smiling and said, Zhou Tian, didn't I tell you not to touch her? His dangerous eyes slowly narrowed, and dark waves surged in his eyes. You don't understand what I say? Or do you understand and are deliberately going against me? Zhou Tian has always been resentful about his uncle marrying Jian Xiaoli, but he only dared to keep it in his heart and did not dare to show it in front of him. No, uncle, don't get me wrong. I just want to ask Jian Xiaoli something. Jian Xiaoli. Zhou Hao's jawline was tense, and there was a storm in his eyes. Who is Jian Xiaoli? Zhou Tian knew what he meant. He clenched his fist, then unclenched it and spoke reluctantly. Aunt. Zhou Hao's eyes curved slightly. He was very satisfied with the title. His light voice carried an obvious warning. You also know that she is your aunt. In the future, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't touch her. Luckily, I saw it today. I believe her. What if it was someone else? She was the one who saw you holding her. It doesn't matter if you were shameless. Your aunt's face is very important. Zhou Hao still had to find Qinjua, beat him up, and tell Jian Xiaoli that what happened in the box had nothing to do with him, so he didn't have much time to waste here. This is the last time. If you touch her again, try it. After he warned and was about to leave, Zhou Tian hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Uncle, why did you marry Jian Xiaoli? You actually have a way to solve all the problems. You don't have to marry her at all. Zhou Hao paused, was silent for a while, turned around and looked at him. What kind of answer do you want? It's endless. He will satisfy whatever he wants to hear. Zhou Tian. Of course it's an answer that can convince me. In fact, he didn't know what kind of answer he wanted. He just couldn't stand his uncle marrying Jian Xiaoli. From the moment he saw the marriage certificate, he felt like a huge rock was blocking his heart. Sometimes he would even have a sudden illusion. Uncle seems to be very special to Jian Xiaoli. Does Uncle like Jian Xiaoli? Or have they actually been secretly doing this for a long time? They've been hiding it from him and playing him like a fool? He couldn't accept such an answer, but he urgently needed an answer, one that would make him accept the fact that Jian Xiaoli was marrying his uncle. An answer that will convince you. Zhou Hao stretched out the ending syllable. There really is one. Zhou Tian looked at him nervously. What? Zhou Hao mentioned what happened last night. At that time, your grandfather said, you married Jian Xiaoli just to piss me off? Do you still remember what he said? Zhou Tian nodded and said, of course he remembered, because the atmosphere became weird after his grandfather said this. No, it should be from the time when my uncle said, you weren't afraid back then, so why should I be afraid? That the atmosphere became very strange. Especially his parents. His father just left, and his mother looked particularly ugly. Zhou Tian suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was wondering what was wrong, He heard a sarcastic sneer in his ears. Go back and ask your father, or your mother, or your grandfather, and ask them what this sentence means. If you ask clearly, you will get the answer you want. When Jian Xiaoli arrived, Qin Zhua had already caught Meng Tang. The two stood at the door of the restaurant. Qin Zhua grabbed Meng Tang's wrist with a cold face and obvious impatience. Can you please stop being unreasonable? Meng Tang struggled hard. Her pale little face turned to the side so as not to look at him, and she stiffened her neck to ask him to let go. The two had been in a stalemate for quite a while, and the guests passing by kept looking back. Jian Xiaoli ran over, hugged Meng Tang's shoulders, and said to Qin Zhua, "What's wrong?" Meng Tang turned her head and saw Jian Xiaoli. Her feeling of grievance reached its highest point. The tears in her eyes suddenly broke out of control, and she burst into tears. Orange, they bully me, they bully me. Qin Zhua saw Jian Xiaoli. He was slightly relieved. He let go of Meng Tang's hand and moved his lips towards Jian Xiaoli, meaning to let Meng Tang finish crying first. Meng Tang's hands were free, and she turned around and threw herself into Jian Xiaoli's arms. I don't want to apologize to that woman. I don't apologize. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. She cried, and her body shook. Jian Xiaoli reached out and hugged her, gently patting her back with her right hand to comfort her. She didn't know what was going on, so she could only follow her words. Okay, no apology. We won't apologize, you're right? Qin Zhua was in a bad mood. He took out a cigarette box from his pocket, held it up, and shook it towards Jian Xiaoli, indicating that he was going out to smoke a cigarette. Jian Xiaoli ignored him and continued to persuade Meng Tang in a gentle voice. When Meng Tang calmed down a little, she took her out. There is a row of wooden benches next to the rockery in the southwest corner. There is no one there now, so Jian Xiaoli takes Meng Tang over to sit down. Meng Tang took off her bag, took out a pack of tissues from it, wiped her tears and snot, stood up, and threw them into the trash can 2 meters away before coming back. About 5 minutes after you left, Qin Zhua came into the box and brought Mishan in. She talked about what happened in the box, and after she said a few words, tears started to flow down her face again, and her throat felt so sore that it almost suffocated her. Meng Tang spoke intermittently and would burst into tears after saying a few words. Before she finished speaking, Jian Xiaoli already knew the whole process. It was Yu Cheng's wife Jiang Jing who sent her a WeChat message. Qin Zhua brought his ex-girlfriend, Mishan, the model who was quite popular before. Less than half a year after breaking up with Qin Zhua, she retired from the entertainment circle and got married. They divorced less than 3 months after getting married. Qin Zhua said that the owner of this restaurant is Mishan, and our private room was reserved by Mishan. He said that when he came, he ran into Mishan at the door, and Mishan wanted to come over to say hello, so she followed him. She didn't bring him here on purpose. It's not okay even if it's not on purpose. Let alone Xiao Ming. I wanted to give Qin Zhua a hammer. You knew this was your ex-girlfriend's restaurant, but you still booked it here. You'll die if you don't eat here. I'm so angry. Xiao Ming must be feeling very uncomfortable. She said she was going to look for you. As soon as she left, Mishan said she had other friends coming and she had to go to meet them. She drank a glass of wine and left. No one knew what happened outside. Xiao Ming came back not long after he went out. His face was very ugly. Mishan also came in and kept saying sorry. Xiao Ming ignored her and tried to leave with her bag. Mishan tried to pull her back, but Xiao Ming pushed her. She fell directly onto the dining table and got hurt badly. Her face was scratched. P.S. I think that fall was acted out. Qin Zhua asked Xiao Ming to apologize, but Xiao Ming didn't explain anything, just said he was not wrong, and ran out with his bag. After Jian Xiaoli finished reading Jiang Jing's message, she listened to Meng Tang talk for nearly 20 minutes. After the whole incident became clear, Jian Xiaoli stood up from her chair, then pulled Meng Tang up and walked back. Meng Tang resisted. I don't want to go back. I want to go home. Jian Xiaoli held her cold hand, and her faint smile was blown away by the wind. What are you afraid of? Doesn't she love acting? What a coincidence. I've also been addicted to acting lately. I'll go and compete with her in acting skills. Chapter 34. Please call me Mrs. Zhou. As dusk fell, the sunset glow gradually faded, leaving only a blush on the horizon. There are several open-air leisure seats outside the restaurant near the river. When Zhou Hao found Qin Zhua was sitting alone in a chair with the best view of the river. The scarlet hair on his fingertips swayed in the river breeze. He stared at the gurgling river, and no one knew what he was thinking. You look so pitiful. I can't bear to beat you up. Zhou Hao sat down next to him. But you have to let me throw a few punches, Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to Jian Xiaoli. Qin Zhuo retracted his gaze, threw the cigarette box and lighter to him, and hit him with his elbow. Forget your friends for the beauty. Zhou Hao took a cigarette from the box, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Who forgets friends for the sake of beauty? If I had known this was your ex-girlfriend's shop, I would never have chosen this place. A light mist overflowed from his lips. He was also annoyed and kicked Qin Zhuo. Tonight's game was organized by me. Jian Xiaoli must have thought that I knew about it. I'm afraid she's already blaming me. I'll explain it to her later, but I don't know if she believes it or not. She was killed by you. Qin Zhuo is even more annoying than him. Yes, I knew this was Miss Han's restaurant, but I swear, I recommended this place only because the food here is delicious. And Ms. Han said before that she would not be in Jiangyu these 2 days. I didn't expect to run into her today. When he asked Ms. Han to book a private room, Ms. Han said that she had returned to her hometown and asked the manager to arrange it for him. They met at the door today. Ms. Han said she came back early because of something. She said she went to the box to say hello. He and Ms. Han had nothing wrong, and he didn't think too much about it. Who knew what would happen later? Zhou Hao asked him, so what happened after Meng Tang left the box? Qin Zhuo scratched his head irritably. I helped Ms. Han open this shop. She has been trying to pay me back, but I refused. Ms. Han just called me to apologize and said that she saw Meng Tang here today and wanted to give the money to Meng Tang. Meng Tang got angry when she heard that I paid for it. Ahem. Zhou Hao almost choked on his cigarette. You'll pay? His face turned cold, and he looked at Qin Zhuo with an indescribable expression, almost swearing. Don't tell me you haven't broken up with that Ms. Han yet? How is that possible? Qin Zhuo defended himself. I have a bottom line. He has dated quite a few girlfriends, and each one of them was a serious relationship for him. He didn't cheat or have any extramarital affairs during the relationship, and he would only look for the next one after breaking up with the previous one. Being affectionate and not being a scumbag is his basic principle in life. He is rich, handsome, and has capital. He is lucky and can get whatever he wants easily. He just needs to have a few more relationships. He respects every girlfriend and gives her enough breakup compensation when they break up. Is he wrong? No. To be honest, there are few clean people in their circle and with their identities. Zhou Hao is an exception. For so many years, this guy has no woman and never plays around in private. He is 32 years old and still a virgin, and he still has his first kiss. Why is he clean? Caused by bad environment. His family was torn apart. He had a haunting childhood. He had been in such a terrible car accident, and just wanting to survive had consumed him. He had no time for a mess. Unlike them, I am lucky and grew up carefree. Once I reach puberty, all I can think about is extravagance and debauchery. If Zhou Hao grew up in an environment like theirs, he might not be clean. Zhou Hao listened to him talking for a long time and corrected his mistakes. The first kiss is gone. Jian Xiaoli kissed me last night. It's just that the time was too short. Qin Zhuo, at the age of 32, he's just been kissed once. It's not an honorable thing. Is it worth showing off? The topic has gone off track, so Qin Zhuo returns to the main point. Anyway, when Ms. Han and I broke up, we broke up completely. Although we have been in contact, we are just friends. I got engaged to Meng Tang. Although I don't like her, after the engagement, I've been clean outside and have not touched a single woman. Zhou Hao heard the question in his words and frowned. You haven't contacted any of your ex-girlfriends, so why are you still in contact with this Ms. Han? You've been separated for 3 years, and this restaurant was open last year. It's not a breakup fee, so why are you paying for her to open the restaurant? Qin Zhuo lowered his head to smoke, took several puffs, and then slowly said, I owe her. She quit the entertainment circle and got into trouble that year. It was my fault. If she has problems, I have to take care of her. The river breeze at night, blowing on people's faces, feels like a knife cutting, and every inch of skin is being tortured, like being tortured by slow slicing. But that's not enough. The cold wind directly blows into the sleeves and trouser legs, making the whole body cold. After Qin Zhuo finished his story, Zhou Hao smoked a cigarette in silence and asked one last question. Meng Tang, what are you going to do? Qin Zhuo lowered his head, staring at the scarlet on his fingertips, and spoke after a while. She's very well behaved. I don't hate her that much, but I just can't hurt her. Qin Zhuo has a clear understanding of himself. He will never stop for a woman, so he doesn't need marriage. Marriage will trap him and will also harm the woman who marries him. At the beginning, his grandfather forced him to agree on the grounds of illness, and he agreed. It was actually just a coaxing. He didn't expect that his family was so fast. They found a fiancée for him and arranged the engagement banquet, and he was pushed onto the stage directly. With so many people around, he couldn't embarrass his family, let alone let Meng Tang lose face. So he pushed the issue and went through with the engagement inexplicably. You asked me to explain it to her today, and I did, but I didn't expect this incident with Ms. Han to happen. He was indeed wrong. When they were in the box, he didn't understand what was going on. When he saw Ms. Han being pushed down, he asked Meng Tang to apologize. His attitude was indeed not very good. When Meng Tang ran out crying, he regretted it. That girl had always been good-tempered in front of him, but she suddenly became so rebellious. Something must have happened. Unfortunately, he was upset at the time, and she refused to say a word. Zhou Hao's cell phone rang a few times. It was a message from Jian Xiaoli. I don't know how important Mi Shan is to Qin Zhua, but it's not okay for her to bully Meng Tang. I'm reporting to you. I'm going to bully Mi Shan now. You can't stop me unless you knock me out and carry me away. Zhou Hao, tonight was your party. If you didn't know in advance that Mi Shan was the restaurant owner, I wouldn't blame you. If you knew in advance, I would have the Cold War with you for a month because I'm very angry and don't want to talk to you. And Qin Zhua, he is not such a bully. Even if he doesn't like Meng Tang, there is no need to insult her like this. He knew his fiancée was in the box, but he brought his ex-girlfriend over to say hello. It's not like he didn't know that Meng Tang has always been bothered by Mi Shan. I don't want to talk to him. Please ask him if he really doesn't want to marry Meng Tang. If so, I will convince Meng Tang to break up with him and make her stay away from him. If you stand on my side, come over in half an hour. If you stand on Qin Zhua, we will start the Cold War from tonight. After Zhou Hao finished reading all the messages, his eyes were fixed on Cold War for a month. I'm very angry. Don't want to talk to you. After reading it over and over again, he put his phone in his pocket, stood up, and at the same time pulled Qin Zhua up, raised his arms, clenched his fists, and swung them directly at his face. Hole! Qin Zhua was caught off guard and got punched. He staggered back 2 steps before he could stand firm, rubbing his face in confusion. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Hao shook his hands, feeling unhappy about the beating just now. He reached out to unbutton his coat and slowly approached him. You made Jian Xiaoli angry. I have to beat you up to vent her anger. It is also to prove one's innocence. He beat Qin Zhua, which means he had nothing to do with what happened tonight, and he really didn't know about it. Qin Zhua, Jian Xiaoli took Meng Tang back to the box. The box had been cleaned up, and Yu Cheng, Jiang Jing, and others sat inside, eating melon seeds and chatting. They had originally chased out, but later when they saw Zhou Hao going to find Qin Zhua and Meng Tang was with Jian Xiaoli, they came back. At times like this, it would be harder to persuade people if there were too many people. Jiang Jing saw the 2 people come in first and stretched out her hand to greet them. Come and sit down. It's cold outside. Have a cup of hot water to warm yourself up. After Jian Xiaoli and Meng Tang sat down, Jiang Jing handed over 2 glasses of water. After looking at Meng Tang, he came close to Jian Xiaoli and whispered, "Someone has called for you. They should be here soon." As soon as she finished speaking, the door was opened from the outside. Someone pushed the screen aside, so Jian Xiaoli looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mi Shan. The short red tube-top dress shows her exquisite curves and sexy long legs. Jiang Jing said that she was wearing a black dress before and changed into another one. She has an oval face, very beautiful, but there is a wound on the left cheek about the length of her little finger, very thin, not serious, as if it was just a scratch. Ms. Han, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Jian Xiaoli greeted with a smile. She had met Ms. Han once last year. That day, she and Meng Tang came out of the beauty salon and ran into Ms. Han. At that time, Meng Tang and Qin Zhua had just been engaged for a short time. Mi Shan came over and spoke in a sarcastic tone, implying that Qin Zhua would not marry Meng Tang. Anyway, she was quite arrogant. Coincidentally, she was in a bad mood because of Zhou Tian that day. Seeing that the woman kept provoking Meng Tang, she couldn't control her anger and had a fight with her. She also pulled out a small bunch of Miss Han's hair. Ms. Han naturally remembered that fight. A piece of my hair was pulled out and my scalp was almost torn off. How can I not remember it clearly? She knew who that was, Jian Xiaoli, the youngest daughter of the Jian family and Meng Tang's best friend. This Jian Xiaoli is quite capable. She caused such a big trouble and ended up marrying Zhou Hao. Miss Jane, long time no see. Mi Shan also greeted her with a smile, and Jian Xiaoli corrected her mistake. I am Zhou Hao's wife now. Please call me Mrs. Zhou. Mi Shan agreed with her, Mrs. Zhou. Jian Xiaoli responded with a smile, then stood up, took her arm affectionately, and walked out. I have something to ask you. Let's go out and talk. Mi Shan thought she was weird and wanted to push her away, but Jin Xiaoli held her tightly and didn't let her go until they reached a corner. Jin Xiaoli looked around and above her head and asked her, "This is where you stopped Meng Tang, right?" Ms. Han looked alert but kept smiling. "What do you want to say?" Jin Xiaoli took off her coat and threw it at her face, sneering meaningfully. "The surveillance in this place must be broken." Ms. Han threw off her clothes and stepped back unconsciously. "What do you want to do?" Jin Xiaoli began to roll up her sleeves, and when she turned to leave, she pounced on her and grabbed her hair with a creepy smile. "You're the only one who can talk nonsense and make up stories, right? Let me tell you, I've seen your childish tricks before when I was in high school." When Zhou Hao brought Qin Zhua and the others over at the time, Jin Xiaoli said. Jin Xiaoli and Mi Shan had just finished a fight, and both were lying on the ground gasping for breath. Horrible. Chapter 35, Going Home with You Tonight. Meng Tang has always known that Qin Zhua doesn't love her. For so many years, she was distressed, sad, entangled, lost. All kinds of emotions almost swallowed her up. But she had never cried so sadly as she did today. At least, Jin Xiaoli has never seen it. He took Ms. Han in, and I felt really bad, so I said I was going to look for you. I hadn't walked far when Ms. Han called me from behind. She said that Qin gave her money to buy this restaurant. She said she was afraid that I would be angry and make trouble with Qin, so she wanted to return the money to me. How ridiculous! I didn't know anything about this. She said that Qin always gave her things without asking for anything in return. No matter what she wanted, Qin would give it to her. During the Chinese New Year, Qin took her on a trip abroad. She showed me photos of their trip. They held hands, hugged, and kissed. From what I know about Qin, although he has dated many girlfriends, he would not mess around during the relationship. All his previous girlfriends have been respected by him. But he only does this to me. Our engagement hasn't been canceled yet, but he's kissing another woman. Orange, he only does this to me. He must hate me so much. I went back to get my bag and was about to leave, but Ms. Han insisted on pulling me. I really didn't use any force, and I really didn't push her. I just wanted to pull my hand back, and she suddenly fell down. Jin Xiaoli had experienced Miss Han's bad trick of faking a fall on two people before. The first one is Jian Wenxi. When she was 7 years old, her grandmother knew that she liked to swing, so she had one built in the yard, and she would swing on it for a while every day. On her birthday, she was in her room, opening the present her grandmother had given her. She came out late and found Jian Wenxi sitting on it. At that time, Jian Wenxi had just been in our family for a year. She felt that it was pitiful for her to have no family, so she gave her all the toys she could play with and shared everything with her. Jian Wenxi said she also liked swinging, so she gave it to her and helped her push it. Then Jian Wenxi fell and broke her knee. The adults in the room came out and asked what happened. Jian Wenxi said aggrievedly, "I won't play anymore. Xiaoli, don't be angry." Then she was inexplicably scolded by Jian Hongyun and Mei Lan, who meant that she shouldn't have pushed Jian Wenxi down. It was clearly Jian Wenxi who let go of her hand herself. She was touching the lollipop in her pocket and was opening it. No one touched her at that time. She let go of it on her own. At that time, she wanted to give the first lollipop to Jian Wenxi. That's her favorite orange flavor. There is only one left. Many times afterwards, she was inexplicably blamed and scolded by Jian Hongyun and others. She found that it was useless to just tolerate it, so she started to be tough. Every time Jian Wenxi provoked her, she would hit her. Every time Jian Hongyun and the others scolded her, she would scold them 10 times back. Although her relationship with her family became increasingly strained, she felt at ease. The second person who dared to plot against her was Jiang Shaowei. Jiang Shaowei was unlucky as she met her when she was at the peak of her madness. When someone fakes a fall like the one Ms. Han did today, she would go crazy on the spot. She would fall even if she was standing properly. It would be useless to keep her legs together. She would kick them hard a few times. Her high heels could even break the skin on her legs. Jiang Shaowei is also lucky, as she met her who would rather break than bend. Every time she was tough, Zhou Tian would stay away from her. Gradually, the words Zhou Tian used to scold her changed. From Jin Xiaoli, "Stop making trouble," to Jin Xiaoli, "You are so vicious." Meng Tang and Zhou Lu would sometimes advise her, and after she calmed down, she would also reflect on herself. Don't be too aggressive, be a little softer, don't be so harsh, and stay calm when things happen. Unfortunately, it's useless, absolutely useless. Every time she brainwashed herself to be like the two-faced Jian Wenxi or the ninja turtle Jiang Shaowei, another voice would always pop up in her head. Why? I'm not wrong. She never takes the initiative to cause trouble. She has never hurt anyone. She has never done anything wrong. She also does charity every year. She donates money wherever there is a disaster. She has built several Hope primary schools. They should learn from someone as outstanding as her. But they bully her every day. Can she tolerate it? Of course not. Why should she endure it? It was clearly not her fault. Of course, there are times when you can endure. For example, now, it's not her who is being bullied, but her friend. If she is bullied, she can retaliate without any scruples because she can pay for her actions. But Meng Tang is different. According to Meng Tang and Jiang Jing, Mishan means a lot to Qinjue. If she beat Mishan directly and angered Qinjue, she wouldn't care, but what if Qinjue blamed Meng Tang for it? She had to leave a way out for Meng Tang. So, she had to call Ms. Han out. Moreover, she was more seriously injured than Ms. Han. When Zhou Hao came over, he saw Jian Xiaoli lying limply on the ground. The right side of her face was as pale as snow, and her left cheek was scratched by nails and was bloody. Her hair was spread out and lay messily on the ground. The neckline of her skirt was torn to her collarbone, and there were 2 bloody marks on her neck. Very miserable, but those eyes were sparkling and even brighter. Zhou Hao controlled his emotions and ran over quickly. Only when he carefully held her in his arms did his stiff body begin to tremble. Does it hurt? Jian Xiaoli leaned in his arms and shook her head gently. It's okay. Ms. Han was still lying on the ground. She was not far from Jian Xiaoli, and when she heard it's okay, her blood boiled. It's okay. This woman is really fine. She is the one who is in trouble. She knew that Jian Xiaoli was Zhou Hao's wife and didn't want to offend her, so she kept hiding at first. Later, the crazy woman pulled her hair again, grabbed a small handful, and pulled it fiercely. She couldn't bear the pain anymore, so she reached out to scratch her. Although there were no injuries on her face, Jian Xiaoli had just grabbed her hair with one hand and clenched the other hand into a fist, hitting her. She looked fine on the surface, but she was in terrible pain all over her body, all internal injuries. A waiter saw that it was their boss and ran over to help her. Mishan stood up with the help of the waiter and saw Qin Zhue also came. She covered her aching chest and called him. Qin Zhue. Her voice was full of grievance, and Qin Zhue's face was extremely cold. He stood 2 steps away from her and asked her with a frown, "What's going on?" Just as Ms. Han was about to speak, a figure appeared in front of her. Bang! Meng Tang slapped Mishan hard. When Jian Xiaoli led her back to the box, she told her that they were going to scam Mishan in a place where there were no surveillance cameras. Jian Xiaoli said that at most she would be slapped in the face, and that she would find a chance to slap back, so she shouldn't worry. Meng Tang didn't expect such a bloody scene. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. When she raised her hand to slap him a second time, her wrist was grabbed by someone. She turned around and saw it was Qin Zhue. For the first time, she glared at him with cold eyes that were filled with coldness and resentment. "Are you still protecting her?" Qin Zhue met her gaze, was stunned for a moment, and said subconsciously, "No, let me hear what's going on first. Let me tell you." Jian Xiaoli spoke in Zhou Hao's arms. As soon as she opened her mouth, her cheeks bulged and blood flowed from the wound. Zhou Hao's deep eyes were frighteningly cold. He picked up Jian Xiaoli sideways and walked forward. Jian Xiaoli hurriedly stopped him. "What are you doing? I still have something to say." Zhou Hao knew that her injuries were part of her plan, and he should let her finish her performance. But the blood was too glaring, and he couldn't suppress his anger. Treat the wound first. His whole body was tense, his jawline was sharp, and his suppressed voice revealed a hint of anger. Seeing that he was angry, Jian Xiaoli reached out and grabbed the collar of his shirt, begging him in a low voice. "I'll just say a few words, just a few. Her blood cannot be shed in vain." Zhou Hao had a cold face and said nothing. Jian Xiaoli gritted her teeth and leaned close to his ear. "I'll go home with you tonight, whatever you want." Zhou Hao compromised because she acted coquettishly towards him, and he could not stand her coquettishness. Jian Xiaoli pointed to the left and motioned him to take a few steps towards that side, because there were many guests watching the fun there. After Zhou Hao followed her instructions, she pointed at Mishan and said to everyone, "This is the restaurant's owner, Boss Mi. She's a friend of my bestie's fiancé. We came over for dinner today, and she took the initiative to come to the private room to toast us. This was supposed to be a good thing. But Boss Mi specifically mentioned one thing. She said that the money my best friend's fiancé gave her to open this restaurant was not allowed to be paid back. My best friend was sensible and gave her fiancé face. She didn't make a scene, but just ran out. Her fiancé chased after her. Just now, the couple was arguing at the gate. Some friends must have seen it. Some people in the crowd nodded and discussed. Jian Xiaoli continued. That silly girl cried for half an hour. I tried to persuade her and said there might be some misunderstanding. She was willing to listen to Boss Mi's explanation, so I took her back to the box and called Boss Mi. I don't know what Boss Mi is thinking, so I thought I'd ask her in advance, so I brought her out to talk. I asked her why she brought up the money issue. Guess what she said? She said she and my best friend's fiancé are in true love. Jian Xiaoli. Qingjue suddenly spoke up when he heard this. Don't talk nonsense, Mishan couldn't possibly say that. Qingjue. Zhou Hao hugged Jian Xiaoli tightly, and his cold eyes swept towards Qingjue. He said in a chilly voice with a warning, try to be mean to her again. Qingjue. His voice was just a little loud. Qingjue was about to explain when Jian Xiaoli spoke first. Am I talking nonsense? You went on a trip during the Chinese New Year with Ms. Han. She showed me the photos of your trip. You were hugging and kissing. Impossible. Qingjue's voice this time was even louder than before. He did go traveling, but he and Ms. Han met by chance on the road, and since they were in the same place, they walked together for a while. Huh? At most, he helped her up when she sprained her ankle while climbing a mountain. Kiss? No way. Qingjue suddenly raised his voice, and Zhou Hao's face completely darkened. However, before he could open his mouth, Jian Xiaoli said loudly, what a great voice. She did show me the pictures. Qingjue looked at Mishan, who shook her head quickly. No, I didn't show her the photo. She was showing the photos to Meng Tang, and the photos had been deleted without any trace. She was sure Meng Tang would not tell anyone. Jian Xiaoli glared at her. You must have photos on your phone. If not, you deleted them. After glaring at Mishan, Jian Xiaoli yelled at Qingjue again. It's no use deleting the photos. I've memorized them in my mind. In the photo of you two hugging, you were wearing a gray mountaineering suit, a gray hat, and black shoes, and she was wearing a blue sports suit. Naturally, Jian Xiaoli had never seen the photo. She specifically asked Meng Tang when she came up. Meng Tang didn't want to question Qingjue, but she felt that Qingjue had to know about this. Because she actually felt that although Qingjue was amorous, he was not the kind of person who would cheat. Maybe there is some misunderstanding? Qingjue finished listening to Jian Xiaoli's description. He turned his eyes to Mishan. Mishan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Jian Xiaoli's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. And finally, she fell limp in Zhou Hao's arms, with her arms around his neck. I heard that the theme of this restaurant is love. It turns out that the love that the boss advocates is obtained by destroying other people's relationships. This restaurant with distorted values is only eaten by people with distorted values. Husband, we have distorted values, let's go. Everyone. Should they leave too? Otherwise, their values are not right. After watching the whole process, Jiang Jing just wanted to shout awesome to Jian Xiaoli. At that time, Jian Xiaoli asked her to call Mishan over and only said that she wanted to teach Mishan a lesson. She initially thought that Jian Xiaoli called Mishan out just to help Meng Tang vent her anger, and at most beat Mishan up. Unexpectedly, Jian Xiaoli got beaten herself and exposed Mishan's crimes in the process. She thought that it would be enough to let everyone know that it was Mishan's fault, but she didn't expect that Jian Xiaoli would use the opportunity to sow discord between Qingjue and Mishan. She thought it was finally over, but she didn't expect that Jian Xiaoli's final goal was to destroy the store. The owner of a restaurant that hangs a love theme is actually someone who destroys other people's relationships behind their backs, which will definitely affect their business. The money for the restaurant was given by Qingjue. As long as this restaurant exists, Meng Tang will always feel uncomfortable. Jian Xiaoli is going to destroy Miss Han's lair. Jiang Jing looked at Mishan, who was eager to explain to Qingjue, and sighed softly. Jian Xiaoli has a bad reputation as a lunatic. Why would you mess with her? Chapter 36 Kiss her secretly. As soon as Zhou Hao walked out of the restaurant holding Jian Xiaoli, Qingjue caught up with him. Jian Xiaoli, wait a moment. He wanted to talk to Jian Xiaoli, but Zhou Hao slightly turned sideways to block him. His deep eyes were filled with dark shadows, and his low voice was calm and still. Get out of the way. He was surprisingly calm, and his tone was indifferent, but Qingjue understood him and knew that he was very angry. Jian Xiaoli's face with guilt. Sorry, he really didn't expect today to turn out like this. Anyway, it was him who caused it, and he should apologize. Jian Xiaoli looked past him and at Mishan and Meng Tang, who were following behind him. Mishan's eyes met hers, and she glared at her fiercely. Meng Tang lowered her head, looking distraught, and no one knew what she was thinking. Jian Xiaoli rolled her eyes and looked up at Zhou Hao. Are we going to the hospital? Yes. Zhou Hao lowered his eyes to look at her. Your wound needs to be treated. I won't let you have scars. As he said this, he was about to walk forward quickly, but Jian Xiaoli tugged at his sleeve again. Ms. Han is also injured. She also needs to go to the hospital. Let her come with us. Everyone. The wind is strong by the river. Did they hear it wrong? 10 minutes later, Zhou Hao drove Qingjua's car out of the parking lot. Qingjua sat in the passenger seat, looking at the rearview mirror from time to time, his expression indescribable. There are 3 people sitting in the back row, from left to right. Meng Tang, Jian Xiaoli, and Mi Shan. This position was arranged by Jian Xiaoli. She said Ms. Han was also injured, so they went to the hospital together. She said she needed her best friend to accompany her when she was injured, so Meng Tang had to follow her. She said she had something to ask him, so he had to follow her too. As for why she drove his car, she had a clear reason. It's my husband's car. People like Ms. Han who have bad values can't ride in it. It's unlucky. As for why Zhou Hao was driving, she took it for granted. Your fiancé and your ex-girlfriend who is suspected to be your lover are both in the car. Do you have the mind to drive? What if something happens? What is an ex-girlfriend who is suspected to be a lover? She is really good at making up words, and she is always right anyway. With this arrangement made by this little ancestor, there will definitely be trouble again. Qingjua refused to get in the car at that time, but was kicked into the passenger seat by Zhou Hao. The man who values women over friends didn't give him any face at all. The one who kicked him on the butt probably still has a shoe print. He didn't know how Jian Xiaoli would make trouble next, and now that the car had already left, he didn't even have a chance to escape. At the back, Mi Shan was sitting by the door, and Jian Xiaoli turned sideways to face Meng Tang. Meng Tang took the medicine box she brought from the restaurant and simply treated her wound. Because no one was talking for a while, the atmosphere in the car was extremely strange. Qingjua withdrew his gaze and leaned back in his chair. His mind was a mess, and his entire back was numb. Forget it. Let her do whatever she wants. He has a clear conscience anyway. Just when I was thinking about giving up, I heard Jian Xiaoli's voice coming from behind. Brother Qingjua, you apologized to me just now, but I don't accept it because you didn't hurt me. I always distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Whoever hit me should apologize. This is a call for Ms. Han to apologize. Ms. Han glanced towards the driver's seat. She couldn't afford to offend that man, so she could only hold back her anger. Mrs. Zhou, I'm sorry. I accept your apology. Meng Tang put away the medicine box. Jian Xiaoli sat up straight and turned to look at Mi Shan. Don't feel wronged. If you hadn't let me see those photos, I wouldn't have hit you, and we wouldn't have gotten into this fight. Mi Shan didn't expect her to lie so calmly. I didn't show you the photo, you. No? Damn it. Jian Xiaoli interrupted her and made a kind suggestion. I remember that there was a surveillance camera at the place where we fought. I saw the location of the surveillance camera. Anyway, I have nothing to hide. If Boss Me has nothing to hide either, he can just take out the surveillance camera. The wound on her face was burning with pain, and Jian Xiaoli made a deep note of Miss Han's name in her heart. Monitor? Ms. Han naturally couldn't produce the surveillance footage. Before she caught up with Meng Tang and said those words, she had someone turn off the surveillance camera in that area, and it has never been turned on since then. Who would have thought that Jian Xiaoli would take advantage of this loophole? Mi Shan wanted to strangle Jian Xiaoli to death. It was fine if she had poked such a big hole in her. She had already thought of how to explain it to Qingjua, but who knew that this crazy woman would actually drag her into the car again? She didn't even have the chance to talk to Qingjua alone. Completely caught off guard, Mi Shan's silence made Qingjua's face more and more ugly. He understood Jian Xiaoli's hint and also saw Mi Shan's guilty conscience. So, Ms. Han really showed the photos to Jian Xiaoli. But where did those photos come from? He remembered that Ms. Han didn't take any photos at that time, but Ms. Han had a friend at that time. So her friend took them? But the photo is not right either. The hug that Jian Xiaoli described should be him supporting Ms. Han who sprained her ankle. It's just a misplaced photo. What about kissing? Jian Xiaoli had just described a hug when she was interrupted by Mi Shan. Qingjua didn't want to ask in detail in front of Meng Tang. Jian Xiaoli alone when we got to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Jian Xiaoli took the initiative to bring up the kissing photo. Brother Qingjua, Tang Dang said that she has great faith in your character and that you would never cheat during your engagement. I don't think you were a scumbag. She asked him, so, did you kiss Ms. Han? There was naturally something wrong with that kissing photo. Qingjua could probably guess what was going on, and he was very angry. But if she denied it at this moment, Ms. Han would be embarrassed. He originally wanted to say that he remembered it wrongly and that they might have kissed each other. But when his eyes inadvertently saw Meng Tang staring out the window in a daze in the rearview mirror, he paused. I don't. As soon as he said this, he was stunned. Then he shook his head again, ignoring that weird thought. He probably subconsciously didn't want to be labeled as a scumbag, so he subconsciously clarified it. Meng Tang looked at the night outside the window, his eyes flickering, and remained silent. Mishan finally understood why the crazy woman Jian Xiaoli insisted on pulling her up in front of Qinjue. He took advantage of her unwillingness to talk about the surveillance and forced her to acknowledge the photo. In front of her, let Qinjue say in person that he did not kiss her, to make her embarrassed and resolve the misunderstanding between Qinjue and Meng Tang. Jian Xiaoli seemed not to notice Miss Han's anger and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, so the photo is photoshopped? Mishan didn't want to pay attention to her. It was too late to say anything now. She closed her eyes and leaned back, feeling a severe pain in her chest. But Jian Xiaoli wasn't done yet. Jian Xiaoli moved closer to Ms. Han, putting her whole weight on her. She felt better and spoke with a smile. I said that the photo looked photoshopped. Ms. Han, we are actually strangers. I'm actually a photographer. In the future, if you want to Photoshop a photo like this again, come to me and I will give you a 50% discount. She patted Miss Han's increasingly stiff arm in a friendly manner. I'm not bragging, my photo editing skills are top-notch. For the next 20 minutes, Jian Xiaoli talked about her photo editing skills, and the car was filled with her voice. Zhou Hao glanced at her through the rearview mirror from time to time, his face full of indulgence. Qinjue and Meng Tang each looked out the window, their thoughts wandering to who knows where. Only Ms. Han had no idea how much suffering she had endured along the way, and her blood pressure was rising. Because Jian Xiaoli leaned on her the whole time, she was forced to listen to everything she said. Her ears were about to explode. If Zhou Hao hadn't been here, she would have started cursing. After finally getting off the car, while Zhou Hao went to park the car, she glared at Jian Xiaoli and speechlessly hit her arm, which had been numbed by her pressure. How can there be someone like you in the world? You are absolutely amazing. Jian Xiaoli, you are absolutely amazing. Full of tricks, shameless, totally unpredictable, infuriating to death, shameless. She's going crazy. She gave in, convinced. When I came out of the hospital, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Hao's driver has already driven the car over. Jian Xiaoli was a little conflicted. She had said in a hurry that she wanted to go home with Zhou Hao, and it was just a casual remark. What should she do now? If she leaves with Zhou Hao, what will happen to Meng Tang? Zhou Hao knew what she was struggling with when he saw her hesitant look on her face. The wound on her face has been treated, and the doctor said it was not deep and would not leave a scar. After putting his worries aside, he didn't want to make things difficult for her. Just as he was about to suggest sending them back to the apartment, Meng Tang spoke first. Mr. Zhou, Chengzi's wound cannot come into contact with water. Please take good care of her. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows, but didn't answer in a hurry. He turned to look at Jian Xiaoli, who held Meng Tang's hand, and asked, What about you? Meng Tang's family are all in Yangcheng, and she needs someone to accompany her tonight. Meng Tang took a step forward, hugged her, and whispered in her ear, You've helped me get here. If I run away again, I'll be sorry for you. There are some things she needs to talk to Qinjue about tonight. Meng Tang let go of Jian Xiaoli, turned to look at Qinjue, and said in a very calm voice, Are you going with me? Or with her? She refers to Ms. Han. Qinjue stared at Meng Tang for a while and asked her, Mi Shan's home is not far from here. Can you give her a ride? It's so late, it's not safe to take a taxi. Meng Tang said it doesn't matter. After the three people left, Jian Xiaoli followed Zhou Hao into the car. She had been busy for a long time tonight and only breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Zhou Hao asked for her opinion. It's too late. Can we go directly to the wedding room? There's everything there. We can go back to the apartment and move our things tomorrow. Jian Xiaoli was too lazy to clean up. Okay. The car drove into the main road, and the driver drove very steadily. Jian Xiaoli leaned back in the seat. After she relaxed, her head felt a little dizzy, and she felt sleepy. As the soothing music began, Jian Xiaoli fell asleep. Seeing that her head was about to hit the car window, Zhou Hao reached out to protect it in time. Wanting her to sleep more peacefully, he simply carefully held her on his lap. His fingertips fell on the gauze on her face and slowly slid to the corner of her lips. She never cried out in pain. He knew she was in pain. When the doctor was disinfecting her body just now, she lowered her head several times and bit her lips. How could it not hurt? She's always like this. She gets mad about her own affairs and works hard for her friends' affairs. Even though she has injuries that have not healed yet, she still grits her teeth and helps others. Never think about yourself. I don't ask him for help, and most I ask him to cooperate. Zhou Hao looked at her for a long time, lowered his head, and kissed the gauze on her face, her lips that were bitten and bleeding, and her pale and delicate chin. Jian Shaoli woke up when Zhou Hao's kiss fell on her lips, but she didn't dare open her eyes for fear of embarrassment. She didn't expect Zhou Hao to kiss her secretly. Thinking of his previous hints that he wanted to sleep with her tonight, Jian Shaoli was nervous and speechless. What a beast! Why did you start before you even got home? There's a driver ahead. Are you in such a hurry? At the traffic light, the driver inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, came back to his senses from the shock, thought briefly, and silently opened the tailgate. For Zhou Hao, for so many years, this was the first time the driver encountered such a thing. It seemed that this was the only thing he could do to help his boss. Do not look at what is improper, do not listen to what is improper, and do not say what is improper. Chapter 37, You Turned Off the Lights. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the car drove into Huachun Mansion. This is a group of detached two-story villas with swimming pools and gardens. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and it is home to many wealthy people. That night, the night was dark, the stars were twinkling, a few winter sweets were in full bloom outside the wall, the flowers were in full bloom, and the moon was full. When the car drove in, the housekeeper and the live-in nanny, Aunt Fong, were already waiting at the door. They all came from Zhou Hao's previous apartment and were very curious about the sudden appearance of the hostess. They were very familiar with the name Jian Shaoli. They had also witnessed the love confession on the giant LED screen that lasted for a week before the new year. When they found out that their husband was getting married to Jian Shaoli, they were very shocked and couldn't understand it at all. After all, Jian Shaoli almost became Mr. S. niece-in-law. They thought that, as the outside world had said, the gentleman was forced to come by Miss Jane because she had saved his life. But when the gentleman notified them to come over, he said, Jian Shaoli is my legal wife. She represents me here. You must listen to whatever I say. You must take care of her the same way you take care of me. She represents me. This is a great right, and it also shows how much the husband values her. The car door opened, and Zhou Hao got out of the car carrying the sleeping Jian Shaoli. The housekeeper and Aunt Fong came over immediately. The hostess's face was tilted towards the husband's arm. They couldn't see clearly and didn't dare to look at her for too long. They heard in the morning that they had to move the luggage in, so they all went to the trunk. Zhou Hao explained, it's too late today. Her luggage will be moved here tomorrow. He said to Aunt Fong, go prepare the bath water for her and get all the toiletries ready. He didn't know if she had any injuries on her body. She said no. Zhou Hao was afraid that she was keeping it to herself, so he planned to let Aunt Fong take a look while she was bathing her. When Jian Shaoli heard the word take a bath, her thick and curly eyelashes trembled slightly. Sure enough, a beast. She had wounds on her face and neck, and 2 scratches on her hands from Mizan. They were not serious, but she had been sprayed with medicine. If she wanted to take a shower, she definitely couldn't do it herself. So does Zhou Hao still need to help her take a bath? Aunt Fong responded and walked in. She took 2 steps and stopped, looked into Zhou Hao's arms, and whispered, Sir, the lady is still asleep. The things prepared in that room. Zhou Hao, go and do your thing. Jian Shaoli pricked up her ears. What were they preparing? What were they preparing? While she was half lost in thought, Jian Shaoli felt herself being carried into the house, and soon, a burst of fragrance came in through her nose. She was just trying to figure out what the scent was when a low, laughing voice came from above her head. We're home now. We can open our eyes now. After carefully savoring his words, Jian Shaoli raised her head, slowly opened her eyes, and looked at him in surprise. Did he know she had woken up a long time ago? Zhou Hao looked at his chest and indicated with his eyes. I thought you were having a nightmare just now, but after a closer look, it doesn't seem like it. Jian Shaoli followed his gaze and was stunned for a moment. Her hand was grabbing the 3rd button of his shirt, with it wrapped around her fingertips. The shirt was almost deformed. If she pulled harder, she might be able to pull the button off. She let go of his hand awkwardly. I'm sorry. She didn't know when she grabbed it. It's okay. If you like this button, I'll cut it off and give it to you later. When Zhou Hao kissed her lips, he found that she was awake because her hands suddenly grabbed his buttons. Her body began to stiffen, and her curled eyelashes trembled violently. He kissed her just because he felt sorry for her, without any other messy thoughts. It was just that he was caught kissing her secretly, and he was quite embarrassed. When he was thinking about how to explain it, he found that she hadn't opened her eyes and was just pretending to be asleep. He didn't point it out. Now that I'm home, it's time to wake up. In the huge living room, the lighting was deliberately adjusted to a romantic warm yellow. Zhou Hao put Jian Xiaoli down, put his hands on her shoulders, and turned her around. Jian Xiaoli finally knew what the fragrance that was coming towards her was. There were red roses. No one knew how many there were, but they covered the entire ground. In the middle of the sea of flowers, there were two words written with lilies. Jian Xiaoli. That's her name. For a moment, Jian Xiaoli didn't know what expression to make. Touched? But it's so cliché. So cliché. Not moved? No way. Although it's vulgar, she loves it so much. When she was abroad, her roommate was proposed to. In order to keep it as a souvenir, she was asked to help record the scene. The roses all over the ground still had a strong impact on her. Which girl doesn't want such romance? At that time, she thought that if Zhou Tian proposed to her without such a scene, she would definitely hint to him. Later, when we got engaged, she made it clear that there wasn't even a proposal ceremony, not even a flower petal. Jian Xiaoli wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. She always felt that Zhou Hao was not a romantic person. Zhou Hao led her forward. I didn't propose to you before we got the marriage certificate, and I didn't give you a wedding after we got the marriage certificate. I didn't have any of the proper ceremonies. I'm sorry. So, this is a makeup proposal ceremony? Jian Xiaoli felt ashamed and kindly reminded him. Zhou Hao, I forced you to get married. Don't always feel like you owe me something. Between the two of us, you're the one who's at a disadvantage. I'm the one who's taking advantage of you. Zhou Hao, with so many roses, all she can think about is owing and taking advantage? Jian Xiaoli thought the roses in the living room marked the end, but unexpectedly, it was the beginning. There is also a surprise in the master bedroom. When the lights are turned on, the whole room is decorated in a simple style, black, white, and gray, luxurious yet low-key, just as I imagined. What was special was that there were many rose petals scattered on the huge double bed. Her name was also laid out, and there was a pigeon egg-shaped diamond ring in the middle. There were more than a dozen boxes piled in the corner, each with a rose tied on it. Zhou Hao said they were gifts and asked her to open them one by one when she had time. Two words popped up in Jian Xiaoli's mind throughout the whole process. Tacky. She loved the tacky stuff. When Zhou Hao was on the road, he sent a message to Aunt Fong in advance, asking her to prepare a light dinner. After all the noise at night, they haven't eaten yet. After all the surprises were revealed, Zhou Hao took Jian Xiaoli to the restaurant. There were 2 bowls of porridge and 3 light stir-fried dishes on the table. While Jian Xiaoli was drinking porridge, she would glance across from her from time to time. Zhou Hao, thank you, I like it very much. She thanked him sincerely, but Zhou Hao knew in his heart that she was just being polite. Even if she was touched, she was only touched by the roses, not by him as a person. She doesn't have him in her heart yet. He didn't expect to occupy a place in her heart through tonight. He just wanted to take it slow and accumulate little by little. One day, she would be able to feel his sincerity. After dinner, it was almost dawn. Zhou Hao asked Aunt Fong to help Jian Xiaoli take a bath. When Jian Xiaoli was still thinking about Rose, Aunt Fong told her something with regret. In fact, the gentleman has prepared a gift for you, but unfortunately you came back too late, and I can't show it to you. Jian Xiaoli asked her what it was, but Aunt Fong was mysterious and refused to say. Sir didn't tell you, so the time must have been changed. Now that I've told you, there won't be any surprises. Just wait and see. Jian Xiaoli. You can't tell me, but you still told me? My curiosity has been aroused. How can I sleep at night? She certainly didn't sleep at night. I didn't sleep the whole night. Zhou Hao left the master bedroom to Jian Xiaoli and took a shower in the guest room next door. When he came out of the shower, he just saw Aunt Fong coming out of the master bedroom. How about it? When Aunt Fong entered the master bedroom, Zhou Hao specifically told her something, so she knew what he was asking. Except for the ones that are exposed, the madam has no other injuries. I avoided the wounds when I was bathing her just now. Hearing that there were no other injuries, Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He went downstairs to drink some water, heated a cup of milk for Jian Xiaoli, then went upstairs and knocked on the master bedroom door. Jian Xiaoli's voice came through the door. Come in. Zhou Hao opened the door and went in, looking around the room before finding the person. Jian Xiaoli was sitting on a recliner in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. When Zhou Hao looked over, she picked up the glass and drank most of it. Zhou Hao's expression changed slightly, and he strode towards her. Drinking right after coming out of the hospital? He put the milk on the table, reached out and snatched Jin Xiaoli's cup, his cold voice filled with worry and reproach. You're drinking like this before your wound has healed yet? This wine has a strong aftereffect. He usually doesn't dare to drink like this. This girl is really brave. Jin Xiaoli had already drunk half a cup before he came, and just finished the rest, making it exactly 1 cup. She wasn't drunk yet, so the moment she saw Zhou Hao, she felt uncomfortable all over. There is everything here except her clothes. She was now only wrapped in a bathrobe, with nothing underneath. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's bathrobe was big on her and could completely cover her even when she was sitting. But it's still embarrassing. Jin Xiaoli didn't dare to look him in the eye and first explained the origin of the bottle of wine. I saw that there was some wine on your cabinet. It was open, so I took it and drank it. Zhou Hao half knelt in front of her, stretched out his hand, and turned her face so that she could look at him. Why are you drinking? Are you unhappy? How can you drink red wine like this? It's obvious that you have something on your mind. Why drink? Jin Xiaoli's face turned red. How could she say this? Was she drunk and timid? Jin Xiaoli hesitated and didn't know what to say. Zhou Hao didn't force her. He just picked her up and carried her sideways. He walked to the bed, put her down, and bent down to pull the quilt. Seeing his face getting closer, Jin Xiaoli thought he was going to kiss her, and her breathing almost stopped. You turned off the lights. Zhou Hao wanted to cover her with a blanket and then turn off the light, but when he looked down, he saw her flushed and nervous face. He didn't know what was wrong with her, but he still obediently turned off the light. The bedroom suddenly became dark. Zhou Hao had just adjusted to the darkness when someone suddenly hugged his neck. Then, a smooth and graceful body pressed against him, and his lips felt moist and warm. He froze, and his mind went blank for a moment. When he came to his senses, his hands had already hugged the person in his arms. After his body regained consciousness, he began to feel uncomfortable and trembled uncontrollably. The last bit of rationality made him hold Jin Xiaoli's shoulders, push her away slightly, and reach out to turn on the lamp on the bedside table. The room suddenly lit up, meeting the sparkling eyes in front of him. Zhou Hao's Adam's apple rolled again and again, and his voice became hoarse and inharmonious. Jin Xiaoli, there's no rush for this kind of thing. Jin Xiaoli was drunk at the moment and felt bold enough to speak out everything that was on her mind. Not in a hurry. You insisted that I come here today in the afternoon. Now that I'm here, there are roses and gifts. The roses below are for the proposal ceremony, and the ones on the bed are for the wedding night, right? She kissed him again, put her arms around his neck, and led him to the bed, eager to end this difficult night. Hurry up. I've had some wine to give me courage. You only have 5 minutes anyway. Finish early. I'm so sleepy. Zhou Hao was about to push her back to the bed and force her to sleep, but when he heard the latter words, he felt something was wrong and his eyebrows twitched. It's just 5 minutes anyway. What do you mean? Jin Xiaoli dragged him to the bed, pounced on him, and stripped off his clothes, muttering to herself. You can finish it in 5 minutes. Zhou Hao. Chapter 38, give him a bad review. That Zhou Hao, the prince of the Zhou family in Jiangyu, is lucky. Her biological mother, Guanling, came from an ordinary family, but she was stunningly beautiful. Because of her good looks, she was favored by Mr. Zhou from the Jiangyu Dingxing family and married into a wealthy family right after graduating from college. There are 2 well-known labels about this relationship. Cinderella counterattacks and becomes a wealthy family. Old man, young wife. Although after marriage, Mr. Zhou sent his spiritual pet to heaven, no one was optimistic about this relationship at that time. Because Mr. Zhou is a well-known playboy, Guanling is his 3rd wife. Everyone said that Guanling married Mr. Zhou, who could be her father, for money, but Guanling took the initiative to file for divorce just 1 year after giving birth to her son. According to insiders, the divorce happened because Guanling discovered that Mr. Zhou had a lover outside. At that time, Guanling did not cry or make a fuss. She directly took out the divorce agreement and only wanted her son, not any property. The old man didn't want a divorce, and Guanling was about to jump downstairs while holding her son before the old man signed the papers. She took her son abroad and left decisively. It was old man Zhou who chased after her, gave her money, houses, and shares, and even gave her the entire estate abroad because she liked to drink. It is said that Mr. Zhou truly loves Guanling. It has been 13 years since Guanling left. The old man never remarried, and there were fewer scandals about him. Guanling didn't allow him to go abroad to see his son, so he refused to go. It was not until Guanling passed away that he brought his 14-year-old youngest son Zhou Hao home. Many people said that the reason Zhou Hao was able to take over Jingxiu Group at the age of 28 was mainly because he had a good mother and because of his old man's guilt towards him. In fact, it's just the opposite. Guanling, his mother, and the old man's guilt towards him are both his death warrants. The few years after Zhou Hao was brought back to China were the period of the most intense internal strife within the Zhou family. Because he is Guanling's son, those people in the Zhou family are afraid that the old man will love him so much that he will take him as his successor, so they plot against him openly and secretly. The old man thinks he is doing it for his own good and turns a blind eye to the situation. When he was still young and immature, he could hardly take a single step in the Zhou family. Later, when he grew up, the Jingxiu Group was already controlled by the boss and his uncle. The old man no longer had the power or bargaining chips to protect him. The only thing I did for him was to send him to a project abroad for training in order to save his life after he was framed and had a car accident. Because of this incident, even though Zhou Hao hated the old man over the years, he never really turned against him. From the perspective of others, Zhou Hao holds the entire Jingxiu Group in his hands and controls most of Jiangyu's economic network under his feet. He is in a very powerful position and seems unattainable. In fact, these years have not been smooth sailing for him. He has also been climbing up through thorns. Those who come out of the dark and evil hell are bound to be full of violence. During the 2 years of seizing power and just taking over Jingxiu, Qinzhua said that he could smell the blood on him from a long distance away, and that he had a cold face all day long, and his appearance had become evil. Qinzhua advised him to calm down and control his temper, otherwise it would be too scary. At first he just listened and didn't take it seriously. Later, he met Jian Xiaoli by chance. The two looked at each other, and there was obvious panic on Jian Xiaoli's face. She turned around and ran away without saying goodbye, as if he was a ghost chasing her. She is afraid of him. After returning, he accepted Qin Zhua's advice and gradually slowed down his pace of life, practicing calligraphy, chess, cooking, fishing, rock climbing. It cannot be said that his emotions have been completely stable in the past 2 years, but he rarely gets angry. Normally, he could keep his emotions under control, especially in front of Jian Xiaoli. He had never been angry in front of Jian Xiaoli. I really never got angry. When he was with her, he was always in a good temper, a really good temper. You only have 5 minutes anyway. You can finish it in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? So, who on earth is spreading rumors? Who told her this? Why did they talk about this? Why did they spread rumors? Why did they humiliate him like this? If this got out, Qinzhua's 2 front teeth would fall out from laughing. Zhou Hao had never swore in his life. He thought he was incapable of swearing, and he often felt that it was shameful for Qinzhua to swear. It turns out that sometimes swear words can be learned without any instruction. For example, right now, he had no idea how much he had cursed in his heart. Even the anger that had been suppressed for so many years was ignited in an instant, and he even had the thought of killing someone. Zhou Hao was so angry that his stomach hurt. The anger that Jian Xiaoli had just provoked had been extinguished. Jian Xiaoli, 5 minutes. Who told you that? He lowered his voice and asked with difficulty and embarrassment, but unfortunately no one paid any attention to him. Jian Xiaoli was still lying on top of him, clumsily trying to untie the belt of his pajamas. It was her first time, and she was not skilled enough. She took a long time to untie it, and was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. It's so difficult to solve. You just lie there and don't even bother to help. It's obviously you who should do it. So why don't you take off your clothes yourself? Why should I take off your clothes for you? Then can you help me take it off later? I'm not wearing anything underneath. She kept muttering to herself. Zhou Hao's scalp tingled when he heard this. He grabbed her hand to stop her. Originally, Jian Xiaoli couldn't untie the belt of his pajamas, but when he held her hand and pulled, the belt was hooked and was torn open directly. Zhou Hao's collar was wide open, and Jian Xiaoli stared at him without moving her eyes. So sexy, I want to touch it. Zhou Hao was stunned for a moment, and when Jian Xiaoli was about to touch him, he slid his arm to her waist, hugged her, turned her over, and pressed her directly into his arms. When turning her over, he was always careful to make sure that her left cheek, which was covered with gauze, was on top and her right cheek was in his arm, so as not to touch her wound. Jian Xiaoli struggled in his arms. What are you doing? I just untied you. She was not honest at all. Zhou Hao's breathing became heavier, and he tried hard to restrain himself, locking her tightly in his arms to prevent her from moving. Jian Xiaoli, please forgive me. If he moves any more, he won't be able to control himself. Although he was very angry and wanted to prove that he was more than just 5 minutes, he had to consider her injuries. Although the wound was not on her body, she should be able to avoid it if she was careful. But what if she touched it? If she applied the medicine again, she would have to feel the pain again. Besides, she is not awake at all now. No matter how long it took, she had no idea. In order to prove her reputation, this had to be done when she was sober. Zhou Hao held her and lay quietly for a while, holding the soft bathrobe under his palms. He suddenly remembered her words, "I'm not wearing anything underneath." As his breathing slowly spread toward his lower abdomen, he closed his eyes and calmed down for a while, then thought of the glass of wine she had drunk. He had the wine airlifted from a foreign estate. It was very strong. He opened it last night because he couldn't sleep and drank only half a glass. She drank a big glass directly, and she will probably feel uncomfortable when she wakes up tomorrow. Zhou Hao asked Aunt Fong to prepare some hangover relief soup and serve it over. He fed Jian Xiaoli the hangover relieving soup. Only the bedside table lamp was on in the room, with the lowest dim yellow light. Jian Xiaoli's moist eyes were fixed on him. Zhou Hao put the empty bowl on the bedside table and covered her with a blanket. It was too late, so he planned to sleep next door. When he got up, Jian Xiaoli grabbed his hand. "Are you really not going to do it today?" Zhou Hao brushed away her hair that had fallen on the gauze and said, "Wait until your wound is healed." Seeing that she had sobered up a little after drinking the hangover soup, Zhou Hao mentioned the 5 minutes of humiliation. "Who told you that?" Jian Xiaoli blinked and said, "You said it yourself." "Zhou Hao? Question mark. When did he say that? He insulted himself?" Seeing his confused look, Jian Xiaoli told him about her torment throughout the afternoon. After listening to her, Zhou Hao was silent for a long time. "I said half an hour, 5 minutes? I really want to bring you back because today is the ceremony to replenish you. I prepared it with great difficulty, and I want you to take a look." He specifically asked Qinzhua and Pan Yu about these things today. Pan Yu suggested roses, and Qinzhua said that girls like the romance of a drone proposal. He accepted both opinions, and the names inside the roses were placed by him. The pattern that the drone will display was also designed by him. However, when Meng Tang ran out of the box, he felt that Jian Xiaoli would definitely not come back with him tonight, so he called to cancel the drone show. Jian Xiaoli also remained silent after hearing this. So it was all her own imagination, so embarrassing. She even despised him for a long time because of these 5 minutes. No one spoke in the room. It was eerily quiet. Jian Xiaoli simply changed the subject. "So, when did you start preparing?" "Drones are a big project." "Zhou Hao, I started thinking about it the day after I got the marriage certificate. She said that they would make it public after Zhou Tian got married, and then they would live together, so he had been preparing for this day. After today, their new life will begin." When Jian Xiaoli heard him talk about his new life, she stared at his handsome face for a while and made a decision. Zhou Hao, a new beginning, should have a new starting point. She reached out and grabbed his nightgown, looked at him with sparkling eyes, and spoke softly. "Zhou Hao, I can do it." Reason told Zhou Hao that she was still injured and had to restrain herself, but the white jade hands grabbing her nightgown tore his reason apart. This night, it came completely unexpectedly. Jian Xiaoli's back was pressed with rose petals that had not been dealt with in time. The initial feeling was good, with the fragrance of flowers and the gentle kiss of a man. He gave me oxygen when I was suffocating and patiently comforted me when I was feeling uncomfortable. Gradually, she wanted to curse. Impulse is the devil. She recalled that during her first year as an apprentice, she followed her master's photography team to northern Canada to photograph wolves up close. It was the first time she saw a wolf so close, and the sight of a strong lone wolf hunting gave her nightmares for 3 days. She felt that Zhou Hao was like the strong wolf, and she was the rabbit being torn apart by him. She was even more miserable than the rabbit. A bite to a rabbit could kill it instantly, but she was tortured all night and still felt the pain. Men's words are deceitful. Zhou Hao couldn't be persuaded, and as a result, all the roses behind her were crushed. He said right away, but the minute hand on the wall moved 5 minutes one after another. Afterwards, Zhou Hao held her in his arms and took out his cell phone to let her check the time. Deliberately ignore the first time and let her start counting from the second time. Just count how many 5 minutes there are. Jian Xiaoli was too lazy to think, so she fell into his arms and fell into a deep sleep. She was annoyed by his questions and gave him a bad review in a daze. The 5 minutes aren't the point. The point is, your technique is too poor. Zhou Hao, this is more heartbreaking than 5 minutes. When the first ray of sunlight came in at dawn, Jian Xiaoli had only slept for less than 3 hours. She was so sleepy that when the phone rang for the first time, she pretended not to hear it. When it rang for the second time, she pulled the quilt over her head. When it rang for the third time, she reached out to touch it angrily. Who is it calling the soul so early in the morning? The screen was not clear to see, and Jin Xiaoli didn't care who it was and just yelled at him, being extremely irritable when she woke up. After a long while, a suppressed and anxious voice came from the other side. Jin Xiaoli, can you come to the old house? This voice belongs to Guan Qingru, Zhou Lu's mother. Jin Xiaoli slapped her forehead to wake herself up, slowed down her voice, and asked her what was wrong and if there was anything wrong. Guan Qingru's voice was filled with tears. Xiao Lu and Zhou Tian are fighting, and his grandfather wants to beat him to death. Can you come and save him? I don't know what to do. Chapter 39, The Little Ancestor, is finally here. After hanging up the phone, Jin Xiaoli threw away the phone and closed her eyes again. After a few seconds, he suddenly sat up from the bed. Xiao Lu and Zhou Tian are fighting. His grandfather wants to beat Xiao Lu to death. Something happened to Zhou Lu. She had to hurry back to the old house. There was no one around. Zhou, how did know when he got up? He had clearly thrown her bathrobe on the floor last night. Now the floor was clean, and her only clothes were gone. Not even one was left for her. Considering that he helped her take a bath after he was done, Jin Xiaoli resisted the urge to curse. She lifted the quilt and tried to get out of bed, but when she moved her legs, she gasped and wanted to curse again. Beast, an old beast with poor skills. Jin Xiaoli struggled for a long time, holding her waist with one hand and the wall with the other, cursing Zhou Hao, and moved into the cloakroom with a grunt. The clothes she wore yesterday were stained with blood, so Jin Xiaoli didn't plan to keep them. She only kept the underwear. Aunt Fong took them to be washed last night, and they have been dried and brought over, neatly folded in the corner. Zhou Hao has clothes in the closet. Half an hour later, Jin Xiaoli finished washing, dressed neatly, and went downstairs. In the living room, Aunt Fong had just come in from outside. When she heard the voice, she looked over and was stunned. Jin Xiaoli was wearing Zhou Hao's clothes. A black turtleneck sweater and black elastic sweatpants. The sweater covered her buttocks, the collar was turned over, and the legs of the sweatpants were rolled up twice. It's weird and baggy, lacking the aristocratic feel of a lady, but it also makes people feel very cool. She exudes laziness all over her body, with her long, slightly curly hair hanging down casually, and even a slight shake of her hair makes her look very cool. A word popped into Aunt Fong's mind. Born clothes hanger. Ma'am, won't you get some more sleep? When Zhou Hao left, he told Aunt Fong that Jin Xiaoli might sleep until noon, so Aunt Fong was a little surprised to see her dressed neatly. Something happened. Jin Xiaoli supported her waist with her hands and walked down. Where's Zhou Hao? Aunt Fong noticed that her walking posture was strange and realized something. She thought her husband was too unkind to women. His wife was still injured, yet he was still torturing her like this. But it also proves that the couple has a good relationship. Aunt Fong ran over to help her. My husband got up an hour ago, had breakfast and went to the company. He told you to sleep a little longer and come back to have lunch with you at noon. Jin Xiaoli. An hour ago? Zhou Hao was awesome. He had been tormenting her the entire night, and he was the one who did the hard work. How long had he slept? Wasn't he sleepy? Admire. Jin Xiaoli's car was driven over by Zhou Hao's driver last night. Since she couldn't drive due to her legs, she asked the housekeeper to be her driver. I left in such a hurry that I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Aunt Fong felt something was wrong, so after she left, she called Zhou Hao. Sir, my wife is already up. She didn't have breakfast and went straight to the old house. She's quite anxious. Zhou family, old house. Snap. The crutch hit the flesh with a dull sound, accompanied by a slight, suppressed groan of pain. There were broken vases on the ground next to the coffee table. Zhou Lu was kneeling beside it. The old man hit him with his cane several times. His back was bent, his shoulders were hunched, and his face was pale. Because the old man is in poor health and can't stand the cold, the heating in our home is turned on very high every winter. Zhou Lu took off his coat as soon as he entered the room, leaving only a thin, white short-sleeved shirt on. There was already blood on the clothes on the back. When the old man raised the cane again, Guan Qingru rushed over and knelt on the ground to protect her son. Dad, that's enough. I beg you, please spare Xiao Lu, please. Oh. Yiqi sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching the farce in front of him with joy. When he heard Guan Qingru's words, the smile on his face became even bigger. Old fifth wife, Xiao Lu did something wrong. He deserves to be punished, not to mention that he broke Dad's favorite vase. Yi Chi instructed the servants to drag her away. The old man exhaled and gave Zhou Lu one last chance. Do you admit it? Zhou Lu's eyes turned red, and he said stubbornly, I don't admit it. Snap. The old man was irritated by his tough attitude, and he kept hitting him on the back with the cane in his hand, using all his strength every time. Zhou Lu gritted his teeth and said nothing. When his body twisted in pain, his dark eyes swept over Zhou Tian, who was lying on the sofa. The ridicule and disappointment faded away, and the pupils gradually lost focus. Brother, that's all. When Zhou Lu was being beaten, Zhou Tian kept his head down, his arms on his knees, his hands tightly clenched, and there were bloody marks on the back of his hands. He didn't dare to look up or look at Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu's body was suffering, and his soul was being tortured. Blame him. He was the one who harmed Zhou Lu. Today's story starts from yesterday. Yesterday, he met his uncle in the restaurant. He asked his uncle why he married Jian Xiaoli. His uncle told him to go home and ask. So he went home and asked. He asked his mother first, and she told him not to ask any more questions. He refused to give up and said he would ask his father, so his mother got furious. He felt that the matter must be complicated, so he did not dare to ask more questions, nor did he dare to look for his father and grandfather again. He was planning to talk to his uncle again in 2 days, but he received a call from his father early this morning. Your mother started calling me at 5 in the morning, getting angry for no apparent reason. I have something to worry about today, so you should go and see her. Don't let her go crazy in the old house again and make a fool of herself. Zhou Tian vaguely felt that it might be related to what he asked his mother yesterday, but his father didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask. Xiaowei was next to me when I answered the phone and was worried, so they came over together. When they arrived, Zhou Lu was the only one lying on the sofa in the living room playing games. Zhou Lu said, My mother made some soup and sent it over. I heard that your mother didn't come down to eat this morning, so I served her a bowl. Zhou Lu's mother is great at making soup. It just so happened that she had cooked a lot of soup and there was some left in the kitchen, and they came in a hurry and hadn't had breakfast, so he asked Xiaowei to get 2 bowls. Zhou Lu jumped up from the sofa, rushed over to take the thermos away, and prevented Xiaowei from touching it. You're my brother. You can drink it, but Jiang Xiaowei is nothing. My mom worked so hard to make this soup. How can she drink it? This was said in front of Xiaowei. Zhou Tian was very upset. Xiaowei heard him chatting with his friends in the restaurant yesterday. He came home and coaxed her for a long time and even promised to accompany her shopping today. He had just managed to coax the person, but after Zhou Lu said this, he had to coax him for a long time again. He asked Zhou Lu to apologize to Xiaowei, but Zhou Lu refused. Instead, Xiaowei apologized to Zhou Lu in a gentle voice. Zhou Lu not only did not appreciate it, but also scolded Xiaowei for being fake. Of course, he was protecting his wife. During the verbal conflict, he and Zhou Lu started fighting. Originally, a fight was nothing. They fought often, and the relationship between him and Zhou Lu for so many years would not be broken up so easily. Today, it may be disbanded. Grandpa's favorite 2-color vase was broken. My grandfather treated the vase as if it were a treasure and was reluctant to take it out. But some time ago, he found that the glaze had peeled off in one place, so he sent it to a professional antique porcelain maintainer for maintenance. After it was well maintained, I asked him to take it. Yesterday, he took Xiaowei to dinner with friends and temporarily left it in the apartment. Today, he happened to come over, so he brought it here and put it in the living room. He didn't have time to give it to Grandpa yet. How did the vase break? He was scuffling with Zhou Lu at the time and was 2 steps away from the vase. When Xiaowei was trying to stop the fight, she tripped over the table leg and hit it. Xiaowei broke it accidentally. But when Grandpa asked, Xiaowei held his hand and trembled, her eyes always looking at Zhou Lu. Then Annie followed her gaze and said, Zhou Lu, how could you be so careless? I saw it too. You broke it. What third aunt said proves that she didn't see it. She did it on purpose. She was lying. It's not surprising. There is a grudge between third aunt and fifth aunt. Over the years, third aunt has been openly and secretly bullying fifth aunt's family and has been trying to get involved in everything. Back then, Zhou Lu was almost killed by her. Now that there is an opportunity to trick Zhou Lu, it is not surprising that she stabs him again. Zhou Lu naturally denied it and asked him to speak up to testify for him. Brother, you know it wasn't me. At that time, everyone's eyes were on him. Grandpa, Xiao Lu was careless. The moment he opened his mouth, he saw Zhou Lu's incredulous look. Zhou Tian knew that from the moment his grandfather's walking stick fell on Zhou Lu, things between him and Zhou Lu would never go back to the way they were before. But what can he do? He didn't know what the vase meant to his grandfather. He only knew that when his grandfather asked him to get it back, he told him over and over again to be careful. So he had to help Xiaowei. Xiaowei had just gotten married, and her mother didn't like her in the first place. If she caused such a big mess, her mother would hate her even more, and her grandfather would also be annoyed with Xiaowei. Then Xiaowei's life in the Zhou family would be extremely difficult. After all, Zhou Lu is Grandpa's grandson. No matter how angry Grandpa is, he can't beat him to death. Anyway, Grandpa has never cared about his grandson Zhou Lu. He just beats him, and it has no effect on Zhou Lu. Afterwards, he will apologize to Zhou Lu. Snap! The punishment in the living room continued. However, the thugs were replaced. The old man had just recovered from a serious illness. He was old and had limited physical strength. After he was tired, he sat down to rest. Seeing that Zhou Lu's back was already stained with blood, he gave him time to catch his breath and think. After giving him half an hour and asking him whether he admitted his mistake, Zhou Lu refused to admit it even after gnashing his teeth. No, the old man has been very depressed and angry recently. He hasn't slept for 2 nights in a row because his youngest son married Jian Xiaoli. I was already feeling irritable, and today the vase left by Guan Ling was broken again, and I also encountered Zhou Lu, who was so stubborn. He was really angry. He felt that he had no place in this family. The younger generations all went against him, and nothing went his way. He just needed something to vent his anger. Zhou Lu is the unlucky guy. The old man was tired, so he gave the cane to Butler Zhong. I want to see how hard he can keep his mouth shut. Beat him to death until he admits it. Butler Zhong was holding a hot potato, and although he sympathized with Zhou Lu, he had no choice but to obey orders. Every time he tried hard to control his strength, a thought always came to his mind. If Jian Xiaoli was here, it would be great. She and Zhou Lu have always had a good relationship. If she had come and made some trouble that day with her fearless personality, Zhou Lu would have been saved. Guan Qingru was held by Yi Qi and Zhou Tian's mother chowing on both sides, and she couldn't get away at all. Seeing her son curled up on the ground with his back covered in blood, she almost collapsed. When she was in despair, she heard the sound of high heels tapping at the door, accompanied by a clear and pleasant sound. Oh, everyone is here. Good morning, everyone. Like the sound of nature, Guan Qingru's eyes lit up almost instantly, and Butler Zhong also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Here he comes. This little ancestor is finally here. Zhou Lu's back was numb from the pain. He hunched over on the ground with his face pressed against the ground. He was the first to feel the high heels at the door. The smell of rust filled his cracked lips, and he moved slightly, forcing out a bitter smile. This girl? No. Anne, it's Aunt. It's over. His awful and stupid behavior is going to be seen by his aunt again, and she will laugh at him again. Chapter 40. Jian Xiaoli. Come here. Jian Xiaoli walked into the living room and saw Zhou Lu curled up on the ground, half dead. Her gaze fell on his entire back, lingering on the glaring flesh and blood, and her gorgeous eyes flashed with coldness and chilliness. Several people sitting in the living room looked in the direction of the voice and were all stunned when they saw Jian Xiaoli. Zhou Tian's gaze stayed on the gauze on her face for a few seconds, then shifted to her clothes today. Men's clothes. She was wearing men's clothes. Uncle's? Why did she go out wearing her uncle's clothes? Didn't she have any clothes of her own? Jian Xiaoli quickly calmed down. She ignored everyone's stares and ran over in her high heels. Oh, Zhou Lu, you are so miserable. Have you violated the law of heaven? Zhou Lu had been numb from the pain just now, but when he saw her, the pain in his whole body seemed to suddenly recover. He raised his eyelids with difficulty and was about to say something back, but his gaze suddenly stopped on her face. What's wrong with your face? Who hit her? Even such a pretty face. Every time he was angry with her and wanted to beat her up, he would step on her feet. When those few words popped out, Zhou Lu's chest bones ached. Jian Xiaoli reached out and poked his back, her fingertips stained with bright red blood. We were scratched. We are both in a terrible situation. We are both in danger of bloodshed. Tomorrow, your aunt will take you to the mountain to pray for a talisman for safety. After she came over, she squatted next to Zhou Lu and talked to him, but her eyes were fixed on Butler Zhong. Butler Zhong felt his scalp tingling when she stared at him, and thought to himself, I don't want to do that either, little ancestor. Please don't bear a grudge against me. Butler Zhong didn't dare to explain or make a decision about this matter. He turned to look at the old man, asking with his eyes whether he was still going to fight. The old man didn't expect Jian Xiaoli to come. Ever since he found out that his youngest son and Jian Xiaoli had obtained a marriage certificate, he got a headache and felt very annoyed whenever he saw Jian Xiaoli. On the Lantern Festival, the youngest son spoke to him straight. As for Jian Xiaoli, I don't expect you to like her too much, but you can't hit her, scold her, or be mean to her. She saved my life, and now I have the final say in the Zhou family, so she can do whatever she wants in the Zhou family. She is timid. If you dare to let her suffer any injustice, I will not let her set foot here again. Of course, I will not come here again. Are you timid? Jian Xiaoli is timid? How did he say that? He has never seen a girl braver than Jian Xiaoli. A threat, absolutely a threat. Unfortunately, he had to listen. That brat Zhou Hao always did what he said, and he was afraid that he would never come again in the future. Therefore, even though the old man hated Jian Xiaoli, the crazy girl who messed up the Zhou family, he couldn't get angry at her. Jian Xiaoli, what happened to the wound on your face? The wounds on her face were too obvious, so the old man still asked a symbolic question. Jian Xiaoli saw that Butler Zhong had put away his cane. Then she turned to look at the old man. I've never fought with anyone. After she finished speaking, she pointed at Zhou Lu and asked him, Dad, why did you hit Zhou Lu? With the word dad, the old man was speechless and helpless. He is already 77 years old this year, and it is embarrassing for him to be called dad by a 24-year-old girl. But when Jian Xiaoli liked Zhou Tian before, she always called him grandpa. She called him grandpa and dad smoothly, but his old heart still couldn't accept it. He did something wrong. The old man was exhausted and didn't want to say too much. He glanced at Butler Zhong, and Butler Zhong then told him the whole story with confidence. It's actually not a big deal and can be explained in a few words. Zhou Tian and Zhou Lu had a fight over a bowl of soup, and during the fight, they accidentally touched the old man's favorite vase. The vase was broken, and the old man was furious. 3 people said that Zhou Lu broke it accidentally, but Zhou Lu refused to admit it. The old man got angry and insisted on beating him until he admitted it. After Butler Zhong finished speaking, Jian Xiaoli was silent for a while and suddenly said to the old man, Dad, I have a way to prove that Zhou Lu didn't break the vase. Can you have someone apply medicine to Zhou Lu first? He can't stand the pain. The old man looked at her for a while and gave Butler Zhong a look. When Jian Xiaoli came over, the old man actually felt relieved because Jian Xiaoli gave him a way out. If he continued to fight, something bad would really happen. Butler Zhong immediately called on several servants to treat Zhou Lu's wound. Guan Qingru cast a grateful look at Jian Xiaoli and hurried over to help. The old man asked Jian Xiaoli, How are you going to prove that Zhou Lu didn't break the vase? Prove? Jian Xiaoli really had no way to prove it. Guan Qingru said on the phone. Xiao Lu said that he was fighting with Zhou Tian at the time, and the vase was some distance away from him, so he couldn't touch it at all. Jiang Xiaowei was closer, and there were only 3 of them in the living room at that time. Although he didn't see her, he suspected it was Jiang Xiaowei. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Tian, as well as your 3rd sister-in-law, all 3 of them insisted that it was Xiao Lu. They all said they saw it. Xiao Lu is usually hostile to Jiang Xiaowei, so no one believes Xiao Lu. I do believe him, but no one listens to me. Jian Xiaoli also believed Zhou Lu. But now 3 people said that it was Zhou Lu who broke it, and Zhou Lu has no witnesses, which is very troublesome. And, most importantly, that vase. Guan Qingru said that the vase was left by Zhou Hao's mother, and the old man had always treasured it like a treasure. What it means is that this vase is very important, and whoever touches it will die. Since there is no way to clear Zhou Lu, she will just muddy the waters so that no one can get away with it. Dad, I just understood. The current situation is that Zhou Tian, Jiang Xiaowei, and the 3rd sister-in-law all said that it was Zhou Lu who broke the vase. Do they have any evidence? After she finished speaking, she pointed at Jiang Xiaowei first. You said you saw it, but where's the evidence? Words are not enough. Show me the evidence. There are no cameras in the old house because the old man doesn't like being in a monitored environment all day long. Jiang Xiaowei had been hiding behind Zhou Tian's shoulder, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible. Suddenly, when Jian Xiaoli called her name, she shuddered all over. The 3 of us saw it. Isn't that enough? Jiang Xiaowei regrets it now. She broke the vase on purpose. She has been under a lot of mental pressure recently. On the Lantern Festival, Jian Xiaoli stole all the limelight from her. During the meal, Everyone was only concerned with making friends with Jian Xiaoli, and most of them looked down on and ridiculed her. That night she stayed and played mahjong with her mother-in-law and others. She was not very good at the game to begin with, but since it was her first time, she had to let them win and make them happy. As a result, she lost a lot of money and was called a fool by her mother-in-law. Yesterday, she was humiliated by Zhou Tian's friends, and her self-esteem was half-shattered. Today, Zhou Lu humiliated her in front of Zhou Tian again, calling her a heartless person. She really hates Zhou Lu. This man often belittled her and spoke well of Jian Xiaoli in front of Zhou Tian. She had been harboring a grudge against Zhou Lu for a long time. She knew about the vase. When Zhou Tian took it home, he specifically told her that the vase was very important to the old man and asked her not to touch it. When she pretended to stop the fight, Zhou Lu pushed her and the table hit her, with the vase right in front of her. She was really angry at that time, and her emotions were out of control. There was only one thought in his mind. If Zhou Lu broke the vase, the old man would never forgive him. She reached out her hand in a rush of impulse. She thought that since Zhou Lu was the old man's grandson after all, she would just give him a beating. But she didn't expect the old man to beat him so hard. She was scared when she saw Zhou Lu's entire back was covered in blood. She didn't expect the matter to become so serious. Now that the troublemaker Jian Xiaoli is here again, she is even more worried. Jian Xiaoli's coming must be bad news. But she is not afraid because Zhou Tian will help her. Yi Qi will also help Guan Qingru because she has a grudge against her. With 3 eyewitnesses, Jian Xiaoli couldn't make any waves. Jian Xiaoli had no witnesses or evidence, and had no intention of making any waves, but she could not admit to the crime. Did you 3 see it? Just because you saw it, you can convict Zhou Lu? You are kidding me. Jian Xiaoli's eyes swept over Jiang Xiaowei, Zhou Tian, and Yi Qi one by one. Jiang Xiaowei, I suspect that you broke the vase and deliberately framed Zhou Lu because you have a strong motive. He said that you are a ruthless person and you hold a grudge and want revenge. Zhou Tian, I suspect you are an accomplice because Jiang Xiaowei is your wife, so you are protecting her. Third sister-in-law, you are in menopause. Maybe you read it wrong. Zhou Tian. Did she see it? Her guess was so accurate. Jiang Xiaowei. She knew that Jian Xiaoli was a troublemaker. Yi Qi. Menopause. Here it comes again. Jian Xiaoli ignored the 3 people's ulterior motives and turned to look at the old man. Dad, any of the 3 of them could have wrongly accused Zhou Lu, so their words cannot be believed unless they produce solid evidence. The old man was silent and said nothing. Although Chaoing didn't want to speak for Jiang Xiaowei, she was his nominal daughter-in-law after all, and her son was implicated, so he had to speak up. Jian Xiaoli, you've been asking Zhou Tian and the others to get evidence, but Zhou Lu has no evidence to prove his innocence. If he had evidence, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Jian Xiaoli corrected her mistake. Second sister-in-law, they were the ones who framed Zhou Lu first. They should have produced evidence to prove that they were right. Zhou Lu was wronged and does not need to prove himself. With your logic, how can you manage the household? Chaoing felt that she was making unreasonable arguments, but he didn't know how to refute her and was speechless for a moment. Jian Xiaoli pressed on. If second sister-in-law really feels that this is unfair, call the police. It's the fairest thing to do. Zhou Lu refused to admit it even after being beaten like that, so he must be innocent. When the word call the police was heard, the living room fell silent for a moment. The back of Zhou Tian's hand was almost broken by Jiang Xiaowei's nails. He looked at Jian Xiaoli with a worried look. Jian Xiaoli. Aunt! Jian Xiaoli corrected him with a cold face. Zhou Tian swallowed his grievances and said, Aunt, this is the Zhou family's private matter. It would be bad if we called the police and spread the news. We would be laughed at by others. Jiang Xiaowei quickly agreed. Yes, Annie, there's no need to make a fuss about it. You should think about the Zhou family. Yi Qi didn't want to make things worse. Jian Xiaoli, Zhou Lu has already been beaten. Let's just leave it at that. Don't make a fuss anymore. You're still injured. Go home and rest. Jian Xiaoli looked at the old man, but he remained silent. She was about to speak when Zhou Hao's indifferent voice suddenly came from behind her. Jian Xiaoli, come here. Chapter 41, Is Your Husband Dead? When Jian Xiaoli saw Zhou Hao, she was in a trance for a moment. In fact, she had been nervous from the moment she entered the door until now, because she was so sleepy and her body was sore. For half an hour, she was relying on willpower to hold on. Just like a spring that was stretched to the limit and stretched taut, Zhou Hao's appearance instantly relieved the force of this spring that was about to break. She ran over, with a surprise in her voice that she hadn't noticed. "Why are you here?" Zhou Hao knew that she was holding on at the moment, so he put his arm around her waist. "Why don't you call me if you have any problem? Why are you running around?" His voice was flat, and no emotion could be heard. Jin Xiaoli could sense his unhappiness, so she nestled in his arms obediently, not daring to speak loudly, feeling aggrieved. "Aunt Fong said you went to the company. I thought that since you went there so early, it must be something important, so I didn't disturb you." Just now, it was the blood on Zhou Lu's back that kept her holding on. Now that Zhou Hao was holding her, her body went limp. She felt so weak that her legs became weak, and the aches and pains that she had deliberately ignored came back to her. She put her arms around Zhou Hao's waist and leaned into his arms. "I'm so tired, exhausted, and sleepy." Zhou Tian looked at this scene with a complicated expression and indescribable feelings in his heart. It's hard to describe this feeling. It was obvious that he didn't want Jian Xiaoli, but he just couldn't bear to see Jian Xiaoli being so close to her uncle. If he didn't have a bit of rationality left, he would have wanted to rush over and separate them. Zhou Hao bent down slightly and picked up Jian Xiaoli horizontally. Jian Xiaoli exclaimed and hugged his neck. After holding the person firmly, Zhou Hao turned around and walked out, completely ignoring the people inside. Seeing this, Yi Qi shouted at him. "Zhou Hao, the two-color vase your mother left behind was broken by Zhou Lu." Zhou Hao suddenly stopped, turned around while holding Jian Xiaoli, and his eyes fell on the pile of vase fragments on the ground that had not yet been cleaned up. Jian Xiaoli tightened her grip around his neck and quickly explained, "It wasn't Zhou Lu. They said they saw it, but they don't have any evidence." Zhou Hao responded to her without saying anything else and turned his gaze to the old man. The old man was also looking at him, and when their eyes met, Zhou Hao's expression remained calm. "If you don't cherish someone when they are alive, who are you trying to show your affection to after they die?" The old man's breath was choked. His face looked very ugly. "Zhou Hao, a vase is more important than saving a life?" Zhou Hao interrupted him, breaking his self-deception. "That vase wasn't my mother's favorite. You just thought she liked it. When she was alive, you always liked to impose your will on her. Now that she's dead, you still won't let her go." The broken vase lay alone on the ground. Zhou Hao lowered his head slightly, with shadows falling on his brows and eyelashes. "It's good to be broken. Very good." The old man's body was shaking and his shoulders were drooping, as if his bones and muscles had been pulled out. He sat dejectedly on the sofa, wanting to say something, but opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Zhou Hao looked at Zhou Lu, who was lying on the blanket. "It doesn't matter whether you broke it or not. Since you took the beating, Zhou Lu, I'll give you credit for it." Zhou Lu. His wound was still hurting badly, and his mind was slow to think. He was just wondering what he meant when he heard Zhou Hao say, "You can run a bar as a side job, but it can't be your main job. You're not a kid anymore. You should be more stable. When your injury is healed, come find me at the group, and I'll give you the position of manager of the second investment department." These words were like a thunderclap, burning everyone inside and out. Zhou Lu. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Was this a blessing in disguise for him? After Zhou Tian realized what was happening, he suddenly stood up from the sofa and asked, "Manager of the second department? Is my uncle crazy?" It was already an exception to let Zhou Lu join the group directly. Youngsters like them who wanted to join the group had to go to a branch company for training first, and after the training they had to bring a project with them before they could step in. Zhou Lu's academic performance was not good since he was young. He failed the college entrance examination, went to college abroad, and then returned to China to open a bar with his money. But his uncle actually let him join the group. He had excellent grades and a good academic background, and after graduation, he joined an investment company under Jing Xiao. At the beginning, his uncle used shares to force him to marry Jian Xiaoli, and he took the opportunity to express his desire to join the group, and his uncle agreed. He has only been in the group for more than a year, and is only the manager of Investment Department 1. Department 2 is better than Department 1. The manager of Department 2 resigned at the end of last year, and is currently in the internal competition for a new position. He had vowed to win it. Now, my uncle actually gave it to Zhou Lu so easily. Why? Zhou Lu has no education, no experience, and nothing. Apart from hanging out with a bunch of bad friends, what qualifications does he have to be the manager of the group's investment department? Uncle, are you kidding me? It's not even Zhou Lu's turn to be the manager of the second department. Zhou Tian's face turned pale red. He couldn't believe it at all. He thought that he must have not slept well last night, or he got up too quickly this morning, or there was something wrong with his ears. When did I ever joke with you? Zhou Hao looked at him indifferently. The capital market has never been about seniority. If I say Zhou Lu can do it, then he can do it. Yi Qi also reacted at this time and almost vomited blood. She had just taken great pains to trick Zhou Lu, but unexpectedly, she helped him instead. Zhou Hao, Zhou Lu, is not qualified to join the group. Whether he is qualified or not is up to me. Zhou Hao looked at Yi Qi, his words full of warnings. Third sister-in-law, every time there is something going on at home, you're always indispensable. I've been in a bad mood recently, so you'd better be quiet. Or do you think third brother is too idle, so I will arrange more work for him? Yi Qi's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth, but said nothing. Jiang Xiaowei met the shocked and angry gaze of her mother-in-law, Qiao Ying, and her heart felt cold. It's over, I've made things worse. Zhou Hao carried Jian Xiaoli out, and the driver helped open the back door. It was not until the car started that Jian Xiaoli came back to her senses from her messy thoughts. Zhou Hao, why did you let Zhou Lu join the group? She had heard Zhou Tian mention before that even if you were a child of the Zhou family, if you want to join the group, you must go to a branch company for a few years to hone your skills and make some achievements before you can get in. Zhou Lu has always regarded the bar as his main business. He has never been to a formal company, let alone the branch in Jingxiu. If Zhou Hao lets him into the group and gives him such a high position, won't the others make a fuss? Zhou Hao only said one sentence about this question. Don't underestimate Zhou Lu. The driver drove the car onto the main road, and Zhou Hao asked him to open the tailgate. Driver, oh, don't look at what is inappropriate again. Jian Xiaoli was staring at the rising baffle, puzzled, when she felt a strong arm around her waist, and then a familiar, yet unfamiliar breath came over her. It was a passionate kiss, more passionate than any other. Jian Xiaoli originally closed her eyes and endured it, but later he was too unbridled, stirring it so much that the tip of her tongue became numb. She opened her eyes because she could not bear it anymore. Zhou Hao also opened his eyes. One was aggrieved, the other was burning. One accuses him of being too strong. The other punishes her for being disobedient. Their eyes were entangled, and Zhou Hao noticed her discomfort. He relaxed his strength, swallowed her breath into his heart and lungs, and wrapped his strong arms around her waist, easily lifting her onto his lap. After knowing that Zhou Lu was in trouble, did you ever think of calling me? He was obsessed with this issue. Ever since he saw the wound on her face last night, he has been suppressing his anger and controlling his emotions. Even Qin Zhuo didn't dare to get close to him when he was angry. I was afraid of scaring her, so I didn't dare say anything too harsh to her, nor did I dare to blame her too harshly. But it seems that his good temper is not good, and she doesn't learn her lesson. Last night it was Meng Tang, and this morning it was Zhou Lu. She never considered herself at all, let alone him as her husband. Is he a decoration? Zhou Hao completely held Jian Xiaoli in his arms, his handsome face pressed against her, tasting the sweetness of her lips bit by bit. His movements were gentle, but his voice was serious. Meng Tang is your best friend. I can understand that you don't want me to interfere. But what about Zhou Lu? He's your childhood friend and also my nephew. If you want to help him, can't you just call me? Jian Xiaoli's mouth was filled with the rich scent of a man. Her mind was a mess, and she answered whatever was asked. That vase was left by your mother. I don't know if it's important to you. If you see it broken and get angry, Zhou Lu will be in trouble. I didn't intend to hide it from you. I thought I would find you after I cleared Zhou Lu. Zhou Hao paused when he heard the word vase, freed one hand to pinch her feverish face, and continued to ask, Are Meng Tang and Zhou Lu so important to you? Yes, it is very important. Who else is important in your heart? Alive. Meng Tang, Zhou Lu, my aunt, my cousin, well, that's all. Zhou Hao waited for a long time, but all he heard was a no, and his teeth left a clear mark on her chin. No more? Is your husband dead? Jian Xiaoli felt as if she had electricity all over her body, and she felt tingling all over. Dead? No, my husband is not dead. Not dead, but that doesn't matter. Zhou Hao felt upset and bullied her soft and thin lips inside and out. You have no conscience. I'm not on the list among the 4 people. What if you put me last? Jian Xiaoli, you have no conscience. Fortunately, she didn't have a dog. If she had a dog, wouldn't he be worse than a dog? After the two returned to Huachun Mansion, Zhou Hao did not leave. He accompanied Jian Xiaoli for dinner and then carried her back to the bedroom to catch up on his sleep. Jian Xiaoli had a lot of questions to ask him, but she was so sleepy that she fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. I slept soundly and comfortably, and when I woke up, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Zhou Hao is still here. Their bodies were seamlessly pressed against each other, and she could sense that something was wrong with him. She quickly reached out and pushed him. Aren't you very busy? Why haven't you left yet? She thought that the man who got up to work after sleeping for less than 3 hours in the morning had left as soon as she opened her eyes. Zhou Hao had been a vegetarian for so many years, and it was impossible for him not to be tempted by her when he first tasted meat while lying in the same bed with her. But he also knew that her body had not recovered yet. So I didn't touch her, but just held her to calm her down for a while, and then answered her questions after she calmed down. When you hurt your face last night, I postponed all my work for today. He threw back the quilt and got out of bed. I have nothing to do today. I can stay with you the whole time. Jian Xiaoli stared at his taut and smooth muscles, then looked away uncomfortably. That morning, Aunt Fong said you went to the company. Zhou Hao took a set of clothes from the cloakroom and said, I'm not going to the company this morning. I have other things to do. He handed her the skirt and underwear in his hand. They are all new, washed and dried. Time is tight, so you can wear them first and I'll buy you more later. Jian Xiaoli took the skirt, which was similar to the one she wore yesterday. You got up so early in the morning. Did you go buy clothes for me? Zhou Hao put on the black sweater she wore in the morning. No. Pan Yu asked his secretary to buy this. I don't know how to choose. I just provided your preferences based on the clothes you wore yesterday. I thought she wouldn't wake up until at least noon, so I would have enough time to get the clothes back, but I didn't expect her to run away so early in the morning. Jian Xiaoli was getting ready to put on her clothes and wanted him to move away, but when she looked up, she saw him putting on the sweater she had worn in the morning. Hey, aren't you going to change? I've already worn the clothes. Don't you think they're dirty? Zhou Hao sat on the bed and put on the sweatpants. You only wore it for a while, and you didn't go outside, so why is it dirty? It's almost time for dinner, and the day is almost over. It would be a waste to wear a new one. Aunt Fong will have to wash an extra one. Jian Xiaoli. She changed the subject. So, what did you do this morning? Zhou Hao tied his belt and said, we went to the hospital. Qin Zhuo was beaten by Meng Tang and was admitted to the hospital last night. Chapter 42, Not Taking Advantage of You. When Jian Xiaoli heard that Meng Tang had beaten Qin Zhuo, she became so happy that she ran out. Zhou Hao grabbed her arm in time and said, don't worry, let's go after dinner. After returning from the old house, she drank a bowl of porridge and skipped lunch, so he asked Aunt Fong to prepare dinner early, which was almost ready now. Jian Xiaoli was led downstairs by him. She behaved well and did not dare to resist. She would steal a glance at his profile from time to time, and her ears felt hot. Her mind was now completely clear, and she remembered what happened after the two of them left the old house. He got angry and bullied her in the car. Although he is good at it, he is also arrogant and wanton, and he even wants to suck her tongue into his mouth. He is a reckless man. You could say his technique was poor. He sometimes used heavy force and sometimes light force, which made her spine numb and the heat rush to her forehead. Finally, she fell limply into his arms, gasping for breath. She even felt ashamed of herself. Although she was angry about his kiss that was like a punishment, she could forgive him. The moment Yi Chi shouted at him that the vase was broken, she was in his arms and could clearly feel the tension and stiffness of his muscles. That vase belonged to his mother after all, so it must be very important. He must be very sad because the vase was broken. The old man was so angry that he wanted to beat someone to death, but he could still commend Zhou Lu so calmly and hug her and leave so calmly. Sometimes, the pain that cannot be expressed in words is the most excruciating. He kissed her so eagerly, not entirely to punish her for her disobedience, but to divert attention. He didn't want anyone to see that he cared about the vase. She understood. She had felt this way too. So, she forgave him. Because Jian Xiaoli had a wound on her face and had gone through all this trouble, Aunt Fong specially made her some chicken soup with angelica and red dates in the evening. At the dining table, Jian Xiaoli talked about the roses in the house that had not been dealt with yet. It would be a pity to throw away the flowers. Zhou Hao served her some soup and said, these are all for you. It's up to you to decide. Jian Xiaoli calculated in her mind that the total number of roses upstairs and downstairs would be tens of thousands. If she were to give them away as gifts, she would have to give them away on a large scale. Give it to the tenants on Changhuai Street. Give some to them so that they can share my good fortune. This will improve their business and make them more proactive when paying their rent. When Zhou Hao heard the word joyful, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he was in a good mood. Okay, I'll ask Pan Yu to find a car and send it over in your name. Will each household get an equal share? Jian Xiaoli took a sip of soup and said casually, "There are too many flowers. It would be a waste if we gave them too much. We will give 100 flowers to each household and send the rest to Xuanxi Flower Shop." The sound stopped abruptly. Jian Xiaoli seemed to suddenly remember something, and suddenly raised her head to look at Zhou Hao, and said in a calm voice, "Don't bother, Assistant Pan. I'll contact the boss and ask him to find a car to pick it up." Zhou Hao's eyes swept across her hand that was unconsciously clenching the spoon, and then he returned his gaze to her face without any expression. "Okay, you contact him yourself. Double Jubilee Flower Shop? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Jiangyu Central Hospital, VIP Ward." Meng Tang lowered her head to send a message to Jian Xiaoli. She heard some movement coming from the hospital bed. She looked up and saw Qin Zhua trying to sit up with his elbows on the bed, so she quickly stopped him. "Hey, the doctor won't let you move." Qin Zhua ignored her and continued to support himself on the bed with his elbows. He had a headache, leg pain, and arm pain, so his movements were extremely slow and his body was swaying as if he would faint at any moment. Meng Tang put down her phone, went over and held his shoulders. "Tell me what you want to do, and I'll help you." One of his hands was wrapped in gauze, the other hand was on him four, and his leg was in a sling, so he couldn't move at all. Qin Zhua felt pain all over his body and felt dizzy when he moved a little. When she touched his shoulder, he fell weakly on the bed. After he recovered, he closed his eyes and looked at her with his eyelids lifted. "Toilet. Meng Tang? Just you wait." 5 minutes later, Qin Zhua stared at what was in Meng Tang's hand, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Take this damn thing away. I don't need it." Meng Tang stood still. "The doctor told you not to move. You can't get out of bed. Aren't you anxious?" "I'd rather die than use this thing." Qin Zhua refused with a stern face and taught her a lesson. "You are a little girl. Aren't you ashamed?" Meng Tang looked down at the urinal in her hand, which Qin Zhua despised so much, and sighed. It was embarrassing, but what could she do? The man moved in because of her, and she couldn't let him die from holding his urine. "Meng Tang, don't worry, I won't look at you or take advantage of you." She felt that it was better to resolve this matter quickly. The longer the stalemate lasted, the more awkward it would be. So without waiting for Qin Zhua to refuse, she closed her eyes, stretched forward the hand holding the urinal, and directly lifted his quilt with the other hand. "Qin Zhua, fuck." While Meng Tang closed her eyes, she deliberately turned her head to the side and faced the back of her head towards him. After waiting for a long time without any movement, she became anxious. "Hurry up." Qin Zhua stared at her trembling hands that were shaking like dice. He was speechless for a while, and finally he gritted his teeth and roared. "Don't shake." He succumbed to his physiology because he really couldn't hold it any longer. "Damn Zhou Hao." I called him at 2 o'clock and asked him to come over quickly. I sent 800 messages, but now it's almost 6 o'clock and there's no sign of him. He is embarrassing himself here. That bastard only knows how to sleep with his wife in his arms. He values women over friends. It's a big deal that he has a wife. If you have the guts, don't ever come here. He must break up with him. Qin Zhua finished his work while cursing. Meng Tang heard the sound of water stop and finally let out the breath she had been holding. Then she turned around with a twitch in her brain. Our eyes met. You looked at me, I looked at you, and then we looked down at the same time. After a few seconds of strange silence in the ward, Meng Tang swallowed his saliva, shook the things in his hand, and said calmly, "I'll take care of this. You get some rest." She went to the bathroom first, then left the ward and closed the door, all in one go. Jian Xiaoli followed Zhou Hao over and immediately saw Meng Tang with her back against the door and a red face. "Sugar." Meng Tang turned around when he heard the voice and ran over as if he had been pardoned, grabbed Jian Xiaoli, and ran away. "I haven't eaten yet. You go with me." At a noodle shop near the hospital, Meng Tang ordered a bowl of beef noodles. While waiting for the meal, she told him what had just happened and was very upset. "I really didn't mean to do that. I was relieved when I heard no more sound. I don't know what was going on in my mind, so I turned around before he could even pull up his pants." Her mind is still in a mess, and what she saw pops up from time to time, completely out of control. "It's so annoying. It's really annoying." Jian Xiaoli comforted her. "It's okay. Qin Zhua should be more embarrassed than you. He should be banging his head against the wall now." Seeing that Meng Tang was still ashamed and angry, Jian Xiaoli directly changed the subject. "So, what did you talk about with Qin Zhua last night? Why did you talk about coming to the hospital?" When the beef noodles were served, Meng Tang poked at them with chopsticks, having no appetite at all. "How do we get to the hospital?" Meng Tang's thoughts went back to last night. Last night, Chinjua drove Ms. Han home first. When he arrived at Miss Han's door, he did not forget to pack a dinner for her. She didn't get out of the car at that time. She watched Chinjua send Mi Shan upstairs. She felt very uncomfortable and knew that it would be meaningless to hold Chinjua any longer. He clearly knew that it was Ms. Han who started the restaurant incident, but he still cared about her so much. She waited in the car for half an hour. Maybe Chinjua and Mi Shan had a quarrel, because Chinjua had a very bad look on his face when he got in the car. Chinjua asked her what she wanted to eat, but she had no appetite at all. Just keep going and take a ride. That's what she said at the time. She was crazy to go out for a drive in such cold weather. Later, the car stopped by the river. She curled up and shivered from the cold, while Chinjua smoked beside her. He said, "Meng Tang, the photo is fake. Although I don't like you, I haven't done anything wrong to you. During our engagement, I didn't do anything wrong to you." He said, "Although Ms. Han and I can't be lovers, I can't completely give up. I owe Ms. Han. If something happens to Ms. Han, I can't just ignore her. I may have to take care of her for the rest of my life." She asked him what he owes Ms. Han, but he doesn't tell her. Later, when they talked about the engagement, she asked him if he really didn't want to marry her, and he said no. "Okay, then cancel the engagement." That's what she said at the time. The wind by the river was really cold, so cold that it could blow away the dreams she had had for many years. She didn't look at Chinjua's expression. She was very depressed at that time, and she didn't want to take his car back. If she couldn't get a taxi, she planned to call Zhou Lu and ask Zhou Lu to pick her up. Before she could make the call, Chinjua caught up with her and insisted on sending her home. She was so annoyed by him at that time, and when she couldn't break free from his hand, she stepped on him with her high heels. Sometimes, it only takes a moment for audacity and emotional loss to occur. After stepping on him once, she wanted to step on him a second time, and then a third time. It was still not enough, so she hit him with her bag. The more I didn't want to see him, the more he insisted on dragging me. You don't know how furious I was at that time. I told Zhou Lu to pick me up, but he insisted on sending me back. In the noodle shop, Meng Tang forced himself to swallow the noodles. His chest felt stuffy, so he picked up the water and took a sip. Anyway, he didn't fight back. I beat him up pretty badly, and then he ran away. He didn't realize he was running onto the road, and then, well, it was tragic. I ran over here, but he limped and didn't dodge the car. So stupid. Fortunately, he was an experienced driver. Although he hit the car, he braked in time, and the collision was not too serious. It was too late, and the doctor said he wasn't in danger of death, so I didn't call his parents. I stayed up all night by myself, and in the morning I couldn't hold it any longer, so I called Zhou Hao and asked him to take over for me. After he came, he said you were not feeling well today and asked me not to disturb you. I didn't tell you. Then he took a phone call and left and called someone to replace me. After coming out of the noodle shop, Meng Tang didn't want to go upstairs, so Jin Xiaoli walked with her along the road. After making sure that she really wanted to cancel the engagement, she asked her what her plans were for the future. Meng Tang also thought about this question when she was watching over Chinjua last night. "I want to quit." Her major in college was business management, and her father wanted to arrange a job for her in Yangcheng, but she refused and joined Chinjua's company during her internship, working overtime every day in the marketing department. Chinjua did not make their relationship public. She was a newcomer, and it was difficult for her in the company. In the past, she could endure grievances for Chinjua, but now that they are going to cancel the engagement, she doesn't want to endure it anymore. If you don't want to endure it, then don't endure it. Jin Xiaoli put her arm around her shoulders and said, "Write your resignation letter tomorrow and throw it in Chinjua's face. You work overtime every day for such a small salary. Whoever wants to do this crappy job can do it." A cool breeze blew across her cheek. While Meng Tang was still struggling, Jin Xiaoli mentioned Zhou Lu. It has not been easy for Zhou Lu over the years. He has been trying to be a laid-back, rich second generation, not fighting or competing. But who among the young doesn't have ideals and ambitions? He is actually very smart, but he has been hiding his incompetence for the sake of his parents, and he doesn't dare to fight. But today, Zhou Hao said he would give him a chance and let him join the group. He finally doesn't have to live the rest of his life in a muddle. Zhou Lu will get better and better in the future. Jian Xiaoli rubbed Meng Tang's hair that was messed up by the wind. There were dark spots and light in her eyes. "Tang Tang, in the past, Zhou Lu was trapped by his parents, I was trapped by Zhou Tian, and you were trapped by Chinjua. Now, Zhou Lu is going to pursue his dream, and we must also live well and live for ourselves. In the previous studio, I was muddle-headed and careless. I trapped myself in a cage and lost all inspiration. Recently, I'm looking for a new place. I want to start over. I'm in need of a partner. Do you want to come? Meng Tang didn't know why she was crying, but she couldn't stop her tears. Maybe it was because his obsession over the years finally came to nothing, or maybe it was because of Jian Xiaoli's words, live for yourself. On the side of the road, she hugged Jian Xiaoli and cried for a long time, and finally cried out in her arms. I'll write a letter of resignation and throw it in Qinjua's face when I get back. Chapter 43. Hanging out with Jian Xiaoli. In the ward, Zhou Hao came in for half an hour, and Qinjua scolded him for 30 minutes. Why didn't you answer my call? Why didn't you reply to my message? Why didn't you come earlier? Whenever you are in trouble, I'm always the first one to rush over. What about you? I'm almost dying, and you are actually sleeping with your wife at home. Do you know how embarrassed I was just now? This was the first time in my life that I used a urinal, and it was held by a woman. Shit. You know she was staring at me. Shit. Zhou Hao. I hate you. I want to break up with you. Qinjua vented all the humiliation he had just experienced on Zhou Hao. Thinking of Meng Tang's look, he wanted to die. He would have watched it at other times. He was very confident in himself, but he did it at such an embarrassing time when he had to urgently need help. How will he face Meng Tang in the future? His whole life's reputation was ruined. He was unhappy and would find fault with everything, pointing at Zhou Hao's clothes and complaining, "What the hell are you wearing, a sweater with sweatpants? You look like a beast in disguise." Zhou Hao never interrupted him, letting him vent and curse, but now he did explain. Jian Xiaoli wore it this morning. She had nothing to wear, so she wore mine. He looked down at his clothes. The sweater was bought for home wear, and the pants were bought for jogging in the morning. They matched well. Qinjua should be jealous. Jian Xiaoli only wore it for a while. What's wrong with a couple changing clothes? Oh, you don't have a wife, so you don't understand this fun. Qinjua. It's really unbelievable that one day he could actually eat the dog food fed by Zhou Hao. Who would believe it? After Zhou Hao showed off his clothes, he pulled his coat, covering half of his sweater, and began to help him analyze the problem. The reason you're so angry is that you don't know how to face Meng Tang in the future. Actually, you don't have to worry about this. When you are discharged from the hospital, you probably won't be able to see her again. Qinjua wanted to curse, but was stunned when he heard the words, "What do you mean? What do you mean I can't see Meng Tang anymore?" When Zhou Hao came this morning, Meng Tang told him about Qinjua's car accident, so he knew that the two of them had reached an agreement to cancel the engagement. No matter how much you ignored Meng Tang before, she never gave up on you. This time, you barely tried to persuade her, but she took the initiative to talk to you. What does that mean? What does it mean? Qinjua naturally knew that this meant that what happened to Mishan last night really made her sad. Do you think that after the engagement is broken off, she will quit her job? Will she hide from me? Zhou Hao didn't say anything. Qinjua didn't believe that Meng Tang would resign. Meng Tang is doing very well in her current job. She has never complained and works very hard. If she doesn't want to go back to Yangcheng, working for him is the best choice. And Jian Xiaoli and Zhou Tian have been entangled for more than 20 years. She didn't avoid him after they broke up. Now, they're a family. Meng Tang is not like me for that long, so she won't avoid me. When the words came up, Qinjua was only concerned with refuting. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had mentioned Zhou Tian and quickly apologized. I didn't mean to say that. That's what I meant. The years that Jian Xiaoli and Zhou Tian spent together really existed. Zhou Hao couldn't erase them, but he wasn't angry. Meng Tang is different from Jian Xiaoli. The Meng family is not prominent in Jiangyu City, but when they return to Yangcheng, they're the richest family in Yangcheng, and Meng Tang is the daughter of the richest family in Yangcheng. Zhou Hao looked at Qinjua. Meng Tang was spoiled by her family when she was growing up. Her parents, brothers, and sisters all spoiled her. She has only been wronged by you since she was a child. You are the only hurdle in her life. If she can't get over it, she won't want to see you again. Jian Xiaoli. After her grandmother passed away, everyone in the family favored Jian Wenxi. She had a hard time. Even Zhou Tian let her down. In such a bad environment, she still managed to survive, even after what happened back then. Having said this, Zhou Hao paused and looked out the window. The dark dusk was oppressive. Meng Tang is not as good as Jian Xiaoli. No matter how big the obstacle is, Jian Xiaoli can overcome it by herself, but Meng Tang can't. I'm not saying Meng Tang is bad. As you always say, it's the environment that makes her like that. Meng Tang has a way to go back. She's tired, and she has her family to back her up. Jian Xiaoli doesn't have that. In the ward, the silence lasted for a long time. After a while, Qinjua said quietly, "You said so much. What's the main idea? Zhou Hao. Praise my wife. Qin Zhua. Zhou Hao sat on the chair and uncrossed his legs. Qin Zhua, I can't interfere with you in matters like marriage. After all, it's your own life. But as a brother, I want to say a few words to you. Qin Zhua suppressed his funny expression and turned to look at him. Zhou Hao. First of all, you'd better deal with me, Sean, as soon as possible. She knew clearly that I was the one who set up the situation last night, but she still dared to make a scene. This shows that she is certain that you will protect her no matter how big the problem is. She is fearless and reliant. If you let her continue to make a scene like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. Qin Zhua didn't say anything. He sent Sean upstairs on purpose last night just to warn her, but their conversation was not a very pleasant one. Zhou Hao then talked about the second thing. If you have the idea of getting married, Meng Tang is the best match for you. You still have a chance while she hasn't completely turned back. Of course, if you have made up your mind not to get married in this life, don't go and cause trouble for others. Qin Zhua's head started to hurt again. From the moment he woke up until now, he felt like he was about to explode. He felt inexplicably irritated and didn't know why, but he was just irritated. Extremely irritated. This topic was also annoying, and he didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he started to settle accounts again. Meng Tang said you came in the morning, answered a phone call, and left. It was quite scary when you left. What were you doing? This time it was Zhou Haofan's turn. He was not interested in this matter and explained it in a few words. His tone was flat, but Qin Zhua frowned when he heard it. The two-color vase in the old man's room? That was indeed what Aunt Guanling liked the most, but it was also what she hated the most. Is it broken? Qin Zhua looked up at Zhou Hao and saw that he had droopy eyelids and a dull look on his face, showing no emotion at all. In the end, he didn't ask any more questions. He changed the subject to a lighter one. So, why did you sleep all day holding Jian Xiaoli? Even though you got up very early, you shouldn't have slept that long. What did you do last night? When talking about this matter, Zhou Hao's mood fluctuated greatly. He was happy for a while, but soon became annoyed. She said I didn't have good skills. Qin Zhua was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. After singing a few traditional Chinese songs, he fell on the bed, holding his stomach which hurt from laughing. Although Zhou Hao felt ashamed, he had to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, Jian Xiaoli would always give him bad reviews, affecting the harmony between the couple. Therefore, he came this time with an attitude of humbly seeking advice. After Qin Zhua laughed enough, he also tried his best to express the essence in one sentence. You can't just think about your own comfort in this kind of situation. Zhou Hao first wrote down this sentence and thought about it when he got back. After discussing this matter, he told the main purpose of his visit today. Double Jubilee Flower Shop, do you still remember it? Xuanxi Flower Shop? Qin Zhua was at a loss. I've never heard of it. What does it mean? Zhou Hao reminded him. 3 years ago, you were the one who told me that Jian Xiaoli paid to renovate a flower shop at the end of the alley on Chonghuai Street. After hearing what he said, Qin Zhua thought about it carefully, slapped his forehead, and remembered. That's true. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Meng Tang did not return to Yangcheng, so her mother called her home for dinner. He had an evening social event and came back late, and it was almost dawn when he got home. When he entered the house, he saw Meng Tang sitting on a bench in the yard and making a phone call. He didn't mean to listen. He was just holding the small cake his mother asked him to bring back for her, and when he saw her there, he went over. Then he heard her calling Orange and then talking about decoration, flower shop, and so on, and he listened for a while. From what I heard at the time, Jian Xiaoli asked Meng Tang to help find a renovation team to renovate the store that had just been vacated at the end of Chonghuai Street, saying that it was going to be a flower shop. I was wondering why Jian Xiaoli was going to open a flower shop when she was still abroad. He asked Meng Tang at that time. Meng Tang was shocked. She hesitated for a long time, but couldn't explain clearly. She just ran away perfunctorily. He found it strange and took some notice. The flower shop was funded by Jian Xiaoli. The owner is a woman in her early 30s who came from a small county town. After all, it was Jian Xiaoli's private matter, so I didn't investigate further. You were more concerned about Jian Xiaoli at the time, so I told you. Qin Zhua looked at Zhou Hao. Why are you talking about this suddenly? Zhou Hao mentioned Jian Xiaoli's strange behavior during dinner, and after a moment of silence, he said, when you told me about this, I actually had someone investigate it. Qin Zhua said that Jian Xiaoli had no contact with that woman before, and he was worried that something might happen again. So he investigated further, and after a lot of effort, he got some information. The shop owner had been away from the village for nearly 10 years. When Jian Xiaoli had the accident and was rescued, the shop owner suddenly returned to the village 2 months later. Qin Zhuo was stunned, and it took him a long time to find his voice. So, what you mean is that the store owner might be related to what happened to Jian Xiaoli back then? And then, what did you find out? I didn't continue investigating. Zhou Hao shook his head. Jian Xiaoli refused to tell anyone back then. I didn't want to expose the secret she was protecting. I investigated the store owner, just to confirm whether she was a good person or not. Qin Zhuo felt that he hadn't finished speaking yet, so you suddenly brought it up now. Do you have a new idea? Zhou Hao, yeah. Jian Xiaoli's words. Meng Tang gave her resignation letter to Qin Zhuo the next day. I didn't throw it in his face. I threw it on his body. Regarding the cancellation of the engagement, I'll talk to my family, and you can talk to your family. Once we've talked it through, you decide how to cancel it. I'll handle anything that needs to be handed over at work as soon as possible. Qin Zhuo, I won't bother you anymore. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will avoid you at other times. Qin Zhuo, Zhou Hao was right. After confirming that she really wanted to resign, he expressed his concern. Have you decided where to go? Back to Yangcheng? If you want to stay in Jiangyu, I can help you find a better job. Meng Tang. No, I will hang out with Jian Xiaoli from now on. Qin Zhuo. With Jian Xiaoli? Jian Xiaoli. Small and shabby studio? Jian Xiaoli heard this. She actually agreed. The previous studio was just a random place she rented because it was close to Zhou Tian's apartment. The rent is high, the place is small, and the feng shui is not good. It's time to change it long ago. She needs to find a better place with good feng shui. After the wound on her face was almost healed, she took Meng Tang to choose a place in a hurry and was busy for more than half a month. A lot happened during this period. Qin Zhuo was discharged from the hospital. When he went home and talked about the cancellation of the engagement, his mother beat him out with a broom. His family did not agree and asked Qin Zhuo to coax Meng Tang back. Qin Zhuo was hit on the head with a broom and was depressed for half a month. Zhou Tian was quite dissatisfied with Jiang Xiaowei because of Zhou Lu's going to the group. The couple was in a Cold War and went out for social events for half a month. Jiang Xiaowei was blamed by her husband and disliked by her mother-in-law. What was even more troublesome was that her mother-in-law asked her to resign, saying that she could not help Zhou Tian, so she should take good care of her health and have a baby. Jian Wenxi has not been having a good time recently. After the Chinese New Year, Mei Lan started to arrange for Jian Yui to go on blind dates. Jian Yui meets at least one girl every week. She is almost mad, but she can't intervene because Mei Lan has also been forcing her to go on blind dates recently. Jian Hongyun ignored the things happening at home and just stared at Jian Xiaoli. He held out for more than half a month, but when he couldn't bear it anymore, he started to hit her with a series of life-threatening beatings. Jian Xiaoli, you must bring Zhou Hao home for dinner today. Chapter 44, Orange Mosquito Killer. When Jian Xiaoli received the call from Jian Hongyun, the car had just arrived at the gate of Pingxi Club on Huiyan Road. Go back for dinner? Sure. Have you taken care of my 9%? How about we do it together when we get back? When mentioning the 9% stake, Jian Hongyun's voice became less irritable and his tone softened. There are many procedures to go through for this matter, and it won't be done in a short time. Since I promised you, I won't lie to you. This is a public matter, and eating is a private matter. They can't be mixed up. You guys come back first. The car drove past a club and stopped in front of a shop nearby. Jian Xiaoli unbuckled her seatbelt and said, "Okay, wait until I'm done." After hanging up the phone, Jian Xiaoli got out of the car, walked forward a few steps, looked up, and looked at the sign of Orange Heart Photography Studio, feeling filled with emotion. No, it's not emotion, it's gratitude. Gratitude to Zhou Hao is like a surging river, endless. These are the two shops that Zhou Hao asked Zhou Tian for her. The two shops on Huiyan Road are located right next to the Pingxi Club, with an excellent location and great environment. Both shops are two-story buildings, right next to each other. At the end of the year, Zhou Hao asked Pan Yu to bring a lawyer to help her with the handover. The previous tenant ran a beauty salon and rented both spaces. The location is good, and there are luxury cars parked in the club next to it. Business is actually pretty good, but the boss immigrated with his family last year, and when the contract expired, he just gave up the lease. Zhou Tian had a lot of properties under his name, all of which were managed by dedicated people. After this place became vacant, Zhou Hao took it over for her before his people had time to deal with it. At that time, Zhou Hao asked if he could rent the shop to him because he would be useful to it. She gave him the key without even asking for rent and let him use the room as he pleased. At that time, she had no idea that he wanted to use it as a surprise for her. When she took Meng Tang to choose a location for the studio, She couldn't find any place she liked. When she was so tired that her legs were about to break, Zhou Hao gave her 2 keys. This is it. There are 2 shops. The left one is decorated as a studio, and the right one is a dessert shop. The one on the left is the workplace, and the one on the right is a dessert shop on the first floor and a resting place on the second floor. It is a small 1-bedroom apartment with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Why open a dessert shop? Zhou Hao said. Meng Tang said you like to eat when you're tired. There's no such thing on this street. If you want to eat, you have to cross the street and walk a few kilometers. It would be better to open one next to the studio. But you can't eat too much. I found a chef, and I'll let him give you a fixed amount. What shocked Jian Xiaoli the most was the studio. The decoration style was completely in line with her aesthetic. She asked if it was also Meng Tang who suggested it, and Zhou Hao said yes. Actually, it was not. Zhou Hao had seen the style of her previous studio and also got the design drawings of the wedding room she and Zhou Tian had previously had. He gave the designer the design and photos of her previous studio. A very good designer, who has waited for many awards, can dig out her preferences. He didn't want to mention the previous wedding house, so he asked Meng Tang to keep it a secret. Meng Tang was happy to see this happen, and for this reason, she secretly held Jian Xiaoli back. She knew that Zhou Hao was going to give Jian Xiaoli a studio, so when Jian Xiaoli dragged her around the world to look for a place, she had a lot of opinions. Whenever Jian Xiaoli looked at something for a second, she would always find a lot of faults. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was quick enough and delivered the key in time. Otherwise, she was really afraid that if she found fault a few more times, Jian Xiaoli would sew her mouth shut. Jian Xiaoli came here today for the final checkup. When Zhou Hao gave it to her, all the work that needed to be completed had been completed, and she had to do the rest by herself. For example, the studio, clothing area, makeup area, and reception room. She also arranged the computers and furniture herself. I've been busy for more than half a month, and it's basically done. I just came to see if there's anything missing. Meng Tang was called by Qin Zhua's mother to go shopping again. Most likely, he was trying to persuade her not to cancel the engagement, and that she would not be back until at least at night. So she came here by herself today. Because she had just experienced a bloody disaster and things had not been going well for her before, this time, she specially found a master to calculate the date. He is probably a charlatan who takes money to trick people. It was such a coincidence. The fortune teller said that the Dragon Boat Festival was her lucky day. That day would be the best day to open a business, that it would ward off disasters in her destiny, and that it was the best day. What a ghost! Dragon Boat Festival is her birthday. Her birthday is clearly her disaster day, a day of misfortunes and disasters. When Jian Hongyun called her again, Jian Xiaoli had just left the studio. I'm not done with my work today. Wait, I'll contact you when I'm done. Jian Hongyun waited for another half a month. Just wait until the last day of March. After confirming that Jian Xiaoli would come over tomorrow, he told her aunt a lot of things during dinner. Jian Xiaoli and her husband will come over for dinner tomorrow night. You must pay attention to the dishes. I'll make a list for you later. Choose the freshest fruits and tea. He waved his hand. I'll do this myself. I'll prepare the tea, cigarettes, and alcohol. You guys prepare the vegetables and fruits. All right. He thought of the most important thing and turned to tell the butler. Every time Jian Xiaoli comes here, she's like a bandit, leaving nothing behind. Hide all my treasures from me. Butler, okay. Mei Lan waited until he had finished explaining everything before asking. Are you sure she'll be back tomorrow? Last time he called her, she said she would be back, but she didn't. Jian Xiaoli had stood them up several times in a row, and today she said she would come back, but no one knew whether she would come or not. She keeps doing this and has no integrity at all. If Mei Lan hadn't been busy arranging a blind date for her son recently, she would have killed him to discipline her daughter long ago. Jian Hongyun was in a very good mood today and spoke to Mei Lan with patience. After that girl hung up the phone, she posted a message on WeChat Moments. Didn't you see it? Post on Moments? Mei Lan quickly took out her phone and opened WeChat. There were a lot of updates in her circle of friends. She flipped through it for a while before she found the one about Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli. I will go home and kill mosquitoes tomorrow. I am cheating on old Jian. Happiness value plus 10,000. Mei Lan was speechless and helpless. Every time before coming over, this girl would post a circle of friends like this, and the text was exactly the same. As long as you send it, it will definitely come the next day. Killing mosquitoes, it was obvious that she was talking about Wincy. She was afraid that others didn't know that she and Wincy didn't get along, so her WeChat nickname was Orange Mosquito Killer. Which lady from a noble family has this name? The key point is that she has used this name for 5 years, and she refused to change it even when asked to. People who don't know her would think she is selling mosquito repellents. After dinner, Jin Hongyun went to the wine cellar to find some wine and did not forget to tell Mei Lan before leaving. Call Yui and ask him to come back early tomorrow. The period before and after the new year is the busiest time for the company. Jin Yui has been busy with work recently, and he has to go on blind dates according to Mei Lan's request. It's very stressful going back and forth. He has been living directly at the company recently, where he has a house. Mei Lan wanted to arrange a blind date for her son tomorrow night, and when she thought that Zhou Hao was coming, she agreed. Okay, what about Wincy? Should we let Wincy come over? In order to avoid the blind date arranged by Mei Lan, Jin Wincy went on a business trip and will be back tomorrow at noon. Jin Hongyun said to Mei Lan, "Come on, didn't Jin Xiaoli say that she has feelings for Zhou Hao? Now that Zhou Hao is her brother-in-law, it's just right for her to face reality." Jin Xiaoli had said before that when she had feelings for Zhou Hao, but he observed her for a while and didn't see anything. But Wenxi is not young anymore. It's time for her to get married. Please help keep an eye on her and arrange for her to meet someone suitable. It would be best if she can get married this year. Jin Xiaoli is only 24 years old, and she is already married. Wenxi is 30 years old and still not married. If she doesn't get married, not only will she be embarrassed, but people outside will also say that he is biased. Jin Xiaoli first asked Zhou Hao whether to go back to the Jin family's old house for dinner. She thought he would refuse, but he agreed. "I just have something to discuss with Director Jin. Zhou Hao shouldn't suffer any loss with old Jin." Zhou Hao asked her to choose a time, and she specifically chose April Fool's Day. With old Jin's insatiable look, who knows how he'll set a trap for her at the dinner table, and he'll definitely find ways to get the project from Zhou Hao. She has thought it all out. No matter what old Jin said or what he wanted, she agreed to it, then ate, bought some food, and left. It's April Fool's Day anyway. You can just deny your debt as long as you leave the house. She didn't hold it in until the night before April Fool's Day to call old Jane, just to catch him off guard. He was so busy having fun that he didn't even have time to think. He had to honestly take out his treasured fine wine. After Jin, Xiaoli posted on WeChat moments. She rolled around on the bed excitedly, thinking about her father's room full of treasures. Then think about which of those treasures is suitable to be placed in her studio. Zhou Hao was holding a video conference in the study room. He came out at 10:30. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw the curvy body on the bed with her nightgown half lifted. The feeling is coming very fiercely. Jin Xiaoli doesn't like it to be too bright. So every night, only the dim floor lamp is left in the room. The light is soft, and the air is filled with the scent of her shower gel. Orange flavor, very tempting. Zhou Hao walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, lowered his head, and gave her a light kiss on the lips. Jin Xiaoli had already opened her eyes when she heard the footsteps. Seeing the heat in his eyes, she did not hide, but lay there obediently, looking at him, and then accepted his suggestive kiss. This kind of staring at each other has been going on for some time. Their second time was after Jin Xiaoli's face no longer needed dressing changes. That night, Zhou Hao was still a little immature, but no longer reckless. He learned some tricks from somewhere, but he would ask her how she felt after every move, and he followed her rhythm completely. At first, she wanted to lose her temper when asked this question, but then her eyes followed his muscular shoulders and unruly eyes, thinking that he himself was out of control. So why should she be ashamed? After letting go of shyness and embarrassment, it is undeniable that this kind of experience between husband and wife is a very happy one. Since she is happy and Zhou Hao is making rapid progress and will not let her suffer anymore, she should just let nature take its course. The natural result is, there is no need to ask for it. A kiss or a look from him is the signal that he wants it. This is the tacit understanding they developed over half a month. For example, now, after taking a shower, he was wearing a casual short-sleeved shirt and long pants. After a signal kiss, he crossed his arms, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and pulled off his short-sleeved shirt. She had already consciously pressed against him. Jin Xiaoli also asked about the child. Zhou Hao said he respected her opinion. Jin Xiaoli took into consideration that he was already old, so she didn't dare to be too presumptuous and asked for a year first. It's not that she doesn't want to have a baby now. If she really gets pregnant, it doesn't matter if she gives birth. She has money, so she can hire the best nanny, the best confinement nanny, the best nutritionist, and work while raising her child. She can afford to play, and she can also afford to lose. However, she felt that it was better for children to be born in a loving family. Her and Zhou Hao. So she wants to spend a year to improve her relationship with him. Even if it's not love in the end, it's okay as long as it's family affection. In the drawer of the family planning supplies Zhou Hao bought. I bought 3 boxes at one time, and tonight is the last one of the last box. When her rationality was shattered, Jin Xiaoli thought about returning to the Jian family tomorrow and pulled his hand in a daze. Jian Wenxi is not as pretty as me, not as obedient as me. Don't be fooled by her. Zhou Hao held her in his arms and kissed her wet forehead. Only you. This girl looks carefree and doesn't care about anything, but she is actually very sensitive. She has always been bothered by Jian Wenxi. Chapter 45, I'm sorry, Xiaoli. April Fool's Day is Friday. Jian Wenxi arrived home at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as she entered the door, she felt that the yard was different from the past. The flowers and trees in the yard had been specially trimmed, and the water droplets on the clivia were round. When I entered the house, I saw the servants were still working on cleaning every corner. The glass floor was shiny and bright, the flowers in the vase were gorgeous, and the fruit plate was filled with fresh seasonal fruits. Seriousness and rigor are evident inside and out. In the morning, Jin Wenxi received a call from Mei Lan and learned that Jin Xiaoli would bring Zhou Hao back for dinner tonight. It's ironic. When Jin Xiaoli came back before, she didn't receive such treatment. Now that she has married a good husband, her treatment has been directly upgraded. Therefore, it is really important to marry a good man. It is a waste for a top-notch man like Zhou Hao to be paired with Jin Xiaoli. The arrival time was said to be 5:30, and there were still more than 3 hours left. Jian Wenxi had just got off the plane and was very tired. She was going to go back to her room to sleep for a while, get up, take a shower, and then get ready. To meet Zhou Hao, she had to be refined. The door of the study on the second floor was ajar, and someone was talking inside. When Jian Wenxi heard Jian Yohui's voice, she stopped. Dad, you called me back in such a hurry just to say this nonsense? What do you mean by nonsense? You must remember what I told you. Zhou Hao finally came here. You are of similar age, and it's a good idea to chat with each other. Just do what I told you. In the study, Jian Hongyan instructed Jian Yui on a bunch of things. Years ago, Zhou Hao cut several projects of Chongqing. No matter how angry I was at that time, I couldn't say anything. Now that he has become the son-in-law of the Jian family, this matter has something to say. Those projects are lost. They are not evenly distributed. We don't get much if we really do them. Now, Jingxiu has an amusement park project, and the municipal party committee and government are paying close attention to it. This is a big piece of cake. If Zhou Hao takes us to play, Chongqing's losses last year can be made up in one go. Jian Yui did not agree with the flattering methods he had just mentioned, but he did not say anything and just stood there listening to him nagging. Seeing him writing something in a notebook, I took the opportunity to say goodbye. Dad, if you are busy, I will go out first. The pen didn't produce ink, so Jian Hongyun raised his hand and shook it. No hurry, I'm just going to write down the tricks your sister used to trick me. Jian Yun, why did you write this? Jian Hongyun snorted proudly. That girl is very cunning. I'm afraid she will trick me again. I've listed all the tricks she has used. Before she comes, I'll study them, draw inferences from her, and defeat them one by one. He was scared of being cheated by that little bastard Jin Xiaoli. He suffered a huge loss from that 9% stake, and is still angry about it today. The little bastard is quick-witted and his words are full of traps. If he is cheated out of another 9%, he will be really bloody. It is necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Speaking of this, Jian Hongyun suddenly remembered something and looked up at his son. That girl set up a crappy studio last time and cheated me out of a lot of money. I heard that she's been setting up a new place recently. This time she comes back, she might become a robber again. Jian Yui felt that what he was going to say next was not a good thing and wanted to run away. As expected. After all, Zhou Hao is coming today, so we can't be too stingy. We have to be generous. So, if your sister really wants something, open your collection room and let her choose. You have to put the overall situation first. Jian Yui. Screw his father. The overall situation is more important. Last time, because of this sentence, he donated an inkstone from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, and Jin Xiaoli also took away a set of Hetian JT sets. Not to mention the huge price he spent. The key point is that he had gone through a lot of trouble to get them. He is still angry because of that tea set. Dad, you are the only one who would cheat his son. Your baby is a baby, and so is mine. He proposed a reasonable solution. How about we each pay half? You pick one, and I pick one, and we give it to her directly as a gift, as a housewarming gift. Jian Hongyun. Unfilial son. A servant was wiping the handrail and walking up the steps. Jian Wenxi glanced coldly at the clean and bright handrail, then turned around and went back to the room. Isn't it just Jian Xiaoli who brought Zhou Hao back? They're all so attentive that it makes people feel sick. Thinking of Jian Xiaoli's smug and ostentatious face, she felt even more disgusted. So what if you get a marriage certificate? There are many divorces. At 5:30, the black Bentley drove into the Jane family's old house on time. Jian Wenxi took a shower and changed into a new dress that she had bought when she accompanied Mei Lan to an exhibition a few years ago. She had bought several sets of different styles at that time. She was wearing a very feminine outfit tonight, and her makeup was also delicate and feminine. She has her own thoughts. Over the years, the women Zhou Hao has come into contact with have all been working women. Over the years, he has not had any ambiguous relationships with any woman. Maybe he doesn't like strong women? It was just speculation before, but now he has married Jian Xiaoli, who is a very feminine and charming woman. She doesn't believe that a man like Zhou Hao would marry Jian Xiaoli simply because she saved his life. The only reason she could accept was that Zhou Hao also liked Jian Xiaoli's face. So today, her whole body is full of scheming. She was very satisfied with her outfit, but when she saw Jian Xiaoli getting out of the car from the second floor, she felt ridiculous. Today, Jian Xiaoli looks like a capable queen. She has changed her previous sexiness and is now wearing a neat and straight burgundy suit with a waist-hugging design that highlights her slim and tall figure. Her hairstyle is also special, with the top of her hair naturally hanging down and the ends curled in a large arc. The first time she saw her in a suit, despite her prejudice, Jian Wenxi had to admit that Jian Xiaoli looked unique and heroic like this. Zhou Hao next to her was also wearing a neat suit, and the two of them standing together were very pleasing to the eye. Jian Wenxi looked down at her skirt, but ultimately decided not to change it. Zhou Hao had never seen her dressed in such a feminine style. It would be a pity to change it. He should see that no matter how beautiful Jian Xiaoli is, she is just an empty shell, a vase created by money. Although she had a bad reincarnation in the beginning, now her surname is Jian. Her name is Jian Wenxi. She has a good family background, is highly educated, and has strong working ability. She is Zhou Hao's perfect match. The last time Jian Xiaoli saw her father, she laughed so hard that her eyes disappeared. It was the day she and Zhou Tian set their wedding date. This time, he was even more excited than last time. His mouth was grinning from ear to ear. He even wore a festive Tang suit, as if it was Chinese New Year. He personally came out to welcome Zhou Hao into the house, calling him Zhou Hao all the time. Even Jian Xiaoli got some benefit from it. After many years, she heard her biological parents call her Xiaoli again. Because they arrived at dinner time, they exchanged a few polite words and went straight into the restaurant. Almost all of the dishes tonight are Zhou Hao's favorites, and the flavors cater to his taste. They were requested by Jian Hongyun in a message to Jian Xiaoli last night. Jian Xiaoli gave him a list and asked Aunt Fong for it. The atmosphere at the table was very harmonious. Everyone was chatting and laughing behind their masks, and the topics they talked about were very one-sided. For example, which dish is good? The cigars Jian Yui brought are good, and the wine Jian Hongyun has collected for more than 10 years is delicious. Later, Jian Wenxi interrupted intentionally or unintentionally. Let's talk about the financial circle. Zhou Hao's most famous investment, stock market changes, and Jingxiu's influence in Jiangyu. Jian Wenxi had her own plans, so she brought the topic to work and left Jian Xiaoli no room to speak. However, as soon as she brought up the topic, Jian Xiaoli put her chopsticks on the table. Speaking of work, didn't you see what I was wearing today? Jian Xiaoli stood up, turned around on the spot, and followed Jian Wenxi's words just now to praise herself first. I've been working really hard lately. She exaggerated the hardship she had gone through in moving the studio, and when she finished her complaint, she changed the subject. So, I moved to a new studio. What gift are you going to give me to celebrate? Jian Xiaoli stared at Jian Hongyun and Jian Yui and spoke in front of Zhou Hao. My husband gave me 2 buildings as a gift. You are my dearest ones, so your gifts cannot be more shabby than his. She didn't lie. The 2 buildings, the studio, and the dessert shop, were indeed gifts from Zhou Hao. Considering Zhou Hao's wealth, giving him 2 buildings is like giving him 2 bags. 2 buildings? Can it be less shabby than the one he gave me? Jian Yui looked at his biological father, questioning with his eyes. 2 buildings done for, over budget. Where are your plans for a rainy day? Your lessons learned. Jian Hongyun. After dinner, Jian Hongyun and Jian Yui invited Zhou Hao to the study. It was rare for Jian Hongyun to praise Jian Xiaoli as if she were a flower. My little daughter has been sensible and well-behaved since she was young. She is smart, has a good personality and a good temper, and is especially filial. He prays for half an hour, and Zhou Hao listened quietly for half an hour. Seeing that he looked calm and showed no impatience after listening to nonsense for half an hour, Jian Hongyan glanced at Jian Yui next to him. Jian Yui got the hint from his father, picked up the tea, and took a sip to moisten his throat, then continued with his words praising Jian Xiaoli. I remember that when Xiaoli was little, she loved going to the amusement park the most. She would always ask to go there during holidays, but there were always so many people that she had to wait in line for a long time every time. He looked at Jian Hongyun and said, "Dad, you said that you would build a playground for her. After so many years, you still haven't fulfilled your promise." Jian Hongyun pretended to feel guilty. "Yes, I'm too busy. I haven't had the chance yet. I'm sorry, Xiaoli." Jian Yui added tea to Zhou Hao's cup as if he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Zhou Hao, I heard that you got the Tianyu amusement park project in the suburbs?" He was about to go deeper into the topic when Zhou Hao suddenly said, "I have a personal question and would like to discuss it with director Jian alone." Jian Yui was stunned and turned to look at Jian Hongyun. Zhou Hao's expression was calm, but unquestionably cold. Jian Hongyun nodded to Jian Yui. After Jian Yui went out and closed the door, Zhou Hao asked directly, "Mr. Jian has laid so much groundwork before just to get a piece of the pie in the amusement park, right?" Jian Hongyun was embarrassed and was just about to pretend when he heard him say, "I can take Mr. Jian out to play, but there is a condition." It was half an hour later when Zhou Hao came out of the study. He didn't see Jian Xiaoli. Only Jian Wenxi was in the living room. Jian Wenxian was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone, but she stood up when she saw him. When she saw him stopping a servant to ask Jian Xiaoli, she said first, "Xiaoli was called away by my mother. She should not come down for a while." Jian Xiaoli was indeed called into the room by Mei Lan, saying that she had something to do. She had been in there for almost half an hour. Jian Yui came out of the study and was also called in by Mei Lan. "I don't know what to talk about." Zhou Hao said nothing and walked out. It was 9:30 in the evening. The night was dark with a few scattered stars in the sky. Zhou Hao stood in the yard and smoked 2 cigarettes. Just now in the study, he got angry at Jian Hongyun. He was glad that Jian Xiaoli was not there at the moment. Otherwise, she might have noticed something. 2 cigarettes still couldn't calm him down. When he was about to smoke his 3rd cigarette, Jian Wenxi came over with 2 glasses of red wine in her hands and handed him one. Cigarettes are not good things. If you are in a bad mood, why not try a glass of wine? Zhou Hao ignored the glass of wine handed to him and took a cigarette from the box and put it in his mouth. Get lost. Chapter 46, Don't Brainwash Me. Jian Wenxi herself couldn't tell what she was thinking about Zhou Hao. She liked him. Whenever Zhou Hao was around, she would always look at him subconsciously. Standing next to him at such a close distance, her heart beat fast with excitement. But her liking for him was more of a possessive desire. She is not a person who puts love above all else. She pursues material things and rights that are higher than love. She likes Zhou Hao, but she doesn't love him to death. It was too childish to just talk about love. The only thing she was sure of was that she wanted to marry Zhou Hao. She had to marry Zhou Hao. She pursues perfection. She is ambitious. She wants to be admired by everyone. She wants everyone to fawn on her. And she needs material things and power. Her man not only needs these, but also needs to have a good-looking face. Looking at the entire Jiangyu city, only Zhou Hao can meet all her requirements. Therefore, Zhou Hao must be her man. She worked hard for this goal. In the past few years, she has been trying to please Jian Hongyun, maintaining an ambiguous distance with Jian Yui and trying hard to gain a foothold in Changsheng in order to exclude Jian Xiaoli and to be worthy of Zhou Hao. In the past, when she had an excuse to go see him through a collaboration project, she dressed herself up exquisitely from head to toe. Even the curve of the corners of her mouth when she spoke was according to her design. Every time she went to see him, she would rehearse in advance. She put in a lot of effort, and she thought she could invade him silently. But he saw through her disguise. Zhou Hao rarely appears in public. He attended last year's financial forum as a special guest. There was a cocktail party after the opening ceremony. She took great pains to sit next to him and wanted to chat for a while, but he simply changed seats with someone else. That cocktail party was actually an open business negotiation meeting. She used the excuse of discussing cooperation intentions with someone and moved over unnoticed, and he put down his glass directly. "Vice President Jian, please contact Assistant Pan directly regarding cooperation." When he was speaking, there were few people at the table interrupting him, so although the words were not loud, many people heard them. At first glance, these words sounded very plain and nothing special, But in that situation, she sat next to him twice in a row, which was very awkward. He gave her the proper courtesy, but told everyone that he and her were not in a relationship where they could contact each other privately. In other words, he didn't like her, and she had no right to talk to him directly. Jian Wenxi felt that since he had seen through her, it would be better to take the initiative to break things up instead of remaining in a passive stalemate. Just like before, Zhou Tian didn't like Jiang Xiaowei either, so she helped Jiang Xiaowei to open a gap so that Jiang Xiaowei could win over Zhou Tian. But she forgot that Zhou Hao and Zhou Tian were different. She had just taken a small step forward when Zhou Hao blocked her way. He did not give her the chance to meet him and even directly cut off the cooperation between the two companies. Go away. Now, has he no longer concealed his disgust for her? Jian Wenxi still can't figure out why Zhou Hao hates her so much. She didn't have the chance to ask him before, but tonight, after drinking 2 more glasses of wine, she felt an impulse. How am I worse than Jian Xiaoli? You can even accept her. Why do you always reject me? How am I worse than her? In the dark night, Zhou Hao tapped the cigarette ash on his fingertips and glanced at her, as if he heard a joke. You are overestimating your own abilities. Jian Wenxi froze in place, the goblet in her hand almost crushed. His look was so sharp that it could make people feel cold even in the dark night. Overestimating one's own ability means telling her, compare with Jian Xiaoli? How can you compare with her? Don't humiliate yourself. Zhou Hao had smoked less than half of a cigarette when he turned around to leave. After being humiliated, Jian Wenxi gritted her teeth and called out to him. How good do you think Jian Xiaoli is? She and Zhou Tian have been together for so many years. Do you think she has really forgotten? She said she broke her brain. Did she really break it? Zhou Hao, she is just using you to get revenge on Zhou Tian. Jian Wenxi knew that she shouldn't say these things to him in the Jian family, and she shouldn't lose her temper at this time. But she couldn't hold it back because of the alcohol. Tonight, she has been observing Zhou Hao and Jian Xiaoli. Zhou Hao is not too enthusiastic about Jian Xiaoli, but he will pick up food that Jian Xiaoli can't reach and pour drinks for her. She couldn't believe that Zhou Hao had feelings for Jian Xiaoli so quickly. She only knew that his coldness and sarcasm at this moment directly hit her brain, especially when I saw his sexy movements while smoking, his tall and straight back, his broad shoulders and narrow waist. When she thought that this man was not hers but Jian Xiaoli's, she felt jealous like a cat scratching her. As she finished speaking, Zhou Hao stopped and turned around. Before Jian Wenxian could feel happy, she heard him say, there is something I want to ask you. What? Jian Xiaoli had an accident when she was in her 3rd year of high school. She always emphasized that it was you who planned it. Jian Wenxi froze in place. Zhou Hao stared at her and spoke slowly amid her fear and shock. So, you were involved in what happened back then. Mei Lan pulled Jian Xiaoli into the room and first asked her about her and Zhou Hao. When we were eating, I saw that Zhou Hao was quite nice to you. He even gave you the dishes you couldn't reach. Mei Lan had been observing them since they entered the room, and she came to the following conclusion. Zhou Hao was willing to come back with Jian Xiaoli. He would pick up food for Jian Xiaoli during meals and was kind to them. So, Jian Xiaoli should be living a good life. Jian Xiaoli knew what she wanted to do as soon as she saw her expression. If we have a good relationship, what do you want to do? Mei Lan first mentioned Jian Youhui's marriage. Since the beginning of the year, I have been looking for a lady from a wealthy family for your brother. Your brother's conditions are excellent, but there are a few blind people who say that no matter how good your brother's conditions are, he is only getting married for the 2nd time, and it is more than enough for him to marry a girl from a lower family. But in our circle, you have to find someone of lower status. Mei Lan gets angry every time she mentions this, because the 2 daughters-in-law she liked both declined, meaning that they disliked her son's 2nd marriage. What's wrong with a 2nd marriage? Your brother is the best in his 2nd marriage. Those blind people are just short-sighted. They will regret it in the future. She held Jian Xiaoli's hand. Now that you are married to Zhou Hao, you should help your brother more. Let Zhou Hao spend more time with your brother, bring your brother along to dinner parties, and help him more at work, and let him cooperate more with Changxing. Jian Xiaoli waited for her to finish speaking and asked her if there was anything else she could help with. Mei Lan brought up Jian Wenxi's marriage again. I have shown your sister a lot of young talents, but she always looks down on them. Your father asked me to worry about them. I have introduced all the ones I can. Is there anyone suitable in Zhou Hao's circle? Please keep an eye out for them. Jian Xiaoli told her about Jian Wenxi and her son last time. She has been on high alert, but she didn't find anything fishy or wrong. She felt that Jian Xiaoli did it on purpose. But it is true that Wenxi should get married. The candidates introduced to her are all good, but Wincy has been finding various reasons to refuse. She must be looking for someone better. Zhou Hao's circle is more powerful than what she knows. Jin Xiaoli pulled her hand away, didn't refuse, and said okay with a smile. Okay, I'll take care of these two things. Mei Lan was just wondering why she was so easy to talk to today, when Jin Xiaoli said, one thing costs 10 million, two things cost 20 million. Pay today and do the work tomorrow. Hearing her mention money, Mei Lan got very angry and couldn't help but mutter a few words. Why do you always ask for money? Are you really obsessed with money? Every time you come here, you act like a robber, always trying to steal your father and brother's things. Every time you come here, you are like a leech passing through, leaving nothing behind. Jin Xiaoli held the fruit brought by the servant in her hand and put a piece of cut mango into her mouth. He looked at her as if he didn't understand why she was angry. Didn't you always tell me to learn from Jian Wenxi? I learned from her. When I was a child, you gave my toys to her as long as she said she liked them. You also gave me gifts, whether they were expensive or not, as long as she looked at them a few times. How many things did she steal from me? She said she envied my bedroom, and you asked me to give it to her. She is now living in my bedroom. I cried like a pig, and you locked me in a small dark room and told me to reflect on myself. I've been learning from her. Get whatever you want. The only difference between us is that I have to get it myself, but you guys help her get what she wants. Why do I always cheat old Jian and his family of their things? Is this called cheating? No, this is called taking it back. Everything old Jian has was left to him by the ancestors of the Jian family. Everything here belongs to the surname Jian, you know. They all belong to Jian Yui and me. When Grandma passed away, she also emphasized that everything in the Jian family belongs only to Jian Yui and me, and has nothing to do with Jian Wenxian. But she has been in the Jane family for nearly 20 years, and you have provided her with the best things. Those are all mine. You gave her all my things, so why can't I have them? Only idiots would suffer losses obediently. I'm not an idiot. Don't brainwash me. It's useless. Mei Lan was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Jin Xiaoli stuffed another mango into her mouth. Unless you tell me why you are so partial to Jian Wenxi, otherwise just wait, I want a lot of things. Unless you break off relations with me, Jian Wenxi, don't even think about touching the things of the Jian family. Amid the tense atmosphere, Mei Lan heard her son's voice outside and called him in, wanting him to persuade Jin Xiaoli not to be so extreme. Jin Xiaoli was quite well behaved. When Jian Yui was talking, she didn't interrupt him and just ate the fruit quietly. When he finished talking, she asked for her housewarming gift. Jian Yui? Well, it's a waste of words. Jin Xiaoli didn't know what Zhou Hao and Jin Hongyan talked about in the study. It is certainly not a trivial matter to just guess. Zhou Hao left that night. He reeked of cigarettes and spoke very little. Jin Hongyan was also weird. When she came out of Jian Yohui's collection room, holding 2 paintings and calligraphy, he greeted her. Go look at Dad's and take any that you like. Dad? Yeah, goosebumps are all over the floor. At that time, she just thought that Zhou Hao was very influential. And old Jian must have done this for Zhou Hao's sake, so she didn't hesitate to search his place directly and even gave Zhou Hao a few collections. Thinking about it later, something was wrong, completely wrong. Afterwards, old Jian didn't send her a private WeChat message to scold her, nor did he ask her to return some of the things. In the past, when she took something, old Jian would always nag her for a long time. She asked Zhou Hao what they talked about in the study, and Zhou Hao only said it was about the project. Jin Xiaoli felt that something was wrong, but she didn't want to care about it anymore. For some reason, her father was out of his mind and suddenly called her one day. Xiaoli, your birthday is coming soon. Let's make it a big one this year. Dad will host it for you, and I guarantee it will be a grand one. Before he could finish his words, Jin Xiaoli threw her phone down. TSK, birthday? She even dared to mention birthday. Was old Jian going to cut off ties with her? Chapter 47, Why Not Celebrate Your Birthday? Jin Xiaoli has actually been living a very comfortable life recently. I went back to Jane's house for dinner, and when I left I had a great harvest, filling the trunk with goodies. Next came the Qingming Festival and the May Day holiday. She and Zhou Hao went back to Zhou's house for dinner. Everything was peaceful and calm without any disturbance. It was probably because of the vase incident last time. Although Zhou Hao didn't get angry, he exerted pressure on them. No one dared to make trouble during this period, and even Yi Qi was well behaved. The 2 times they went back, Yi Qi pulled her aside and said a lot of nice things to her, gave her expensive cosmetics, and intended to repair their relationship. Jiang Xiaowei was recently forced by her mother-in-law Chao Ying to resign and have a baby. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a bad quarrel, and she had no intention of causing trouble for Jian Xiaoli. After the vase incident, Zhou Tian's mind was on work, especially when Zhou Lu reported to the group after the May Day holiday. Zhou Tian was busy competing with him and had no time for other things. After the Qingming festival, Jian Wenxi suddenly went to work on an overseas project of Chongqing and has not returned since the business trip. Meilon asked her to help that day, but she didn't. Unusually, Meilon didn't call to scold her. In short, Jian Xiaoli had a quiet life for almost 2 months. Quiet and busy. The studio has not been idle for the past 2 months, even though it has moved and has not officially opened yet. Meng Tang is now her agent. On the day when the studio renovation was completed, Meng Tang went straight to her agent's swivel chair and slammed the table. I was already annoyed with your previous agent. She's useless, but she blames you for the bad photos. Fire her, and I'll take over. When Jian Xiaoli first set up her studio, she wanted to have fewer worries, so she hired an agent to take care of a lot of the work. Zhou Tian introduced her to him. She's his friend's cousin. She has no ability, talks a lot, looks down on her, but is reluctant to give her the high salary. She has not fired her for Zhou Tian's sake, and the two of them tolerate each other. Later, I had a falling out with Zhou Tian and was originally going to quit, but a lot of things happened and I forgot about it. On the first day Meng Tang announced that she was an agent, she closed her Weibo account, which had only 2,000 followers, had not released any works for nearly a year, and had become overgrown with weeds. From now on, your Weibo account will be under my control. You will be responsible for taking photos, and I will be responsible for uploading them to increase your followers. So Jian Xiaoli has been immersed in shooting works during this period, going out every day. Her inspiration is not completely back, but it is much better than before, and she can barely produce works that satisfy her. Although she was tired, there was no mess, and she lived a happy life. The happy life came to an abrupt end the moment Jian Hongyan called. He was quite good at picking time. Her birthday was on the Dragon Boat Festival, and he called her a week in advance. His studio was about to open, and he did it purely to make her unhappy. Celebrate her birthday? How dare he bring it up? How dare he bring it up? How dare he? As long as she doesn't go crazy, they won't feel comfortable, right? Do you really want to fight to the death? Do you really want her to pick up a knife and kill them all? When Aunt Fong called, Zhou Hao was playing cards with Qin Zhua and others at Pingxi Club. After Jingxiu won the amusement park project, many people were jealous. Qin Zhua had a friend whom he had only made friends with in the past 2 years. He also wanted to have a piece of the pie, so he found Qin Zhua to act as a matchmaker. Zhou Hao gave Qin Zhua face and allowed him time for a meal. They had a good chat at the table and then had a card game in the club. Zhou Hao saw a call from home. He would answer it immediately. Because Aunt Fong and the others won't call unless it's something urgent or important. Less than 5 seconds after the call was connected, Zhou Hao suddenly threw away the cards in his hand, stood up, and walked out. When he was almost at the door, he turned around and called Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu was playing cards at another table. Their table was more youthful, and the atmosphere was relaxed. They threw a card, drank a sip of red wine, and boasted. He was bragging that he could drink enough to knock out a cow when he suddenly heard his uncle calling him, and he subconsciously answered, "Ah." While speaking, I turned around and saw my uncle walking out with a cell phone in his hand. His face looked scary and gloomy. I quickly threw away the cards and stood up. His uncle asked him to come along today, saying that he would introduce some friends to him, which was actually to help him build up his network of contacts. What's going on? Zhou Lu glanced in the direction of Qin Zhua and asked with his eyes. Qin Zhua also looked confused. Zhou Hao suddenly threw away his cards and left, which immediately put the whole game at a standstill, and everyone who was left looked at each other in bewilderment. The friend who was organizing the party and distributing the cake today was even more nervous. He just came out of the bathroom and saw Zhou Hao walking out with a cold look on his face. He didn't even get a response when he greeted him. With sweat on his back and a beer belly, he ran to Qin Zhua in small steps. Old Qin, why is he gone? We had a good chat just now, and the cooperation was basically done, except for Zhou Hao to make the final move. Why did he suddenly leave? The key point is that he greeted him, but he ignored him. Thinking that such a big project might fail, my friend's face wrinkled and sweat broke out on his forehead. Did I go to the bathroom too old and neglect that ancestor? Oh, I drink a lot tonight, and I'm old, I have prostate problems, and I urinate frequently and urgently. You will know when you reach my age in 2 years. Qin Zhua interrupted him with a dark face. If it's not because of you, don't flatter yourself. As for who? Qin Zhua just saw the caller ID, and it was Aunt Fong calling. Aunt Fong's call made Zhou Hao so anxious again, so it could only be that something had happened to Jian Xiaoli. Qinzhua originally wanted to follow, but finally gave up. Forget it. Meng Tang has been with Jian Xiaoli every day recently. What if he runs into Meng Tang? It's not that he's afraid of him, but mainly because Meng Tang has already agreed to cancel the engagement, and she has convinced her family. The Meng family has agreed, but he hasn't resolved the issue yet. His family did not agree. Whenever he opened his mouth, his mother would chase him out with a broom. Her words were so harsh that she closed her eyes and went straight to the hospital. He was convinced, really convinced. In the past, he wanted to cancel the engagement every day, but now Meng Tang is waiting for him to cancel the engagement. It's very embarrassing. Zhou Lu followed Zhou Hao into the car. The car quickly drove out of the club and went directly onto the overpass after passing 2 traffic lights. Zhou Lu was sitting in the passenger seat. He glanced at the man in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Seeing his gloomy and tense face, he felt increasingly uneasy. The phone had been hung up long ago, and my uncle didn't say a word the whole time, so he didn't know who called. However, the address that my uncle just told the driver was the old house of the Jian family. It's so late. What is my uncle doing going to the Jian family's old house? Zhou Lu secretly sent a message to Jian Xiaoli, but received no reply, and his uneasiness grew stronger. Unable to bear such a quiet and depressing atmosphere, he turned around and looked back. Uncle Jane, did something happen to Aunt Jane? Zhou Hao leaned back. His entire back was stiff. His handsome face, like a sculpture, was now filled with worry. Aunt Fong was very anxious on the phone. My wife came home late today and said she had eaten some corn for dinner and was hungry and wanted to have a bowl of noodles. I cooked her a bowl of beef noodles. She had just taken 2 bites when her cell phone rang. I was standing nearby, and she called out to old Jane, and I vaguely heard something like, "Birthday, make it a big deal, and Dad will make it for you." After listening to a few words, the wife suddenly threw her phone to the ground without eating her noodles. After smashing the phone, she took your baseball bat, took the car keys, and left. She was in a very bad state. If he could explain everything clearly, Zhou Hao would probably be able to understand the whole thing. Jian Honyun called Jian Xiaoli and wanted to celebrate Jian Xiaoli's birthday with a big celebration. Damn Jian Honyun. Jian Xiaoli's birthday is on the Dragon Boat Festival, which is approaching. Qinzhua suggests holding a grand celebration for her at the club, but Zhou Hao does not accept the suggestion. As far as he knew, the Jian family stopped holding birthday parties for Jian Xiaoli when she was 10 years old. He felt there was a problem, so he asked Meng Tang specifically. Meng Tang was so angry that he was shaking all over. It's that damn Jian Wenxi. I don't know how it happened that her father's death anniversary happened to be Chengzi's birthday. She was fine when she first came into the Jane family, but when Orange was 10 years old, she was like possessed by a demon. Every time Orange's birthday came, she went crazy, howling and screaming, and even jumping from the upstairs. Chengzi's father believes in ghosts and gods. He asked someone to see her. The person said that she was possessed by a ghost. It was her biological father who possessed her. He said that death is a bad omen. We can't hold a banquet on the anniversary of her death. We must also eat vegetarian food. How ridiculous. Just because of an adopted daughter, they bully their own daughter like this. There is no other family in the world like this. If you really believe in ghosts and gods, then you should send Jian Wenxi away. Now that she's gone, that ghost thing is gone too, right? Before she came, the atmosphere in the Jian family was so good. Chengzi had a real father, a real mother, and a real brother. Every year, his birthday was celebrated in a big way, and nothing happened. Ever since Jian Wenxi came, everything has changed. Chengzi has always felt that the Jian family adopted Jian Wenxi for other reasons, because her grandmother loved her the most. But on the birthday matter, her grandmother actually acquiesced to Uncle Jian and his ridiculous behavior, which is very strange. Meng Tang also mentioned what happened to Jian Xiaoli in her senior year of high school. Before leaving, Orange's grandmother said that she had always felt guilty about Orange's birthday. She told Uncle Jian and the others that they could forget about Orange's previous birthdays, but Orange's 18th birthday ceremony must be held in a grand manner. Uncle Jian and the others agreed, but as soon as Grandma left and Jian Wenxi fell ill, they wanted to let it go. Not only that, they also wanted to take back the adult gift Grandma gave to Chengzi. It's Changhuai Street. Grandma left the entire Changhuai Street to Chengzi, saying that she owed her birthday presents for so many years and she wanted to make up for it all at once. In fact, Orange is the softest-hearted. She responds to soft words, but not hard ones. If you have bad intentions towards her, she will bite you to death, but as long as you give her a little care, she will take off her armor. She wasn't greedy for money at that time. As long as Uncle Jian and his friends showed her some concern, she would even give him Chonghuai Street. She said that it was useless for her to have so much money. It's a pity that Uncle Jian and his friends pushed away their sensible and well-behaved daughter little by little. They broke their promise first and wanted to go back to Chonghuai Street. Chingzi exploded. They had a big fight that day. Chingzi gave her a way out. She said if they held a coming-of-age ceremony for her, she would forgive them. If they didn't, they would break off their relationship, and she would no longer be named Jian. And Zhou Hao knew what happened next. During the quarrel that day, Jian Hongyun and Mei Lan did not compromise and even slapped Jian Xiaoli, so Jian Xiaoli ran away. Then, something happened. It was that time that Jian Xiaoli's life was almost ruined. Now it seems like it has passed, but in fact it is an indelible mark and a wound that can never be healed. When Zhou Hao and Zhou Lu arrived at the Jian family's old house, Jian Xiaoli had just smashed the family portrait on the wall. Chapter 48. Chasing her by stepping on Zhou Tian. This family photo of the Jian family was taken when Jian Xiaoli was 12 years old. That year, Jian Wenxi was 18 years old. Jian Hongyun and Mei Lan held a grand coming-of-age ceremony for her. When asked to make a wish, she pointed to the family photo on the wall that did not include her and said that her biggest wish was to become a real family member. Then the previous family photo was taken down, and the new one was hung up. Jian Xiaoli smashed it once when she was 18 years old. She was the one who smashed the family photo and ran away after being slapped by Mei Lan. Later, this family portrait was taken away by Jian Wenxi to be repaired and hung again. After returning to China, Jian Wenxi pointed at the photo and asked her whether the restoration was good. The Jian Xiaoli, who was easily angered back then. Whoever shows weakness first will be a grandson. She was not angry, but just complained madly about the photography technology of that time. She won the game and has held on to it to this day. She endured it all, but they still stuffed a rag in her mouth to disgust her. Bang! Jian Xiaoli swung the baseball bat with great force, and the photo frame shattered, and a hole was smashed in the wall with a loud bang. Jian Wenxi was on a business trip and had not returned yet. Jian Yui lived at the company. Only Jian Hongyun, Mei Lan, and a few frightened servants were at home. Everyone stood in the kitchen. No one dared to move forward, let alone stop the crazy Jian Xiaoli. Mei Lan complained to her husband angrily. Why did you mention her birthday? You know she cares about this the most, and you have nothing to do. When Jian Xiaoli heard this, the emotions in her eyes became more intense. This is what she cares about the most. You see, they all know it. They know. This is what Zhou Hao saw when he came in. Jian Xiaoli waved the baseball bat in her hand tirelessly, hitting the wall again and again. The broken glass of the photo frame splashed onto the base of her right hand. She held the shards of glass together. The base of her right hand was already stained with blood, but she seemed not to notice it. His expression was surprisingly calm. No noise, no crying, even numb. Jian Xiaoli didn't know how many times she had swung her sword when someone grabbed her wrist. She turned her head mechanically and saw that it was Zhou Hao. She was stunned for a long time before her slow mind came back to its senses. Zhou Hao? Why are you here? Zhou Hao pursed his lips tightly, his eyes fixed on her blood-stained hands. Doesn't it hurt? Jian Xiaoli followed his gaze, and only then felt discomfort in her hand. She also belatedly realized what she was doing. The mess on the ground and the baseball bat in her hand reminded her that she was in a mess and crazy at the moment. After getting the marriage certificate with Zhou Hao, although she acted arrogantly a few times, she was always obedient in front of him. Jian Xiaoli exposed her brutality and weakness in front of him, and she felt a little embarrassed. She tensed up and tried to explain, "They made me angry, and I was very angry so." Her mind was confused, and she hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to explain. While she was anxious, Zhou Hao took the baseball bat from her hand. The warm fingertips gently stroked her knuckles, wiped away the bloody glass fragments, and asked again, "Doesn't it hurt?" Jian Xiaoli raised her chin and looked at him blankly. The emotions that she had never shown suddenly collapsed, and the corners of her eyes began to turn red. "It doesn't hurt." She pursed her lips and clenched her teeth tightly. Zhou Hao stared at her stubborn little face, his Adam's apple rolling, and a flash of helplessness passed across his stern features. He asked the housekeeper to bring the medicine box, and then handed it directly to Zhou Lu, asking Zhou Lu to take Jian Xiaoli out. After the two left, the entire living room fell silent. Zhou Hao lowered his head and played with the baseball bat in his hand. He was frighteningly calm, Yet there was an oppressive feeling as if a storm was about to come. Jin Hongyan stepped forward. Zhou Hao Xiaoli. The sound stopped abruptly because Zhou Hao turned around and pointed the tip of the baseball bat at him. Mei Lan screamed, ran over in panic, grabbed her husband's arm, and pulled him back. Zhou Hao, you must calm down. No matter what, we are also Jian Xiaoli as parents and your elders. Put the stick down first. Zhou Hao ignored Mei Lan and stared at Jian Hongyun with his gloomy eyes. I know what you were planning. Take your mind back. Don't love her, or at least don't use her. Mr. Jian, you are my elder. I can't use my fists, but he paused, his tone calm. I'm also going to say this today. From now on, the rise and fall of Chongqing Group depends on your attitude towards Jian Xiaoli. If you continue to use her, Chongqing's future in Jiangyu will be difficult. Mr. Jian, please weigh the pros and cons yourself. What is Jian Hongyun planning? Zhou Hao could probably guess it right. He was also at fault for what happened today. After hearing those words from Meng Tang, he especially wanted to know why Jian Hongyun adopted Jian Wenxi. Just like Meng Tang said, Jian Xiaoli's grandmother loved her so much that she condoned Jian Wenxi's ridiculous ghost and god theories. There must be a reason. So when Jian Hongyun wanted the project, he put forward a condition, asking Jian Hongyun to tell him the truth about adopting Jian Wenxi. Judging from Jian Hongyun's reaction, there must be a reason, but he always made excuses and just said that she was the daughter of an old classmate, and he felt sorry for her, so he took her home to raise. No matter how he asked or threatened, he just wouldn't say anything. He even preferred not to have that project in the amusement park. He lost control of his emotions that day and got angry at Jian Hongyun. But even if he was angry, Jian Hongyun remained silent. He had a vague feeling Jian Hongyun seemed to be protecting some secret. He couldn't guess, so he had been investigating all this time, checking Jian Wenxi's biological parents and everything that happened before she came to the Jian family. But after all, too much time has passed, and nothing has been found yet. Jian Hongyun thought of Jian Xiaoli's birthday at this time, and his purpose was obvious. The cooperation talks broke down that day, and he directly cut off the possibility of Jian Hongyun joining the amusement park. Recently, Jian Hongyun went to Jingxiu to find him several times, but he didn't see him. Because he was angry, he even intercepted a project of Chongqing. Jian Hongyun became anxious. He held a grand birthday party for Jian Xiaoli, simply to convey two messages to the outside world. First, he has a very good father-daughter relationship with Jian Xiaoli. Second, Jian Xiaoli married into the Zhou family, and he is Zhou Hao's father-in-law. Since he couldn't get the amusement park project, he wanted to use the identity of Zhou Hao's father-in-law to attract other projects. Jian Xiaoli sat in the car, feeling very depressed. Zhou Lu, was I scary just now? She was forcibly brought out by Zhou Lu just now. The cool breeze blew on her face, and her confused mind became completely clear. The clearer she became, the more annoyed she became. She went crazy and was seen by Zhou Hao. It's over. Zhou Lu was treating her wound and didn't even raise his head when he heard this. It's scary mainly because you're so bad at baseball. Come to me for this kind of thing next time. I'm a better baseball player than you. This old house isn't even big enough for two of my bats. Jian Xiaoli patted him on the head and said, bragging. Zhou Hao opened the door and came in. Zhou Lu put away the medicine box and went to the passenger seat, leaving the back seat to them. Jian Xiaoli sat awkwardly, so Zhou Hao moved towards her. When the two of them were close to each other, Zhou Hao reached out and pressed her head on his shoulder, his voice deep and magnetic. I'll give you my shoulder. You can cry if you want. I won't laugh at you. Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli didn't cry. She couldn't cry, but she rested her head on his shoulder and didn't struggle. His broad shoulders made her feel safe. Especially when Zhou Hao's palms were rubbing her stiff back again and again, her whole body softened and calmed down, and fatigue invaded every part of her body. Jian Xiaoli fell asleep in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao held her hand in his palm, looked down at the white gauze, his handsome face gloomy. Zhou Lu glanced at the rearview mirror, then quickly looked away and turned to the window. One of the street lights was broken, flickering and making it difficult to see the road ahead. The car drove into Huachun Mansion. Zhou Hao carried the sleeping Jian Xiaoli back to the room, wiped her body, changed her into pajamas, and covered her with a quilt before going downstairs. Zhou Lu hasn't left yet. When his uncle came upstairs, he said he had something to ask him and asked him to wait a moment, so he waited in the living room. Zhou Hao came down and took him to the wine cellar on the underground floor. The two of them sat at the bar and drank. Zhou Lu thought he was going to ask about the grudge between Jian Xiaoli and the Jian family, but he didn't expect that. I want Jian Xiaoli to have me in her heart. Can you give me some advice? Jian Xiaoli had something to do tonight and didn't think of him, which made Zhou Hao feel extremely frustrated. This is the third time. First it was Meng Tang's matter, then it was Zhou Lu's matter, and now it was her own matter. She didn't even think of asking him for help at first. He is becoming more and more like a decoration. Zhou Lu has a better relationship with Jian Xiaoli than he does, so he wants to ask Zhou Lu for advice. May I give you some advice? Zhou Lu was completely confused. He slowly calmed down when he saw that his uncle didn't seem to be joking. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Uncle, when did you start liking Jian Xiaoli? During this period, Zhou Lu had an increasingly strong feeling that his uncle definitely liked Jian Xiaoli. But how long have they been married? It is impossible that the relationship was cultivated after marriage. Had feelings for Jian Xiaoli before getting the marriage certificate. Zhou Hao drank half a glass of wine, his cold eyes tinged with a rare sense of melancholy. A long time ago, if you really want to trace it back, it can be traced back to the day when Jian Xiaoli saved me. He still can't describe the feeling. When the car was hit, swept into the air, rolled over, and fire started from the bottom, he felt that he was doomed to die. Before he died, he thought about many things. I thought of Jian Xiaoli. He was taken to the Zhou family when he was 14 years old. The old man ignored him in the name of protection. He was ostracized in various ways and had a hard life. Jian Xiaoli often came to Zhou's house to find Zhou Tian. Because Zhou Tian and his mother didn't like him, she always stayed away from him. But that little girl was too kind. When he was ostracized by everyone, she stuffed candy into his mouth. When he had a fever and no one cared about him, she bought him medicine. When he was locked up in a warehouse with no food to eat, she stuffed bread into his mouth. She was afraid of being discovered, so she always did things secretly, not letting him know, and she would quietly stuff things in through the window or door crack. She thought he didn't know, but in fact he saw everything. Later he deliberately opened the window and didn't lock the door. At the moment of death, he thought of her and just thought that he should say thank you to her. After all, in that inhumane Zhou family, she was the only outsider who had given him warmth. Before the regret faded, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of me. She was running towards me, getting closer and closer. Zhou Hao will remember for the rest of his life Jian Xiaoli, who ran towards him against the wind and on fire that day. He really can remember it for a lifetime. At that time, I just had feelings for her and never thought about being with her. As long as she was happy, it would be fine. If Zhou Tian could treat her well, I could keep my distance from her. At the bar, Zhou Hao drank the remaining half glass of wine. But I married her. It's my honor to marry her. I should be content. But I am also greedy. I think she has me in her heart. I want her to like me a little bit. After listening to him, Zhou Lu didn't know what expression to make. It's hard to make Jian Xiaoli like you. Jian Xiaoli and Zhou Tian's relationship of more than 20 years was trampled upon like that. I'm afraid she no longer believes in love and will never fall in love with anyone again. Zhou Hao knew what he meant. That's why I asked you to find a solution. You understand her well and have many ideas. Zhou Lu felt it was quite stuffy here, so he took 2 ice cubes from the refrigerator, threw 2 into the wine, picked it up and drank it directly in 1 glass. Only then did he feel calmer. There is a way. We can try to cure the disease with poison. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Zhou Lu. Her illness is in Zhou Tian, so you can use Zhou Tian to cure her illness. In simple terms, you can pursue her by stepping on Zhou Tian. Zhou Hao didn't understand. What do you mean? Zhou Lu explained for a long time and finally raised a finger. The first step is to find a reason for Annie to go to the company to have lunch with you whenever she is free. I will create an opportunity for her to meet Zhou Tian. Zhou Hao's face darkened, and he was speechless. Are you helping me? Or are you giving Zhou Tian a chance to regret it? Zhou Lu, if you believe me, don't question me. Jian Xiaoli is different from other women. I have to do the opposite to win her over. Zhou Hao. Chapter 49. Zhou Hao cheated? That night, Zhou Hao stayed at Jian's house for an extra half hour. Jian Xiaoli didn't know what he talked about with Jian Hongyun, nor did she know what Jian Hongyun and Mei Lan said to him. After returning, he didn't ask anything. He didn't ask why she lost control or why she went out of her way to smash the family photos. It was as if what happened that night had never happened. Jian Xiaoli didn't bring it up on her own initiative. She was grateful for his silence. If he really got to the bottom of it, she didn't know how to explain it. I don't know if it was because of her madness that night or Zhou Hao's intimidation, but Jian Hongyan never mentioned celebrating her birthday again and didn't contact her for a week. Until the Dragon Boat Festival, I transferred several sums of money to her, totaling 8 figures. It was the first time I was so proactive and generous. It's rare, and he even deliberately sent a message that made things even more obvious. Jian Hongyan. I wish our little princess good luck in opening her business. Smooth sailing, lots of money, good luck, and a lot of money. Dad loves you. Under the guise of celebrating the opening of a business, the Jian family looked up a few idioms in the dictionary and tried to cover up the truth. This is their usual shameless behavior. Jian Xiaoli's current concept is different from what it was before she went abroad. If it were in the past, she would definitely refuse to accept it and would go back and make a fuss and even lift the roof off the room. Now I feel that having money doesn't make you a fool. She has made a fuss, vented her anger, and calmed down. There is no need to go against money. So, she took the money. Mei Lan and Jian Yui also transferred money to her that day, wishing her good luck in her business, and she accepted it all. Jian Yui also gave Jian Wenxi a limited edition bag, and she accepted it all. Yes, she is such a money grubber. On the opening day of the Dragon Boat Festival, many people came to give gifts. Zhou Hao gave a car. Zhou Lu gave a camera. Qinzhui gave a painting. Yu Cheng and his friends gave a flower basket. Guan Qingru gave a plant. The old man gave an antique ornament. And even Yi Qi gave 2 huge flower baskets. Most of the Zhou family members I met on the night of the Lantern Festival gave gifts to Zhou Hao for his sake. But Zhou Tian's family remained silent. Meng Tang even complained when she was helping her register. What a bad person. We are family after all. Even sending a flower basket would be fine. It doesn't cost much. Zhou Tian is really stingy. Jiang Xiao's petty-mindedness is not good enough. Jian Xiaoli didn't care, and she didn't want it. What bothered her now was the feng shui master. She paid a high price to hire a feng shui master, who said that the Dragon Boat Festival would open a new chapter in her life and cost her 2 limited edition bags. Damn it, this old charlatan who shortened his life. Change your luck and start a new route. After the studio opened, there was no business at all. She shot a lot of works and submitted many entries for various competitions, but there was no splash at all, and the response on Weibo was also lukewarm. In short, all the data are like stagnant water. When Jian Xiaoli was preparing to issue a wanted notice for the old swindler, Meng Tang dug out all the photos she had recently taken, studied them for 2 days, and finally spoke hesitantly. Orange, actually, is it possible that there is something wrong with your photos? I feel that your current works lack soul. She analyzed each photo and slapped the table at the end. Qingzi, make a transition. Don't just shoot scenery anymore. Let's switch to the fashion circle. You're good at shooting people, and I have connections in the fashion circle. I guarantee I can help you carve out a niche. Jian Xiaoli initially pursued the career of an animal photographer. When she was first sent abroad, she was often on the verge of emotional breakdown. She even beat away the psychologist that Jian Hongyan found for her. When he left, he complained in English that she was a lunatic. The second psychologist was brought by Meng Tang, who said he was introduced by Qinzhui and was a very capable expert. He was really good. Unlike other psychologists, he didn't talk to her about nonsense that would only irritate her, and he didn't try to pry open her secrets with the tip of a knife. Knowing that she likes photography, I directly introduced a photography master to her. It is her mentor, a world-class wildlife photographer. Jian Xiaoli didn't know how the doctor convinced the master to accept a mentally ill lunatic like her. But the experiences of those years did save her desolate and faithless life. She followed her master to chase wolves in northern Canada, to chase migrating caribou in the Alaskan wilderness, and to capture wild animals in their natural habitats in Indonesia. I have encountered life-or-death dangers. The first time she was frightened by a wolf and had a nightmare was the least of her problems. She was also bitten by a poisonous snake. When they were filming rhinos in India, they were attacked by a herd of rhinos. She felt several times that it was over, her life was over. Fortunately, Master's team was very experienced in dealing with these death threats. Although they escaped in a messy way, they survived. It was very thrilling, a life-threatening thrill. After so many times, her body began to rebel, and the more afraid she became, the more passionate she became. That experience was the most magnificent she had ever experienced. It was full of severe tests, but it was a new experience in life. The surging passion was burning her life. Burn away the old scars and grow new branches. I once heard someone say that if you want to be reborn, you have to die a few more times. Her life had been on the line several times, and although she still couldn't stop taking the medication at that time, she no longer went crazy easily and was able to control her emotions. The year before she returned to China, she came face to face with a tiger deep in the forest. When she was rescued and escaped from the tiger's mouth, she thought, how could the bad things in the country be more terrifying than tigers? Even a tiger can't tear her apart. So why should she be afraid of Jian Wenxi? She borrowed courage from the tiger. And when the tiger's courage and ambition shattered the haze and fear of the past, she decided to return home. It is said that those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. She has been close to death so many times. Who is she afraid of? She will bite to death anyone who provokes her. Unfortunately, the tiger's claws at that time aroused her courage, but did not shatter her love-mindedness. The only change at that time was Zhou Tian. She gave her only patience to Zhou Tian. When Zhou Tian changed his heart, she stopped chasing the animals and started chasing Zhou Tian. The only person who felt guilty was the master, but the master did not blame her. When they parted, he even gave her his camera. You are a little girl, but you have been following a bunch of grown men on the brink of life and death all day long. Even if you don't leave, one day I will persuade you to return to peace. You have defeated your inner demons now, and my mission is accomplished. The master said that she was the second person who followed him and risked her life to defeat her inner demons. She asked who the first one was, and the master smiled and said it was a friend. He didn't say much, but just gave her one last word of advice. Girl, your life is your own. You can change the track at any time, but you must choose the track that suits you best. Don't get stuck in a dead end or choose a dead end. She changed the track and chose a dead end. She switched from being a wildlife photographer to landscape photography, specializing in natural scenery. In fact, when she changed her career path, Meng Tang gave her some advice and urged her to move into the fashion industry because she had helped her sister-in-law. Meng Tang's sister-in-law is the editor-in-chief of a fashion magazine. The theme of one issue was protecting wildlife, calling on everyone to pay attention to endangered wildlife. The cover requires a popular female star and wild animals to be in the same frame. The photographer we were working with had a problem and couldn't come. We were urged to come by our superiors. The female celebrity's schedule was tight, time was running out, and we couldn't just find anyone to shoot outdoors. Meng Tang's sister-in-law was so anxious that she was dizzy, so Meng Tang recommended Jian Xiaoli. An attitude of trying everything possible. One is a warrior who says, if you dare to use it, I dare to shoot it. So that collaboration came about. The filming location was in the wilderness, and there were cheetahs among the animals, which made filming difficult, but the final result was surprisingly good. At that time, Jian Xiaoli was considering changing her career path, so Meng Tang advised her to develop in the fashion circle. With her sister-in-law around to help her, the road would be easier. The biggest reason why Jian Xiaoli did not agree at that time was Chowing. Chowing is a very twisted person. She likes Cheongsams, but not those with bright colors and high slits. She hopes her daughter-in-law can help her son's career, but she must stay at home to take care of the husband and children. She likes to comment on others, but she can't let others say a word about her. The fashion circle is a complicated place, a world of fame and fortune. Once you enter it, you are bound to be the subject of discussion and criticism. Although she and Chowing disliked each other at the time, Chowing was Zhou Tian's biological mother after all, so for Zhou Tian's sake, she did not take that step, although she was also interested. She photographed still lives and natural landscapes, but her initial enthusiasm was dampened by various trivial matters, and she was unable to take perfect photos. After repeated setbacks, she lost her inspiration. Later, I was finally able to let go of the past and regain my passion. The photos I took were beautiful, but they lacked soul. Apart from that incident that year, trapped in her blood, Jian Xiaoli could not completely let it go. Now she can take on and let go of anything else. If one path is blocked, she will choose a new one. She is still young and has time to try. She has money and the ability to withstand failure. Just listen to Meng Tang and try your luck in the fashion circle. If she succeeds, she will be famous and honored. If she fails, it doesn't matter. At most, she can just close her studio and be a landlady. She is so outstanding and Zhou Hao is so perfect with strong genes, so she will have 2 more children. I eat, drink, play with my children, and collect rent every day, and life is pretty good. After Jian Xiaoli nodded, Meng Tang was excited. Her only connection in the fashion circle was her sister-in-law, who was on vacation recently, so she flew back to Yangqing to learn from her. Meng Tang's work plan has not come out yet, so Jian Xiaoli has nothing to do for the time being. When she was furious with Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiaowei, she joined a rock climbing club. The club happened to have a competition this month, so she planned to go there to stretch her muscles. Zhou Lu, who accompanied her in, was also a member of the club, so she casually asked him if he wanted to go. As soon as she sent the message, Zhou Lu called her directly. Ancestor, so you are finally free now, right? His voice rose, and he sounded excited. Jian Xiaoli felt puzzled. Yeah, it's okay for now. Why are you so happy? Zhou Lu. I'm not happy. I'm angry. My uncle has been getting close to a woman recently. I suspect he's cheating on me. Since opening her studio, Jian Xiaoli has devoted herself to her work. After a lot of busy work, I only stopped when I decided to make the transformation. After receiving Zhou Lu's call, I looked back and realized that it was already August. Time flies. Before we knew it, it has been 2 months since the Dragon Boat Festival. She has ignored Zhou Hao for 2 months. Because she was either running around or in the studio during this period, she came back late at night. After a tiring day, she would go home, take a shower, and fall asleep. When I closed my eyes, I looked like a dead pig. She had always felt something was wrong, as if she had forgotten something. Zhou Lu's call made her remember it. She and Zhou Hao haven't had sex for almost 2 months. Recently, my uncle has been getting very close to a woman. I suspect he's cheating on me. Zhou Hao cheated? Did she ignore him for too long? Did Zhou Hao get lonely? Did he go out to eat when there was nothing to eat at home? Oh my God, it's over. Her house is going to be robbed. She's going to lose her support. After hanging up the phone, Jian Xiaoli immediately went to the cloakroom to choose combat uniforms. She searched the entire cloakroom and finally picked out a white long dress with a layered collar that imitated a cheongsam. Zhou Hao liked her to wear cheongsams, so he customized several sets for her after she moved in, but she never had the chance to wear it. The woman who could make Zhou Lu so angry and specifically mention her to her must be no simple person. So, she had to bring Zhou Hao's soul back. By the way, let's go and see which fairy from Ponzi cave dares to covet her man. How hateful. Chapter 50, he smiles at others. Zhou Lu called at 9 in the morning, and Jian Xiaoli arrived at 11:30 in the afternoon. The twin towers of Jingxiu Group's headquarters are located in the heart of the city, in the heart of Jiangyu Financial Street. There are 2 buildings, east and west. Zhou Lu asked Jian Xiaoli to drive the car to Building A on the east side. On August 8th, autumn has arrived, but the summer heat has not yet dissipated and the weather is still hot and humid. Jian Xiaoli got out of the car, carrying a lunchbox. A burst of hot air hit her in the face, covering every pore, as if she was in a steamer. Zhou Lu knew she was coming at this time, so he came down 10 minutes early to wait for her. When he saw her, he was slightly stunned. The beauty was wearing a white long dress with a layered collar imitating a cheongsam. She had delicate makeup, and her hair was tied up with a simple chrysanthemum hairpin. There was a light daisy pattern on her clothes and a crystal white pearl necklace around her swan neck. The temperament is soft and pure, and today's beauty is subtle and graceful, like a fairy living in the moonlight. Zhou Lu ran over quickly, took the lunchbox and bag from her hands, and asked for her car keys. I'll enter your license plate into the system. Next time you come here, drive directly to the parking space on the basement level and take the elevator up. You don't have to be exposed to the sun. He waved his hand to the security guard, threw the car keys over, gave him a few instructions, and then took Jian Xiaoli to the door. Why are you dressed like this today? This is not your style. He thought she would be sexy like before and slay everyone. Jian Xiaoli raised her hand to block the sun. You don't understand. Only places with many women need to compete with each other for beauty. This is where you work, so you need to be more stable. The main reason is that I have a very pretty face. If I were something flashy, I will give people the first impression of being a vase. She sighed. Alas, I am at a disadvantage. Actually, I am both pretty and talented. Zhou Lu. Jian Xiaoli ignored his silence and pointed at her clothes. And the style is not important. What matters is that your uncle likes it. This dress was bought for me by your uncle, so it must suit his taste. Just when he was feeling proud, Zhou Lu said something to spoil his mood. And I'm not trying to discourage you, but sometimes when a man likes someone, it's not the appearance or the clothes that matter. It's the feeling. Jian Xiaoli puffed her cheeks and remained silent. Isn't it? What's the difference between her and Jiang Xiaowei? Jiang Xiaowei is not as pretty as her, and she doesn't have a good figure as her, but Zhou Tian still ran away with Jiang Xiaowei. It is because of the previous experience of Zhou Tian that she is so anxious now. At Zhou Hao's age and status, he must have seen many beauties, and there must be many who are prettier than her. He had never been interested in her before, and there had never been any scandals about her. But now a woman suddenly appeared. She would think that whatever others said was a rumor. After all, Zhou had always been very good to her after marriage. The key point is that now Zhou Lu is reminding her to be careful, which must be very serious. She may not win just by relying on her looks. Jian Xiaoli was very depressed and tried to find out the enemy situation as soon as possible. So, where does that woman come from? What does she do? How old is she? Am I prettier or is she prettier? She asked these questions on the phone. Zhou Lu told her to come and see for herself, and then hung up on her. Hearing her question, Zhou Lu's eyes wandered, and he looked away from her face. You're from a big client of Jingxiu. In my eyes, you're definitely beautiful, but in my uncle's eyes, TSK, hard to say. I think my uncle treats her very well. You have to observe for yourself. Jingxiu's big customer? Doesn't that mean she can't be offended? Jian Xiaoli suddenly felt a surge of crisis. If it was someone from Zhou Hao's company, she could still deal with it. Just like when Jiang Xiaowei was Zhou Tian's secretary, she could slap her when she was angry. A big client? She is going to offend Jingxiu's big client. Zhou Hao will definitely be angry. Even if Zhou Hao is a gentleman, those major shareholders who have the interests of the group tied to them can trample her to death with 1 foot each. As the boss lady, she caused the group to lose a major client because of jealousy. How will she survive in the future if this gets out? What a sin she had committed. Her first love ran off with his secretary, and her husband was targeted by a big client. Hateful. First floor lobby, front desk reception. The receptionist with a good image and good temperament stood up immediately when she saw Zhou Lu and called out Manager Zhou. Zhou Lu is now the manager of Investment Department 2, and Zhou Tian is the manager of Investment Department 1. In order to distinguish him from Zhou Tian, Zhou Lu asked someone to add the word Xiao in front of his name. After coming to work here, Zhou Lu abandoned his previous flashy and trendy clothes. He wore a suit today, but it was a sexy lotus pink color. It was all supported by his handsome face. If his face was a little uglier, he would easily be mistaken for a hooligan. The receptionist glanced at Jian Xiaoli from time to time and felt that the two were of similar age and very well matched. Seeing that Zhou Lu helped her carry her bag and opened the door for her, she thought they were a couple. Result: this is my aunt. Remember this face. When she comes next time, just let her in. Front desk lady. Aunt. Manager Zhou's aunt. Isn't that Mr. Zhou's wife? The receptionist at Jingxiu had fought her way through thousands of other candidates to get the job. She was quick to react and very professional. After being shocked, she quickly suppressed her gossiping thoughts. After responding to Zhou Lu's words, he bowed respectfully to Jian Xiaoli. Hello, madam. Hello. Jian Xiaoli greeted her with a smile, her eyes curved. Only after the two men walked away did the receptionist dare to reveal an expression of surprise and gossip. If it's Mr. Zhou's wife, then isn't that Jian Xiaoli? Everyone knows Jian Xiaoli, the woman who confessed her love to Mr. Zhou on the giant LED screen opposite their company at the end of the year. The rich woman was shown on the screen continuously for a week from the little New Year to the New Year's Eve. The receptionist started late and didn't see it with my own eyes. I heard about it later in the company group. There were 3 big melons. The first piece of gossip: Jian Xiaoli and Mr. Zhou's nephew Zhou Tian are childhood sweethearts and were engaged to each other. Later, Jian Xiaoli went abroad to study, and Zhou Tian fell in love with his secretary Jiang Xiaowei. The second melon: Jian Xiaoli fell down from the building and her memory was confused. She thought that Mr. Zhou was the person she liked and pestered him every day, and Mr. Zhou couldn't avoid her. The third melon: Zhou Tian married Jiang Xiaowei, and Mr. Zhou married Jian Xiaoli. Mr. Zhou and Jian Xiaoli had obtained their marriage certificate first broke out in the group. No one believed it. They all thought it was a rumor. After all, Jian Xiaoli was the woman who almost became Mr. Zhou's nephew's wife, and Mr. Zhou would never marry her no matter who he married. While everyone was obsessed with eating melons, someone noticed that Mr. Zhou was actually wearing a ring on his ring finger. The style was definitely a wedding ring. Someone privately asked Assistant Pan whether Mr. Zhou and Jian Xiaoli had really obtained their marriage certificate. Assistant Pan pushed up his glasses and said, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about." Given Assistant Pan's personality, if it was fake, he would have denied it on the spot. So, Mr. Zhou really got married to Jian Xiaoli. The receptionist had just arrived after May Day and was new to the position. She had never met Jian Xiaoli, but she had heard that Jian Xiaoli looked like a vixen, was willful, arrogant, and a spoiled rich girl. I thought to myself, this isn't right. The proprietress doesn't look like a vixen at all. She wears a white imitation Cheongsam dress, and her skin is so white and tender that you could pinch water out of it. She is pretty and eye-catching, with a bright smile. She stands there quietly, like a bodhisattva. What a charming girl! Whose vixen looks like this? The one who said this is obviously jealous. But my God, Mr. Zhou and Zhou Tian are both in the company today. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they ran into each other? Jian Xiaoli was indeed quite embarrassed at the moment. Zhou Lu took her up in an elevator with a special sign and took them directly to the 88th floor. The elevator made a ding sound, and the door opened. A man and a woman were standing outside waiting for the elevator. The man was wearing a well-tailored black suit. He had a tall and slender figure, three-dimensional brow bones, angular facial features like sculptures, long legs, and an imposing manner. He was really handsome. Coincidentally, she knew this person, her husband, Zhou Hao. She didn't know the woman, who was in her 30s, well-maintained, and wearing a neat blue suit. Refreshing and capable medium short hair. Hair on both sides gathered behind the ears, firework earrings, high heels on the feet, exuding the charm of a mature career woman. When the door opened, the two men were talking, half an arm's length apart. The woman tilted her head and looked at Zhou Hao. It was unclear what she said. Zhou Haojuan had a faint smile on his face and seemed to be in a good mood. However, the moment he saw her, his dark eyes darkened, and as he glanced at her, his smile slowly faded and his brows furrowed. "Why are you here?" The tone was dull, but upon closer listening, there was a hint of displeasure, and there was a fire in the black eyes. When Jian Xiaoli heard the cold tone, her heart suddenly turned cold. Damn it! No wonder Zhou Lu had such a strong sense of crisis, and even called her to come over to deliver food and spy on the enemy. There really was something going on. What? Didn't he like her wearing Cheongsam? Although it was a fake Cheongsam, he had chosen it himself. She wore it specially for him to see. Although it is not that close-fitting, the curves are also exquisite with breasts and buttocks, and the long legs are also eye-catching. She also put on very delicate makeup. When this man saw her wearing figure-hugging clothes before, his eyes were as fierce as a wolf's, and he wished he could swallow her into his stomach. Now, not only did he not praise her, he was also so fierce. It turns out that all men are the same. Once they have a new love, they forget their old love. She just saw Zhou Hao smiling at that woman. He smiled at others but stopped smiling when he saw her. I'm here to catch someone cheating? Am I here to meet my love rival? Jian Xiaoli was stared at by his indifferent eyes and didn't know what to say for a moment. The elevator door cannot be kept open all the time, so Zhou Lu grabbed Jian Xiaoli's arm and pulled her out. Uncle, Anne is here to bring you lunch. He pushed Jian Xiaoli toward Zhou Hao. There were several Jingxiu executives standing behind Zhou Hao, and there were employees passing by. Zhou Lu's voice was quite loud. Aunt? For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jian Xiaoli. The woman with short hair also looked at Jian Xiaoli, and her half-closed eyes looked back and forth at her with a meaningful look. Jian Xiaoli stopped one step away from Zhou Hao, noticed her gaze, and turned to meet her. After all, she was a big client of Jingxiu. When they first met, she did not show any hostility. She nodded at the woman and gave her a polite and friendly smile. The woman wanted to say something, but her cell phone rang. She picked it up, took a look, frowned slightly, and quickly turned to Zhou Hao and said, I have something urgent to do. I can't have lunch with you. I'll be leaving first. Jian Xiaoli again and said, When you are free, let's have dinner together. This time, Jian Xiaoli drooped her eyelashes and didn't look at her because her mind was full of the words, I can't have lunch with you, and she felt very disappointed. So Zhou Hao was originally going to accompany that woman to dinner? Then her lunchbox was really embarrassing. Jian Xiaoli wanted to tell Zhou Lu to just eat the food in the lunchbox, but when she looked up, she saw Zhou Hao helping someone press the elevator button. I felt even colder. Zhou Hao waited for the elevator door to close, then turned around and saw Jian Xiaoli hunching her head with a worried look on her face. He subconsciously wanted to coax her. Zhou Lu floated over like a ghost and said in a low voice, Such a good opportunity. We must seize it. Zhou Hao gave him a cold look, calmed himself, walked up to Jian Xiaoli with his long legs, and spoke indifferently. Come with me. Jian Xiaoli took the bag and lunchbox from Zhou Lu and followed Zhou Hao into the office with a sad look on her face. Mumbling to myself, I used to take the initiative to help her carry her bag, but today I didn't help her carry it. After the two entered the office, Zhou Lu waved over a young man. Where is your manager? The young man was an investor and came up to ask the boss for his signature. Ah, our manager? He's in the office. Zhou Lu patted his shoulder and said, "Go tell your manager that Mr. Zhou is looking for him and ask him to come up in half an hour." The young man was horrified and spoke hesitantly. "Manager Zhou, our manager is Zhou Tian." "Zhou Lu. I know." Chapter 51, Why Did You Lock the Door? This is Jian Xiaoli's second visit to Zhou Hao's office. The first time he came over, he was stimulated by Zhou Tian. He boldly ran over and asked him if he needed a wife. At that time, I was in a hurry to recommend myself and didn't dare to look at it carefully. Today I can finally see it clearly. The luxurious office of more than 300 square meters is larger than her apartment. It has leather chairs, Italian handmade carpets, and a small door in the corner that should lead to the lounge. The whole office is dominated by black and gold, which is luxurious and fits Zhou Hao's temperament very well. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook almost the entire Jiangyu, which is very majestic. Snap! Zhou Hao closed the door and turned around. Their eyes met. There was silence for a few seconds, and Zhou Hao withdrew his gaze first. He unbuttoned his coat and glanced at the lunchbox in Jian Xiaoli's hand. "Want to bring me lunch?" The tone remained neither cold nor indifferent. Jian Xiaoli thought about how he had just smiled at another woman, but he retracted his smile when he saw her, and he wasn't as enthusiastic as before when talking to her. The red alarm in her heart was about to explode. "Well, I don't have anything to do recently, so I'll take a few days off, so I thought I'd come over to see you." This explanation was against my will, so I didn't dare look at him. Actually, Zhou Lu said that her love rival came to Jingxiu today and would probably leave at noon. It would be awkward to ask her to come and catch the adulterer, so she found an excuse to deliver food. So she asked Aunt Fong to cook in advance. Zhou Hao took off his suit jacket and hung it on the hanger, leaving only a black shirt on. He unbuttoned the top two buttons, revealing his sexy collarbone, and walked past her with two long legs wrapped in suit pants. "Come over." Jian Xiaoli followed him to sit on the sofa, put the food box in her hand on the coffee table, and glanced at the distance between them. "Well, there's one person's seat between us. In the past, he always sat close to her, even in the car, always next to her. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Time for lunch." Zhou Hao opened the food box and put down the dishes layer by layer. One meat dish, one vegetable dish, a soup, and a portion of rice. He first asked Jian Xiaoli, "Have you eaten?" "No." She answered subconsciously, as she had something on her mind. After saying that, she saw Zhou Hao pushing the lunchbox towards her, and then she reacted and said quickly, "It's okay, you eat it. I'm not hungry now. I'll go home and eat later." She had no appetite. How could she have the appetite to meet her love rival? Zhou Hao saw that she was absent-minded and obviously depressed, and he couldn't help but want to hug her and coax her. On the night when Jian Xiaoli went to Jian's house and smashed the family portrait, he asked Zhou Lu to help him come up with ideas on how to pursue her. Zhou Lu's first suggestion was to let Jian Xiaoli come to Jingxiu to see him more often. He endured for 2 months without saying a word, because during this period of time, Jian Xiaoli was very busy, not only physically, but also mentally and spiritually. In the past 2 months, she has allocated her time very precisely to the point of being obsessive. "I get up at 6 o'clock every morning, go for a run, come back to eat, go out at 7:30, stay out all day, go home at 11 o'clock in the evening, and definitely fall asleep before 11:30. Is she keeping herself busy just for the studio? No. Meng Tang looked for him privately. Qingzi wouldn't push herself like this for a job with an uncertain future. The studio has no business, and I haven't arranged too much for her. She doesn't need to be that busy. She just couldn't stop." Meng Tang said that before the Dragon Boat Festival, the broken family photo did not make Jian Xiaoli relax, as she remembered what happened that year. He knows, because Jian Xiaoli has had nightmares almost every night in the past 2 months. During the nightmare, she curled herself up into a ball, her forehead was covered with sweat, and she kept calling out unconsciously, calling out dad, mom, brother, even call it Zhou Tian. She asked them to save her. She said she was in pain all over. She cried so hard in her nightmare that she got a stitch in the side. She asked why no one saved her. She said those people beat her every day. She said she was going to die. She didn't want to live anymore. She was in too much pain. She had this nightmare for almost 2 months. After the Dragon Boat Festival, she turned 25, but she didn't realize it, and it passed by silently. Her nerves are still stuck on the night when she smashed the family photo at the age of 24, and her soul is still trapped in the indelible nightmare at the age of 18. During these 2 months, The two had almost no time to communicate face to face. In fact, Zhou sees her every day, but she rarely sees him, because he was deliberately avoiding her. He avoided her because she was obviously very tired every day, but when she saw him, she would pretend that nothing was wrong and pretend to be happy. She didn't want to show her embarrassing side in front of him, so she always wore a mask of obedience in front of him. He didn't want her to work so hard, so he avoided her and gave her time and space to calm down. Meng Tang said, "Every year around the Dragon Boat Festival, Chengzi will isolate herself for a while. At this time, you just give her some time and space and wait for her to recover." She had 2 months of remission. Every night, he would go home only when Aunt Fong said she was asleep. He would take a bath and go to bed, hold her in his arms, and wait until her nightmare subsided before wiping her body before going to sleep. They had to get up after a short sleep. She got up at 6, and he got up at 5:30 and went out earlier than her. I staggered the time I met her so that she wouldn't have to act normal in front of him when she didn't have to be sad. In the past 2 months, he hardly slept at home and had to go back to the office lounge to catch up on his sleep. He wanted to help her, but she was too defensive and always treated him as an outsider. Even though she finally recovered, the first person she thought of was Zhou Lu. At around 9 o'clock this morning, Zhou Lu came running over. "My aunt said she's been free lately. Uncle, I just had an idea and framed you, accusing you of suspected cheating." Just as he kicked over, Pan Yu came in and said that Qin Ningji was downstairs. Qin Ningji is Qin Zhua's cousin. She came to talk to him about the amusement park project and also wanted to invest in it. They made an appointment to meet today. When Zhou Lu heard that Qin Ningji was coming, he became excited. "Huh, I was just wondering where to find a helper. But here he comes." Zhou Lu said that he wanted to make Jian Xiaoli mistakenly believe that he was close to another woman and that he was cold towards her, thus arousing her sense of crisis. He did not agree with this method because Jian Xiaoli would definitely feel uncomfortable. Zhou Lu said, "Uncle, Jian Xiaoli is my best friend first and your wife second. I won't do anything that really makes her sad. Not only me, but if you really hurt her one day, I will punch you too." Saw Jian Xiaoli in the elevator. His unhappiness was not entirely according to Zhou Lu's script. He really felt uncomfortable. Why? In the office, Zhou Hao's eyes fell on Jian Xiaoli's clothes again. Although it is just an imitation of the Cheongsam style, her figure is so good and her exquisite curves are so eye-catching. Just now in the elevator, he glanced over and saw that all the men's eyes were on her, dazzling and amazed. He really didn't like it and was even a little annoyed. He had had the dress custom-made for her, and he regretted it. He should have made her some loose, non-fitting clothes earlier. He let her with the close-fitting ones at home so that he could look at them himself. Jian Xiaoli was stared at by him. Seeing him frowning and looking annoyed, she felt very uncomfortable. What does this mean? Is he comparing her to the woman just now? Jian Xiaoli couldn't stand the humiliation anymore. "Zhou Hao, that just now." She couldn't betray Zhou Lu, so she could only speak carefully. "Just now I saw you smiling at her. Who is she?" Jian Xiaoli asked this question exactly as Zhou Lu expected. "I can't just keep a cold face on Jingxiu's big and high-quality clients. Smiling is polite." He was smiling. They were talking about Qin Zhua at the time. Qin Ningji said that everyone in the Qin family was angry because Qin Zhua wanted to break off the engagement with Meng Tang. They said that last week, the family held a criticism meeting against Qin Zhua, and Qin Zhua jumped out of the window to escape at night and sprained his ankle. He knew about this. Qin Zhua had been hiding in his apartment. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of Qin Zhua's limping and miserable appearance, but he was not smiling at Qin Ningji. Jian Xiaoli couldn't refute Zhou Hao's words. She felt like she was being scratched by a cat, so she just asked directly, "So, do you like her?" Zhou Hao followed Zhou Lu's instructions and didn't say much, only giving 5 words. "She's got a lot of personality." Qin Ningji does have a strong personality. A career-oriented woman who can take relationships lightly. She will get married if she feels it is right and divorced if she feels it is not right. I am 37 years old this year and have been married for the 4th time. She likes her 3rd husband the most. She has a son and a daughter with him. Now she is working hard on her career, and her 4th husband is at home willing to help her take care of the children. The man is very attached to her. The person Qin Zhua admires the most is his cousin. Whenever he mentions her, he always gives her a thumbs up and admits that he is better than her. Very individual? The red alarm in Jian Xiaoli's heart completely exploded. She asked him if he liked that woman, but he didn't give a direct answer. Instead, He said that the woman had a strong personality. Isn't it obvious that he is interested in that woman? Jin Xiaoli suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Zhou Hao subconsciously grabbed her wrist, thinking that she was really angry, and instantly forgot Zhou Lu's reminder. I didn't mean to ignore you, Jin Xiaoli didn't hear what he said at all. She turned around too quickly, and her knees hit the coffee table, hitting the sharp edge. Her legs went limp in pain, and she fell forward. Zhou Hao supported her in time. The posture was a bit awkward because of Zhou Hao's secret tricks, and Jin Xiaoli sat directly on his legs with her arms around his neck. Zhou Hao put his left hand around her slender waist, and his right hand slid along her waist and between her knees, touching the place that was hit, and rubbing it gently and slowly. What are you doing? Jin Xiaoli's knees were still hurting, her face was pale, and she honestly said, "Lock the door." Zhou Hao continued to rub her. "Why did you lock the door?" Jin Xiaoli blinked her long eyelashes, feeling aggrieved and embarrassed. She hesitated for a long time, and under his astonished gaze, she raised her fingers and pressed down the hair on the back of his head. I leaned my face closer, gave him all the kissing skills I learned from him, and went straight in. He was easily lured and was extremely cooperative. The temperature in the office continued to rise for a long time. Jin Xiaoli pushed him away with difficulty and took over the reins, feeling overwhelmed with shame. "You haven't had any for 2 months. Just you know what I mean?" I asked Zhou Lu, "And you guys have lunch break until 2:30. She was so embarrassed that she squirmed awkwardly in his arms. She didn't even dare to raise her face after she finished speaking and buried her head in his chest like an ostrich. The hint is already obvious. Zhou Hao understood it immediately, and his breathing became disordered. The feeling came quickly and intensely. Jin Xiaoli sat on his lap and could sense his reaction immediately. She knew how powerful he was, so she was a little scared and her legs went weak. Besides being scared, she also felt relieved. As long as there was a reaction, it meant that he still liked her body very much. If he liked her, it would be easy to deal with. Jin Xiaoli withdrew her right hand from behind his neck and pointed her fair fingers at the door of the lounge, not far away. "Do you have a bed in there?" Before he finished speaking, Zhou Hao pinched her fair neck, pressed her into his arms, and gritted his teeth. "Jin Xiaoli, please stop talking and spare me." He had a strong desire for her and a strong addiction to her, but he was not shameless enough to bully her in the office. She couldn't be spared at night. "You can't bully them. You have to ask for some interest." Jin Xiaoli's courage was gone, and she let him do whatever he wanted like a weakling. He supported her waist and helped her sit up, then pulled her into his arms. I don't know how long it took, but if there hadn't been a sudden knock on the door, Jin Xiaoli would have suspected that he wanted to suck her tongue. The knock on the door was urgent and heavy. Jin Xiaoli pushed Zhou Hao's shoulder and was about to ask him to put her down, but the man outside the door couldn't wait any longer. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Jin Xiaoli was stunned, thinking who is the one who dares to open the boss's door without permission. Look back. Oh, Zhou Tian, that idiot. Chapter 52. Zhou Lu likes Jin Xiaoli. Zhou Tian has been feeling anxious lately. In Jingxiu, the second department is the ace of the entire investment division. From interns to directors, all of them are highly educated. Anyone you point to is either a master's or doctoral student from a prestigious domestic university or a financial elite who returned from Wall Street. The director of the second department is a well-known gold medal investor in the industry. He was brought here after my uncle took over Jingxiu. In recent years, he has led the second department to rapid development. All the projects he has taken over are big ones, and one project is enough to support the second department for several years. Who coming to Jingxiu Investment Department doesn't want to join the second department? When the manager of the second department resigned due to health reasons, he went to see his uncle, who told him there was an internal competition. He privately invited several of his biggest competitors to have drinks, put a lot of thought into it, and was very confident that he would win the internal competition. As a result, Zhou Lu was airdropped in. Some people said that the uncle was crazy, some said that the uncle wanted to train Zhou Lu, and some said that the uncle was deliberately making trouble for him. Boss Zhou was forced to marry a woman his own nephew didn't want. This is a shame. The uncle and nephew are still in the same company. How embarrassing. Boss Zhou probably wanted to get rid of Zhou Tian a long time ago, but after all, they are family and Boss Zhou is the uncle, so he can't go too far, so he just transferred Zhou Lu, the idiot here. Didn't Zhou Tian want to join the second department? Zhou Lu's sudden appearance this time will probably piss Zhou Tian off to death. Zhou Tian himself can't stand it and may apply for a transfer out of the headquarters. Zhou Tian felt a little resentful towards Jin Xiaoli. She could have picked anyone else but her uncle. If she hadn't married him, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Maybe Zhou Lu would not come to the headquarters, and the position of manager of the second department would be his. One day, he would replace the director and take over the entire investment department. For Jingxiu, strategic investment is a very important part. It was because the younger uncle controlled this trump card that he was able to overthrow the older uncle and take over Jingxiu. He held it in his hand, and he could do it too. Manager, Mr. Zhou from the second department said that Mr. Zhou wants you to come over. The guy who just delivered the message was hesitant to speak, so he asked one more question, and then, Mr. Zhou's wife is here. Mr. Zhou's wife? Jin Xiaoli is here. His mind was in a mess at the time, and he didn't hear what the guy behind him said. He ran upstairs directly, without even waiting for the elevator. Doesn't Jin Xiaoli think it's not messy enough? Why did she suddenly come to the company? Isn't this just asking for trouble? When he came to knock on the door, Pan Yu came over to stop him, saying that he wanted to inform someone. Then Zhou Lu came over and dragged Pan Yu away, saying that he had something to ask. He was already anxious, and became even angrier when he saw Zhou Lu. Thinking of the recent frustration and cowardice, he couldn't suppress his impulse, and after knocking several times and no one answered, he just opened the door. What did he see? In the huge office, my uncle was leaning lazily on the sofa, with a few red lip marks on his face, looking like he was full of lust, but trying hard to suppress his desire. Jian Xiaoli sat astride his legs with her arms around his neck. When she turned her head, her clear eyes were filled with a shimmering light that did not disappear in time, and her eyes were blurred and charming. The red cheeks and the delicate lips that were bullied. It was obvious what they were doing just now. Zhou Tian froze in place, staring blankly, forgetting to react for a moment. Zhou Hao didn't expect that he would dare to open the door and come in directly. He immediately pressed Jian Xiaoli's face back into his arms. Get out! Zhou Tian was shocked by his extremely cold and brutal gaze. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, went out and closed the door. With his back against the wall, in his mind was the image of Jian Xiaoli lying on top of his uncle, her fragile appearance and her delicate cheeks flushed with red. Lingering, Jian Xiaoli like that. In the office, Jian Xiaoli and Zhou Hao looked at each other. She blinked and comforted him first. It's okay. We are a real couple. We have a certificate. It's okay to be seen. It's not shameful. Zhou Hao was originally thinking about how to prevent her from being embarrassed, but when he saw her comforting him instead, he smiled. Well, it's not shameful. Jian Xiaoli looked at his raised mouth and thought of the woman with short hair again. Zhou Hao, she called him. Do you like that woman just now? She is Qin. Qin was cousin. The rest of the words were not finished, because Jian Xiaoli suddenly held his face, leaned over, and kissed him on the lips, stopping him from speaking. She was the one who backed down first, and then she stared at him with her round, almond-shaped eyes. Just tell me directly, will you divorce me because of her? Zhou Hao, we won't get divorced. She is Qin? Qin was cousin. The rest of the words were not finished, because Jian Xiaoli kissed him on the lips again, this time very hard, and after the kiss, her hot breath came to his ear, like a seductive kitten. Zhou Hao, I'll come and bring you food tomorrow, okay? Zhou Hao's hands rubbed her waist, his breathing a little disordered. Okay. Jian Xiaoli was happy. Before he was tempted to kiss her deeply, she supported his shoulders with both hands and sat up. When her feet finally touched the ground, she adjusted her clothes and pointed at the lunchbox and said, Eat your meal and take the lunchbox home with you at night. Without giving him a chance to speak, she bent down to pick up her bag and kissed him twice on the face, leaving a lipstick mark on his face. Just go to work. I won't bother you anymore. I'll go home for dinner, go rock climbing in the afternoon, and wait for you in bed at night. After she finished speaking, she blew him a kiss, turned around, and ran out as if a ghost was chasing her. Zhou Hao, so timid and cute. As soon as Jian Xiaoli ran out of the door, someone grabbed her arm. Looking back, it is Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian stared at the blush on her white porcelain skin. Thinking about the scene he had just seen, he clenched his fists slightly, his face gloomy. This is the company, Jian Xiaoli. Why are you so shameless? His words were very unpleasant, and he didn't know what he was angry about. He just felt very uncomfortable after seeing the scene just now. Jian Xiaoli knew that this was a company, so she didn't have time to argue with him. Seeing an employee passing by not far away glancing over here from time to time, she turned around and shouted into the office through the crack in the door. Husband, my nephew wants to borrow money from me, but I don't have any cash on me. Please ask someone to give him 250 yuan. An employee passing by. Oh my god, Manager Zhou wants to borrow 250 yuan? Zhou Tian. You are just an idiot. Just as he was about to speak, his uncle's voice came from the office. Zhou Tian, come in. There was a threat in the faint voice. So Zhou Tian could only let go of Jian Xiaoli's arm and whispered a warning to her before letting go. Don't come here again. If you come, everyone will be embarrassed. Jian Xiaoli patted the sleeve he had touched and said, Oh, bring your wife with you next time. Zhou Tian. For people in the same frame at the company, what's the difference between that and just dying? Jian Xiaoli ignored his dark face and walked away in her high heels, twisting her waist. She walked all the way to the elevator where Zhou Lu was waiting for her. It was still the special elevator they used to come in, and Zhou Lu took her down. How's it going? Did you find out anything? Jian Xiaoli took the mineral water he handed over and said, No, I won't ask. She took 2 sips of water. Zhou Hao said he would not divorce me. That's enough. According to my analysis, even if he is interested in that woman now, it's not much. She couldn't stand being humiliated, so she asked directly just now. Later she became timid again because she was not that stupid anymore. She had noticed that Zhou Tian treated Jiang Xiaowei differently, so she had to ask him directly. After getting the answer, she couldn't stand it and slapped Jiang Xiaowei, and her relationship with Zhou Tian became increasingly strained. Having learned from her previous experience, she won't be so impulsive this time. For some things, it is better not to get to the bottom of them, as life is full of confusion. From now on, she would try her best to keep him. If he stayed, she would live a good life with him. If she couldn't keep him, she would let him go. Zhou Lu glanced at her beautiful red lips and said nothing more. After sending her to the car, he stood by the road under the scorching sun and watched her leave. Even after the car went away and disappeared from view, he still stood there. In the president's office, Zhou Hao stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He stood there for as long as Jian Xiaoli walked. The dark gaze shifted from the disappearing rear end of the car to the figure under the scorching sun, with a dark light in the depths of his stern and heavy eyes. Uncle! Zhou Tian had been in for nearly half an hour. When he came in, he saw his uncle standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands in his trouser pockets. His tall back looked depressed, and no one knew what he was thinking. He called out several times before, but his uncle ignored him, who knew that the wait would last almost half an hour. Uncle, if you are not free, then I... Before he finished speaking, the person in front of the window finally moved. Zhou Hao turned around, walked to the sofa, and sat down, then took the lunchbox that Jian Xiaoli brought him. What's up? Zhou Tian was stunned. Didn't you ask me to come? Xiao Chun from our department said that Zhou Lu told him that you had something to talk to me about. Zhou Lu. Zhou Hao lowered his eyes and put down the ribs he had just picked up, as if he had just remembered. Yes, I asked Zhou Lu to call you over. Zhou Tian with indifferent eyes. I just wanted you to come and see that your aunt and I have a very good relationship. Now that you have seen it, you can go away. Zhou Tian. Zhou Hao remembered something and called Pan Yu. Bring 250 yuan in cash. Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian held back his anger, but still had to say, Uncle, don't let Jian Xiaoli come to the company anymore. It's not good if she comes. It will make us all embarrassed. Zhou Hao. You are the only one who cheated. You are the only one who was immoral. And you are the only one who was embarrassed. Jian Xiaoli and I did nothing wrong, so we are not embarrassed. That's why I will let her come over often. If you can't stand it, either hold it in or get out. Zhou Tian. Qinzhua hid in Zhou Hao's apartment for a week and was almost going moldy from being idle. At noon, I received a message from my cousin saying that she had met Jian Xiaoli. I immediately became energetic and came to Jingxiu in the afternoon. His leg was in a cast, and he was sitting in a wheelchair. The driver pushed him into the hall. Pan Yu came down to meet him and pushed him directly to Zhou Hao's office. Zhou Lu likes Jian Xiaoli. After drinking a few cups of tea, Qinzhua pieced together the story he had heard, but it was still a little hard to believe. Zhou Hao hadn't finished his last cup of tea. He held the cup and took a sip of it between his lips. His indifferent eyes made it impossible to tell his emotion. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qinzhua sighed and then kicked him with his good foot. You were so mean. You knew Zhou Lu liked Jian Xiaoli, but you still let him give you advice on how to pursue Jian Xiaoli. Zhou Lu is so pitiful to have an uncle like you. You are so conscienceless. Zhou Hao put down the cup, and a ripple flashed across his dim eyes. He has always had more chances than me. He could have seized them many times, but he didn't have the courage. He had too many concerns. You can't blame me for being quick. As for why he asked Zhou Lu to help him with ideas, Jin Xiaoli and I went public. Zhou Lu has been observing me and has been helping Jin Xiaoli test whether I am worthy of her trust. I told him my true thoughts about Jin Xiaoli to reassure him. Jin Xiaoli cannot be given to Zhou Lu, so he can only help him in his career. The reason why he was allowed to join the headquarters was because of the vase incident. Firstly, he was indeed capable, but most importantly, it was to fulfill his ambitions. Qin Zhuo changed the subject. So is his idea reliable? Zhou Hao. He does know Jin Xiaoli very well, but I accompanied him to act out today's script mainly to verify one thing. Qin Zhuo became interested. Verify what? Zhou Hao took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then threw another one to him, his eyes looking deep. I want to see what kind of game Zhou Lu is playing. Qin Zhuo. Chapter 53. Car rear-end collision. Jin Xiaoli traveled to Jingxiu for a whole week. I never met that strong woman with short hair again. Zhou Lu said that woman came to discuss a project, but the project was done and she didn't come for the time being. I heard he was on a business trip, just in time for a business trip. Jin Xiaoli has a clear understanding of herself. When dealing with someone like Jiang Xiaowei, she can go crazy and act unruly. But when she meets that strong woman with short hair, she is a little nervous. She is young and beautiful. She is heroic and she is rich, so she is definitely not short of money. She and Zhou Hao are not in the same circle, but her career is similar to Zhou Hao's, so there are more topics to talk about. The comparison was obvious, so Jin Xiaoli had no intention of confronting that woman head-on. If the hard approach doesn't work, she'll try the soft approach. For a week in a row, her time was roughly synchronized with Zhou Hao's. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Hao wakes up at 6 in the morning, goes out for a half-hour run, comes back to take a shower, eats, goes out on time at 7, and arrives at the company at 7:20. Jin Xiaoli got up with him in the morning, jogged with him, had breakfast with him, and then sent him out. As soon as he left, she went back to her room to catch up on her sleep. You have to make up for it. My waist can't bear it. Ever since she flirted with Zhou Hao in the office that day, they have been indulging in sensual pleasures and partying every night. She has her own little thoughts. She fed him well at home and made sure he was full so that he had no energy to go out and eat secretly, so she indulged his insolence and let him do whatever he wanted. It turned out that she overestimated herself. He is a completely different person in and out of bed, a beast in bed and a gentleman out of bed, and he doesn't look tired at all. But she is not like that. She has back pain. Such exhilarating exercise, though tiring, also has benefits. She had been out of shape for some time, having nightmares at night, a chaotic past, heavy fear, and an urgent need to wake up but unable to do so. It was as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss and had been falling ever since. Now I exercise every night, and I don't have nightmares anymore. When I wake up in the morning, I don't feel tired, but I just feel sore in my back. It's good. Feeling sore is better than having a nightmare. How could Zhou Hao not let her get up early? She had to let him see that Jin Xiaoli was positive and had a regular life. Not only is she positive, she is also hardworking. She went to Jingxiu for a week and delivered lunch to Zhou Hao for a week. After delivering lunch, she spent the afternoon reading in the study, chatting with Aunt Fong, and then going to the yard to water the flowers. Zhou had to have dinner at home. After dinner, Zhou Hao would go to the study and work until 10:30, and she would watch TV series in the living room. Calculating that Zhou Hao would soon come out, she went back to her room to take a shower and lay on the bed waiting for him. She had a very comfortable week, just like a normal couple. However, such indulgent and comfortable days only lasted for 8 days. On the 8th night, Meng Tang video called her. I will go back to Jiangyu the day after tomorrow morning with my sister-in-law. I have a big surprise for you. Although she said she was surprised, Jin Xiaoli could not hear any surprise in her tone, nor did she see any happiness on her face. Your frown is so tight that it can kill a mosquito. Are you surprised or frightened? Meng Tang reached out and pressed his brow. Don't worry, it's definitely a big surprise. I've got you an opportunity that will make you famous overnight. Your career luck is about to improve. No matter how Jin Xiaoli asked about the specific situation, Meng Tang just said that they would meet the day after tomorrow to talk, and then he talked about other things and hung up after a while. Jin Xiaoli knew that something must have happened to her, but since she couldn't get the answer from him, she didn't force him to ask. The day after tomorrow morning, it will be soon. As soon as Meng Tang comes back, she will probably be busy. She can also deliver a day's meals to Zhou Hao tomorrow. Jin Xiaoli is standing her last post conscientiously and responsibly. On the ninth day, which happened to be Monday, Jin Xiaoli went out with a lunchbox prepared by Aunt Fong, just like before. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Bang! When the car hit her, Jin Xiaoli's mind went blank for a moment. The previous second, she was thinking about Meng Tang, and the next second, her forehead hit the steering wheel. At this moment, his wandering soul returned to his place, and cold sweat broke out on his entire back. After a long while, he slowly woke up. My forehead hurts. I really want to curse. Damn, the traffic light is red, and her car is parked here just fine. How could it get hit? Jin Xiaoli unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and got out of the car. She took a look at the damage to the car, walked over to the car behind with a few big strides, and knocked on the window glass with her hand. The car window rolled down, and she bent over to look inside. Can you drive? He was about to scold someone, but when he saw the person in the driver's seat, he was stunned. Jiang Xiaowei. His gaze shifted to the passenger seat again, his eyes widened slightly. Zhou Tian? Wow, no wonder her car was hit wherever it was parked. It turned out to be this pair of Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix. The driver is Jiang Xiaowei. She and Zhou Tian were taking wedding photos. Jiang Xiaowei, the ungrateful person, rear-ended a passerby's car. In that rear-end collision, the other person's car was safer than hers. It was parked on the side of the road, in a parking space, but it was still possible for Jiang Xiaowei to crash into it. It was also weird. She bumped into it herself and didn't have any minor injuries. She even called Zhou Tian to come over. Zhou Tian was taking wedding photos with her at the time. After receiving the call, he rushed over without even telling her. It was that time that she slapped Jiang Xiaowei, and Zhou Tian slapped her. The man was so strong that her face was swollen for several days. It was that slap that almost exhausted her feelings for Zhou Tian. Now, she had to thank Jiang Xiaowei for taking Zhou Tian away from her. A man who can be taken away by others is not a man. Jiang Xiaowei was sitting in the driver's seat, and she was also very scared at the moment. She had just had a quarrel with Zhou Tian. Her mind was in a mess, her emotions were unstable, and she felt depressed. She didn't see the red light at all. When Zhou Tian reminded her, it was too late. By the time she reacted, the car had already crashed. When she realized that she had been in a car accident, her mind was still confused. When she heard someone knocking on the glass, she subconsciously slid down the window. She also didn't expect that she would rear-end Jin Xiaoli's car. She subconsciously looked at Zhou Tian in the passenger seat. Two cars collided just now, and Zhou Tian was hit in the chest. He closed his eyes for a long time because of the pain. He opened his eyes when he heard someone knocking on the car window. He also never expected that the car that rear-ended was Jin Xiaoli's. Zhou Tian rubbed his chest and got out of the car. Jiang Xiaowei followed him and glanced at Jin Xiaoli's car. After returning to China, Jin Xiaoli drove a black Kian, and on the night of the Lantern Festival, she drove a red Ferrari. This is another new car, a seven-figure sports car, a limited purchase model. Jiang Xiaowei was quite jealous. She married Zhou Tian and became the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. But the one she drove was the one Zhou Tian eliminated. She also took a fancy to Jin Xiaoli's car at that time. She mentioned it to Zhou Tian several times, and Zhou Tian later agreed to buy it for her, but her mother-in-law did not allow it. My mother-in-law said she doesn't need to work anymore and doesn't need to drive such a nice car. Yes, she is not working anymore. She quit her job. In the stalemate between her and her mother-in-law, she lost because Zhou Tian finally stood on his mother's side. She didn't want to resign so early. She wanted to resign after she got pregnant. Zhou Tian and his mother were both angry. Mom is right. It's not like I can't support you. Can't you just be Mrs. Zhou? It would be nice to be a wealthy wife in a rich family, but she couldn't feel at ease. She married Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's income was taken away by his mother-in-law, who helped him manage the accounts on the grounds that it was to help them manage their finances. To put it bluntly, he was just guarding against his poor daughter-in-law. As a daughter-in-law who had just entered the family, she had no right to manage the accounts. She had to ask her mother-in-law for money when spending money. Even for spending money on Sundays, she had to ask her mother for permission. Last time Zhou Tian took her to a Riverview restaurant to dine with friends, they met Jin Xiaoli. She went home feeling wronged, and Zhou Tian agreed to take her shopping for bags. When she asked her mother-in-law for money, she said it was a waste. She gave her the broken bag she had been carrying for years, as if giving alms. She almost had a myocardial infarction. She thought she would be financially free after marrying into the Zhou family, but she didn't expect that, let alone buying bags and cars, she would have to beg others for money to even buy clothes. What made her even more unbearable was that after she resigned, her mother-in-law gave her Chinese medicine every day, urged her to have a baby every day, and stared at her belly every day. Did her mother-in-law accept her? No, she knew very well that her mother-in-law did not accept her, but just needed her to have a baby. Firstly, she and Jian Xiaoli got married in the same year, and Jian Xiaoli's pregnancy has not moved yet. Her mother-in-law wanted to be the first to announce the good news to the second wife. Secondly, and most importantly, her mother-in-law was still upset about her marriage. She was very disappointed with her son Zhou Tian, and she wanted to hold and raise her grandson as soon as possible. She is now a complete breeding machine for her mother-in-law. Doesn't she want to have a baby? Of course she wanted to. She even wanted to have more sons to consolidate her position, but her belly just didn't move. Before Jian Xiaoli returned to China, she had 3 abortions for Zhou Tian and took many medicines. She didn't know if those had any influence, but they didn't use any contraception after marriage, but they still couldn't get pregnant. Her mother-in-law forced her to take Chinese medicine for several months, but there was no response, so she asked her to go to the hospital for a checkup. However, she was afraid of the bad results and did not dare to go. Until this morning, when she went back to the old house to give something to her mother-in-law started nagging again. And Yichi was also in a sarcastic tone. She had been feeling unwell recently, and her brain was about to explode, so she stepped on the accelerator and drove to the hospital. She calmed down again before getting off the bus and didn't dare to do it anymore, so she came to Jingxiu. She wanted Zhou Tian to accompany her. There were rumors circulating in the headquarters that she was a mistress, so she didn't go in and parked her car on the side of the road. Then Zhou Lu came over. "Hey, you come and deliver food too." It was then that Jiang Xiaowei found out that Jian Xiaoli had been in Jingxiu for a week and came to bring lunch to Zhou Hao every day. Perhaps because this relationship and marriage were stolen by her, she is particularly sensitive to the name Jian Xiaoli. After Zhou Tian got in the car, she brought up the matter. He didn't deny it, so she said she was fine at home and she also wanted to deliver the meal. Zhou Tian disagreed, and they had a few arguments. He said that it would be awkward for her to come to the company, and it would be awkward for everyone, so it would be better for her not to come. Jiang Xiaowei was so angry that her temples were about to burst out. Will she embarrass everyone? About Jian Xiaoli? Jian Xiaoli and her nephew have been childhood sweethearts for more than 20 years. They got engaged, but then broke off the engagement and turned around to marry her younger uncle. Isn't it embarrassing for Jian Xiaoli to go to the company every day? Jian Xiaoli, or because of his new, beautiful secretary, that he didn't let her come. Zhou Tian before. She always coaxed him and went along with him. But today she was so annoyed that she quarreled with him. They quarreled because of Jian Xiaoli, and later because of the new secretary. She wanted him to get a male secretary, but he said she was too nosy and told her not to think too much. She was so angry that she felt dizzy and didn't see the red light. She crashed into the car and hit Jian Xiaoli. She's really haunting me. I can see her everywhere. What on earth is Jian Wenxi doing? Jian Xiaoli married the person she wanted to marry. According to her temper, she should have taken action to deal with Jian Xiaoli long ago. Why has there been no action yet? Is he planning a big move? The place where the car crashed was only 1 traffic light away from Jingxiu, and Jingxiu was just around the corner. It was this time again, Zhou Tian knew that Jian Xiaoli was going to deliver food to her uncle. He was unhappy and his tone was tough. The car crash wasn't that serious. You can go first. I'll transfer the money for repairing the car to you later. He didn't have the energy to deal with this matter today, so he wanted to settle it privately and leave. He didn't want Jian Xiaoli to know that he was arguing with Jiang Xiaowei. He didn't want Jian Xiaoli to feel that he was not living well without her, and that his life was becoming more and more of a mess. Jian Xiaoli's car is a new one, which was given to her by Zhou Hao when her new studio opened. Today is her first day driving it, which is really unlucky. She ignored Zhou Tian and called the police directly. After hanging up, she prepared to call Zhou Hao. Before entering her every night, Zhou Hao always gave her enough foreplay and tortured her first, using all kinds of methods to make her promise that she must call him immediately if anything happened. She had been tortured badly recently, and these words were like calluses in her ears, and she remembered them clearly. Now a rear-end collision is a big deal, she should tell him. However, just as the call was made, Jiang Xiaowei suddenly grabbed Zhou Tian's arm, said with a pale face that she had a stomachache. Jian Xiaoli. She hasn't gone crazy yet. What is this woman doing? Jiang Xiaowei really had a stomachache at this moment, and her voice was trembling with pain. Zhou Tian, my stomach hurts so much, please take me to the hospital. Chapter 54. Add Zhou Tian back to WeChat. Received Jian Xiaoli's call. He had just finished a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Are you hurt? No. Jian Xiaoli touched her forehead. It was actually very painful. The impact of the collision on the steering wheel had knocked her unconscious. I'm not hurt. It's just that the car you gave me was wrecked. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. If I had known, she wouldn't have driven this car out. Zhou Hao. It's okay as long as no one is hurt. I'm heading back now, and we'll be there in 15 minutes. Jian Xiaoli called to report to him, to prevent him from finding out later and getting upset, which would make her even more miserable at night. Don't worry, I'm fine. The traffic police should be here soon. I'll wait for a while and go through the claims process. This time Zhou Hao said without hesitation, don't run around. Wait for me there. The driver drove the car over, and just when Zhou Hao was about to get in, the boss of the organizer came running over with a beer belly and sweat all over his forehead. Mr. Zhou, do you want to go back? Zhou Hao, something happened. The man is Yao Qingrun, the current helmsman of Yaoan Group. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Yao Qingrun didn't ask any more questions. He followed him and had another matter. Mr. Zhou, Yao Qingrun handed over a cigarette. You know in magazine, right? Half a month ago, the only son of the owner, Hu Yijuan, died of a drug overdose. The news has been suppressed and has not been revealed yet. Yesterday, my deputy general manager received a reliable news report that Hu Yijuan himself has a lot of health problems and plans to sell the company to cash out and take his wife to settle abroad. Let's get to the point. Zhou Hao was in a hurry to find Jian Xiaoli and didn't have time to listen to gossip. Seeing the impatience on his face, Yao Qingrun quickly cut to the chase. I know Mr. Zhou has no interest in the entertainment and fashion industry, but when is a good piece of meat? I've set my sights on it and want to take it over. I don't trust anyone else, so I want to ask Mr. Zhou for a favor. He looked around and saw no one around, so he spoke in a low voice. Mr. Zhou, if you come forward, one will definitely cooperate with you. Zhou Hao understood what he meant. He wanted him to get involved in the merger and acquisition, preferably to lock in the seller and conduct the transaction on its behalf. In this way, as long as he tilts the balance a little towards Yao Qingrun will definitely win out among the 8 or 10 buyers. You are really good at calculating. Zhou Hao ignored him and opened the door and got in the car. Yao Qingrun could sense that he was angry, but he didn't know why he was angry. Just as he was about to ask, Pan Yu had already closed the car door and stood sideways in front of it. Mr. Yao, any merger and acquisition has rules that must be followed. You are asking Mr. Zhou to violate morality and steal from the company. That's not how you play it. Mr. Zhou came here this time for your father's sake. If you continue to be so naive and cute, I'm afraid that in the future, the old man's face will no longer be useful. Yao Qingrun is actually a good person. Just stupid. He took over Yaoan purely by luck, was totally uneducated, yet had a fortune of hundreds of billions, and was surrounded by a bunch of greedy evildoers. Pan Yu knew that his boss Zhou actually liked Yao Qingrun, this idiot, so he tried to persuade him. Boss Yao, you'd better be careful whoever gave you this idea. This is to make you offend Boss Zhou. Fortunately, Boss Zhou is very magnanimous. After Jian Xiaoli hung up the phone, she remembered that she had forgotten to tell Zhou how Hu bumped into her. I didn't call again, thinking it wouldn't be too late to bring it up when we meet. Zhou Tian sent Jiang Xiaowei to the hospital. Because it was very close to Jingxiu, he called his secretary before leaving to deal with it. Jian Xiaoli heard from Zhou Lu that Jiang Xiaowei had resigned and Zhou Tian had a new secretary. He is very pretentious. Zhou Lu, who has the same position as him, doesn't have a secretary, but he has many secretaries. This was the first time Jian Xiaoli saw Zhou Tian's new secretary. She is a beautiful woman with a slim figure. The tight skirt outlines her sexy lines, and her cleavage is obvious. TSK. How could Jiang Xiaowei, a jealous woman with a mind smaller than a sesame seed, tolerate such a beauty appearing around Zhou Tian? Jian Xiaoli didn't talk to Zhou Tian's beautiful secretary because the woman came late, and when she came over, Zhou Hao's car had already arrived. Didn't you say you weren't injured? Zhou Hao stared at Jian Xiaoli's red and swollen forehead and scolded her with a sullen face. He discovered that no one's method worked. With Jian Xiaoli, he had to be gentle when it was necessary, serious when it was necessary, and beat her when it was necessary. Of course, I can only spank her on the buttocks. Only by spanking her here will she feel shy and listen to my advice. This is what he realized on his own. When something happened today, she called him as soon as she knew about it. It was because he always used torture during foreplay recently that she learned her lesson. Otherwise, she always reports good news, but not bad news. Jian Xiaoli had been flirting with him recently, and when she saw his expression change, she immediately took his hand to explain. There's no bleeding. It's not serious. Zhou Hao didn't have time to be angry with her at the moment. He was mostly heartbroken. Pan Yu stayed to deal with the rear-end collision, and he took her to the hospital. On the way, Zhou Hao's face darkened when he heard that it was Jiang Xiaowei who hit him with her car. On purpose? They could even crash into each other while waiting at the traffic light, and since Jiang Xiaowei was driving, Zhou Hao couldn't help but come up with conspiracy theories. Jian Xiaoli shook her head. Probably not. Jiang Xiaowei was wearing light-colored pants today. When she turned around while holding her stomach, it seemed like there was blood. Jiang Xiaowei's mood was like a roller coaster. The doctor told her 4 things in a row. The first thing is that she was pregnant. The second thing was that she was just 1 month pregnant, and the gestational sac and uterine wall were not firmly implanted. She was hit by a rear-end collision, and the embryo was detached from the uterine wall, causing a threatened miscarriage. The third thing is, fortunately in misfortune, there is still hope. However, given her physical condition, she must stay in bed to rest and protect the fetus, and no accidents can happen. The fourth thing is that she had an abortion before, which damaged her endometrium. Her recovery from the last time was not very good. This pregnancy is rare, and she must cherish it. If something goes wrong again, the chances of getting pregnant will be very slim. Jiang Xiaowei's heart was beating fast. She blamed today's accident on Jian Xiaoli and resented Jian Xiaoli. The road was so wide at that time, and there was only Jian Xiaoli's car in front. If Jian Xiaoli was not there, she would at most run a red light and would not have rear-ended the other car. She would not have to stay in bed to protect the fetus and bear the risk of miscarriage. Of course, the most important thing is happiness. Anyway, she finally got pregnant. As for staying in bed to protect the fetus, she didn't have to worry about it at all. Her mother-in-law wanted this child so much that she would definitely take care of it. It is very easy to preserve the fetus in a family like the Zhou family. As long as she is on guard against Jian Xiaoli, it will be fine. If there was anyone who could possibly harm her child, it would definitely be Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli found out about Jiang Xiaowei's pregnancy when she met Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiaowei in the lobby on the first floor of the hospital. She was waiting for Zhou Hao on the first floor. Zhou Hao insisted on taking her to do a head CT scan, saying that car accidents should not be underestimated and that only after a checkup could she feel at ease. He was unhappy that she didn't tell the truth, so she obeyed him and did what she said honestly. Zhou Hao took the test results to see the doctor. She didn't like hospitals and felt suffocated, so she prepared to go out and wait. Before she left the hall, she ran into Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiaowei. Jiang Xiaowei was sitting in a wheelchair, and Zhou Tian was pushing her. When the three of them met, although Jiang Xiaowei's face was pale and sickly, her joy could be seen from the slightly upturned corners of her lips. Jian Xiaoli was wondering if she had been knocked silly when she heard her say, "Aunt, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant with Zhou Tian's child." Almost couldn't wait to show off. Zhou Tian didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then raised her eyebrows and smiled. "You don't have to emphasize this. If the child you are pregnant with is not Zhou Tian's, then it will be a big deal." Jiang Xiaowei's face froze for a moment, and she curled her lips. Annie is really good at joking. She stared at Jian Xiaoli's flat belly, as if giving her a kind reminder. "Aunt, hurry up too. After all, Uncle is not young anymore. He must want to have a child soon." Jian Xiaoli. "A man is in his prime at 31, so why isn't my husband young anymore? We have sex 7 times a night. How many times do you have?" Jiang Xiaowei. "How did you say that? Shameless." People passing by happened to look back and said, "Wow, this is such a great guy." The corner of Zhou Tian's mouth twitched, and he suddenly thought of the last time he pushed open his uncle's office door and saw Jian Xiaoli sitting seductively on top of him. So, she used her body to seduce her uncle? No wonder her uncle is so indulgent to her. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Zhou Tian pointed at the big bump on Jian Xiaoli's head and asked, "Are you injured?" He just saw it too. After he said that, Jian Xiaoli thought of the rear-end collision again. "Yeah, so you have to pay for the car repairs, and you have to pay for my medical expenses as well." Zhou Tian had been deleted from her WeChat before, so he took out his cell phone now. "Add me back on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you." Jian Xiaoli didn't want to add it at first, but when she saw Jiang Xiaowei's hands that were about to make a hole in the wheelchair armrest, she suddenly wanted to add it. "Okay." She happily scanned his QR code again, muttering, "Nephew, keep in touch." Jiang Xiaowei's hand slipped, and the nails she had just done a few days ago were split. Zhou Hao came out from the doctor's office and went to get medicine for Jian Xiaoli. When he came over, he saw her scanning Zhou Tian's QR code. When he heard her words, he stopped in his tracks. She added Zhou Tian back on WeChat. The day Meng Tang came back, Jian Xiaoli went to the airport to pick her up. She had originally planned to invite her sister-in-law to dinner, but when she landed, she just said hello hurriedly and left. Meng Tang explained, "My sister-in-law received a call before she boarded the plane. It seemed that something happened at the magazine, and now she is rushing to a meeting." Jian Xiaoli didn't ask much. She was more curious about the surprise she had mentioned before. "So, what kind of surprise is it that makes you frown so hard that you can kill a mosquito?" Jian Xiaoli drove her back to the apartment, and Meng Tang kept it to herself until she stopped the car. One good news, one bad news. She unbuckled her seatbelt, rolled down the window, and breathed in the cool breeze from the underground garage. "The good news is that I got an opportunity from my sister-in-law, an opportunity that can make our studio a hit. The bad news is that Ms. Han made a comeback last month and is now shooting a set of covers for Win magazine. You are her photographer." Jian Xiaoli. "Ms. Han? Isn't that Qin Zhua's ex-girlfriend? I heard that it rained in Yangqing for half a month. Did Meng Tang go back to Yangqing? Is he crazy? It also rained in Jiangyu at night. The night was like indissolved ink. The thunder rumbled unbridled. The wind howled. The rain poured down. It was a night of torrential rain that devastated everything in its path." It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Zhou Hao's car drove into the yard. He had a social engagement tonight and didn't go home for dinner, so he sent a message to Jian Xiaoli in advance, telling her not to wait for him tonight and to go to bed early. She replied to the message and said okay, but obviously didn't listen. When he came in, she was still watching TV in the living room. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Zhou Hao took off his coat that was wet by the rain and handed it to Aunt Fong, then changed into slippers and walked over. Jian Xiaoli turned around when she heard the voice and lay on the sofa to look at him. "I can't sleep. Aren't you going to be back after midnight?" He sent a message saying that after the dinner, there was another card game in the club that would last until after the early morning. Zhou Hao sat down next to her and said, "It's over." In fact, they hadn't dispersed yet. He came back first because he heard thunder, and she couldn't sleep well when it thundered. Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Zhou Hao reached out and held her in his arms. "What's wrong? She want to pick up Meng Tang today? Shouldn't she be happy?" Jian Xiaoli. "Next week, I will start working." "What job?" "Shoot the cover of a fashion magazine." "What magazine?" When? When? Zhou Hao paused. "Why does this name look so familiar? Oh, by the way, that idiot Yao Qingren." Chapter 55, Fighting in the Family Group. The reason why Jian Xiaoli waited for Zhou Hao for so long tonight was that she had something to ask him. "Did you know about Miss Han's comeback?" Zhou Hao was thinking about Yao Qingren and Win. Hearing her question, he nodded and said, "I know. Ms. Han was a popular model before she retired from the entertainment industry. She had a relationship with Qin Zhua and then broke up only half a year later. She retired from the entertainment industry, got married, and then divorced. Each of these events caused a sensation. She had publicly said that she would never come back, but now she has suddenly made a comeback and has become a hot topic. Coupled with her team's deliberate marketing, it has become a huge sensation. Anyone who has a mobile phone that can access the internet has seen force-push news." Zhou Hao naturally knew it. Jian Xiaoli stared at him seriously. Mi Shan was able to make a comeback so quickly, and she caused such a big stir, with hundreds of marketing accounts promoting her. Is Qin Zhua helping her behind the scenes? Zhou Hao could sense something was wrong with her words. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Did something happen?" "Ms. Han made a comeback last month. If she really wanted to know, she should have asked earlier and not wait until now." Jian Xiaoli did not hide it from him. Meng Tang's sister-in-law is the editor-in-chief of Win. Meng Tang went to Yangqing this time to ask her sister-in-law to help introduce a project. I overheard her sister-in-law talking on the phone with someone, saying that Mi Shan was going to be on the cover of Win magazine. Some rain splashed on Zhou Hao's hair on his forehead, and Jian Xiaoli reached out and poked it. Meng Tang asked her sister-in-law to take over the job. She advised Meng Tang not to be impulsive, as she did not need the Ms. Han project, and Changshan Group had also invested in entertainment industry projects in the past 2 years. At worst, she could just go to old Jane's office and sit there. When the studio reopened, she was very determined and vowed not to rely on her family or Zhou Hao, but to make her own way. But if she is really at the end of her rope, the oath will mean nothing. She will either go home and live off her parents or hang a sign outside the studio that says Zhou Hao's wife. The ability to bend and stretch is the real ability. Everything else is just empty talk. She was about to call Lao Jian, but Meng Tang refused to listen and was even calmer than her. Ms. Han plotted against me before. This time, I just want to take advantage of her power. Can she plot against me, but I can't use her? Don't try to persuade me. I'm determined to take this job. Jian Xiaoli tried to persuade him earnestly for a long time, but it was no use. Zhou Hao really didn't know whether Qin Zhuo was the mastermind behind Mi Shan's comeback, and he had never asked Qin Zhuo about it. However, he guessed it was Qin Zhuo. The only person around Ms. Han who has the ability to support her is Qin Zhuo. When he knew that Mi Shan had made a comeback, he didn't think of asking Qin Zhuo because he really didn't want to get involved in his troubles. If Jian Xiaoli asked him, and he didn't know, he could still say with a clear conscience that he didn't know. I didn't hear Qin Zhuo say that. Zhou Hao searched for his phone in his suit trouser pocket. Shall I ask Qin Zhuo now? Forget it. Jian Xiaoli held his hand. I thought you knew, so I asked. If you don't know, forget it. Seeing that she was still frowning, Zhou Hao stated his position calmly. In the matter between Meng Tang and Qin Zhuo, I have always stood on Meng Tang's side. Previously, at Miss Han's Riverview restaurant, I beat Qin Zhuo. You saw it. He had a wound on his face at that time. Jian Xiaoli recalled, and it seemed that there was. Jian Xiaoli let out a breath. Her whole body softened, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. If Qin Zhuo hadn't helped me back then, and I owed him a favor, I would have beaten him up a long time ago. Helped you? Yes, when I was abroad. Jian Xiaoli paused and said, when I was treating an illness, Qin Zhuo helped me find a doctor. Zhou Hao was silent and hugged her in his arms. He felt depressed. When they were young, he often took the blame for Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhuo, on the other hand, took the blame for him and took away all his favors. Jian Xiaoli was not in a good mood tonight. Zhou Hao did not touch her. He waited until she fell asleep and then took out his cell phone to send a message to Pan Yu. Follow the normal process. Pan Yu was still working overtime when he saw the news. After he understood the meaning of the message, he sent a message to Yao Qingrun, asking him to call him back when he was free tomorrow. Just 2 minutes after the message was sent, Yao Qingrun called directly. Brother Pan, is there anything I could do for you? I am free now. There was a deafening sound of metal music coming from the phone. After Pan Yu adjusted himself a little, he went straight to the point. Mr. Zhou said he could help with the wind matter. Yao Qingrun was rejected by Zhou Hao in the morning and was reminded by Pan Yu. He went back and had a fight with his deputy general manager. In the evening, he called a group of people to drink to relieve his boredom. He was already half drunk at this moment, leaning lopsidedly on the sofa. After hearing Pan Yu's words, he sobered up a lot. Didn't you say you wanted to break the rules? Why did Mr. Zhou suddenly change his mind? Yao Qingrun was not surprised at all and was extremely nervous. In fact, before beating up the vice president, he asked a reliable friend. My friend said that Pan Yu's words about breaking the rules were an understatement. If he had reached some kind of personal agreement with Zhou Hao in private, he would be asking Zhou how to do the job of a pimp. You are the president of Jingxiu Group, and you let others do the work of a pimp. Aren't you seeking death? Zhou Hao didn't hit him on the spot, which was considered to be giving him enough face. Yao Qingrun has known Zhou Hao for many years and knows his temper. He always means what he says and will never go back on his word. So Pan Yu's words at this moment were not a surprise to him, but a shock. Pan Yu didn't know why his boss suddenly changed his mind, but he knew exactly what he wanted to convey. It's easy to win even if you don't sell. Regarding the pregnancy, Jiang Xiaowei asked Zhou Tian not to tell her mother-in-law Chao Ying for the time being. She had just had a car accident and was not in good condition, looking half dead. Based on her understanding of her mother-in-law, she would be scolded if she was seen in this state even if she was pregnant. So she stayed in the hospital for 3 days. Only after all her physical indicators had stabilized and she looked more energetic did she dare to call her mother-in-law. Staying in bed to protect the fetus? Chao Ying rushed over without even having lunch. As soon as he entered the door and heard the news, his face changed. Jiang Xiaowei quickly explained, it was because I was unstable just 1 month into my pregnancy and I had a collision with my aunt's car, which caused a threatened miscarriage. She had a car accident with Jian Xiaoli. She quickly asked, it was Jian Xiaoli who hit you, right? Jiang Xiaowei didn't know what to say for a moment. The traffic police came that day, and she was fully responsible. She couldn't even lie because if she lied, with Chao Ying's temper, she would definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble for Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli is a person who cannot tolerate being wronged, and she has evidence. If this matter gets out of hand, she will be the one who suffers. Discussed with Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian was responsible for both the matter of preserving the fetus and the rear-end collision. No matter how angry Chowing was, Zhou Tian was responsible for it. But when Chowing came in, Zhou Tian happened to go out to answer a phone call, and the young nurse in the ward was just giving instructions on how to preserve the fetus, which was heard by Chowing. Jiang Xiaowei looked towards the door from time to time, hoping that Zhou Tian would come back soon. However, the person she was waiting for did not come back, and she could no longer bear Chao Ying's questioning gaze. If it weren't for Jian Xiaoli, I wouldn't be lying here. That was the only explanation she had for now. She didn't lie. At that time, only Jian Xiaoli's car was in that lane. If Jian Xiaoli's car hadn't been parked there, she would at most have run a red light and would not have crashed. So it's still Jian Xiaoli's fault. Jiang Xiaowei now just hopes Zhou Tian can come back soon. However, Zhou Tian had not returned yet, and Chowing had gone out again. Chowing came out to call Jian Xiaoli. When she heard that it was Jian Xiaoli who caused the trouble, her first reaction was happiness, because she finally had a reason to deal with Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli for almost killing her grandson. When Jian Xiaoli received the call from Chowing, she was sitting in a dessert shop next to the studio eating a chestnut croissant. The first portion of the new product launched by the chef was sent to her to try. It had a light chestnut aroma and tasted great. She was enjoying her meal when she heard her cell phone ringing and picked it up. Just as she was about to ask who it was, a sharp rebuke and personal attack came from the phone. Jian Xiaoli, you are so vicious. You can't have a child yourself, so you want to harm Zhou Tian's child? Zhou Tian was right not to want you in the first place. You'd better pray that the baby in Jiang Xiaowei's belly is okay. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. You killed my grandson, an innocent life. Zhou Hao can't protect you this time. The output was crackling like firecrackers, and Jian Xiaoli didn't even have a chance to interrupt. After being confused, she drank some water to moisten her throat and was about to start cursing, but the call was suddenly hung up on the other end. She vaguely heard Zhou Tian calling out Mom. I called again, but at first no one answered, and then the phone was turned off. Good fellow. He ran away after being scolded? Is he so shameless? She hadn't been back to the old house for a while. Did he really think she was a sick cat? Hey, she has a bad temper. Jian Xiaoli finished the rest of the chestnut croissants and prepared to go back to the old house for a fight. But before leaving, she remembered that if she cursed too harshly, she would probably have to fight with Chowing. What if blood was shed? That's a big deal. Since it's a big deal, she has to report it to Zhou Hao as soon as possible. So she called Zhou Hao and told him about Chao and scolding her. Zhou Hao was silent for a while, told her not to be impulsive and to wait for his news. Jian Xiaoli waited from noon to afternoon until she received a video sent by Pan Yu, which was the surveillance footage of the rear-end collision that day, showing the entire process of Jiang Xiaowei hitting her. After watching the video, when Jian Xiaoli was about to quit WeChat and call Zhou Hao, she realized that Zhou Lu had pulled her into a group at some point. The group name is Loving Family. Jian Xiaoli sent a message to Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu replied immediately. My uncle asked me to create a new family group and bring in the Zhou family's main family, side branches. Anyway, bring in everyone who can be brought in. I don't know what's going on. Zhou Lu was also stunned when he received the instructions to create a group. He didn't have that many people on WeChat, so he first added all the people he had and then asked those in the group to add more people themselves. It's only been half a day, and there are already more than 100 people. Still rising. There was a family group and a video. Just as a thought popped into Jian Xiaoli's mind, Zhou Hao's message came. Zhou Hao, if you fight, you'll get hurt too. If you get hurt, I will be the one who feels bad. The audience has found one for you. You can post a video in the group. You can say whatever you want. It's okay if you curse me. I will take care of it for you. Jian Xiaoli stared at the sentence. When you are hurt, I am the one who feels sorry for you for a long time. My heart was beating faster, and my heart was itchy and numb. Zhou Hao set up the stage for her, and Jian Xiaoli didn't refuse. When the number of people in the group increased to 299, Jian Xiaoli sent the video to the group. On the night of the Lantern Festival, everyone I met at the old house was in the group. Jian Xiaoli. The first sentence is to criticize Jiang Xiaowei by name. My niece-in-law, you are driving so fast that even people rushing to the funeral can't drive as fast as you. And you are pregnant. If you don't know, you might think you don't want this child. Jian Xiaoli. Second sentence, criticizing Zhou Tian by name. Nephew, this is the wife you cheated on, and now you don't cherish her? How can you let your pregnant wife drive? Jian Xiaoli. The third sentence, criticizing Chowing by name. Second sister-in-law. Please open your eyes and see. It was your daughter-in-law who bumped into me, and I didn't care, but you called me and scolded me for half an hour. I'm generous. If you apologize to me here, I will forgive you. Everyone watching the group. Awesome. After sending it, Zhou Lu sent a private message to Jian Xiaoli. Zhou Lu. So my uncle asked me to create this group to vent your anger? Jian Xiaoli didn't reply, because after her message in the group, Zhou Hao also sent 2 messages. Zhou Hao. Apologize. At Cao Ying at Zhou Tian at Jiang Xiaowei. Zhou Hao. Second brother, it's time to take care of this. At Zhou Baichuan. Chapter 56. Give all the red envelopes to Jian Xiaoli. When Chao Ying saw the group message, his blood rushed to his head and he almost fainted. She was impulsive because she was misled. If it weren't for Jian Xiaoli, I wouldn't be lying here. Jiang Xiaowei. His words made her think that Jian Xiaoli was responsible for the rear-end collision. She finally found an opportunity to punish Jian Xiaoli with a clear conscience, but impulse overcame reason. It felt really good when I was cursing, but before I could finish, Zhou Tian snatched the phone away. Mom, the rear-end collision has nothing to do with Jian Xiaoli. She was stopped there waiting for the red light, and Xiaowei didn't see her and hit her. It's also my fault. At that time, I took my anger out on Xiaowei because of work, and she panicked. Zhou Tian was returning to the ward after making a phone call when he happened to hear his mother making a phone call in the corridor. He felt something was not right and snatched the phone away. He originally wanted to explain to Jian Xiaoli, but his mother came over to grab the phone, so he had to hang up. Just as he hung up, Jian Xiaoli called again, but he refused to answer and finally simply turned off the phone. His original intention was to explain everything to his mother first, and then explain it to Jian Xiaoli. I didn't expect it to be a step too late. After Chao Ying calmed down, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Jian Xiaoli is not the type of person who will swallow her anger. If she really scolded someone wrongly, Jian Xiaoli would definitely make a fuss. That girl is a poisonous snake. If you provoke her, she will bite you to death. Chao Ying rushed into the ward and slapped Jiang Xiaowei. If she had not misled her, she would not have been so impulsive. Later, Zhou Tian pulled her away, returned the phone to her, and asked her to call Jian Xiaoli back to apologize. She turned on the phone but did not call. Let her apologize to Jian Xiaoli? Does she not care about her face anymore? Zhou Tian tried to persuade her for a long time. During the stalemate, Zhou Lu pulled her into a group, saying that it was a group created by Zhou Hao. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, she said how could Zhou Hao have nothing to do and set up a family group. Jian Xiaoli had already lost face because of those criticisms by name in the group, but Zhou Hao even tagged her and asked her to apologize. Especially the last word, second brother, which dragged Zhou Baichuan into it, and she lost all her dignity. Bang! Chao Ying threw the phone away and slapped Jiang Xiaowei. You unlucky bastard. We haven't had a good day since you married me. Zhou Tian lost his job to Zhou Lu because of you, and I can't even hold my head up in front of those rich ladies because of you. Now even Zhou Tian's father is embarrassed because of you. Today's great humiliation was all caused by Jiang Xiaowei. When Chao Ying thought of her husband's disappointed face, she felt so upset that her anger just bubbled up from her head. You are here just to collect your debt. You are such a troublemaker. Chao Ying rushed towards Jiang Xiaowei with red eyes, and his face turned ferocious with anger. Jiang Xiaowei was lying on the hospital bed, unable to move, and was slapped several times. She felt wronged, and she didn't lie. Although she was fully responsible, she really wouldn't have rear-ended Jian Xiaoli's car if it hadn't been parked there. If she hadn't rear-ended the car, she wouldn't be lying here to protect the fetus. There is nothing wrong with her logic. It is obviously the mother-in-law who misunderstood, but she insisted on blaming her. Zhou Tian. Jiang Xiaowei was afraid that the crazy Chao Ying would accidentally hurt her child, so she held her belly tightly with both hands and screamed in pain. Zhou Tian was also furious at this moment. Cheating. Jian Xiaoli didn't even give him any face, especially when he saw that the number of group members had exceeded 300 and was now 316. Zhou Tian was about to explode. He called Zhou Lu directly. Where the hell did all these people from the Zhou family come from? Did they crawl out of coffins? Zhou Lu argued convincingly. Why not? Your mother's second aunt, third aunt, fourth uncle, your grandfather. There are so many people. My uncle is in the group. Who wouldn't want to join? Who wouldn't want to take this opportunity to bring some people in to build relationships? Zhou Lu completely ignored his roar and became more and more excited as he spoke. I was also planning to bring in my aunt's son-in-law's unmarried nephew. There happened to be a lot of unmarried girls in the group, so I set up a blind date in the group. Just you see, the upper limit of the group is 500 people, and it will increase to that limit. If you can't stand it, you can leave the group, but I remind you, my uncle has tagged you in the group, so you'd better apologize and leave. Zhou Tian hung up the phone directly. When his head was aching with anger, he heard Jiang Xiaowei's screams. When she turned around, she saw her mother had grabbed Jiang Xiaowei's neck, and she quickly turned around and ran over. "Mom, Xiaowei is pregnant. Please let go." The ward was in chaos, and the group chat became lively. About 10 minutes after Zhou Hao sent the message, Zhou Baichuan replied. Zhou Baichuan. If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of the father. If a wife is not virtuous, it is the husband's fault. It is my responsibility. Sorry, I will come to your house to apologize another day. At Zhou Hao at Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli actually has a very good impression of Zhou Baichuan. When she was with Zhou Tian, Chowing often insulted her in a sarcastic way, but Zhou Baichuan did not. Although she seldom saw Zhou Baichuan at the Zhou family, during the few times they met, Zhou Baichuan was always very kind and had the demeanor of an elder, a very elegant person. But his brows were always furrowed and never relaxed. Now that Zhou Baichuan had apologized in public, she felt it was difficult to make things difficult for him. She wanted to say that it was okay, but Zhou Hao replied first. Zhou Hao, no need to visit, but red envelopes are fine. At Zhou Baichuan. Then Zhou Baichuan started giving out red envelopes. Yiqi wanted to watch the fun and started giving out red envelopes in order to discuss Xiaoing. Yiqi, oh, this video is really frightening. Zhou Tian's wife should drive less in the future and stop hurting people. Yiqi, Zhou Hao's wife, you are the same. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? My third sister-in-law didn't come to see you either. It's really a sin. My third sister-in-law will give you a red envelope. Buy yourself some good food. At Jian Xiaoli. Then Yiqi also started sending out red envelopes. She gave out red envelopes as a sister-in-law, so other sisters-in-law had to give out red envelopes as well. So, except Xiaoing, the rest of the sisters-in-law also started giving out red envelopes. The sister-in-law from the main family became rich, and the sister-in-law from the side branch also joined in the fun and became familiar to others. Then a bunch of cousins-in-law, both nearby and distant, showed up. The group started to rain red envelopes for Jian Xiaoli alone. Someone just came in and was dazzled by the red envelopes raining down on the screen. He thought to himself, as expected, groups with Zhou Hao in them are really generous. He wiped his sleepy face and started to grab the red envelopes happily. I just grabbed one and was directly called out. Yiqi, stay up, handsome guy. Who is this nickname? Don't steal my red envelopes. They are all for Jian Xiaoli. Are you blind? Stay up late, handsome guy. Who is Jian Xiaoli? He was a distant relative of the Zhou family who joined in through many twists and turns. He was a college graduate who was planning to come to Jiangyu to find a job this year. He was pulled here from another family group. I just woke up, and the only thing in my eyes and mind is the red envelope. I don't know who Jian Xiaoli is. As soon as the message was sent, WeChat started to ring with a dozen private messages. He was about to reply when another message came in the group. Zhou Hao, my wife. Jian Xiaoli. Please write Zhou Hao's wife is called Jian Xiaoli in the group announcement. Thank you. At Zhou Lu. The onlookers, how shameless. Zhou Lu. Received. The handsome guy who stayed up late. I'm sorry, my hands are naughty. Little aunt, please accept the red envelope. At Jian Xiaoli. Then another person was added to give out red envelopes. The sisters-in-law all gave red envelopes to Jian Xiaoli, caused quite a stir. Even Mr. Zhou was alarmed. When Zhou Hao received the call from the old man, he was playing golf with Yao Qingren at the club and chatting about the conditions to help him win. Pan Yu brought the phone to him. As soon as he put on the headphones, the old man's questioning voice came over. You asked Zhou Lu to help you vent your anger on Jian Xiaoli? Zhou Hao was wearing dark gray casual clothes at the moment. He measured the angle with a pole and replied indifferently, yeah. The old man's voice gradually became sharper, and he was completely incredulous. If you want to help prevent her anger, fine. You can just create a group and add Jiang Yu's people to it. Why do you want to drag all those messy relationships into it? This is what makes the old man most angry. He watched the video and figured out what happened. Judging from the facts, today's incident was indeed the fault of Jiang Xiaowei and Xiaoing. But Zhou Hao and Jian Xiaoli went even further. Such an embarrassing thing should only be known by family members. But now, such a large group has been created, and all the complicated and messy relationships in the family tree have come out. I was so embarrassed that I even went to my grandma's house to be embarrassed. The old man spoke earnestly. Zhou Hao, you can't indulge Yin Xiaoli like this. She's getting more and more arrogant. She criticized me by name in front of so many people. She is really amazing. Zhou Hao swung the club and hit the ball. Jin Xiaoli's south car on that road at the time. If there was another car in front of her, or a large truck, and Zhang Xiaowei stepped on the accelerator and hit it, and Jin Xiaoli was caught in the middle, what do you think would be the consequences? You only care about your face. Do you know that I couldn't sleep these past few nights? As soon as I closed my eyes, the image of Jin Xiaoli being hit appeared in my mind. I was thankful more than once that there was no car in front of her. The old man said nothing. Yao Chengren watched the ball fly out, amazed, and clapped his hands. Good shot. Zhou Hao threw the pole to Pan Yu, walked towards the terrace, and continued to talk to the old man about the family group. What did Jin Xiaoli say that was wrong? She didn't swear, and she didn't insult anyone's personality. She was so frightened, but she didn't make a big deal out of it. But Chowing called and attacked her personally. Shouldn't she be angry? With Jin Xiaoli's temper, if she really makes a scene, she will scold Chowing and the others to death. But she obviously restrained herself and just told the truth without using overly radical words. She even confiscated the red envelopes. She even sent big red envelopes to the group and let the younger generations grab them. She was thinking about him. The old man couldn't refute it, and his tone softened. We can solve this problem in another way. There is no need to make it known to everyone. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. Another way? Zhou Hao took the ice water handed to him by Pan Yu and drank half the bottle. If you don't make Xiao Ying lose face, she will never stop. She bullied Jin Xiaoli before she married me, and she is still so arrogant after she married me. Isn't she the one who cares about her dignity the most? I want to tear her skin off. I just want to tell her that I am the one who supports Jin Xiaoli. In my opinion, no one can say bad things about Jin Xiaoli, and no one can bully her. Whatever she does is right. Anyone who wants to bully her should think carefully and see if they can bear the consequences. His voice was always so faint that even the rise and fall of the voice could not be heard. The old man made his final struggle. What about your second brother? He has never done anything to offend you, so why do you want to drag him into this? Zhou Hao, I only dragged him in to give him face. Zhou Baichuan really has to show up. When Zhou Hao tagged him in the group, he was drinking tea with his friends in the tea house and was not looking at his phone. It was the third brother who called him and asked him to check WeChat quickly. Only then did he realize that something had happened. After learning the whole story, he felt angry and helpless. Jin Xiaoli for years. He thought that after Jin Xiaoli got married, Chowing would finally be at peace. Unexpectedly, she still refused to calm down until now. I called Chowing, and my son answered the phone. Mom is here with me. She just went crazy in the hospital. Xiaowei was pregnant, so I brought her out. She was in a bad mood, so I didn't send her back to the old house. I brought her here. So Zhou Baichuan immediately drove to his son's residence. Instructions before departure. Your mother will definitely not apologize. You just happen to have her phone. You can apologize in the group in her name and send a few red envelopes to Jin Xiaoli. You and your wife should also apologize. Zhou Tian resisted. Dad, if we apologize, we will lose face. Zhou Baichuan, I have already apologized in the group. If you don't apologize, you are slapping me in the face. Zhou Tianqi's temples were burning with anger, and his tone became much louder. My uncle is going too far. You've always been nice to him, but he dragged you into this? Zhou Baichuan. Idiot, this farce can only end if I come forward. This is the escape route your uncle left for you out of consideration for my face. Zhou Tian. Chapter 57. Meet the ex-fiancé. There are 5 most unforgettable days in Zhou Tian's life. The first one was the day he learned that Jin Xiaoli was missing. At that time, he still loved her, so he remembered the feeling of panic and helplessness. Second, on the day when Jin Xiaoli was sent back by the police, he remembered the joy of regaining her. Third, everyone around him said, Jin Xiaoli was sold into the mountains. She must be dirty. He went from trusting her firmly to starting to waver, to finding himself not trusting her. He remembered the frustration of wanting to hug her and comfort her, but also feeling physically repulsed. Fourth, on the day he saw the marriage certificate of Jin Xiaoli and his uncle, he could never imagine that the two of them would be together, so he still can't let it go. The fifth one was today he heard a secret. When his father came over, he just decided to listen to his father and apologize in the group. He understood what his father meant. If his father didn't come forward, he and his mother would definitely not apologize, especially him. Once he apologized, he would be indirectly admitting that he cheated in front of so many people. But now, their father apologized first, so they followed his lead to apologize just to save his face. Being forced to apologize is not voluntary. They were the ones who compromised with their father, not Jian Xiaoli and her uncle. Only after an apology will this farce end. Otherwise, both sides will be in a stalemate and neither side can back down. My uncle asked my father to give out red envelopes just to save his father's face and give them a way out. Zhou Baichuan dragged Chao into the study, and Zhou Tian stayed in the living room to send messages to the group. He sent it for his mother first. Chowing, sorry, at Jian Xiaoli. After sending out the red envelopes, he sent out red envelopes for his mother. All of his mother's passwords were his birthday, so he knew them. After sending out the red envelopes, he took out his mobile phone again. He wanted to write a long article to save his reputation for the word cheating. But I also felt that if it was really sent out, Jian Xiaoli's arrogant little hot pepper would be excited again. With so many people in the group, the best thing to do is to end this farce quickly. Zhou Tian, sorry, at Jian Xiaoli. He called Jiang Xiaowei again. Just send the same message as me. Just say sorry, no need to say more. Jiang Xiaowei was lying alone in the ward. Her face was swollen. She was in pain all over, and her neck was scratched by chowing. She was full of resentment and refused to apologize. Although it is all my fault, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't say it was Jian Xiaoli's fault. It was your mother who misunderstood. It was obviously your mother who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with Jian Xiaoli. She caused the trouble and beat me up like this. If I apologize again, what will I become? Everyone in the group was sending red envelopes to Jian Xiaoli, and she was already feeling jealous and uncomfortable. Asking her to apologize in front of more than 300 people again would be really shameless of her. If Zhou Tian and the others hadn't left the group, it would have been bad for her to leave it herself. She was just being self-inflicted by staying in this disgusting group. Zhou Tian was also exhausted at this moment. My dad has already apologized. If you don't apologize, isn't that a slap in his face? You're giving my dad face now. I'm already very annoyed. Please stop making trouble, okay? Jiang Xiaowei heard the impatience and reproach in his words, bit her lip, and dared not complain anymore. I see. Zhou Tian waited for 2 minutes and finally saw Jiang Xiaowei's apology in the group. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, there was a bang in the study room, like the sound of a cup hitting the ground. Zhou Tian was afraid that they would fight, so he ran over quickly. As soon as I reached the door, I heard my mother's hysterical roar. Zhou Baichuan, you couldn't marry Guan Ling back then because your father fell in love with her. It was your father who broke up the couple. If you want to hate someone, just hate your father. Don't vent your anger on me. Zhou Hao is your brother, not your son. Zhou Tiankai is your biological son. You can't be so partial to him. Jian Xiaoli was in Meng Tang's office when she saw the WeChat message from Zhou Tian. She asked the dessert shop chef to pack some chestnut croissants and brought them over to share with the people in the studio, and then came in to talk to Meng Tang about the family group. Meng Tang was very excited about the red envelope rain from her sisters-in-law. Awesome. How much is it in total? Jian Xiaoli really didn't know how much money there was in total, because she didn't take any of it. After all, it included money from side branches and distant relatives. It was because Yi Qi had given them the red envelopes, and they couldn't help but give them some. But it would be inappropriate to accept them, so she didn't accept any. She also gave out a few big red envelopes herself for the younger generations to grab. Zhou Hao said that this group would be kept for her and would not be disbanded. Anyone who bullied her in the future could post their crimes in the group and make them embarrassed everywhere. Jian Xiaoli thought that this group would be her detective agency in the future, so of course she had to spend money to protect them. She plans to send out red envelopes to the group during every festival to win people's hearts and focus on winning over the hearts of young people. Let them spread the word and let all Zhou family members know that Zhou Hao's wife is the best and most awesome. After hearing her lofty ambitions, Meng Tang threw several resumes into her hands. That's all for the future. Just because of your disturbance today, only idiots will pick on you. Your first priority now is to look at these resumes and quickly pick an assistant. Jian Xiaoli's former agent was quite ruthless. When he completed the procedures and left, he took away all the few employees he had, leaving no one behind. There's nothing we can do about it. It was the former agent who recruited people at the beginning. All of them were classmates or relatives she knew. Even the cleaning lady was her aunt. If someone wants to leave, they can't keep him. After reopening, Meng Tang hired several people, including a stylist, a photo retoucher, a receptionist, and there were several positions that he had not had time to recruit for. The most urgent thing right now is to quickly hire an assistant for Jian Xiaoli. She will be busy soon and cannot do without an assistant. I showed her several before, but she was too picky and didn't like any of them. So worried. Jian Xiaoli used to hire people based on her personal preference, but now she mainly looks at people based on their appearance. She really didn't like any of the ones Meng Tang gave her before. There were 8 resumes in total. When Jian Xiaoli saw the 4th one, her cell phone rang. She turned her head and took a look. It was a WeChat message. Zhou Tian. Want to know why my uncle married you? Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the coffee shop at the end of East Street. The cell phone was on the table, and Meng Tang saw it when she looked up. As much as she supported Zhou Tian before, she now felt disgusted with him. Seeing that Jian Xiaoli had been staring at the news, she was afraid that she would waver, so she quickly advised. Qingzi, you must not go. Zhou Tian must be resentful of you for criticizing him in the group today. He apologized because his father apologized first. He must still be angry and can't hold it in. Talking about things in the group, Meng Tang started praising Zhou Hao again. No matter why Zhou Hao married you, he has nothing to say about you. He has been pampering you since they got married. Take today's incident, for example. He made such a big scene just to vent your anger. Which man can do that? Meng Tang moved the coffee towards Jian Xiaoli, asked her to drink it to refresh herself, and reminded her to stay awake. You can't find a man like Zhou Hao even with a lantern. You finally got him in your hands, so don't act like that. Jian Xiaoli felt that her worries were unnecessary. Zhou Hao and I was the one who used him first, so no matter what his reasons are, I can accept them. Meng Tang saw that she took a screenshot but did not reply and exited the chat interface. Why don't you reply? Are you going or not? Jian Xiaoli found Zhou Hao's WeChat, sent him the screenshot she had just taken, and responded to Meng Tang's words. My ex-fiancé wants to meet me alone. This is a big deal. I have to report it to Zhou Hao first, otherwise he will be angry and will torment me at night. Meng Tang? Well, she worried in vain. After Jian Xiaoli sent the message, she remembered what Meng Tang had just said. She no longer had the heart to look at the resume and began to sigh. You said I have Zhou Hao in my hands. That's not true. Have you forgotten the strong woman with short hair that I told you about? Although Zhou Hao is very good to me, I have a strong sense of crisis. A strong woman with short to medium hair? Meng Tang had indeed heard her mention it, but the last time she heard about it, she was upset by Mi Shan's comeback and had no time to think about it. After listening calmly at this moment, I always feel that something is wrong. Orange, I think the person you were talking about looks like someone I know. Ah, looks like Qinzhua's cousin, Qiningji. The person Meng Tang admires the most is her cousin Qinzhua, but she doesn't meet her very often. Qiningji married a foreigner for the 2nd time, and then worked hard on her career abroad. She divorced and remarried, but never returned. It was only last year that she shifted the focus of her company to China. During the Lantern Festival this year, she was called home by Qinzhua's mother for dinner and met Qiningji. The appearance described by Jian Xiaoli is very similar to Qiningji, and they are about the same age. The key point is that given the relationship between Qinzhua and Zhou Hao, it is normal for Qiningji to get the cooperation from Jingxiu. Kunyingzi. Jian Xiaoli had never met the person, but she had heard of the name. Meng Tang had mentioned her cousin Qinzhua to her, saying that she was a very charming beauty who dared to love and hate and was courageous. She had 4 husbands, and each of them loved her very much. My God, what a charm this is. Jian Xiaoli felt even more pressured. If it's really her, wouldn't that be even worse? What if Zhou Hao also? Meng Tang waved her hand. If it's really Qiningji, it's good. Qiningji is not interested in men like Zhou Hao. She likes gentle men and little boys. Zhou Hao treats Qiningji the same way he treats Qinzhua. He only treats her as a sister. Jian Xiaoli was still worried, but it can make Zhou Lu feel that something is wrong. Zhou Lu. Meng Tang was shocked and slapped his forehead. By the way, Jian Xiaoli seemed to have mentioned this when she first told her about this, but at the time, all she could think about was Mi Shan's comeback and her relationship with Qinzhua, so she didn't think too much about it. Zhou Lu has met Qiningji before. If it was really Qiningji, why did he mislead Jian Xiaoli when he knew clearly that Zhou Hao and Qiningji could not be together? If it weren't for Qiningji, given how much Zhou Lu cared about Jian Xiaoli, he would have just punched Zhou Hao and would not have made Jian Xiaoli sad. So, what is Zhou Lu doing? Jian Xiaoli didn't notice the solemnity on Meng Tang's face, because Zhou Hao replied to the message, so she lowered her head to check WeChat. Zhou Hao, I know what he wants to say to you. Don't pay attention to him. I will explain it myself when I get home. Zhou Hao could probably guess what Zhou Tian wanted to say to Jian Xiaoli. When they met at Miss Han's Riverview restaurant, Zhou Tian asked him to give a reason for marrying Jian Xiaoli, and he asked him to go back and ask his parents or grandfather. There's been no news for such a long time, probably because no one is willing to tell him. After all, what happened back then was not glorious. He suddenly sent that message to Jian Xiaoli today, so he must have known about it. Perhaps it was what happened in the family group today that caused Chao Ying to explode in quarrel with Zhou Baichuan. During the quarrel, they brought up old grudges, which happened to be heard by Zhou Tian. What happened back then? When my mother was in college, she went back to her high school to give a speech. Zhou Baichuan was a freshman at the time and fell in love with my mother at first sight. He pursued her for a long time, but my mother told her to wait until he graduated from college before considering it. Then, when my mother was a volunteer at a charity association, she was spotted by the old man. A lot of things happened, and my mother was forced to marry the old man right after she graduated. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the bedroom with only the wall lamp on, Jian Xiaoli nestled in Zhou Hao's arms, her mouth wide open in shock. While having dinner with Meng Tang, she was still wondering what the reason was that made Zhou Tian specifically ask her out. I didn't expect it to be like this. She didn't know what to say, so she could only continue listening quietly. Zhou Baichuan only found out that the bride was my mother during the wedding. He overturned the table and tried to snatch the bride away. It was a very ugly scene. The matter was suppressed by the old man. My mother's life was not good. Her dreams and life were torn apart and imprisoned by the old man. Zhou Tian probably wanted to tell you that the old man stole his son's woman, and I snatched his wife from him in revenge. Chapter 58, I haven't hit anyone for a long time. My mother was forced to marry the old man right after she graduated. Zhou Baichuan only found out that the bride was my mother during the wedding, and he flipped the table on the spot. Jian Xiaoli imagined a thrilling drama in her mind just by listening. It should be a very long story. After all, it is a period of history that involves the fate of several people. Zhou Hao summed it up in just a few words, his tone as calm as ever, as if he was telling someone else's story. Jian Xiaoli felt that the old man did a good job of keeping secrets. When she was a child, she always ran to Zhou's house, but she didn't even hear the wind direction. Not to mention her. Even Zhou Tian didn't know. Zhou Tian probably knows it now, but he definitely didn't know it before because Zhou Tian told her everything before, but he never mentioned this matter. Moreover, Zhou Tian could not accept that she had hooked up with his uncle. If he had known earlier, he would have told her long ago and would not have waited until now. I should have known about it today. Could it be that what happened in the family group today irritated Chao Ying? And Chao Ying had an argument with Zhou Baichuan, and after breaking down, she revealed old wounds and mentioned Guan Ling, and Zhou Tian happened to hear it? Jian Xiaoli felt that she had discovered the truth. But what she is more curious about now is how such a big thing was suppressed. It is understandable that outsiders are afraid of the Zhou family's power and dare not comment on it casually. However, Chao Ying hates Zhou Hao's existence so much, but he has never mentioned this matter. And Zhou Baichuan, who had directly overturned the table to snatch the bride, their relationship should have been broken. But now his relationship with the old man, although not as loving as a father and a son, is relatively peaceful. Finally, it's Zhou Hao. He said that his mother was forced to marry the old man, and that his mother's dreams and life were ruined by the old man. He was weak and had to endure before, but now he has obtained Jingxiu. If she were Zhou Hao, she would definitely send the old man to a nursing home, or at most choose an expensive one for him. Who made him? An old cow. Eat young grass, causing the tragedy of 2 generations. I know you're not seeking revenge. Jian Xiaoli knew that Zhou Hao liked to hug her, so she moved her body and snuggled into his arms, gently patting his back with her right hand, slowly comforting him. Even if it's for revenge, it doesn't matter. Anyway, her original intention of marrying him was to take advantage of him, and her motives were not pure. The past is the past, and the present and the future are more important. And she is not a fool. After marriage, Zhou Hao treated her very well. Just like Meng Tang said, she needs Zhou Hao, so she can't be so naughty. She can't destroy Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao said those few words, he fell silent. Jian Xiaoli could sensitively detect the change in his mood. He had something on his mind, something very heavy and depressing, something he couldn't tell anyone. She had the same thing on her mind, so she could accurately capture his vulnerability. Although Jian Xiaoli still had many questions in her mind, she did not press them further. She ran her fingers from his slightly cold cheek to his hair and pressed her whole body against him. Zhou Hao came back tonight after having dinner with Yao Chengren. He wanted a shareholding that would allow Jian Xiaoli to dominate Win in the future. Yao Chengren only needed to show up, drink, and brag with others to put money in his pocket. The negotiations were pleasant, and Yao Chengren enjoyed himself very much. He even had 2 more drinks. After taking a shower, the smell of alcohol was still on me. It was also under the influence of alcohol that he mentioned a few things in the past to Jian Xiaoli, with the purpose of telling her that he did not marry her for revenge. After he finished telling the story, before he had time to make a closing statement, she had already comforted him and was so enthusiastic. Is she pitying him? In the dim light, Zhou Hao stood still, his dark eyes fixed on her. Jian Xiaoli's kissing skills are now quite proficient, and she can easily capture the smell of alcohol between his lips and teeth. Zhou Hao felt her soft fingers sliding out from his hair, along his cheeks, Adam's apple, all the way down, and hooking her fingers into his pajamas. Zhou Hao's scalp tingled, his dark eyes were filled with emotions, and mist slowly dissipated. He tried to restrain himself for a long time, but finally failed miserably. After indulging her audacity, he had to regain his damned self-esteem as a man next time. Jian Xiaoli decided to temporarily change Zhou Hao's name tonight. Zhou the hooligan, or Zhou the pervert. He is crazy. He picked her up from the bed in the middle of the night, changed her into a Chong Sam himself, and as soon as she put it on, he began to pinch her waist and kiss her while making requests. Don't wear those Chong Sams outside anymore. Just wear them in the bedroom, okay? Okay. Anyway, it was you who bought it, so I can wear it however you tell me to. Seeing that she was so easy to talk to, Zhou Hao became more demanding and made another request. I'll reply to Zhou Tian. We chat for you, okay? Jian Xiaoli didn't hear this request and didn't have time to answer him. She was very angry now. The fire in this man's eyes could burn her, and the hand that lit the fire was even more powerful. The Chong Sam was ruined. Such an expensive Chong Sam was torn by him, and the buttons were broken. That's money. Pero son. Zhou Hao asked again later, and Jian Xiaoli kept saying and ah. Zhou Hao automatically ignored the ah at the end and only thought that he heard Well, she agreed. So after Jian Xiaoli fell asleep, he took her phone, unlocked it with her hand, went directly into WeChat, found Zhou Tian's chat box, and sent 3 messages in a row. Jian Xiaoli, your dad's plan to steal your bride? She already knows about it. I told her. Drink your coffee yourself. Jian Xiaoli, don't play such tricks in the future. If you are still a man, come to me directly if you have any problems. Jian Xiaoli, I am Zhou Hao. Zhou Tian is destined to have a sleepless night. When his mother's heart-wrenching roar reached his ears, he was completely stunned. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he could no longer take a step. He stood outside the study for a long time and heard a lot of conversation. Zhou Baichuan, if I had known that you and your son would fight for a woman, I would not have married you. There were so many people who wanted to marry me back then. I was so blind to fall for you. Yes, Guanling did nothing wrong, but I just hate her. Why do you love her so much when she doesn't have to do anything? Why do you still love her even though she is far away from you? Zhou Hao married Jian Xiaoli, and I vented half of my anger. Guanling's son married a woman my son didn't want, so my son helped me vent my anger. You can tell how ridiculous he is. He even made up so many high-sounding reasons to marry Jian Xiaoli. Everyone knows that he just wants to piss off the old man. If the old man hadn't forced her to marry him, Guanling wouldn't have been ruined. That stupid girl Jian Xiaoli thought Zhou Hao loved her so much. She's just a chess piece. I am waiting to see her make a fool of herself. The mother spoke a lot in a disjointed manner, but Zhou Tian was confused as to what she was saying. He didn't go in later, but went out with his car keys. He needed some fresh air to calm down. The car drove all the way to the river, but he still couldn't calm down. This was the first time he heard of these things. Although he had been curious about his uncle's mother before, his grandfather forbade anyone to mention it, and everyone was extremely taboo about the name Guanling. Even my mother, who hated my uncle so much, never mentioned my uncle's mother. It turned out that Grandpa had snatched away my father's sweetheart. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Zhou Tian's chaotic mood finally calmed down a little. After he was able to think normally, he discovered that regarding the grudges from the past, apart from being shocked and puzzled, he did not have much intuitive feeling. After all, those were the grudges from the previous generation. His focus was on the reason why his uncle married Jian Xiaoli. So, Did my uncle really marry Jian Xiaoli just to piss off my grandfather? Zhou Tian didn't know what was going on in his mind. After knowing this, he felt relieved and he could accept this reason. His uncle and Jian Xiaoli was not based on liking or love, but on revenge, and he could accept this reason more easily. Before returning from the riverside, he sent a message to Jian Xiaoli. Why send a message? He just couldn't stand Jian Xiaoli's arrogant look, and he couldn't stand Jian Xiaoli's smug look that said, Zhou, how loves me so much. Jian Xiaoli was getting better and better after leaving him. It was sent at 5 o'clock, and he waited until the early morning for the message. I am Zhou Hao. Well done, Jian Xiaoli. You are really great. Zhou Hao did not delete the 3 messages he sent to Zhou Tian. Jian Xiaoli saw it the next day. She could imagine Zhou Tian's expression when he saw the news. Especially the last sentence, I am Zhou Hao. Zhou Tian would probably be so angry that he would die. He deserved to be angry to death. She thought the reply was good. Anyway, when she thought of Zhou Tian's hideous and distorted face, she felt good. Zhou Tian sent her a message from then on. She would ask Zhou how to reply. Zhou Tian didn't look for her again. After what happened in the family group, no one dared to mess with her recently, and Jian Xiaoli had a few comfortable days. It's just a few days of comfort. The day after Meng Tang came back from Yangcheng, she went to Wen to find her sister-in-law. The cooperation was finalized, and the shooting time was originally scheduled for the end of the dog days of summer. However, Ms. Han changed the schedule at the last minute and postponed it for a few days. The shooting time was changed to the last day of August. This was the first project Meng Tang got after becoming an agent, and the model was Ms. Han, so she made full preparations. Jian Xiaoli did not have an assistant for the time being, so she did the shooting herself. The agreed time is 6 o'clock. It was said that it was booked by Ms. Han, and because her schedule was very full, she could only squeeze out that time slot. Jian Xiaoli was dragged to the studio by Meng Tang at 5 o'clock. Although Zhou hadn't wanted her to go last night, and she went to bed early, she was still sleepy and her eyelids were drooping. She knew how important and nervous Meng Tang was about the shoot, so she didn't say anything nonsense and drank some coffee to refresh herself. It really refreshed me and also raised my temper. It took her 4 minutes to drink a cup of coffee, and Ms. Han was 4 hours late. The agreed time was 6 o'clock, but it was 10 o'clock and no one had shown up yet. They had arrived at 5 o'clock and had been waiting here for 5 hours. Damn, she hasn't hit anyone in a long time and her hands are itching. Meng Tang wanted to call her sister-in-law several times, but finally she held back and explained to Jian Xiaoli. My sister-in-law said that at the last meeting, she heard a sign that their magazine was going to change its boss. Some people said that the new boss had a good relationship with the deputy editor-in-chief. If that's true, my sister-in-law's position as editor-in-chief might be unsettled. She held the phone tightly in her palm, squeezing it so tightly that it hurt her palm. Meng Tang lowered her head, her emotions fluctuating slightly. Orange, I'm sorry. Actually, Ms. Han postponed the shooting date and moved it up to 6 o'clock. I guess that the shooting today would definitely not go smoothly. My sister-in-law said that Ms. Han knew that we were taking the photos today. She originally insisted on using the photographer from the magazine, but then suddenly changed her mind. Meng Tang guessed that Ms. Han might want to take revenge for what happened last time, but she also felt that this was Ms. Han's first magazine after her comeback, and it was related to her career. Since she had agreed to it, she should not act too aggressively. As a result, she was so late. It was Qin Zhua who gave Mi Shan this resource. My sister-in-law knew about my relationship with Qin Zhua and didn't want me to take the job, but I insisted on taking it. Their deputy editor-in-chief has always been against my sister-in-law. In order to help us take him down, my sister-in-law has issued a military order. Meng Tang only heard about the military order this morning. My sister-in-law didn't want to put pressure on her, so she didn't say anything. It was her assistant who told her quietly when she came to deliver something in the morning. If she had known earlier that her sister-in-law had signed a military order to give her this opportunity, she would not have given up the opportunity, and she would not have been angry. Chengzi, am I too impulsive? What if Ms. Han doesn't cooperate and the shoot fails? My sister-in-law will be forced to resign before the new boss takes office. Jian Xiaoli listened quietly and said, Have you forgotten what I did before? Her tone was quite serious, and Meng Tang was stunned for a moment. What do you do? Jian Xiaoli. I'm photographing wild animals. No matter how ferocious Ms. Han is, can she be scarier than a tiger? Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound at the door, and several people came in, talking and laughing. Jian Xiaoli turned her head to look over, her fists clenched. Wow. Not only Mi Shan came, But that big bear Chinjua also came. Chapter 59. Old Jin, someone bullied me. The agreed time for the photo shoot is 6 o'clock. Ms. Han didn't arrive until 10:30, a full 4.5 hours late. There were 3 people accompanying her. Chinjua, the deputy editor-in-chief of Win, and her own agent. Chinjua's gaze first fell on Meng Tang, paused for a few seconds, then turned to Jian Xiaoli and greeted her with a smile. I heard that you guys were coming today, so I came here specially to visit you. Jian Xiaoli drank half a bottle of mineral water and smiled back at him. You came specially to visit the set? The shooting time we received is 6 o'clock. It's now 10:30, and 4.5 hours have passed. If the shooting was at 6 o'clock, it would have been finished long ago. Brother Chinjua, are you and me Shan playing tricks on us? After hearing this, Chinjua's face changed slightly. He turned to look at Mishan and frowned. 6 o'clock? Didn't you say 11 o'clock? Mishan took off her sunglasses, and her blue tight skirt showed off her good figure. Facing Chinjua's questioning, she did not panic at all and shrugged innocently. I stayed up too late at your place last night. I thought I wouldn't be able to get up in the morning, so I asked them to change the time. As she spoke, she glanced at Meng Tang. I stayed up late at your place last night and couldn't get up in the morning. These words were too ambiguous. Jian Xiaoli subconsciously looked at Meng Tang. Meng Tang half closed her eyes, and her lips were bitten white. Chinjua glared at Mishan and was about to explain when Chen Jia, deputy editor-in-chief of Win, said, Yes, I did receive a call from Ms. Han about changing the time. It was changed to 11 o'clock. After she finished explaining, she turned to her assistant and scolded him. Didn't I ask you to notify the photographer? Why didn't you notify him? Assistant, why didn't you notify me? Because you didn't notify me at all. The assistant now understood that he was being blamed again. This was not the first time this had happened, since the old, which was his immediate superior. She acted as an accomplice expertly. I was busy with other things at the time and forgot about it. After that, she turned around and apologized to Jian Xiaoli and Meng Tang, bending her back to 90 degrees. I'm sorry. Jian Xiaoli saw that she was upset, but she didn't make things difficult for her. She said it was okay, then looked at Chinjua and said, Actually, you're still early. After all, I've heard about Miss Han's character. I heard that she would deliberately be late for more than 5 hours every time to prove that she is a big shot. I really can't figure out who is so stupid as to flatter her. Chinjua. She looked at him and asked this question, obviously having guessed it. Mishan admitted that she did it on purpose today, but Jian Xiaoli said that it was too much for her to deliberately be 5 hours late every time to prove that she was a big star. She is very dedicated to her work. Except for this time of revenge, she has never been late for any other job. Mishan knew that Jian Xiaoli was Zhou Hao's wife, but she was not afraid. If she got into trouble, Chinjua would support her. Jian Xiaoli, don't go too far. Jian Xiaoli sneered. Who's wrong? If you don't want me to take pictures, just say it directly. Do you think I care about you, an old model who just made a comeback? Mishan's agent had never met Jian Xiaoli. Seeing his artist being scolded, his face turned unhappy. He pointed at Jian Xiaoli and said to the deputy editor-in-chief, Chen Jia, Is this the photographer you hired? He has such a bad temper. He has no manners at all. Jian Xiaoli hated it most when people pointed fingers at her. So she pulled Meng Tang behind her and threw the half-drunk bottle of mineral water in her hand at her. Who are you referring to? You want to fight? Ah! Ms. Han screamed. She was standing shoulder to shoulder with her agent. Half a bottle of mineral water hit her agent, but the water splashed all over her, and most of her face was wet. Jian Xiaoli, I agreed to let you take the photo because I wanted to give Chinju a face. Do you really think you can take photos of me with your qualifications? Don't you know your own level? What else can you do besides relying on men? Jian Xiaoli's voice was louder than hers. What's wrong with me, relying on men? I rely on my own husband. I am above board and better than you. You rely on other people's fiancés and on flirting. You rotten bug. You still have the nerve to criticize me? You. Seeing the scene becoming more and more chaotic, Chinjui yelled at Mishan. Stop talking. After yelling at Mishan, he grabbed his hair in annoyance and said to Jian Xiaoli, Jian Xiaoli, you've all been waiting for so long. Let's get started first. Can you talk after we finish filming? Give me some face. This is biased towards Ms. Han. Meng Tang looked up at Chinjua, and when Chinjua noticed and turned his face towards her, she lowered her head again. Jian Xiaoli looked at Mishan's proud eyes and wanted to call Zhou Hao and ask him to take Chinjua away. However, as soon as the thought came to her mind, she suppressed it. Zhou Hao's butcher knife is not necessary. A chicken knife is enough. Rely on men? It's not like she only has one man to rely on. Jian Hongyun received Jian Xiaoli's call. He was holding a morning meeting in the conference room of Chongqing Group. The meeting was supposed to end at 9 o'clock, but it's almost 11 o'clock, and it's not over yet because he was very angry today and scolded people for nearly 2 hours. When his cell phone rang, he was scolding a senior executive. He heard a buzzing sound and thought someone's phone was on silent, which made him even angrier. Who is it? I've told you so many times, if you enter the meeting room, you either mute your phone or turn off your phone, or you'll be fined. After a long while, no one admitted it. Jian Hongyan was about to slam the table when Jian Yui next to him reminded him, "Dad, it's your phone." Forehead? Jian Hongyan looked in the direction his son's hand was pointing, and when he saw the words "little bastard" on the screen, his anger instantly died out, replaced by a mixture of surprise and shock. Surprise. Did this little bastard finally remember that he had a father? How long has it been since he came home? How long has it been since he contacted me? Frightened. It's over, it's over. Every time this little bastard calls, it's always bad news. Either he's after his things, or he's pissed him off to death. The huge conference room was packed with all the department heads and executives. Just now, everyone was feeling insecure, but now everyone was speechless. How can you not be speechless? The chairman, who was so furious and scolding people just a second ago, now reached for his cell phone. His fingertips touched the phone and then retracted and touched the phone again, repeating this several times. The phone felt like it was hot to the touch, and he didn't pick it up for a long time. His movements were funny, until Jian Yui reminded him silently, "Dad, this girl has a bad temper and no patience. If you don't answer, she's going to hang up." Jian Hongyan finally accepted the call. He had to hear what this little bastard was trying to do. At worst, he would just let her cheat him a few more times. The relationship between father and daughter had to be eased. He heard that the investment in Jingxiu's amusement park project was about to reach saturation. If he didn't make some effort, he would not even be able to drink minced meat soup. "Hey, Xiaoli, you. Old Jane, someone is bullying me." When the aggrieved voice came, Jian Hongyun was in a trance for a moment. As far as he could remember, this little bastard hadn't acted coquettishly with him in a long time, and had never spoken to him in such a wrong manner. Over the years, this girl has been arrogant and domineering. No matter what happens, she always has a tough and domineering attitude. Jian Hongyun slowed down his tone a little. "Who bullied you?" Win Studio, dressing room number 1. Ms. Han was splashed with water. She had just changed in her photo shoot outfit and was currently putting on makeup. The agent and Win's deputy editor-in-chief, Chun Jia, stood quietly aside. Chinjua sat on a stool next to Mishan and was talking to her with a bad look on his face. "Don't provoke Jian Xiaoli. Don't cause trouble for me." Before he could finish his words, someone pushed the door open and came in. Several people turned their heads to look and saw that it was Jian Xiaoli who came in with a cell phone. Chinjua stopped talking. Mishan's agent pushed Deputy Editor-in-Chief Chun Jia, and Chun Jia stepped forward to stop Jian Xiaoli. Jian Xiaoli walked around her and sat down on the sofa. She was still on the phone with Jian Hongyun. "That Ms. Han who just made a comeback, she bullied me. Is she the financial backer behind you?" Hearing this, the people in the dressing room looked at each other, then at Chinjua, and then at Jian Xiaoli. Chinjua also frowned and looked at Jian Xiaoli, puzzled. What did this girl want to do? Jian Hongyun, who was far away in the meeting room of Chongqing Group, said, "Ms. Han who just made a comeback?" He didn't know her, but he knew she was a model because some time ago, the internet was full of news about Ms. Han. Jian Hongyun didn't know where she heard the rumor from. "How could I be her financial sponsor? I haven't even met her." Jian Xiaoli glanced at Chinjua and said, "Oh, I just guessed it myself. I just came to the conclusion that the person behind me, Sean, should be an entrepreneur with a bad brain. Among the entrepreneurs I know, you are the only one with a bad brain." Chinjua, awesome. Number 1 at making indirect accusations. Jian Hongyun was implied. Question mark. Jian Xiaoli looked at Mishan again and said, "Fortunately, it's not her. This Mishan, she has a bad character. People like her won't be popular for long. Old Jian, when you become a sponsor for others one day, you must keep your eyes open and not let people like her spend our money." Mishan, if Chinjua hadn't said something too harsh just now, she would have torn Jian Xiaoli's stinky mouth apart this morning. Jian Hongyun's focus this time was different. "Our family." Jian Xiaoli. "Yes, you are my biological father." Jian Hongyun was delighted. "You still know that I am your biological father." Thinking that she had a good attitude today, Jian Hongyun took the opportunity to ask, "When is Zhou Hao free? When are you going home for dinner?" Jian Xiaoli, when you mentioned eating, I remembered that when we went home for dinner last time, you said that my 9% was almost done. So, old Jin, it's been more than half a year since we made the bet, and it's still not done? Jin Hongyun. Jin Xiaoli. I'm free tomorrow, old Jin. I'll come to your office tomorrow to sit down. I remember you have a pound of wild Taiping Hokue. My husband also likes to drink it. Please prepare half a pound for me, and I'll bring it back tomorrow. Jin Hongyun. Little bastard. The phone call drained all of Jin Hongyun's strength. He waved his hand and asked the vice president to preside over the meeting, while he went outside with his phone to calm down. Everyone in the conference room watched him leave and looked at each other. So, who is the little bastard? The chairman was obviously furious just now, but he suppressed his anger and felt very aggrieved. There's also a hint of grievance? Jin Yui followed Jin Hongyun out. Dad, what's wrong? What did Jin Xiaoli say? What did you say? Jin Hongyun was much calmer at this moment, but he also felt puzzled. The girl suddenly mentioned a model and said something that was difficult to understand. He even had a feeling that the little bastard Jin Xiaoli was deliberately using him to make indirect accusations. He didn't know who he was scolding, but he felt like he was being taken advantage of. Jin Hongyun didn't think about this too much. He remembered another thing. His secretary had just followed him out. He instructed the secretary, "My little daughter is coming tomorrow. You must hide all the valuables in my office." Secretary, is this to protect your own daughter? Jin Hongyun thought about it and felt that he shouldn't go too far. He still had something to ask Jin Xiaoli, so he changed his words. Leave a few of them. Take out the small leaf red sandalwood Buddhist beads that Mr. Zhang's nephew sent yesterday and put them on the table. After the secretary left, Jin Yui spoke hesitantly. Dad, Wincy will be back in 2 days. She likes those little things the most. Keep the Buddhist beads for her. Jin Xiaoli doesn't like them. He had seen the Buddhist beads, and Wincy would definitely like them. Moreover, the Buddhist beads had been blessed, and their quality was obviously a priceless treasure. Wincy has been in poor condition recently and has lost a lot of weight. He hopes she will be safe and sound. When Jin Hongyun heard the word Wincy, the scene of Jin Xiaoli hitting the family portrait with a baseball bat suddenly flashed in his mind. After a moment of silence, he turned to his son and said, Wincy has the best relationship with you. Please help persuade her not to be so picky. Yaoan's Mr. Yao is very good. Jin Yohui's face changed slightly. Dad, you said that you would respect her, not force her, and certainly not treat her as a sacrifice for the family. Jin Hongyun patted his shoulder and said nothing. Chapter 60, our ending is strangers. Win Studio, dressing room number 1. In front of the two parties, Jin Xiaoli made a lot of indirect complaints and then hung up the phone in a happy mood. After venting her anger, the fire in her heart subsided a little. Ignoring Mi Shan's angry gaze, she called Qin Zhuo outside. Brother Qin Zhuo, Ms. Han postponed the date and moved it up to 6 o'clock. Tang Ding guessed that she would not cooperate, but we still arrived at 5 o'clock. Qin Zhuo was not stupid either. He understood what had just happened. What happened today was that Ms. Han deliberately made trouble for Meng Tang and Jin Xiaoli. Wrong. It was indeed Ms. Han's fault, but Qin Zhuo frowned, since Meng Tang had already guessed it. Why did she come here? Why? Jin Xiaoli also frowned, seeming surprised that he would ask that. What is this place? A photo studio, not her Riverview restaurant. This is Miss Han's first magazine after her comeback. It's her job. Tang Dang and I both thought that she just didn't cooperate during the filming, so I just had to be more patient. Who knew she would be so childish and willful, and directly wasted 4.5 hours? Tang Dang and I are both people whose separate work and private life. We knew Ms. Han would make things difficult, but we still came. We got up at 4 o'clock and came to get ready at 5 o'clock. We just want to do a good job for today. We respected her enough. Jin Xiaoli asked him, Brother Qin Zhuo, would you joke about your career? Would you confuse public affairs with private affairs? Qin Zhuo was ashamed. I'm sorry. Jin Xiaoli reminded him. Mishan knew that I was Zhou Hao's wife and that I had a bad temper, so why did she dare to provoke me so blatantly? Qin Zhuo was silent. Why? Because he gave Ms. Han the confidence, and Ms. Han relied on his influence. When Jin Xiaoli entered the dressing room just now, Meng Tang was about to follow her in. But when she reached the door, her cell phone rang. It was her sister-in-law calling. She went out to answer the call and hasn't come back yet. Jin Xiaoli thought of her red but forbearing eyes, and she could hardly control her emotions. Brother Qin Zhuo, no matter what, your engagement with Tang Dang has not been canceled. She is still your fiancée. You showed up here with Ms. Han today, and didn't give her any face at all. If you really like Ms. Han, can you cancel the engagement right away? Chinjua felt that this matter must be explained. Mishan and I met at the door. Does it make any difference? Jian Xiaoli interrupted him. Didn't you two come in together? You knew Mishan was using your power, but you still showed up with her. Jian Xiaoli couldn't help it and kicked him in the calf. That's too much, too bullying. Even if you don't like Tang Tang, please give her some dignity. Even a little bit. Her sister-in-law has signed a military order for this project. If the filming is not good, her sister-in-law will be finished. Just because Ms. Han was late, she was afraid of hurting her sister-in-law. She was crying before you came. She's already very upset today, and you're cheering Ms. Han on and provoking her. And that deputy editor-in-chief, that woman is against her sister-in-law. Today is her sister-in-law's party, and you brought that deputy editor-in-chief here? Isn't that disgusting? Chinjua, if you hadn't helped me back then, I would have fought you today. After Meng Tang finished the call, she didn't rush back. There was a cafe near the studio, and she needed a cup of coffee to refresh herself. Just after sending a message to Jian Xiaoli, Chinjua came in, sat down opposite her, and asked for a cup of warm water. I asked the security guard at the door, and he said you were coming this way. Chinjua thought about Jian Xiaoli's words. She was crying before you came, and his gaze fell on Meng Tang's eyes. In the studio, she didn't look at him directly. She either kept her head down, or when he looked over, she lowered her head. Perhaps she didn't expect him to come. Her eyes were a little dull, and she stood there stiffly with her head raised and her eyes red, obviously having cried. Sorry. Meng Tang was stunned for a moment when she heard the apology, and then she gave a far-fetched smile. Sorry? Apologizing for Ms. Han again? No need. Chinjua explained several misunderstandings just now. Ms. Han and I met at the door. I knew you were coming to shoot today, and I was afraid you would have a conflict. After all, we had a conflict last time, so I said I was here to visit the set. I really didn't know you guys had scheduled it for 6 o'clock. I asked Ms. Han the time, and she said 11 o'clock. I said I'd be there at 10:30. We weren't coming together. Speaking of this, there is one more thing that needs to be explained. Ms. Han said she was at my place last night. That's a misunderstanding. I wasn't with her. After she made her comeback, paparazzi went to her place to stake out. It was not safe there. I have an apartment with good confidentiality measures, so I lent it to her. Chinjua was silent for a few seconds, proving his innocence. I've said before that I won't start another relationship until the previous one is over. I won't touch other women until my engagement with you is canceled. Ms. Han and I are not in the relationship you think. Meng Tang apologized. So it's the engagement that binds you? I'm sorry. Chinjua frowned. That's not what I meant. The waiter came over and brought the iced American coffee that Meng Tang ordered and also put down the warm water that Chinjua had just asked for. Meng Tang broke the silence first. Chinjua, do you know why Jian Xiaoli loved Zhou Tian for so many years, but was able to let him go in one night? Chinjua didn't understand why she suddenly mentioned Jian Xiaoli and Zhou Tian, but he knew she had more to say, so he kept silent. In fact, she didn't let go suddenly. Jian Xiaoli gave him many chances. Guess how many times? Meng Tang didn't wait for his answer and continued talking. 100 times every time Zhou Tian hurt her. She would record it in her diary, writing it down word by word with a fountain pen. Each word was like a dagger, pulling out the thorns from her body. The more pain she felt, the more she woke up. Many people thought that she suddenly gave up because she was wronged at Jian Wenxi's birthday party. I thought so at first too, but it's not true. She had given up a long time ago. She just couldn't accept it. She had been with Zhou Tian for so many years. How could she accept that the young man who loved her so much suddenly changed his mind? So even though she was already desperate, she still persuaded herself to wait a little longer because she hadn't finished deducting all the 100 points. Chinjua looked at the little girl opposite him, who suddenly burst into tears, and his heart inexplicably tightened. Meng Tang, don't talk yet. Just listen to me finish what I have to say. Meng Tang covered her face with her hands, not looking at him, nor letting him look at her. I'm not as strong-willed as Jian Xiaoli. I still love you, but I also have my own dignity. Even if I don't care about myself, I have to consider my family. They love me so much, and I can't let them worry about me every day. So, I also learned from Jian Xiaoli and used a diary to imprison love. I don't have as strong a heart as Jian Xiaoli, so my full score is only 10. You only have 1 point now. Meng Tang didn't drink the coffee she ordered, and left with the coffee she packed for Jian Xiaoli. Chinjua was reluctant to get up. The water was already cold. He kept holding the cup, and the coolness from his palms penetrated his skin to his limbs and bones, freezing him completely. Meng Tang's last few words could not be shaken off my mind. You said you were a non-marriage person, so I didn't dare to hope for one. I heard that you needed a fiancé, so I asked Grandpa to help you. Last time by the river, you confessed to me, and I realized that you were just saying it casually to deal with your family. I'm sorry for delaying you for so long. Although there is still 1 point left, you don't have to be nervous. The night I agreed to cancel the engagement, I decided to give up on you completely. Your family has always disagreed with you breaking off the engagement. I actually have a solution, but I didn't tell you. If you want to know why, it's probably because I'm unwilling to do so, because I really have loved you for too long. I'm unwilling to give up this point, and it's easy to deduct. There's a high probability that Ms. Han won't cooperate well today. Go to the studio later and defend her in front of me like you did just now, so that I can deduct this point. All of it is gone. My unwillingness and obsession with you are gone. I will go find your parents. I have a way to cancel the engagement. Qinjue, the ending of Jian Xiaoli and Zhou Tian, is the ending of you and me. Our ending is strangers. Mi Shan is willing to give Meng Tang and Jian Xiaoli a chance. Firstly, because she wants to teach them a lesson, and secondly, because she has no expectations of Jian Xiaoli at all. She just came to go through the motions, to give Qinjue a face, to let Jian Xiaoli take a few photos, and then to criticize her faults. Finally, Wen would change the photographer again. Deputy Editor-in-Chief Chen Jia was found by her agent to be a poor witness for Jian Xiaoli. The process was planned before coming. So Ms. Han changed her clothes and went to the shooting area, but she was not very cooperative during the shooting. She made her debut at the age of 15 and faced the camera countless times. She knows exactly what expressions and movements will satisfy the photographer, and she also knows exactly under what circumstances the photographer will lose his temper. She was determined to make Jian Xiaoli angry and leave. So under Jian Xiaoli's camera, she tried her best to act like a soulless model without leaving any trace. A good photographer can accurately capture the soul of the person captured by the lens. If the soul cannot be captured, it means the photographer is not good, and it has nothing to do with the model. Jian Xiaoli could sense Miss Han's deliberate action, so she took a few pictures and then paused. Letting others rest, she packed her things and went to find Miss Han. Miss Han's agent immediately pulled Deputy Editor-in-Chief Chen Jia over to stop her, but Jian Xiaoli spoke before them. I was on the phone in front of you in the dressing room. Was it for nothing? I was on the phone mainly for you two to hear. She first looked at the Deputy Editor-in-Chief Chen Jia. I was making indirect accusations in front of Qinjue, but was Qinjue's attitude towards me still pretty good? She went to see Miss Han's agent again. What does this mean? It means that my status is not low. Even Qinjue is polite to me. You guys who depend on Qinjue for food, do you really want to provoke me? A minute later, Jian Xiaoli successfully entered Miss Han's lounge. Mi Shan thought she was here to threaten her and had even thought of a response, but she didn't expect Jian Xiaoli to pull a chair and sit next to her, eating her fruit and chatting with her. Suyin shot a cover for Wen magazine that year. The theme was to protect wild animals and call on everyone to pay attention to endangered wild animals. You know about this, right? Ms. Han naturally knew about this. The news that popular actress Su Yun was chosen as the leading actress by a well-known film director based on a magazine cover was on the hot search list for several days and caused a sensation. Why the sensation? Because this most prestigious film director in the country has a habit of not using two actors as the leading role, not using plastic surgery faces, and not using big traffic. Su Yun doesn't have a plastic surgery face, but she is a top female star. The two had no chance to work together, and no one expected that the director would suddenly tag Su Yun on Weibo one day. The accompanying pictures were the magazine covers she took for Win, and the director said he liked those photos very much. The photos were indeed well taken, and Ms. Han even bought the magazine specially at that time. The shooting location was in the wilderness, with Su Yun in the same frame with wild animals. The photographer was very talented, not only capturing Su Yun's soul, but also the souls of the animals. The characters and scenes were grand and majestic. Just one photo and one look can tell a whole story. The director invited Su Yun to play the leading lady in her next movie, saying that she would write a special script for her. This incident caused a sensation, and later the director really tailored a script for Su Yun. Su Yun's last TV series was finished in May this year, and she joined the crew directly after it was finished. Now she is filming this movie. Many people benefited from this. Su Yun, Win, and everyone at the magazine who participated in this project. The only photographer taking the photo. At that time, many celebrities rushed to take part in Win, but the results were not satisfactory. The explanation from Win was that the photographer at the time was a freelancer who did not want to leave his name and was unwilling to cooperate a second time. Mishan was still wondering why Jian Xiaoli suddenly brought up this matter when she saw Jian Xiaoli pointing at her. That awesome photographer is me. Chapter 61. Exposing the Vest. That awesome photographer is me. When Mishan heard this, she thought that Jian Xiaoli probably got up too early this morning and her mind was not fully clear. She knew they had arrived at 5 o'clock, and after arriving they did not rest, but kept helping with setting up the scenery and waited for her after they finished. Jian Xiaoli had a bad temper again. She lost her temper in front of Qin Zhua, which showed that she was very angry. She was completely uncooperative just now. At this moment, Jian Xiaoli must be very angry. But she had to hold it in, because Meng Tang's sister-in-law Qiulan had issued a military order that if today's filming did not go smoothly, Qiulan would have to resign. So no matter how angry Jian Xiaoli was, she had to endure it. Jian Xiaoli could actually ask Zhou Hao for help. If she did, she would just make some sarcastic remarks at most. As a result, in order to ensure a smooth filming, she even claimed credit for the achievements of her seniors in the industry. So shameless. Mishan knew why Jian Xiaoli dared to do so. Because Qiulan was fully responsible for photographing Su Yun that time. It was said that the photographer was originally a cooperative photographer of the magazine, but the photographer had something urgent to do that day and couldn't come. When the situation became critical, no one knew where Qiulan found the photographer. The emergency photographer did not appear in Win and went directly to the wilderness to shoot. At that time, the focus was on Su Yun. As long as Su Yun was satisfied with the shooting, the magazine did not delve into the photographer. After all, the editor-in-chief Qiulan was responsible. It wasn't until Su Yun was chosen by a big director for that issue of the magazine that the photographer of that issue became completely famous and became a hot topic of discussion. But no one has come forward to claim this honor. It was Qiulan who responded to Win. She said that the photographer at the time was a friend of hers, a freelance photographer who disliked the fame and fortune in the circle and asked that his identity be kept secret. He signed a confidentiality agreement and could not reveal it. According to Deputy Editor-in-Chief Chen Jia, the reason why the senior management of Win agreed to Qiulan's use of a rookie like Jian Xiaoli was because Qiulan's last adventure created a miracle. As for why Qiulan was forced to sign a military order, of course, it was due to the mischief of Deputy Editor-in-Chief Chen Jia, but mainly because the magazine's top management wanted to put pressure on Qiulan. If Jian Xiaoli couldn't do it, she would have to find the photographer from last time after she signed a military order. Jian Xiaoli belongs to Qiulan Bao, and they are in the same boat. If Jian Xiaoli insists that she is the master, Qiulan will probably call the horse a zebra. Anyway, Mishan felt that even if she was beaten to death, she would not believe that Jian Xiaoli, the spoiled rich girl, was the mysterious photography master. With that kind of skills, she must be at least 30 years old. How could it be Jian Xiaoli? The key is that person is her idol. There are magazines that are more famous than Win. She handed over her comeback magazine to Win, actually because of her idol. She had contacted Qiulan in advance, but Qiulan still said that she had signed a confidentiality agreement and had nothing to say. She was angry, so she turned around and found Qiulan's archenemy Chen Jia. I brought Chen Jia here today just to deliberately anger Qiulan. Before Ms. Han could open her mouth to make a sarcastic remark, Jian Xiaoli handed her the iPad and showed her a video. The video that Jian Xiaoli showed Ms. Han was recorded by Meng Tang. Meng Tang knew that she was a fan of Su Yun, so when she was shooting the cover for Su Yun, she secretly recorded it next to her, saying that it was a souvenir for her. She was asked to sign the confidentiality agreement. Su Yun is a popular star, and once her magazine came out, it was very popular. She hadn't let go of Zhou Tian at that time and couldn't confront Xiaoing head-on, so she had to keep a low profile. The confidentiality agreement states that her identity cannot be disclosed unless she agrees. In fact, when Meng Tang went to find her sister-in-law, Jian Xiaoli knew that she was not famous, so she wanted her sister-in-law to reveal her identity so that her sister-in-law would not be embarrassed. But Meng Tang disagreed. My sister-in-law said that if we make it public now, then Deputy Editor-in-Chief Chen Jia will know that we have a trump card like you and will definitely do something naughty again. So we have to catch them by surprise. It should be Chen Jia who is leading the trend. There are many people who are not optimistic about you and criticize you. Many of Miss Han's fans have even scolded you on Weibo. I manage your Weibo. You have a lot more fans in the past few days, but they are all scolding you. Let's just hold back for now and release it when we're done filming and promoting it. That way, the effect will definitely be multiplied several times, and you'll become an instant hit. When the time comes, all those vicious words that Miss Han's fans say to you will come back to bite you. Mi-shan was dragged back to the shooting area by Jian Xiaoli. She cooperated surprisingly well this time. No matter what expression or action Jian Xiaoli asked her to make, she didn't have any thoughts at all and did exactly what Jian Xiaoli asked. She was asked to lie on the ground, and she didn't even need the staff to clean her up. She just bent down and lay down. For a whole hour, she didn't complain at all, which shocked everyone. After finally finishing the last set of photos, Jian Xiaoli made an okay gesture. After finishing work, she picked out a few photos to show Ms. Han. Ms. Han looked at her with complicated eyes. It's up to you to decide. This series of actions not only stunned Miss Han's agent and deputy editor-in-chief Chen Jia, but also confused Meng Tang. As soon as the shooting was over, she immediately stepped forward, took Jian Xiaoli's arm, and pulled her aside. What's going on? Why is Ms. Han so cooperative? Why does she seem to have been possessed? What did you say to her? Jian Xiaoli stared at the camera, without even looking up. I revealed my identity, so she knows that I was the one who took the photo of Su Yun. Meng Tang was stunned and anxious. Hey, didn't I say that I would reveal my vest during the preheating period? If she tells others, won't the novelty be gone? She doesn't dare. Jian Xiaoli looked at the photos in the camera one by one. I told her that if she doesn't keep it a secret, I will take photos of her competitors in the future. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Ms. Han would keep it a secret. Ms. Han has been in the industry for many years and understands the effect of using the strategy of first suppressing and then promoting something to achieve a surprising win better than her. Ms. Han is smarter than she thought, and they benefit each other. After looking at the photos, Jian Xiaoli put away the camera. It was finally over successfully. She didn't want to talk about Ms. Han anymore. She took the coffee from Meng Tang and took a sip, then remembered something. By the way, where's Qinjua? Didn't he come to visit the set? Why didn't I see him during the filming just now? Hearing Qinjua's name, Meng Tang remained silent. She didn't understand Qinjua. It was clearly agreed that as long as he showed up and as long as he defended Ms. Han in front of her again, he would get 0 points in her eyes. She let go of her reluctance, her obsession, and completely distanced herself from him. But he never came back. Jian Xiaoli called a timeout at halftime, saying that Ms. Han was not cooperating. So she immediately called Qinjua, but he didn't answer after several calls. She also had the phone number of Qinjua's secretary in her mobile phone, and she even called the secretary. The secretary said, I don't know. In other words, Qinjua ran away. After work, Jian Xiaoli went straight home to sleep. She slept until 8 o'clock in the evening and was hungry after a whole day, so Aunt Fong made chicken soup for her. Zhou Hao went to the nearby city for a meeting in the morning and did not return until 11 o'clock in the evening. When he came in, Jian Xiaoli was watching TV in the living room. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Zhou Hao took off his coat and walked over, sitting down next to her. Seeing that her face was tense and not looking very well, he rubbed her head with his palm. What's wrong? He got up at the same time as Jian Xiaoli in the morning and had breakfast together. She went to the studio and he went to a meeting in the nearby city. They were busy all day and had no time to contact each other. He knew that she was taking photos of Ms. Han today. Was the process unpleasant? Jian Xiaoli was not in a good mood and shook her head. No, the shooting went smoothly and the effect was very good. The TV was still on, but neither of them was watching it. Zhou Hao looked at her and guessed that she might have been wronged. He thought that he had to speed up the process and get win as soon as possible, so that Jian Xiaoli would not have to be afraid of anyone. Jian Xiaoli was thinking about Meng Tang and Qinjua. Hateful. Qinjua actually ran away at such a critical moment. She was so mad. Aunt Fong and the others were very tactful and went back to their room first. The whole living room was quiet. Suddenly, there was a gunshot. The two of them subconsciously looked towards the TV, following the sound. This is the drama that Jian Xiaoli has been following recently. It is an urban suspense drama starring Su Yun. Today is the finale. She had been busy all day and only started watching it at around 9 o'clock after dinner. Now it is the last scene of the finale. The heroine was shot and fell in a pool of blood. Zhou Hao hasn't watched it, but he knows the drama. Because Jian Xiaoli had been following the show for the past few days, and Aunt Fong was also following it. During breakfast today, the two of them were still discussing the plot. Zhou Hao remembered that in the morning, she talked about this heroine with Aunt Fong, saying that she was a fan of the heroine. She had a chance to cooperate with her before, but missed the chance to get her autograph, and she has been feeling very regretful. He had received a phone call at the time and had to go out when the call ended, so he didn't have time to tell her about it. Do you still want her autograph? He could get it for her with just a word. Ah! It took Jin Xiaoli a while to realize that he was talking about Su Yun. Yes, I am her fan. Su Yun is an actress who has been very popular in recent years. She has been in the industry for almost 10 years. 5 years ago, she became famous with a palace fighting drama. Her resources have been rising rapidly, and she has won numerous awards. He has over 100 million fans on Weibo, a very good reputation, and zero scandals since his debut. After becoming famous, he has been acting diligently, not acting like a troublemaker, not having a love affair, and concentrating on his career. Jin Xiaoli is not a fan, but she likes her very much. She had promised Meng Tang's sister-in-law before that she also wanted to see her favorite star up close. Unfortunately, just when they were about to take a photo and get an autograph, and had already stood in position, Su Yun was dragged away by her annoying agent. That agent was really annoying. She was the one who caused the most trouble during the filming. Jin Xiaoli even had a fight with her. Can you help me get an autograph? Jingxiu's core industries are real estate, finance, tourism, department store chains, and luxury hotels. I haven't heard that Jingxiu is involved in the entertainment sector. However, for someone of Zhou Hao's status, it should be easy to get a celebrity's autograph. If you want, I'll ask Pan Yu to make a call. As he was about to take out his phone, Jin Xiaoli said hurriedly, "It's too late. There's no rush for the signature. I have something to ask you." Now Meng Tang's affairs come first, and star chasing comes second. Zhou Hao put down his phone. What's the matter? Jin Xiaoli was really curious. Qingjue said that there was nothing wrong between him and Mishan, but why has he always been so nice to her? Mishan also saved his life. Zhou Hao actually knew about this. Qingjue doesn't owe her the favor of saving his life, but he owes her something else. Jin Xiaoli asked him what he owed her, and Zhou Hao hugged her in his arms and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is Qingjue's secret, and I promise to keep it secret." Jin Xiaoli didn't ask any more questions, she just sighed. When I went to the mountains to play and to the Buddha before, I always prayed that it would be great if Qingjue would like Tang Nang too. I hope Tang Nang can get what she wants. Now I am so glad that Qingjue doesn't like Tang Nang. It's great. Zhou Hao didn't understand. Why? Jin Xiaoli said, because of me, Shan, Qingjue has to take care of her for the rest of her life. This is absolutely unacceptable. No woman can tolerate her lover taking care of another woman for the rest of her life. Zhou Hao was stunned. He tightened his hands that were supporting her slender waist, and his breathing became heavier. Is it okay to have no feelings? Qingjue has no feelings for me, Shan. He just wants to help her as much as possible because he feels indebted to her. If he can love Meng Tang wholeheartedly, is that not okay? No. Jin Xiaoli felt that there was no point in discussing this matter. Mi Shan was possessive of Qingjue and had bullied Meng Tang more than once or twice. These two people could not coexist. Even if Qingjue falls in love with Meng Tang in the future, what if, well, how should I put it? To use an old analogy, if Meng Tang and Mi Shan both fell into the sea, who would Qingjue save first? It's not necessarily necessary to save Meng Tang. Why? Because some men have a strong sense of responsibility in their hearts. Take Zhou Hao, for example. He was willing to marry her just because she saved his life. Chapter 62, Random Matchmaking. The last day of August was the most tiring day for Jin Xiaoli so far this year. I get up at 4 in the morning and come back at 4 in the afternoon. When I get back, I don't want to eat and fall asleep as soon as I hit the bed. When she woke up, she remembered that Qingjue had run away. She was so angry that she didn't drink much chicken soup. After waiting for Zhou Hao to come back with great difficulty, she asked him to tell her about her grievances. In the end, no one knew what he said wrong, and the man acted like a wolf all night. I don't know where he got the strength from. He also got up at 4 o'clock, and the round-trip ride took 4 hours. Logically, he should be more tired than her. But it was already past midnight, and he was still like a hungry wolf in the wilderness, rubbing her clean inside and out. Jin Xiaoli couldn't stand his plundering, so she thought about diverting his attention and brought up the matter of the signature. In the end, this man refused to admit it. I don't know any celebrities. Isn't Meng Tang's sister-in-law the editor-in-chief of Win? She will definitely be able to get it. Ask her for it. Sorry, I can't help you. But you were the one who brought it up first. You still want to call Pan Yu. Jin Xiaoli didn't really need Su Yun's autograph. She was just a fan of the drama, and an autograph was not a necessity. She just said she felt sorry. The main reason is that this man brought it up first, and he just said he could get it. Zhou Hao. I drank fake wine today and bragged. Jin Xiaoli. On the first day of September, Jian Xiaoli started to get busy. I was retouching photos in the studio in the morning and finished at 11:30. I sent them to Meng Tang. Meng Tang looked at each one carefully, and only when he couldn't find any faults did he stretch lazily in satisfaction. Then he sighed again. It's really a bargain for Ms. Han. Jian Xiaoli is eating tiramisu sent by the dessert shop. We also took advantage of her. This time, no one owes anyone anything in terms of work, but we must take revenge on personal grudges. Be patient for now. When I can step on her twice in my career, I will leave her alone for 24 hours. Meng Tang stared at her for a while, thoughtfully. Orange, I think you are different from before. Jian Xiaoli nodded. I think so too. I seem to be getting more and more beautiful recently. When I looked in the mirror this morning, I almost cried because of my beauty. Meng Tang, what I mean is that the way you deal with problems has changed. You are not so impulsive now. In the past, Jian Xiaoli would have swallowed her anger and finished taking the photos for the sake of her and her sister-in-law. But with Jian Xiaoli's violent temper, she would have kicked Ms. Han on the spot once she got the photos. We have to fight. Jian Xiaoli stuffed a mouthful of tiramisu into her mouth, without even raising her head, and said casually, I can't help it. Zhou Hao won't let me fight. He said if I fight, I will get hurt, and he will feel bad if I get hurt. Oh, it turns out my husband is very strict. Meng Tang dragged out the words in an ambiguous tone. Jian Xiaoli blushed at the inappropriate tone. She was about to change the subject when she heard Meng Tang say, Chengzi, I think Zhou Hao loves you. In the afternoon, Meng Tang went to see her sister-in-law and showed her the retouched photos. Jian Xiaoli had some free time, so after lunch, she drove to Chongqing Group. Jian Hongyun received her call in advance and asked his secretary to pick her up. While waiting, he called his son over. When we talk later, you should pay attention. If you find that the little bastard has set a trap for me, cough and warn me. Jian Yui? Dad, I'm holding a new product seminar. A whole room of people are waiting for me. Why are you calling me over in such a hurry? Just for this. Jian Yui was speechless. So panicked now when you encountered Jian Xiaoli's matter? You were not like this before. Jian Xiaoli was domineering in the past. He remembered that his father would just yell at her. A few years ago, when Jian Xiaoli was very noisy, his father even slapped her. Can it be the same as before? Now she is Zhou Hao's wife. Jian Hongyun mentioned the incident of Jian Xiaoli smashing the family portrait. You didn't see it. He saw Jian Xiaoli going crazy, but he didn't react at all. He asked Zhou Lu to take Jian Xiaoli out, and then he turned around and pointed a baseball bat at me. Jian Hongyun still remembers what happened that day so vividly that he couldn't sleep that night. As soon as he closed his eyes, the image in his mind was either Jian Xiaoli going crazy or Zhou Hao pointing a baseball bat at him. There's more to come. In order to prove that he was not trying to scare him, Zhou Hao openly snatched several projects from Chongqing and openly invested in two companies with similar core competitiveness to Chongqing. The key point is that when the rivals realized that Zhou Hao was suppressing Chongqing and took the opportunity to seize Chongqing's market, Zhou Hao turned around and helped Chongqing defend its territory. The main theme is unpredictable. Now those people outside have no idea what Zhou Hao is up to, only he knows it clearly. Zhou Hao said that the rise and fall of Chongqing was related to Jian Xiaoli. If Jian Xiaoli was not good, Chongqing would not be good. If Jian Xiaoli was good, Chongqing would be good. He was trying to prove this sentence, so he had to have a good relationship with Jian Xiaoli. Knock! The secretary knocked on the door and brought Jian Xiaoli in. Hey, my brother is here too. Jian Xiaoli walked in, bypassing the secretary, went straight to the sofa, and sat down next to Jian Yui. Brother didn't go on a blind date today. Jian Yui felt uneasy when he heard her calling him brother, and his face turned even worse when he heard the word blind date. Jian Hongyun sat on the single sofa next to him and talked about this with Jian Xiaoli. It's settled. Mr. Wang's little daughter. The two families will meet after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I was just about to tell you about this. You have to bring Zhou Hao over for dinner. Jian Hongyun was quite satisfied with this marriage. Although the little daughter of the Wang family is in poor health, the benefits of her marrying into the family outweigh the disadvantages. With Wang Yinyin marrying into the family, the bank controlled by the Wang family will become their own, and Chongqing's financing channels and loans will be easier in the future. Mr. Wang's little daughter? Wang Yinyin and Jian Yui? Isn't this just a random matchmaking? Jian Xiaoli and Wang Yinyin were classmates from elementary school to high school, but their relationship was average. Firstly, although Wang Yinyin was born into a good family, she had a soft personality, was quiet, and liked to be alone. Secondly, Wang Yinyin was in poor health and was said to have heart problems, so she had to take leave every few days. Jian Xiaoli has two deepest memories of her. One is her shy and well-behaved little round face. The second was the song Memorial Song. She played on the violin at the New Year's Eve party in her second year of high school. Old Jane, why are you still messing around with couples? In the chairman's office of Chongqing Group, Jian Xiaoli sat lazily on the sofa, crossing her legs, staring at her father speechlessly. Jian Hongyan couldn't stand the lady sitting in this position, so he pulled her legs down. Why are you so random? Your brother and she are a good match. A good match? Where to match? Putting aside the fact that Jian Yui was a second marriage and his age, Wang Yinyan would definitely not be happy if she married into the Jian family. First of all, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law will not be very harmonious. Meilon didn't know how she agreed. Maybe it was old Jian who convinced her with the Wang family's bank. But Meilon definitely wouldn't like Wang Yinyan, who was in poor health. Let's talk about Jian Yui. I don't know whether he and Jian Wenxi's disgusting relationship has been handled well. If not, Wang Yinyan will suffer if she marries him. Even if it is handled well, given Jian Wenxi's possessiveness of Jian Yui, Wang Yinyan will suffer if she marries him. Wang Yinyan's soft and gentle personality makes her no match for Jian Wenxi. She will be bullied to death by her sooner or later. Jian Xiaoli glanced at Jian Yui and told the truth. Not at all. How can my brother be worthy of Wang Yinyan? It's like putting flowers on cow dung. Jian Xiaoli. Jian Hongyun called out to her warningly. Although Jian Yui looked unhappy, he did not say anything. He looked at Jian Xiaoli with complicated eyes, stood up, and said to Jian Hongyun, Dad, I have to go to a meeting. Jian Hongyun did not stop him. He waved his hand and let him leave. When only the father and daughter were left in the office, Jian Xiaoli poured Jian Hongyun a cup of tea. Wang Yinyan is my classmate after all, and she's not in good health either. Can't you find someone else to mess with? What do you mean by a trap? Jian Hongyun took her tea. This is called a win-win situation. You don't understand business. Jian Xiaoli snatched the green-glazed teacup that he was holding to his mouth and said with a smile, I don't understand, so I came here to learn. Give me my 9%. Also, haven't we been involved in the entertainment sector in recent years? In the future, any movies invested by Chongqing, the theme posters and micro-videos can be given to me. Jian Hongyun. Bah, he has such a stinky mouth talking about business matters. Jian Hongyun knew that she was coming today, so he would definitely raise the rate by 9%. He actually had no intention of cheating her. After all, she was marrying Zhou Hao, and he didn't have much anyway, so he might as well consider it as a dowry. But every time he thought about it, he got angry because he was cheated by his own daughter, so he never urged her to go through the process and just took his time, and it has been delayed until now. It has been more than half a year, and the formalities have been completed. He's just holding it back. Today, he also wants to use this 9% to get the Jingxiu amusement park project for her. Unexpectedly, she made another request. This little bastard is really hard to guard against. Chongqing did invest in the movie. Can you make it well with your mediocre skills? If you mess it up, the movie will lose money, and we will have to pay for it too. He really felt that his little daughter had no real ability except spending money, and that her studio was just for fun. I was afraid that she would really make trouble, so I gave her some suggestions. Your aunt is a film director. If you want resources in this area, go find your aunt. She loves you very much. If you ask, she will definitely give it to you. Jian Xiaoli poured herself a cup of tea. It's because my aunt loves me that I can't cheat her. It's not easy for her to get to where she is now, and I can't cause her any trouble. Because of her ignorance, she almost caused her aunt to lose everything. Wait until she becomes successful, and then go find her aunt. Jian Hongyun was so angry after hearing this that he blew his beard and glared. You can't cause trouble for your aunt. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for me? Jian Xiaoli said confidently, Of course I'm not afraid. My aunt loves me, so I think about her. You don't love me, so why should I think about you? I'm not mentally ill. Why don't I hurt you? Jian Hongyun thought he had been nice to her during this period. I'll do whatever you want. If you want money, I'll give it to you. You're using bets to trick me, but I don't blame you. I'll give you 9% of the shares. What else do you want from me? Jian Xiaoli. You obey me now because I married Zhou Hao. You were not like this before. Jian Hongyun had to explain it to her today. What was I like before? What did I do to you? Jian Xiaoli poured herself another cup of tea. He wanted to hear about his crimes, so of course she obliged him. The first year Jin Wensi came here, she liked my doll, and you and Ms. May asked me to give it to her, but you clearly knew that it was my favorite doll. It was the second year that Jin Wensi came. She clearly fell off the swing by herself, but you and Ms. May listened to her one-sided story and scolded me, saying that I shouldn't be so vicious at such a young age. In the third year of Jin Wensi's arrival, my piano teacher gave me 4 tickets for a musical. She said she wanted to go with you, Ms. May, and Jin Yui, and you agreed. You went and left me at home. Why? Those were clearly my tickets. It's the 4th year that Jin Wensi has been here. On my birthday, she pretended to be possessed by a ghost and said that my birthday was on the same day as her father's death anniversary, so you guys wouldn't celebrate my birthday. I made a scene, and you slapped me twice. In the 5th year since Jin Wensi came here, she took a fancy to my bedroom, and you asked me to give it to her. I refused and made a scene for 2 days. You said I was selfish and locked me in the storage room on the 1st floor. It happened to be her birthday, and you were so busy celebrating her birthday that you forgot about me. I stayed in there for a whole day and night. If Grandma hadn't come back and found me missing, I would have died of hunger, thirst, or suffocation. It's been 6 years since Jin Wensi came here. Chapter 63, New Tricks. An hour later, Jin Xiaoli came out of Jin Hongyun's office. With 5 boxes in hand, I had a great harvest. The secretary was responsible for sending her downstairs and had been on standby outside. When he saw her come out, he glanced at her hands with a look of surprise on his face. She thought that the chairman had asked her to hide all the valuables, leaving only 2 paintings, small leaf red sandalwood beads, and half a pound of wild Taiping hokue. Why does the second young lady have so many things in her hands? Without time to think, the secretary ran over and said, "Let me help you." Jin Xiaoli raised her chin towards the office and said, "No need. Your chairman's blood pressure might be a little high right now. Send him a cup of tea to reduce internal heat." Secretary, if you have high blood pressure and you're given a tea to reduce heat, is it because of anger? Jin Yui just came out, finished the meeting as quickly as possible, and then waited for her at the elevator. After smoking 2 cigarettes, she heard the imposing sound of high heels. Turning around, I saw a pile of things in her hands and was speechless for a moment. Dad is right. Every time you come here, you act like a robber. Jin Xiaoli didn't have the hands to press the elevator button, so she raised her chin and asked him for help. I didn't give it to him this time. He gave it to me himself. I said we are all family. No need to be so polite, but he insisted on stuffing it into my hands. She glanced at him and said, "I can't help it. Who made me marry a good man? Unlike Wang Yinyin, who had bad luck and had him marry a scumbag like you." Jian Yui? Jian Yui was used to the sarcastic tone in her words, so he didn't argue with her and stretched out his hand. "Is it heavy? Let me help you carry it." Jin Xiaoli looked at him strangely, and without any hesitation, she stuffed several heavy boxes in her hand into his hands. Jian Yui pressed the elevator button first, then took the box from her hand and sent her down. The elevator was an exclusive direct elevator, so there were only the 2 of them, brother and sister. Seeing that he had not spoken yet, Jin Xiaoli urged him impatiently. "You are being so attentive to me for no reason. You are either a traitor or a thief. If you have something to say, please tell me now." Only then did Jian Yuhui bring up his marriage with Wang Yinyin. Dad has always wanted to bring me and Wang Yinyin together. Before, Director Wang disliked my second marriage and always brushed it off. Later, when you married Zhou Hao, Dad approached him again, and he finally agreed. He probably wanted to hook up with Zhou Hao in a roundabout way. Jin Xiaoli heard that there was something behind his words. "What do you want to say?" Jin Yui, "I have met Wang Yinyin. I don't want to marry her, and she doesn't want to marry me, but she can't resist her father, and I can't convince my father, so." He paused and looked at Jin Xiaoli. "Can you help me?" Jin Xiaoli wanted to roll her eyes. "Why should I help you? We don't have a good relationship." Jin Yui laughed at himself. "You know, I'm a jerk when it comes to relationships. After all, you and Wang Yinyin are classmates. From your reaction just now, I know you don't want Wang Yinyin to marry a jerk like me." Jin Xiaoli praised him. "You're not completely rotten. At least you have self-awareness." Jin Xiaoli smelled the pungent smell of cigarettes on him, and when she heard him say this, she knew that he had an idea in mind. Whether to help or not is another matter. She was quite curious. "How do you want me to help you?" Jin Yui hesitated for a while before speaking. "After the Mid-Autumn Festival, if nothing goes wrong, it will be on the 17th. Our 2 families will have dinner together. When the time comes, you can come over and tell them in front of both families that you don't like Wang Yinyin as your sister-in-law. You have Zhou Hao as your backer, and no one will dare to blame you. Jian Xiaoli. Good guy. Let her be a scapegoat to fulfill his love? What was he thinking? Did he get his brain clamped when he went out? The elevator door opened, and Jian Yui walked out carrying his things. Actually, Mom doesn't fancy Wang Yinyin as a daughter-in-law. I'll go back and talk to her about it. She'll cooperate with you then. Jian Xiaoli was one step behind him. Listening to him chattering, she suddenly raised her foot and kicked him hard on the butt, shouting loudly. Go! Jian Yui, who stumbled to avoid falling flat on his face, said. A few Chongqing employees who happened to pass by. Oh shit, what did they see? President Jian was kicked by a woman. Jian Yui never expected that one day he would be in such a miserable state. He was kicked by his own sister and was seen by an employee. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have fallen to the ground. Roll! There was a roar out of nowhere, and the employees who were reluctant to leave and wanted to stay to watch the fun ran away because they were scared away by Jian Yohui's fierce look before they could finish eating the melon. Soon, the brother and sister were the only ones left at the elevator. Jian Yui stared at Jian Xiaoli with a distorted face, and he wished he could smash her head with the thing in his hand. I'm your brother. Are you so happy that I embarrassed myself in public? Jian Xiaoli wore a string of small-leaf red sandalwood beads on her wrist. There were Buddhist scriptures engraved on it, and Jian Hongyun said it had been blessed. Jian Xiaoli didn't know much about this thing, but she knew that judging from its fine quality, it must be a good thing. Zhou Lu likes to collect these and give them to Zhou Lu later. Hearing Jian Yohui's words, Jian Xiaoli shook the beads on her wrist. You also know that you are my brother. Just now, old Jian said that you also missed this thing and wanted to give it to Jian Wenxi, but he didn't give it to you and kept it for me. Jian Yui, a father who betrays his son. Jian Xiaoli's fingertips ran across the dense cow hair patterns on the beads. She half closed her eyes and spoke slowly. Brother, before Jian Wenxi came, you loved me the most. You gave me all the good things you had. You used your pocket money to buy snacks and toys for me. You said that as long as I called you brother, you would help me realize any wish. She was used to being tough and arrogant, so when she suddenly said these words, Jian Yui was a little at a loss. Xiaoli. The words were stuck in his throat, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Jian Xiaoli looked up at him with red eyes and a face full of aggrieved. Brother, I can't understand why you suddenly changed. Why did you all change after Jian Wenxi came? Brother, I haven't done anything unforgivable before, right? Why don't you love me anymore? After Jian Xiaoli left, Jian Yui stood there for a long time and was finally called back to the office by his father. Did that girl kick you? Jian Hongyun pressed his son's shoulders, turned him around, and stared at his butt. Although it's not very clear, you can vaguely see the shoe prints, which makes you laugh. Okay, you're worse off than me, so I feel better. Just now the secretary came in and brought him tea, saying that it was the freshly brewed heat-clearing tea that Jian Xiaoli asked for before she left. After putting down the tea, the secretary said again that Jian Xiaoli kicked Jian Yui downstairs, kicking him on the butt. I was also seen by several employees, which was quite embarrassing. Looking at it this way, that girl saved my face and didn't embarrass me in public. Jian Hongyun was really curious. So, how did you offend her? Jian Yui took a step back, patted the place where Jian Xiaoli kicked him, and looked at him sadly. It's all because of you. Just give the pearl to her. Why did you mention me? Jian Hongyun felt guilty. It was because at that time, I was so embarrassed by what that girl said that I quickly took a gift to shut her up. The atmosphere was too awkward at that time, so I asked my son to be the scapegoat. He didn't lie. His son really wanted to leave and give it to Wenxi yesterday. I seem to have been tricked by that little bastard again. Thinking of what happened just now, Jian Hongyun felt so angry that his heart ached. He was just angry at that time and argued with Jian Xiaoli, but who would have thought that the little bastard would list so many of his crimes at once? In fact, it happened so long ago that he didn't have a deep impression of the things she talked about, and he couldn't even remember some of them. The time in the warehouse was the most memorable, because when he carried the dying Jian Xiaoli out of the warehouse, he also felt guilty and scared. After all, she was his own daughter, and he loved her. But later on, the little girl became disobedient and was no longer under his control. Guilt is one thing, but what impressed me most was that the old lady beat him with a rolling pin. She showed no mercy and beat him to death. Whoever came to beg for mercy would be beaten by the old lady without giving anyone face. He stayed in the hospital for a week, and Mei Lan was almost disfigured. Probably, whoever is hit by the whip will have the most profound memory of it. He also didn't know that he had left so many shadows in his little daughter's heart. She could list 10 of his sins in one breath. He really didn't dare to listen anymore, so he quickly took the small-leaf red sandalwood bead and gave it to her. In order to ease the embarrassment, she stepped on her son to prove that he still loved her. Jian Hongyun told what had just happened and pressed his temples with a headache. That girl said so many sad things, but she wasn't sad at all. She was even happy to see the gifts. I now suspect that she did it on purpose. This is her new trick to make me feel guilty. I get things for free without having to pay anything. She signed the shares, agreed to the movie poster, gave her the beads, the painting, and all the remaining wild Taiping Monkey King fruits. He hid things in the drawer, took out everything on the bookshelf, and let her take whatever she liked, while he explained to her with tears in his eyes. Thinking of the baseball bat that had kept him awake, he was afraid of angering this little ancestor, so he didn't even have a chance to speak about what happened at the amusement park. This time, he lost money again. Blood loss? Jian Hongyun had just drunk 2 cups of tea to reduce fever, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. This must be that girl's new trick. Jian Yui lowered his head at this moment and didn't listen to him much. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Dad, Jin Xiaoli asked me a question just now. What? She said that she couldn't understand why we all changed after Wency came. She said that she had never done anything unforgivable before, so why didn't we love her anymore? Jian Yui rubbed his hands and looked up at his father. Dad, I was just down there watching Jin Xiaoli walk farther and farther away, and I was thinking, yes, I used to love her the most. You and Mom were busy. So I was the one who took care of her. Why do I suddenly stop loving her? Dad, I don't know why. I just feel very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. It's all my fault. What happened back then is all my fault. It was me who made our family so miserable. I harmed you and Mom, Xiaoli, and myself. Sometimes I wonder if you hadn't brought Wency here back then. You could have compensated her and not brought her here. Jin Yui didn't know why things turn out like this today. He loved his sister since childhood and raised her himself. He hoped that she could grow up carefree like a princess. But later, all her misfortunes seemed to be caused by him. He always felt guilty about his adopted sister, and he hoped that she could be happy, but he made this relationship deformed. He wanted to get out, but couldn't. He wanted to get back in, but there were many thorns and blades. Also, his ex-wife, the girl whose heart and eyes were filled with him, and he had been sincere to her, but he betrayed her and hurt her the most. Soon, he will marry a woman he doesn't like. He has really failed in his life. Seeing how uncomfortable he was, Jin Hongyun remained silent for a long time before he spoke. Don't think too much. Live a good life with Wang Yinyan in the future. I've seen that girl. Although she is in poor health, she is well-behaved and obedient. She is talented and plays the violin very well. Jian Yui became even more annoyed when he heard this. Chapter 64 Jian, Wency's biological father. Before Jian Xiaoli drove out of the Chongqing Group's parking lot, she called Meng Tang. Are you still with your sister-in-law? No. I had an interview at 5 o'clock, so I came back. It was now 4:30. Jian Xiaoli hung up the phone and drove back to the studio. Meng Tang is going to interview a driver today. Last month, Jian Xiaoli bought a van for the studio. There wasn't much work before, so it wasn't used. But there will be more work in the future, so she has to hire a full-time driver. She posted a recruitment information on her WeChat Moments last week. The person who came for the interview today was recommended by her high school class monitor, who said he was a neighbor from her hometown. Meng Tang thought she had to give face to her old classmate no matter what, but she ended up having a headache when she met him. The 26-year-old young man had the decadent feeling of someone who often stayed up late and drank alcohol. His eyes were half closed, as if he could not open them. He chatted for 10 minutes and yawned 5 times. How can such a person be a driver? His driving skills are probably comparable to Jiang Xiaowei's. He can hit people when the traffic light is green. After asking the person to go back, Meng Tang returned to the office with a sigh. Just 2 minutes after sitting down, Jin Xiaoli knocked on the door and came in. Putting down the things in her hand, Jin Xiaoli picked up a box and handed it over. Doesn't your dad like to drink tea? Here, 1/2 pound of wild Taiping Hokuei. Jin Hongyun had 1 pound in his hand, so he drank it twice and gave the rest to her. He let Meng Tang take 1/2 pound home and gave the rest to Zhou Hao. After the tea was served, Jin Xiaoli handed over a box of birds' nests. My sister-in-law is sick. Give her some nourishment. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and the Chongqing Group bought birds' nests to give to senior customers. Jin Hongyun asked someone to bring her 2 boxes, but she couldn't take them, so she only took one box and went back to ask for two more boxes from Meng Tang. After distributing the birds' nests, Jian Xiaoli handed over two paintings and a few small antique items. Look at these and see if you like any of them. If you like them, keep them. If not, just follow the old rules. Old rules. We just processed it, exchanged the money for it, and donated it. Over the years, most of the things that Jian Xiaoli took from the Jian family were donated to charity, and a portion of the rent collected from Chonghuai Street was also donated. Endangered species protection, environmental protection, education and medical care, pet medical stations, Hope Primary Schools. Meng Tang's cousin has a charity foundation, but Jian Xiaoli is too lazy to handle it herself, so she asks her to give it to her cousin. Her cousin lives in Yangcheng, and she has to go back every time. Anyway, this thing is the same everywhere, so Meng Tang gave her some advice. Large companies all have their own public welfare departments that specialize in public welfare projects and charity. Jingxiu must have one too. You are Zhou Hao's wife now, so why go to a faraway place? In the future, for matters like this, you can just go to your husband directly. Look for Zhou Hao. Jian Xiaoli had never thought about this. Yes, the more Meng Tang thought about it, the more she felt it was feasible. If you find Zhou Hao, he will know that you are doing charity work, and he will definitely think that you are a kind person with a good heart. Jian Xiaoli listened and realized that this was indeed the case. Okay, after talking about this, Meng Tang looked at the things on the table whose total value was unknown and finally remembered to ask a question. How could your father bear to give away so many things? Jian Xiaoli took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator in her office and drank half of it. They were all given to him by others. He didn't buy them with his own money. How could he be reluctant to give them up? She really didn't think about asking for anything today. She just went there to urge for shares and chat about movie posters. But the topic went off track, and old Jian sternly questioned her, saying, I love you so much, I love you the most, and you still cheated me. You have no conscience. He asked her to list his crimes, and of course she obliged him. As a result, before she could finish her words, old Jian stuffed beads into her hands, saying that they were blessed and priceless. She thought Zhou Lu would definitely like it, so she didn't say anything. Old Jian thought it was not enough and gave her something else. It was all old Jian's own will. She didn't force him. Meng Tang sighed softly when she heard her talk about crimes. Speaking those things out would be hurtful to Jian Xiaoli. Zhou Hao had a social engagement in the evening, so Jian Xiaoli didn't go home for dinner. Meng Tang still had some work to do, so she wasn't in a hurry to go home. Jian Xiaoli asked her to go out for a big meal, but Meng Tang was too lazy to go out, so Jian Xiaoli ordered takeout on her mobile phone and ordered a grilled fish. While eating, Meng Tang told her about the photo. I showed the photo to my sister-in-law, and she was very satisfied. She said she could use your account to post a behind-the-scenes photo on Weibo. I plan to post it tomorrow. I'm sure you'll be scolded. Be prepared. Jian Xiaoli was very excited. Can we quarrel? I really want to quarrel with netizens. I haven't had an opponent in several years. I'm itching to quarrel with them. Meng Tang? She was also planning to give the account to her when her number of fans exceeded 1 million, but now she really needs to think about it. She was really afraid that one day she would wake up and see a trending search. Shocking. Well-known photographer Jian Xiaoli fought with haters for 3 days and 3 nights and made the hater cry and go to the hospital. Meng Tang doesn't know yet that her mouth has been blessed. By the way, Meng Tang talked about the driver. The one I interviewed today is not suitable. Do you have a suitable one? Jian Xiaoli ate all the fish in the bowl, thought about it, but couldn't find anything suitable. When she shook her head, she suddenly thought of Zhou Lujian's family group. Take a screenshot of the message you posted on your moments and send it to me. I'll ask in the group. She took out her cell phone and opened the family group called Loving Family. The group has 496 members. Once it was full, Zhou Lu reminded the group not to add any more people, and then it became quiet. After the last red envelope incident, no one spoke anymore, and the page was filled with invitations to add people. Meng Tang sent the screenshot over, and Jian Xiaoli forwarded it to the group. After sending it, she put down her phone and prepared to eat. Before she picked up her chopsticks, the phone on the table rang. Jian Xiaoli picked up her phone and saw that someone in the group had replied. The handsome guy who stayed up late. Me. The handsome guy who stays up late. I am a male, 23 years old, lively and cheerful, ambitious, handsome, politically qualified, morally upright, healthy, eats well, works hard, is hardworking, and has millions of fans. After reading it, Jian Xiaoli said to Meng Tang, We didn't find a driver, but we did find an assistant. Please remove the recruitment information for the assistant. Meng Dang, Jian Xiaoli replied to the stay-up handsome guy in the group. I like your shamelessness. Add me, private chat. When Zhou Hao saw the message in the group, he was in the Pingxi Club next to the studio. He has a dinner party tonight. After the owner of Win decided to sell it for cash, Yao Qingren hired Jingxiu as a potential buyer. At the management meeting, the people from the Jingxiu Investment Banking Division sat down with their backs straight, and the entire conference room became much quieter. With Jingxiu as the guarantor, the boss can retire with peace of mind. The senior management of Win will also be relieved, and the shareholders will be more satisfied. There was no need to use any explicit or implicit tactics. The attitude of Win had clearly leaned towards Yao Qingren, and now they were just waiting to complete the process according to the rules. Yao Qingren is hosting the party tonight, but the purpose of organizing this event is not to celebrate in advance. After all, things in the business world change rapidly, and it is not good to celebrate in advance for things that are not confirmed, as this may lead to bad luck. This is the family motto of the Yao family. Yao Qingren mainly wanted to thank Zhou Hao for his help during this period. It just so happened that a few friends wanted to meet him, so he organized the group. Zhou Hao came here, firstly to give face to Yao Qingren, and secondly, because there was someone he wanted to see among the people coming tonight. After drinking the wine offered by everyone, Zhou Hao drank water slowly and took the opportunity to pick up his phone. He wanted to ask Jian Xiaoli what she had for dinner tonight. As soon as he opened WeChat, he saw the message in the group. He glanced through the previous messages and finally stopped at the message about Jian Xiaoli. I just like your shamelessness. Add me and chat privately. Like? Private chat? Zhou Hao couldn't bear to watch it anymore and went back to send a message to Jian Xiaoli. Zhou Hao, this staying up late handsome guy is not good. He is too young and shameless. It would be dangerous for him to drive. I don't trust him as your driver. Don't hire him. I will ask Pan Yu to find you one. After sending it, he was about to send a message to Pan Yu, asking him to help find a driver. Before he could return the message, Jian Xiaoli had already replied. Jian Xiaoli. Shameless, driving is actually dangerous. I think so too, so I don't let him be my driver. I let him be my assistant. Zhou Hao. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone in the box was a little tipsy and had more topics to talk about from all over the world. Amidst the noise, Zhou Hao switched seats and sat next to a middle-aged man in his early 50s. Mr. Wu. He raised the wine and toasted him. The man called Mr. Wu didn't expect that he would come over and toast him, and he was flattered. He's the lowest status here. Born into a poor family, he barely managed to finish college with scholarships and his parents' meager income. After graduation, I joined a large company like Chongsheng with good salary and benefits. I worked in Chongsheng for nearly 10 years, saved some money, and then resigned to start my own business. Starting a business is not easy, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Today, everyone in this box is more noble than him, and everyone is worth more than him, but he is the only one who squeezed in by himself. The market environment has been bad in the past 2 years. He has long wanted to cooperate with Zhou Hao and climb up the big tree of Jingxiu, but unfortunately he never had the chance. So he set his sights on Yao Qingren. He has been cooperating with Yao Qingren for the past 2 years, and various interests are involved. Yao Qingren is a gullible person, and he can get close to him with just a little bit of sincerity. Yao Qingren is stupid, but he is lucky. The Yaoan group made its fortune from coal, and Mr. Yao is a wealthy coal boss. Yao Qingren is the least promising son of the Yao family. When he was young, he only cared about eating, drinking, having fun, and picking up girls. He bought his academic qualifications and has no knowledge at all. His only advantage is that he is loyal, makes friends widely, and builds good relationships. A typical stupid son of a landlord. A fool has a fool's fate. There was a fierce struggle within the Yao family. The 7 sons fought for the throne, and each of them suffered heavy losses. In the end, it was the incompetent 8th son, Yao Qingren, who got the upper hand. He had more money than he could spend in several lifetimes thrown on his head. I'm so lucky. It's just a lucky chance. It doesn't matter if he has no ability. The old man will find capable people to help him, and even find Zhou Hao, the ace in the hole. I heard that when Zhou Hao entered Jingxiu, Grandpa Yao helped him. I don't know what kind of help he helped, but Zhou Hao owed the old man a favor, and he has helped Yao Qingren a lot over the years. Yao Qingren is a man who plays hard when he is at the right age. When he has had enough fun, he returns home to inherit hundreds of billions of assets. Zhou Hao pulls him from the front, and a bunch of powerful people push him from the back. Who would envy such a good life? Mr. Wu is self-aware and knows that he is not destined to succeed, so he doesn't dream about it. His purpose tonight is to take the opportunity to talk to Zhou Hao. Just when I was thinking about how to get closer to him, I didn't expect Zhou Hao to come over to me. Mr. Zhou, why did you come here in person? I should be the one to toast you. Mr. Wu stood up hurriedly and clinked glasses with him while holding up his own drink. After finishing a glass of wine, Zhou Hao motioned him to sit down. It doesn't matter who toasts, Mr. Wu, don't be restrained. After he sat down, Zhou Hao refilled his glass of wine. I came here today just to see you, Mr. Wu. I have something I want to ask you. Mr. Wu is much older than him, so Zhou Hao always addresses him with respect. Mr. Wu was flattered and told him to ask whatever he wanted, and he would tell him everything he knew. Zhou Hao, I heard that Mr. Wu joined Chongqing right after graduation and has been there for 10 years. I want to ask you about someone. Who? Zhao Jun. Mr. Wu didn't expect that he would ask this person. Jian Wenxi's biological father, Zhao Jun. It was something that happened too long ago, especially the experience with Chongqing, so he didn't really want to recall it, but if he really had to, he could talk about it. I joined Chongqing right after graduation. At that time, Zhao Jun was the deputy manager of the production department of Chongqing Group. Zhao Jun is actually of average ability, but because he is Jian Hongyun's classmate, he has a smooth path to promotion. He was praised too highly by Jian Hongyun. He became arrogant and offended many people. He treated his subordinates harshly. When he made a mistake, the whole department would take the blame for him. I was very unlucky and became his assistant. Those 2 years were like a nightmare. Every day was very intense. I was like a wound-up spring and couldn't relax. I almost got depressed. He didn't quit his job simply because the salary was good and it was a large company, and he needed this work experience at the time. Fortunately, he didn't resign, because later, Zhao Jun died. Chapter 65 Jian Xiaoli is drunk. Mr. Wu doesn't know much about the death of Zhao Jun, Jian Wenxi's biological father. When Zhao Jun got into trouble, he was not in Jiangyu. He was sent on a business trip by Zhao Jun to conduct an on-site inspection at a distributor's factory with the sales department. It wasn't originally his job. He went there for Zhao Jun's lover. Because the factory is remote and the visit was scheduled a few days before the Dragon Boat Festival, if I went there, my vacation would be gone because the inspection would take a week and it would take 2 days to get back. Zhao Jun's lover didn't want to go, so she acted like a spoiled child, and he was sent to help record the data. This happened often. The woman was in the sales department. After Zhao Jun got together with her, she often asked him to go to the sales department to help. For a while, he even thought he was in the sales department. When blisters appeared on his feet, he cursed Zhao Jun, saying that something bad would happen to him sooner or later. Unexpectedly, something really happened to him, and it was a big deal. The day before the Dragon Boat Festival, when Zhao Jun and his mistress were having a tryst in Chongqing Warehouse No. 2, the warehouse caught fire, and the two were unable to escape. As night fell, the drinking party continued in a private room at the end of the second floor of Pingxi Club. Before Zhou Hao came, he told Yao Qingren that he had something to discuss with Mr. Wu alone. So after 3 rounds of drinks, when Yao Qingren saw him move next to Mr. Wu, he clamored to play cards. So he called a group of people to the corner, some playing cards, some looking at cards, and those who were really bored continued to talk about all sorts of things, leaving them some space. Mr. Wu's alcohol tolerance is not very good. After a few drinks with Zhou Hao, he was already a little drunk. So, people should not do too much evil. Otherwise, God will punish you sooner or later. Zhao Jun did too much evil and killed himself. It was retribution. Zhou Hao poured him a cup of warm water and said, "You killed yourself? How can you say that?" Mr. Wu thanked him and drank 2 sips of water, which made him feel much better. Chongqing Warehouse No. 2 contains valuable goods worth tens of millions of yuan. They are checked every month. Ordinary people cannot enter there, but Zhao Jun can. That day, he led people into the office in the warehouse and locked the door. I heard that they were sent to the hospital a few minutes late. Those few minutes were the time it took to break the door. If he hadn't locked the door himself, he would have probably survived. He deserved it. Zhou Hao, what caused the warehouse fire? Mr. Wu rubbed his temple and recalled, it is said that the fire was caused by a short circuit in the warehouse's electrical wires. On the day Zhao Jun had the accident, he was rushing back to Jiangyu from the factory and heard about it on the way. Everyone said that the Zhao army had brought trouble upon themselves, and it was God's punishment. Isn't it? Locking yourself up and delaying rescue time is your own fault. Warehouse No. 2 is an expensive warehouse and nothing has happened since its establishment. Zhao Jun was really lucky as he encountered it the first time something happened. Zhou Hao looked at Mr. Wu. Why do you think Jian Hongyun adopted Zhao Jun's daughter? Why? Mr. Wu didn't expect him to ask this question. Jin Hongyun and Zhao Jun were college classmates and lived in the same dormitory. They were close friends. After Jin Hongyun inherited the family business, he brought Zhao Jun into Changshan. Given their relationship, it was reasonable for Jin Hongyun to adopt Zhao Jun's daughter. The year after Zhao Jun's death, his wife remarried with their daughter, saying that the man she married was not a good person. The man was domestically violent, and the mother and daughter lived in dire straits. Later, the man was drunk driving and had a car accident, and the couple died. Jian Wenxi was only about 12 years old at that time. I heard that she came to the Jian family on her own initiative, and Jian Hongyun and his wife really adopted her and changed her name. Zhao Wenxi was changed to Jian Wenxi, and she was loved as if she were her own daughter. Not to mention, Jian Hongyun is not that great in other aspects, but he is very loyal. Mr. Wu drank some water and sat quietly for a while. His mind became clearer, and he finally remembered a problem. Mr. Zhou, is there anything you want to ask about Zhao Jun? Zhou Hao didn't say much and took out his phone. Can you add WeChat? Mr. Wu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly took out his phone. Of course. Of course. After adding WeChat, Zhou Hao poured him a cup of warm water and said, there is something I want to ask Mr. Wu for help. The dinner ended at 11 o'clock. A group of people sent Zhou Hao to the car and then went back to their homes. Only Mr. Wu was still standing there, staring at the direction where Zhou Hao's car left, deep in thought. Yao Qingren sent the other person away, turned around and saw that he was still there. He walked over and put his arm on his shoulder. Boss Zhou said he needs your help with something. What is it? Mr. Wu shook his head and sighed. I don't understand either. I really don't understand. Zhou Hao added him on WeChat and asked